2025 Split 1 playoffs, no team quite stands out on the bracket more than Thunder Talk. But before talking about their matchup ahead against JDG in the upper bracket, it's important to understand how this organization got to this point. Prior to this year, TT's resume was underwhelming to say the least. Across all LPL splits, their average placement was 12th, with their highest finish coming in the 2023 spring season at a meager 8th place. Since joining in 2021, Thunder Talk have only made the playoffs twice and can claim one singular best-of-5 win across all of those games. The Thunder Talk of old was known as a team that would celebrate regular season wins after being disqualified from the playoffs many matches ago. Hoya and Beichuan first joined the Thunder Talk starting roster ahead of the 2023 LPL season and got to work blending their play styles together. Hoya is now known as a tank-first top-lane player, willing to weak side constantly for the better of his teammates, which pairs so well with Beichuan's more aggressive jungle style and a bruiser-first champion pool. 1xN would join as Thunder Talk's starting AD carry later that same year, but wouldn't really help the team find much success until he was reunited with his former LDL support Feather, and alongside Hoya and Beichuan, helped Thunder Talk find playoffs for just the second time in summer of 2024. Thunder Talk's final contribution to their starting roster may have been their most controversial. Daytap, a former DRX mid laner struggling to find his place in the LCK, would replace Yukao, arguably TT's best player at the time. However, despite all of the doubters, despite everything the LPL history books have told us about Thunder Talk, this TT 2025 roster was a different level of beast, and they showed it in their first two series wins up against LNG and EDG in Group C. Thunder Talk's 2-0 start to the regular season split caught the eyes of the LPL fandom, but no test was as big as their final match up against the two-time defending champions, Billy Gaming. A series where no one had Thunder Talk coming out on top.
Thunder Talk talked their talk against LNG. Thunder stomped their way through EDG, but they just Thunder cemented themselves with one of the biggest upsets over your two-time champions, your Group C #1 seed, Thunder Talk.
Great last call by Slayer there, and welcome everyone to another night of LPL English unofficial broadcast. My name is Mark Alexander Aramide. I'm joined once again by the man with a plan and sometimes a notebook and a pen. You got it on you right there, Cubby?
No notebook for this one, but we always keep the pen, you know.
Always got a pen.
I have like a note sheet that like we write stuff down on sometimes, but you know, I at least have to look like I know what I'm talking about. I feel like the pen gives me power, you know.
For me, Cubby, I think it's just the way you dress. The way you dress like a 6-year-old white man. I mean, to me, that's like, this guy, I can listen, you know, and see what he's got to say. But for us, what we're got to say is an exciting day to start off the first split of the LPL playoffs for the 25 season here. JDG versus Thunder Talk Gaming. Who would have thought that in the upper bracket, I mean, JDG, a lot of fans were speculating that with this superstar roster that they assembled for this offseason would definitely be one to look out for. But for Thunder Talk, if you're just tuning in, if this is the first time you're catching one of the LPL games of this split, and you're surprised to see who the hell is Thunder Talk, well, we've got a hell of a story for you. And, you know, thanks to that feature that we just showed before the start of the show, it goes to show that these guys are definitely a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Talk, they have been the story of the split so far, responsible for the biggest upset that we've had in the league ecosystem in 2025, taking down the back-to-back champs in BLG to make it to the top seed of Group C and make it to the top 4 of LPL playoffs. So they have 2 lives. We'll see if they have to use one of them tonight against JDG, a team that, I mean, frankly, like, honestly, if you were a big fan, watched the Demacia Cup, you might be a little bit surprised to see them here, too. They got 1-2-3 Cancuned in that tournament. Thunder Talk even took a game off them in a best-of-1, too. But JDG really feels like they've been incrementally getting there. They had to win 2 close best-of-5 series against OMG. and then Weibo to make that top seed and what ended up being a pretty competitive group. It still doesn't feel like JDG has all the pieces of this potential super team put together, but they're getting there and have a good opportunity to get some revenge for Demacia Cup against Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and to be fair for them, it was only a best of 1, which is now the first time that Thunder Talk and JDG will engage in a best of 5. So more games for, you know, a chance to JDG to get revenge for the Demacia Cup standoff, but also considering that JDG have leveled up significantly considering what their performance was showing back then during the offseason, and also JDG has tended to show a huge clutch factor, mostly in Scout and Pays, when it does come to games 4 and 5 in the most recent best of 5s.
Yeah, it's been nice to see those carries for JDG clutch up when it did matter. I feel like Scout versus OMG, that game 5 Akali was massive. Then, of course, Pays in the game 5 against Weibo was the big difference maker in making sure that JDG took that series, and what was a pretty close one. So we'll see if we can get 5 games tonight. As Thunder Talk, yeah, of course. I mean, taking BOG to 5, that was huge for me. I was on that series with Slayer, who we had, you know, help out. We teamed up on that feature piece, which was great. Really appreciate him lending his voice to that one as someone that, unironically, at least on our team, has been on every Thunder Talk game so far in the season. Just kind of how it worked out, but yeah, it's been amazing to see a team where like these players have not really finished that high up in the standings for LPL. And to have them make top 4, this is already the best finish in the org's history within LPL. So if they weren't already playing for house money against BOG as someone just making playoffs, they're truly playing with it now. And house money's been good for them. They keep on winning and winning big.
Yeah, I mean, for these guys, the momentum has just been rocketing upward and upward and upward. So for these, for them, I don't know how far they will go, as it's going to be up to how well they clutch up. But for Thunder Talk, I think these guys have plenty to be proud of for having such a huge, great start to their first split with this roster iteration. And, you know, I think we should let the rest of the audience know what that roster is at the moment. You know, if you missed the feature, we've got top lane, Hoya, jungle, Beichuan, mid lane, Saytab, and then the bot lane duo, 1xN and Feather. And not a lot of name brand power comes to mind when you're looking at these 5 players, as a couple of them journeymen from the LCK and Hoya and Saytab, and then Beichuan coming over from, I believe it was the FPX developmental team before Thunder Talk took a chance on him back in 2022. And then 1xN and Feather, a bot lane duo that was pretty notable under the JDG banner in their developmental team before, you know, being split apart for split when Feather went to Rare Atom and 1xN went straight to Thunder Talk, but then they got reunited. And honestly, they've been such a winning combination. I don't think anyone expected them to go this far, though.
Oh, for sure, no. And I think that was the most interesting thing when it came to putting together that piece, because, you know, as someone somewhat new to the LPL, I've always been an LCK follower. You know, having the privilege to show up on that broadcast at one point, just as a fan for a long time. Had to catch up on some of my LPL history. I didn't realize how this iteration of Thunder Talk, it really feels like they kind of put the pieces together. I somewhat, like, looking back now, we haven't seen the results yet, but kind of comparing them to the NRG build that we had from LCS, where they had this core of Contracts and Palafox, right? And, you know, they tried Jenkins in the top lane, didn't work. They found Dokla. They changed out the bot lane to find a winning formula in what ended up working for them, right, with FBI and Ignar. And it really feels like with that core of Hoya and Beichuan, they needed to find pieces that worked. And the craziest thing to me is that you ask any LPL fan, I even ran it by Mazel, right? You know, Saytab or UCal, who would you have rather had coming into the season? He said probably UCal before they played any games. And man, the fact that Thunder Talk, they made that call really feels like it was right for them, because Saytab, for me, has really been the standout of this team. He's the one that's making flashy plays, where I feel like 1xN has just been quietly really doing his job and very strong in the marksman role. I believe he was second team All-Pro in the LPL All-Pro votings for regular season, and frankly, deserved with how good 1xN has been playing. I think he's gone about that very quietly, but he's been outstanding.
I mean, every single time we saw him play in Demacia Cup, there's, you know, inklings of, on the broadcasts, us going, 1xn is doing really well. I wonder how well he matches up against other AD carries, having already bested Pays in a best of 1, and then going up against BLG. I mean, what more can you ask from 1xn to perform well against Elk, who was, 2-time LPL champion, world finalist just this past year? And for 1xn to deliver like that, I mean, that delivers a lot to your own pedigree and what we can expect. And I love how you brought up that this was a building of pieces over time, because like NRG, that took a process. It took years for NRG to assemble that roster, and Thunder Talk very similarly. We can look at the history of this team and the iterations of what players came in and out of Thunder Talk, and finally, it seems like we have a winning formula.
Well, we'll see if they can keep on adding on to this. As you can see, the graphic we had for the BLG win. Well, guess what? Thunder Talk, they did the unimaginable in this series. So, we are a lower budget production here, being the unofficial English broadcast. So we had to get a little bit crafty with how we used our resources. But if they were to beat JDG this time around, this is what the org has done up to this point within the LPL. And it would be crazy to see if they can add a 5th best of 5 victory to this org's history. And yeah, I like going back to the 1xn point, overcoming Elk. I do want to shout out, actually, our producer and lead for the project, Kelsey Moser, longtime LPL fan. I know that Kelsey caught a lot of flack last year when she actually put 1xn as the 3rd team All-Pro AD in her rankings over Elk. So if anyone was going to see that performance coming, it would have been for the person that helms up this broadcast, and Kelsey. And again, 1xn, I think that very quietly, he's been a great performer. Like Satab has been the one that's really been the standout, making the flashy plays and going toe-to-toe with really strong mid laners in the LPL. Has a hell of a test tonight in Scout, but hey, he just took down Knight in a best of 5. So, the sky's the limit for Satab. Going up against Scout, you got to imagine these are 2 of the best, if not the best, mid laners that we have in LPL. And for Satab to take both of them down on this TT run, that would be crazy.
Yeah. You know what, Cubby? Let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's see how far Thunder Talk is going to go in this upper bracket. Because Thunder Talk has been the talk, no pun intended, of our English broadcast team for quite a while in the past 2 weeks. And I believe, are we looking at, this is your bread. Damn, you have them out in 2 series?
I do.
No faith.
No faith. That is true. I have a 3-1 tonight for JDG. And then the thing is, this has been a very fun story, but watching the series for BLG, I just feel like they so immensely disrespected Thunder Talk, the game of League of Legends itself, their own team. Like, some of these drafts that they had, not a fan of. You cannot play Gnar, Akali, and poke Varus into an Ornn and tank Jace and expect to win. Like, that game's chalked for me. Game 3, or Game 5, I will say, is the one game where Thunder Talk beat them, and they beat them to a pulp. They had a better draft with a first pick Camille, which is still ballistic to me, but they managed to pull it off into bin. The rest of the series, though, I really feel like the losses that BLG had in the first 2 games, they were fighting first grubs against a Yone Rumble comp. But you don't do that. Or the draft game 2 was horrible. I know I don't want to take away from Thunder Talk, but the reason they won that series wasn't just because they played well. I felt like it was because BLG really disrespected them and had some disrespectful drafts. So I have TT dropping the next 2 series because the other teams are going to pay them the respect that this team deserves, quite frankly, because they've earned it being in the top 4 in LPL right now.
That's cool and all, but Thunder Talk has had one of the best starts of all time, and I don't care what you have to say. Thunder Talk is going to go all the way to the finals. I don't think they're going to win the split, but you know what? I'm on the hot take train. I'm riding the Thunder Talk, hype train. We'll elaborate once we get there. You know what? Because
I know you're back in Utah. I feel like that prediction, I don't want to draw any comparisons to the Mormon religion or anything, or doubt it. I already saw that in the news this week with some ex-esports heads that didn't lead to any good things. But whatever you're huffing over there, Rafa, quite interesting. All right.
I left the church when I was young. It's okay.
Okay. Just making sure.
My goodness. Well, you can see on our
You
left.
didn't see that one coming before we started tonight, did you?
I guess my right, your left. Walkouts, as both of the teams, JDG and Thunder Talk, are arriving to the stage. I want to, while we're seeing them walk out on the stage, and before we get into the rest of Champ Select, I want to really kind of like give our audience what to expect about this JDG roster, because the thing is, on paper, you can tell just from name power, it's like, okay, this should be a fairly good team. And to be honest, they have been fairly good. The problem is they've been very inconsistent, and they have played, insanely high on their peak, and they've played very poorly on their floor, and some of the players like Shun and I'm drawing a blank, missing, who we expected
You were
to
missing.
Oh yeah, I was missing.
I've been missing a bit too. I haven't seen the missing of old so far in the early season.
Yeah, no, I mean, those two players in particular have been, they've been on when they've, sometimes needed to, but then in moments when they really need to clutch up, they've really dropped the ball, and it's a far cry from grace from where they used to be playing at peak, especially Shun, who used to be the BLG player, the guy that was on that roster for so long before eventually being replaced by Wei, and now JDG scooping him up. And not to bag on Shun, because I love the guy and I love the fact that he is one of the best Nidalee players in the world, had the toughest time securing objectives in their last best of 5. That was I don't know if it was the smite key wasn't working, or it just was nervous, and then missing as well, as you said, kind of not the missing of old. So it's really been up to Scout and Pays, even though they haven't always had the cleanest games themselves. They've had to clutch up when the rest of the team couldn't.
I feel like Pays has been relatively solid, and shout out to the top side, or top lane and Ale too. I actually think he's played really well.
Yeah.
I believe he was the first team All-Pro too for LPL voting, which I don't want to spoil anything that we're working on with our unofficial project, but I may or may not agree with that. I do think he's been relatively solid up there. But for me, the big thing is we just haven't seen Missing and Shun be able to sync up. And I think that with how important objectives and objective setups are in this season, and how much more figured out it's just gotten from now playing a year with Grubs. Grubs still very important. It feels like the entire meta is revolving around hitting the first 3 Grubs or contesting them. That's why we're seeing bot lanes rotate top so early.
Yeah.
It feels like JDG has just been behind on that. And it has required outstanding performances from outstanding carries in Scout, Pays, and even Ale as well, just to make sure that they can win the games they have. We haven't really seen them winning hard with strategy. It feels like they've been winning hard by just being better. And I think that's why JDG is, A, struggled, and B, I will give them some credit. It looks like they've gotten incrementally better every series they've played. So I know we have our predictions up. If you want to join Discord, you are synced up with me, so I should be the one doing the Discord invites, the way it's like I'm on Hotline League again. QR code will get you into the Discord. You can make your own predictions and, enjoy having your widget up here. Along with the team, I am shocked to see the majority of our team on Thunder Talk. Maybe more people converting to Mormonism. Who knows? But I still favor JDG in this one. I feel like JDG 3-1 is where I'm at. We'll give TT a game, but I think TT, we're not going to have teams the LPL disrespect them anymore. They have earned the respect of the league with the placement they have so far, and I have seen JDG just get a little bit better every time I've seen them play, so I have faith they're going to give them the respect and take it home tonight.
I'm so amused that you're comparing, Thunder Talk passion with Mormonism, as I don't think the two have any similarities whatsoever.
They don't. I needed to at least set up your 3-1 copium,
Okay. You know what? Religion talk aside, faith aside, we need to get into this draft, because JDG are throwing down the gauntlet, one of their best pieces in every single best of 5 series that they've relied on in later games. They are now using it in the very first one. Nidalee for Shun. I think this guy has a 100% win rate so far in the first split of LPL. Makes sense. This guy's Nidalee is legendary. Definitely one of the best in the entire world. And when JDG play around Shun's Nidalee, it's pretty much a guaranteed win.
He is crazy good at this champ. It is the only champ that he's played in every best of 5 so far. As you highlighted, it's 3-0. It has a 25 KDA. If we're gonna go for a career, it's pretty good too. I know the career stats aren't as good. Shun wasn't always on top teams, but Nice to see. Anyway, as we get through the rest of the draft, looks like Mbessa's coming out with Jace taken away. I'm curious if they end up pairing a Renekton up top, and with the first 2 picks that TT has, a chance for some flexibility with a potential to send Corki bot, maybe even an Mbessa mid.
Sure.
Because if you do end up with a Renekton topside or something where you can really play through with the Nidalee, there's a chance that Hoya goes for a tank. He can play the Ornn. He can play the Scion. He's happy to pull these picks out. And that is something where going up against the Nidalee, you can at least try and be tanky enough to survive whatever dive's coming out and also have a really effective swap with the tanks. I mean, I will give Thunder Talk a lot of credit. We have seen Hoya play a lot of tanks, and I think that they've played those swaps really well. They have a good understanding that they can sack resources up there, put them into 1xN, and that's part of why 1xN's stats are so high up in the LPL, because he is given more, and he does a lot with it on this Thunder Talk team.
And so far, JDG for the first round, they've assembled with a winning core that gave them the Game 2 win over Weibo Gaming in their last best of 5. Nidalee, Leona, Renekton. Not only you have Shun's Nidalee, but you also have 2 champions that have reliable point-and-click CC to set up those spears to guarantee the 100 extra pounds damage for Nidalee to really accelerate the game. And Thunder Talk's answer is a Lilia. Now, the one thing about Nidalee, and both you and I know, Matt, from watching years and years of Nidalee, is that, yes, this champion is super powerful as a skirmisher. Yes, this champion is now slightly better in the late game because they gave her extra utility. But in terms of an AP carry, she tends to fall off in reliable teamfight damage compared to other mage junglers like Lilia, who, if they power farm, if the game doesn't blow completely open for Nidalee's favor, the Lilia just kind of rolls over the Nidalee in terms of overall teamfight impact.
Yeah, also dissuades like a Scout Yone maybe coming out. If you do stack melees in a Lilia, right, can be tough. The one thing about Lilia, you have the potential to pick this champion when it comes to Nidalee Leona. So removing Beishwan and the Lilia off the map early might be really important in these fights coming up, because as you highlighted, Rafa, if the Lilia is allowed to ramp throughout a fight, we have seen what Beishwan and what Lilia can do, especially on this patch. I did tease Leona, and that's going to be taken off the board anyway. Meanwhile, of course, Leona is showing, looks like attacking the support pool, as those bans will guarantee to land because the Corki is still technically flexible. I'm just interested, do we pay any respect to the potential of the double flex coming out with putting the Mbessa mid, the Corki bot,
sure, and
maybe donating a ban towards an Ord, which I think would really set up well for Lilia in terms of creating space, something that Hoya plays well, and you can play into the Renekton Nidalee. And yeah, I will say the Poppy ban, I like that because it does hit Hoya. He's played the Poppy in all 3 series for Thunder Talk, so it could go support, but also can be played up top. I don't love it in the Renekton Nidalee, but I feel like that's a nice ban from JDG by dinging both the top and support pools.
Depending on what Thunder Talk lock in here, we'll find out where all the other flexible champions are going. Ezreal for 1xN should mean that it's Corki for Satab and Mbessa for Hoya. So now the last pick actually comes down to support. I'm really curious that they're saving support counter pick for Feather when they've already seen the Leona showing on JDG's side.
I like this. Paize's Ezreal is worth denying. I think that's a really good deny. I'm just curious. Varus is up. Poke Varus, I think, fits this game really well because, again, chunking the Lilia, having the Chain of Corruptions to try and take her out before the fight starts. You get to interact with both the Corki and the Ezreal. And this pairing with Scout Azir, I think, would be really sound. If you do end up going for the Poke Varus, of course, you are missing out on some of the DPS. Azir brings that. And you can get the attack speed steroid from Nidalee and abuse that. So I actually think that with these 2 picks, JDG did a nice job of rounding out their comp here.
Yeah. Well, Thunder Talk, what does this composition need? You have not really guaranteed engage on any of these champions, albeit, you know, a flash Q ult setup from Lilia or Mbessa being able to target just one person with that public execution. I like the Rel. Magnastorm could set up everyone and, you know, cluster them up, which does make Beishwan's job a lot easier to hit and tag multiple targets with the passive. And that's going to be the call. All right, Cubby, lay it down on me. What should we see from both of these teams throughout the game?
Favor the scaling of Thunder Talk. I think that early game is really important for JDG. You have the Renekton Nidalee. You also have crowd control on the bot side. So potential to play through a couple lanes here. Lane swap scenario. I will say Mbessa level 1 is okay in the swap, whereas Renekton's is not. So interested if we do end up getting a swap in a 1v2. I think that could be okay for Thunder Talk. The concern is that you're going to get invaded. If you do lane this Ezreal plus Rel into Varus plus Leona, it kind of depends on how the map goes early. Whoever gets in lane first can have push. I favor Ezreal pre-base. Varus needs a few levels before you start to push around the Ezreal, and Rel should be able to tank most. So I think that you have a couple options, whether you want to swap or play 2v2, or swap or play, even lanes. I think the big thing for me is that you just need to scale if you are Thunder Talk. JDG, all eyes for me are on Shun and them early, because you are playing this in Italy. You're playing the Poke Varus. You're playing the Renekton. All the tools are in your favor in the early game. We're going to have to see what JDG can do with it.
And I want to call back to something you talked about during the pre-show, that Shun and Missing have not always been able to sync up accordingly during the early game. Game 2 was a way for them to prove that they can, sync up and be a very strong early game force. Granted, the way that Game 2 played out against Weibo Gaming was not in their favor. Weibo actually had, the first 4 minutes on lock, and it wasn't until a little bit of a fumble, but a great capitalization by Missing to snipe light zigs, and already Game 1 starting up here for Thunder Talk and JDG. JDG want to avoid any early mishaps like they did against Weibo Gaming with this same setup. And Thunder Talk are already bullying them out of the top side jungle, bringing 4, 5 members just to push Shun and Scout around.
Yeah, again, Renekton level 1 just not useful as a champion. So able to get in double Conqueror for the Corki and the Ezreal. You do have some options in terms of what keystones you run. Good wards, though, that JDG was able to get down before the full invade came out that are going to scout out TT. And Rafa, are we going to start this best of 5 off with some action? We do have Missing and Pays rotating over, and they've yet to be spotted by the wards that Thunder Talk dropped.
I think Shun is
pinched
on where he wants to start, because he wasn't able to aggressively get deep enough vision on any of the camps for Beichuan's blue side jungle. So this does force Shun to start on the bottom side with the red. He does have a chance to path towards the top side, and you can always play through Leona stuns to set up ganks. Even on someone like...
Yeah, I will say something kind of cute that was going on here from JDG. The Renekton waited to show bot, so there was split XP mid for the first few creeps. Hoya's going to miss out on the solo XP bot, so both solo laners are going to be behind XP. That said, the answer right now, Beichuan going for a rather aggressive invade. This is trouble.
He walked around the ward, so they knew that the vision was placed there, so this gives Shun a little bit of an opportunity to force Beichuan off with Missing.
Rel with red buff.
Oh, yeah, Feather's got to be careful.
Yeah.
If this spear connects, he could be in trouble. I think he took Pounce as the second ability. Yes, he did. So there's a little bit of threat there, but Thunder Talk just walk away. And the fact that 1XM was able to get the shove in on Pays does mean that they can't push further into the topside jungle. But this does rectify Shun's early game path, where he's able to safely take his full topside jungle, whereas Beichuan has to retreat into his own jungle.
Yeah, this is fine. We're just going to have Nidalee matching the Lilia clear too, which I think is good, because as long as Lilia is on one of the sides, I think you want to play into it as Nidalee early. And the early game here, JDG got most of what they wanted. They have Renekton with an XP advantage already in that matchup going into the Ambessa. Renekton will win that matchup early on, especially pre-6, because a lot of Ambessa's power is put in that passive of her ultimate. You got to put points into that to get a lot of the bonus power that you just get from using Ambessa abilities and autoing, right? Early on, Renekton with the shield break and just the raw strength of Renekton can push around this Ambessa. So it does look like we're going to have Shun path into Hoya and Ale, which I think is the right setup for JDG. Any 2v2 that is found here would have to be a big misplay from JDG for Thunder Talk to win this.
Yeah, the only saving grace for Thunder Talk at the moment is that Satab has push against Scout. So if Shun gets too deep into Beichuan's jungle, he should have this Corki being able to collapse first over the Azir. So far, Shun just taking the crab, not going for the deep invade, and challenging Beichuan on any of his bot side camps. It's going to be a full clear, and unfortunately, Cubby, not any action, at least for the next 30 seconds.
Okay, it's been some interesting posturing going on early on, at least.
Sure.
As it will be Shun a little bit ahead in terms of the clear for Nidalee. And he's actually wrapping around. Maybe he's going to look for the secondary crab. There are pings going onto it from JDG right now. We did have Scout TP back early. I will say if Satab has the potential here to walk back and maybe be able to save that TP for the grubs so that any damage dealt to Azir would stick in the next couple of minutes.
Oh, I'm missing is wrapping around right on top. Lands the stun. There's the Zenith Blade, but Beachwan flashes out before the spear could connect.
Necessary flash from Beishwan, but that's going to be the target for the grub fight coming up for JDG. As we have resets coming in, both bot lanes will make their way back to the top lane. That really is the global meta that we have right now. Grubs, first grubs especially, they just kind of decided that that's the stronger objective. So teams are rotating their bot lanes up to make sure that they can contest that with a numbers advantage. So will be the case here for JDG. Hoya gonna regret that trade, that call to make, gonna make sure that Ale wins that one for himself. Curiously enough, TT with the flash gone for Beishwan. They've actually moved their bot lane bot. Looks like they're just gonna opt to give this. So I will say, with playoffs coming around, I am happy to see teams dropping a few objectives. I think that this is actually smart from Thunder Talk to not fight the grubs. If they fought grubs with no flash on Lilia, you're kind of signing up for being at a pretty significant disadvantage.
Yeah. And then you're opening up the window for the snowball team to actually snowball on your face, and then that's not a good sign for Thunder Talk. This does open up a possibility to take Dragon, because now they're going to have the 2v1 into the pushing bot side, so they should have Prio, and since Corki is still winning against Scouts Azir, should be fine. Meanwhile, though, Hoya might just get dove into tower here. The wave is stacking. Missing. Should be able to lead the charge here. Hoya is not level 6, so not many room for
He's close.
outplay. He's still got a flash. Tries to flash the Q, but the stun lands. There's the damage. Isn't enough, though. Turd is ramping up. Shun's going to take a lot of damage after that one, but Hoya is still surviving, and he's clearing the minion wave. Gets level 6. Public execution. Tries to stall as long as he can on this topside dive. The spear, he sidesteps it with a quick Q, and Thunder Talk's top laner outplays the 1v3.
Great read coming out from Hoya again. Looking at that XP bar, he was close to 6, and that W, that's a big shield. He was able to survive the dive. While this has been going on, Beishwan hasn't been able to take the dragon, an objective. He's just been power farming, and Ale hasn't been pushed out of the bot side either. So it's not like JDG is losing out on the map from that play, but they did lose a lot of tempo with the failure to dive Hoya. And Hoya surviving was able to soak a lot of experience. So yes, Hoya's down, but a disaster avoided, quite frankly, with Hoya trying to live through that one. Meanwhile, JDG, good on them to rotate their bot lane to now match the bot lane of Thunder Talk. That actually puts contesting this dragon in the cards for them.
We're going to see what Thunder Talk decide to do concerning this dragon setup. Missing Stops Feather's base here. Shun has not had a chance to recall after the topside dive. He cleared the grubs. Took a couple camps on the top side. Now looks like he's still pathing towards the bot side. Scout is going to get a base in. Doesn't have teleport if they want to join for this dragon setup, but everyone is still trying to posture for it. And Shun, is he okay? Yep. They're just bullying them outside of this river at the moment.
I do appreciate, though, the respect that we're seeing from Thunder Talk. Again, their comp scale's really hard. If they get to the double Miramana spike, and they're on relatively even footing, I really do favor them as this game goes on. Again, the onus is on JDG to make the plays early with the composition that they have. And yes, they have a lead. They have the first 3 grubs, but they haven't been broken by this Renekton Nidalee. And if you aren't able to break it, the power of this combo and the champs that JDG has, they're going to go down as this game goes on. So I think Thunder Talk actually being really respectful and playing this early game out well, even though they haven't really made any plays, they're avoiding disaster, and that's a win.
And for Thunder Talk, I mean, this is a team that was able to upset BLG of all opponents, which is why a lot of us on the LPL English broadcast, not the guy that I'm casting with, has Thunder Talk favored in this matchup because, you know, if they were able to take down BLG, then what's JDG? Of course, I think, you know, Cubby is right in that BLG was very disrespectful in their series against Thunder Talk. But the way that Thunder Talk are playing is quite the opposite. And they're just going to show that they're very patient and they're very understanding of their win conditions. And if they were able to break JDG's momentum with one of their most consistent draft combinations in game 1, then what does the momentum, the morale of the series look like after?
No, I think that's a good point. And That's something that I gave Thunder Talk a lot of credit for, even going into the BLG series. Here I was sitting at the caster desk like, you know what? It's going to be a gentleman's sweep. It's going to be a 3-1 BLG, and everyone else kind of felt that way. Because I felt like Thunder Talk, their play, yes, they were beating bad teams in Group C. I mean, EDG and LNG were not good teams in this tournament, right? But the way they were doing it, they were playing decent fundamental league. They understood, you know, hey, let's take Ornn and let's sack him. He's going to be useful later on. It's not like Thunder Talk were playing bad league. In fact, they were getting a lot of those wins by just fundamentally playing better than their opponents. And to see that against JDG here, again, nothing special has happened so far, but that's exactly what TT wants in this draft. So I will give them credit early on. I think that so far, scoreboard looking like this, it's not bad at all for them.
Yeah. They can keep the game even and buy time for all of these spikes to come in on this 3-man core, the Lilia, Corki, and the Ezreal. Whew, and you're in a good spot for the mid game and going even further into the late game. A teleport? Oh no, not a teleport. That was the swirling seed. What? The particles look the same, dude.
I mean, I can't blame. I haven't actually, heard anyone confuse that yet, but I really can't blame you for that one, Rothman.
I was looking at the map and I saw the small, slow-moving orb, and I was like, oh, someone's TPing top. And
I do want to pause real quick because I feel like the first point of contention we might have is second grubs, which are spawning in 25.
Sure.
Giving away 6 grubs is expensive. And the way that things are sitting right now, it does not look like Thunder Talk are going to be able to contest this. 1xN already at half health, thanks to the work that Paze is putting into the mid lane. And Beishwan's been forced out of his topside jungle. They have Corki actually going to catch top, and they're sending Ambessa bot. I think this is easily going to be a 6 grub for JDG. If I'm Thunder Talk and Beishwan, maybe I'm looking to steal 1 if I'm lucky. Because this is where the game can really ramp and get out of control. The magic thing for Thunder Talk, I think 2 items plus. 2 items, if it's... They're at 2 items and it's even. I think that's where the game starts to be even, and then they get ahead afterwards. Again, until then, very heavily JDG favored. And Thunder Talk, sacking 6 grubs, this is beyond respectful. We have not seen a lot of teams do this. A lot of teams would rather flip the grubs and feel like, they lose the game if they don't.
Ooh, nice patience from Satab, but he's got to deal with Missing, who just flashed over the wall to lock him down for this kill. First blood for Paze, and a teleport is coming in for Hoya. Public execution will dash through Missing, and I think he used the flash as well. I'm not sure if it's updating on the scoreboard, but Hoya manages to escape that one as well.
Yeah, just the public execution for Hoya. Missing did flash to make the play onto Satab, but well worth it. They'll take the kill and wrap up those 6 grubs. No response from Beishwan. Gonna go try and look to the bot side jungle of Shun. No Raptors to take, and 6 grubs for JDG. These towers gonna start falling, and that gold's gonna start stacking up. So again, I thought Thunder Talk was doing a decent job up until that point. A lot of teams have refused to sack 6 grubs. They'd rather fight and flip and feel like they have a better chance than actually give away 6 grubs and end from there. And man, going up against an Azir with a Nashor's Tooth can really punish 6 grubs as we get a replay. Satab, really good flash. He waits on the R and then react flashes it. That's the one way that you can get around Azir R. If you flash too early, you can just scoop you right back in. TP from Hoya. Unfortunately, a little bit late, so wasn't able to help out. As a nice collapse from JDG to pick up a kill on the Corki to get the party started. And I guess check 1 box towards Feats.
Yeah. I think for JDG, the thing that they started to recognize is that Thunder Talk are playing so patient, they're playing so defensive, that JDG just have to invest a lot more resources in order to break the game open. Now, has the game been broken open? No, not quite yet. 6 grubs is very powerful to have, but JDG needs to actually use this advantage and try to find ways where they can continuously get small picks. They don't need to go for like huge fights. Hang on, 1xN, force to cleanse, Chain of Corruptions, does tag Feather, and the Solar Flare connects as well, but might not be enough damage as he dodges the spear. Takes a little bit of damage from Paze, but not enough to take him down.
Again, that's okay. No significant sums burned outside the cleanse for 1xN, but that's a cleanse on an Ezreal. Could be worse in terms of what you lose. I think the big thing is that both these outer turrets are about to fall. You got 1 plate or 2 plates left on that bot turret, and that's a Azir with Nashor's Tooth and 6 grubs. And for me, Scout, when he was playing on LNG, that team was really the one that actually started pioneering the strategy of getting 6 grubs, utilizing Nashor's Azir, and really attacking those side lane turrets. I give Scout actually a lot of credit for this pick and this strategy in particular, really getting this in the global meta. And I love the way that JDG is playing this because they're collapsing into Satab. That plate's going to fall. That tower's almost gone. And this is a lot of pressure going towards a Corki that's now half health and no flash. So love how JDG is moving their pressure around the map. TT is under a lot of pressure and are likely going to have to drop this turret, which is a box check towards Feats.
Yep, this is exactly what JDG need to do. Even though that it does remove their support from other lanes where Paze is sitting, he is Poke Varus. It gives him the power to try and clear the wave and just step back when he needs to. And now, once Shun and Missing are linked up on the map, this is where you can really try and break open the game if ThunderTalk are a little too far forward. As what happened there? Did he get the blue on the way out?
Yeah, Feather was trying to find the engage, and Shun was able to pounce away from it. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah, tool burned from Feather, but hey, the Hex Flash still on Rel. You know, sometimes that one can be stronger than the actual one.
You know, a gut instinct in my brain was saying, you know, just press R, put Paze to sleep. But
you can hear it in my voice too, Rafa. I thought for a second that we might see that, but not the case. Instead, it's going to be Dragon traded for Top Outer. The Top Outer was likely to fall anyway, but still JDG picking up more money in their pockets. 2.5K gold lead does feel really nice at this point of the game. And a lot of that is on this Renekton, which, again, it's going to take time to actually move the Renekton if you're ThunderTalk. The 2-item plus bar is moving closer to 3 items just because JDG is going to be ahead. The fact they have more gold at this point. So TT going to have to start fighting to even just secure their own jungle camps at this point. And JDG, so far it's been a decent snowball from them. They've been doing a nice job this game.
Yeah, it hasn't been the most explosive snowball where they're just getting kills left, right. But what JDG are doing is they're calculating on which champions are overextended or which champions they can effectively dive, and then taking that summoner advantage or kill advantage and then taking out the turrets, and then they are slowly able to encroach the vision line further and further into the recesses of ThunderTalk's jungle, and then that's when it gets very difficult for ThunderTalk to play the game, even a defensive one like they've been for the past 16 minutes.
Yeah, if you're able to get in the jungle of ThunderTalk and start denying camps away from the Lilia, that's where it's going to really hurt, because Lilia needs economy to be effective as a champion.
Yep.
As another thing that helps, removing turrets. Rift Herald secured. That's 6 scrub Rift Herald for JDG. Gotta imagine it's going to be thrown mid immediately as Missing is looking to sync up with the team. Gets caught out.
Just gotta be careful, because on the left side, the JDG
Hoya
reinforcements arrive, and Hoya gets scooped up. The public execution doesn't even matter, because he dies before it happens. The Rift Herald's gonna be popped. Not going to even need it for this tier 1 in the mid lane. They're going to pilot and crash it into the tier 2. And Matt, I think this is where the game is starting to finally break open for JDG and ThunderTalk. It's up to them. Do they want to try to flip the game now, or do they still want to be defensive and hold on until these item spikes come alive? It's very difficult to try and contest JDG at the moment, but Satap is going to go in onto Missing. Beichuan flashing over. Q flashed into the ulti. Missing goes to sleep, and 1xF puts him out. And the rest of JDG are forced to retreat.
Still, 2 turrets taken. The kill in the back half doesn't feel great, but it is JDG in control of this game, and I like the idea from ThunderTalk to catch Missing on the rotation. You know that Rift Herald's going down, right? We're talking about it here on the desk, but an overstay and a late public execution from Hoya, who got locked up before he get that ult off, was taking another look. I like the idea, right? You know that they're on Rift Herald. You can get free damage off on the Leona. It's just that the E from 1xN really took him out of range, doing significant damage to Missing. And then Hoya got locked up before he could use that public execution. I think he needs to buffer the Shurima shuffle with that just to get it off and make sure that he isn't 100% locked up. Because it was a really nice play by Scout and Paze to have that Emperor's Divide lead to the Chain of Corruption. Make sure the Ambassa couldn't go crazy with the Bay Boys in the fight. She got taken down, and JDG manages to find 2 turrets after that play.
Yeah, and now the map is further and further in JDG's control, and just in time, as we are a couple minutes away from not only the 3rd dragon of the game, but also the Otacon spawning. Will be on the top side of the map this time around, and with JDG having taken out both turrets in the mid lane, and a turret on the top, threatening to take that 2nd tier turret on the top side as well, it's going to be even more difficult for ThunderTalk to try and reestablish vision control so they can safely challenge the Otacon.
I will say, like, the strength of Otacon's kind of their friend, because it's really tough to take a 20-minute Otacon if you don't have a numbers advantage. Like,
sure,
the shred, especially when that thing spawns, it's pretty significant. So Maybe the time able to be bought there. And Dragon spawning sunk up with that timer as well on the bot side. Maybe if, you're going to be crazy, JDG tries to take Otacon while Dragon's being taken by ThunderTalk. But if I'm JDG, I think it's a good time to stop the Dragon stacking here. And you can see, I think that's where their focus is. Yeah, Shun and Scout doing a nice job of clearing some vision and getting pushed in the bot side. And the commitment to play through lane has been really nice for JDG too, just taking advantage of how self-sufficient the Renekton and Azir can be in the side lanes. And neither of those picks have been really pushed, and 6 scrubs are getting work done as TT just continues to bleed out.
Yeah. Ala in a 1v2 against Beichuan and Hoya.
He's got 2 levels.
He gets put to sleep. Beichuan trying to do as much damage as he can, but Ala is quite durable in this Renekton. Scout joins the fight. The public execution, not quite used yet. I think he dodged it. He must have missed it on the Scout because I didn't see any of the knock-up animation go through. JDG able to bail out the top laner.
Yeah, I think he fired it backwards instead of forwards, and it was a sidestep under that got him around that one. Not the best R coming out from Hoya. As again, I don't mind the attempt, but you could see with how strong the Renekton is. Ala was sitting at level 14, had 2 levels on Hoya and 3 on Beichuan, and you stack into Renekton like that. Does this champ scale the hardest in the game? No, but I love to say Renekton scales off of how many melee champs are in the game. So if you're going to play into him like that, you get more mileage out of the E, the Q, and even the R. And yeah, we see them get forced away from topside, and JDG going to set their sights on denying the Dragon next, which thanks to some tools being down after that failed play, is going to be quite easy.
Yeah, I mean, ThunderTalk, both of their Triforce Muramana carries have reached their 2-item spikes. But the thing that I really like that Pays went for this game, he didn't actually go for the Muramana as a second item. He went for Yumu's into the Edge of Night. Extra defensibility, but also just kind of on more demand damage and not waiting for the stacking to finish yet. Hang on, Feather. Might look for missing. Knows that there's no flash available on this Leona. Uses the Zenith Blade to give himself a little bit more distance. And it's enough to actually escape the clutches of ThunderTalk.
Nothing really cooking on the map now unless you want to have a hard commit for the Otacon. But now, that's the first, I think the first camp I've really seen, or the first rotation of camps I've seen where Beichuan's gotten denied by the middle lane. And that is a big deal, again, is if Lilia gets denied Econ, this champ's really, really falls off when she's not ahead and being able to push the pace of the game. As I mean, Lilia is pretty much, she's bringing damage and that big engage to the table, right? That's where you want Lilia to be.
Yeah. At some point, if you're behind an economy, then all you can really hope for is just finding a massive flash engage.
Yeah.
Because you really don't have enough durability to last so long to get multiple procs of Q or W and really ramp up the damage. You're just trying to set up for the rest of your team. And that might just be the case if JDG are going to force an objective in the next couple of minutes, since it looks like Beichuan is still behind in gold to pick up that second item, whereas Setab and 1xN, right now, they're your best chances of really pumping the damage needed to take down JDG in a fight.
Yeah, again, 2 items achieved, but they're so far behind that it still isn't enough to be ahead or start winning these team fights. It's going to require a little bit more, but this is the point where I do like TT scaling from here on out. It's just that this moment is also going to be really hard, and with the game that lacks this much blood, these are the games where no matter where they end up finding Otacon and what version spawns when, you like to see the GA one. And I really like what JDG is doing here, just making it really difficult to even walk into that Tri-Brush. As Pays and Shun on the poke, Varus and poke Nidalee, respectively, doing really nice work against the front line of TT, forcing them all back, making this Otacon look better and better.
Ooh, missing with the Solar Flare. Connects on the Setab, tries to Valkyrie away. Chain of Corruptions, tags Setab, forced to flash. And ThunderTalk barely escaping with their lives, but it did come at the cost of a couple summoner spells there. Pays is still wrapping around, trying to threaten the backline with another piercing arrow. Missing, lands it up onto Feather, and despite the Magna Storm, no one from JDG is even threatened. They're down a couple members now, or I should say just one for Feather. ThunderTalk have a chance to reset and get their HP bars back to full, but JDG doing what they can to push them.
That was That was a great ult from Pays. It got the flash from Setab, and on the scoreboard, it's a 1-for-0, but look at all the flashes that ThunderTalk burned. That might be part of why JDG is forcing this Otacon, because if they did come to fight, there would be no flashes in TT. They're just going for Pays.
I mean, he lands the public execution and Pays just pops the cleanse, but here comes Ala with the teleport. Satab also joins the fray as well. 1v2, the Croc is going to pop the Corki before 1XM can burn him down, and Ala on the Renekton is just busting heads. ThunderTalk are falling to the wayside. He doesn't even die. Ala, the Croc master. Ala showing him what's up.
That was a great guess there, going over the wall, following 1XN, managed to pick up all the kills. As the Croc, you called it too big at this point of the game, and ThunderTalk not wanting to contest the Otacon, they look elsewhere. JDG punishes, and now this game's truly gotten out of control. Otacon secured, and it was so late, they might be able to use the respawn to look for Baron as Beishwan.
Does find the kill on the Ala and takes out his GA from the Otacon, but Ala, you did your work, bro. You got your kills, you got yours, and ThunderTalk, what seemingly was a very slow deficit for the past 25 minutes, it has now exploded. We've finally seen the snowball come to full fruition, and it all starts by trying to punish Pays in between these two towers.
Beishwan wasn't able to follow this one up, so I don't think it's warranted from Hoya. And then Alway from here deletes the waves so they can't get the turret, and then knows that Satab is no flash, so signs up for that one. That's nice and easy. Also knows that he's got the Otacon in his back pocket here in his sec. Guessed the E from Ezreal. Great E from Ale to follow that one up. And then Rel, no damage in that kit. The Croc keeps on stacking up the Fury thanks to the ult, thanks to everything that was going down. Very clean from Ale, and that's going to mean this game, again, getting further and further out of control.
I mean, an 8,000 gold lead with the composition that JDG have assembled. Yes, ThunderTalk, they're still, you know, potentially. I don't even feel right saying potentially. It's like there's technically still a small chance, but I feel like it's less ThunderTalk. How should I say? It's less in their control.
We need oopsies.
Yeah. JDG have to mess up essentially at this point in order for ThunderTalk to come back.
Missing has to go missing if this one's gonna. And a few other things needs to happen if we're going to have ThunderTalk in this game. But, yeah, honestly, it was a nice slow burn from JDG. They played the map out well. ThunderTalk was very respectful, if anything, a little bit too respectful. And this is sometimes the issue with scaling comps. If you do take a lot of scaling, you just never get in the game. And JDG, using their strength, played that really well. I mean, look at Ale. 3-level lead over the Ambessa and a 2-level lead on Satab. Pretty much 3 levels on everyone in the game. I don't care what champion you are, if you're Renekton or anyone else, you're up this big, this point of the game, you're going to be really, really tough to deal with. So, TT, again, need to keep on keeping on the back foot.
I had a slight chuckle with myself as one of our producers, Kelsey, the Kelsey Moser, just piped in and chimed my JDG 3-0 prediction looking hot already. it's still a best of 5 for any ThunderTalk fans. Don't fret. They still got a long series to play out, but this game 1 is definitely looking the way of JDG's claim as the Baron is secured, and the rest of JDG are now looking for the engage. Solar Flare into the Chain of Corruptions. Hoya is locked down. Not a lot of damage follow-up as the Piercing Arrow dealing a lot there. The Ignite sticking him and forcing him to reset here. Ala already popped the Dominus, was red. Whoa, he just flashed on a 1XN, but he popped the Cleanse. Gets the Arcane Shift. Missing. Hang on. Goes down. ThunderTalk. They're making the defense happen. And the rest of JDG, they're going to have to give ground.
Still, like, that's worth losing your support for, frankly. If we're going to burn Flash on Lilia and the R and we only lose support, that's okay for JDG. I think that's why JDG is still playing up. They got the heals from Nidalee, the poke from Pays. They can still pressure ThunderTalk in this formation. Feather, though, they haven't seen him dip down with Beishwan. ThunderTalk might look to re-engage. Here comes.
Oh, Feather, Flash, Magnustorm, looking for Shun. He pounces right on the 1XN, uses the pounce reset to try and get away. Is it enough? Pops the stasis. Here comes Scout. Finds Satab. The true shot rush from 1XN. Finds Shun to the back line, but is it going to be enough? He's below 30% HP, and Scout is ripping the rest of ThunderTalk apart. Hoya is forced to retreat. The rest of ThunderTalk survive for now. Don't know if JDG are going to try and pursue for the base end. Scout is looking for Hoya on this top side, and he's poking him out. And it looks like he's got enough mobility. Meanwhile, the rest of JDG pushing him through the base. The inhibitor tower falls. The inhibitor falls. Thunder Talk should be strong enough to hold for now, but a Chain of Corruption's flash finds one extended Pace, reminds him who's the better AD carry as he puts him into the dirt. Scout buying as much time as he can so that Hoya can't retreat and that no one gets to defend the base of Thunder Talk. JDG strike first, take game 1 of the series.
What a sick combo from Paze to end the game. The R flash securing that onto 1xN's Ezreal and the execute on the Fed poke Varus. Well played from JDG, and again, Thunder Talk just never got into that game. The only 2 objectives they got were the Dragons. They went uncontested while JDG was picking up everything else they wanted on the map. Those 6 grubs on the top side, again, not fighting the second spawn of grubs. I feel like TT really signed up for the slow burn loss, and JDG put that one really well. You have Renekton, you have Azir, self-sufficient side lanes, committed to the 1-3-1. No way for Thunder Talk to break that with the Nidalee up in their face the entire time, and Thunder Talk never got into this game.
And I think what's so impressive is that the snowball was so methodical, and it was so slowly played out from JDG. I normally get nervous watching a Nidalee composition not immediately get off and explode to the races like within the first 10-15 minutes of the game, right? But the fact that JDG didn't let that bother them, they just slowly started taking the wins where they could get them. And even though Thunder Talk were very defensive and very patient and saying, okay, you know what, we're not going to take any chances, we'll just give them whatever they have, then it was on JDG to say, okay, we need to really pick a window to really break their backs. And they found them one by one until eventually Thunder Talk could no longer endure the onslaught.
Yeah, I think, if anything, going back on that draft, I would change the Hui ban for Varus. Because when you have poke Varus, his ability to just delete the waves mid and then go help Nidalee with whatever invade or just to pepper or pressure any turret, I think it created way too much pressure for Thunder Talk to deal with. And they were already showing a lot of things where, you know, poke Varus into Corki, Ezreal, Lilia, the ability to pick burst those champions that are going to have lifesteal later on in the game in their kit. It just creates a power window that's so good early for the first 20 minutes, and the way that JDG used it was really strong. So they played their comp out well, but again, I just don't see the agency or the options for agency in the early game from Thunder Talk with that draft. And JDG, the way they played it, just never were able to get in the game on the flip side, and that was really good. Again, this JDG team, whenever we see them play, I feel like we see them getting incrementally better. And I want to see now if throughout the series, we did spend so much time, rightfully so, talking about Thunder Talk, who I think are the big stories sitting in top 4, just given how big of a surprise it is. But I think JDG is another story where this is a super team. It's a super roster that came together, and we haven't seen what we wanted out of them so far, but they are getting better. And this series, I think that the test for them is consistency. They, you know, OMG, 5 games against OMG is not what you want as JDG. That feels pretty bad. 5 games against Weibo, that was an insane series. It was very competitive. I think that was a lot of fun, and Weibo's a great team. But JDG, this is a team where you should be putting away Thunder Talk 3-0 if you want to actually take this super team, you know, tag and run with it and do damage in the league. I feel like that's really, you know, where JDG's head should be at going into the series. And yeah, this did look like a team where it was pretty impossible to play into them and pretty impossible to shut them down. It was really strong performance from JDG in this one.
Yeah, it almost makes you question, you know, did Thunder Talk give away too much, or was the draft, did it not have enough pieces in the composition to give them any early agency leeway? Because it seemed like the only lane that was effectively pushing was Satab on the Corki, but because a lot of these carries are spiking at 2 items and prefer to just keep the game even, there's a point where, you know, this might be a little too revisionist just looking at how the game played out, but the fact that Thunder Talk were giving away so many resources to JDG, and then JDG eventually just started breaking all the turrets and giving them less and less space for them to play out with. I'm curious how that affects, you know, the draft going forward. Obviously, this is Fearless, so JDG will not have, you know, the Nidalee, Leona, Renekton combo again. They're not going to have Varus either, but, you know, if they go for similar compositions where Thunder Talk prefers scaling versus aggressive snowball from JDG, how does Thunder Talk avoid, you know, this same scenario again?
Yeah, I think the draft was, again, I think Varus is just really game warping.
Sure.
But they could have taken Varus on 4 themselves if they wanted to, but I don't think Varus into like Nid, Renekton, Leona. That's not the best angle, so that's why I'm kind of down with banning it. Again, I think that the Lilia on 3, I can understand it. It's not terrible, but you just need more frontline. And I think the unwillingness to flex Ambessa for me is where things got interesting. I don't... Like, Satab, we've seen him be really big on the melees. We haven't seen him pilot the Ambessa yet. I'm going to double-check that one. Yeah, we haven't seen him pilot the Ambessa yet. But I think that the refusal to flex that is where things got a little bit awkward, because if they were able to put that one mid, maybe take like an Orin Kasate or Jax top for Hoya. Orin's the only champs out of those that he's played, and play defense that way, maybe things can get a little bit better, because the Ezreal Corki can't move Renekton. So you are just kind of taking all that scaling for, like, for what, right? If you can't end up moving the pick.
Sure.
So yeah, Renekton ended up being really, really, really big that game.
Okay. Well, JDG fans, they've got big smiles on their faces, seeing the super team that was promised to them early on, you know, not drop a game, or not drop game 1 to Thunder Talk, at least being able to get revenge for Demacia Cup and the best of 1 that knocked them out early in the tournament. And this game 1, I mean, who else were you going to give it to? I mean, that Renekton play, the 1v3 in the mid lane, that was pure cinema.
Yeah, ended up actually taking the ability haste, not the attack speed rune. That's really the only choice that you have on Renekton. That, or if you want to demolish your overgrowth, lane swaps, just demolish. But yeah, that could have been big in making sure that he won this play, which is one of the few highly interactive plays from the game that, I mean, this is very clean. He dunked on this play. The gas on 1xn, also, if you're a Renekton player at home, weaving in the autos before you cast those abilities, you can cancel the back half of the animation. That's the big thing. So, yeah, watching that one, very clean from Ale. Gets my decent Renekton, you know, stamp of approval from there, which I'm a decent Croc player, you know. It's not bad. It's one of the champs we played in High Diamond, you know, way back in the day.
Well,
I'm really reaching for stuff when we bring up our own gameplay here. We start moving to the next game.
That's right. Well, before we go to break, just want to remind everyone at home that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers and helping level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, and put a huge bulk of it pays on our talent and content creators. So please continue subscribing to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, which, big note, our on-site interviewer, Patty, is actually there for playoffs. So big shout outs to Patty, the GOAT, the legend. Thank you so much. And this helps her out, as well as helps level up the entire broadcast. When we come back from break, game 2 will be on your screen. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for game 2. Draft is loading up shortly. And for us, myself, Rafa, and Cubby, we have to kind of regroup after watching game 1 because watching that performance from JDG is the JDG we have been wanting to see pretty much since Demacia Cup, since the entirety of the split. And not to say that they haven't shown inklings of that kind of performance and brilliance in some of their best of 5 series during the group stage play, but when you want to make a statement by opening game 1 of a upper bracket series for playoffs implications or playoffs and, you know, being able to advance to the upper bracket and make a run for being LPL split champions and representing LPL at the first stand tournament, this is the way you want to start off.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Talk never got into game 1. They had scaling elements of their draft, but I think the Lilia pick, again, it's really vulnerable to pick, and you were already showing Nidalee, Leona, or Renekton too, which can push Lilia around at least early on. And then you give away the poke Varus, which I think that was the big mistake for me. Just really feeds into the identity of the comp well. And the Varus Azir combo was a really nice draft from JDG to round that one out and play out what was a clean game. I think Thunder Talk, I'm going to really look at Grubs for this game coming up. Thunder Talk, they sacked first Grubs because Lilia was down flash. I agreed with that decision. And then by the time second Grubs spawned, they were already being forced out and pushed around. They had to sack that too. And then they never just got into the game from there. So I think Grubs should be a big focus because if you do give a team the caliber of JDG, 6 Grubs, especially Scout on Azir, highlighted how when Grubs were a thing at the start of last year, the Nashor's Tooth Rush 6 Grub Azir was a strat that a lot of teams were using, especially in LPL, as being really pioneered by Scout and LNG. That was a good way to get leads and win games. Not a lot of winning moments there for Thunder Talk. So see if game 2 can lead to something better.
Well, I like how you brought up that JDG essentially used a lot of strong kind of individual playstyles and winning combos and cores for their first game opener. Now, the real question is, what else do JDG have in store? What else do Thunder Talk have in store for the series?
Yeah, isn't that just the series? Every series with Fearless, you know? 'Cause
I
whatever's taken is now off the board. But I think the big thing that what's led to success from Thunder Talk, Satab on melees has been really good, and then Hoya just playing sack side, and creating space for 1xN. I think that between the all the elements kind of mixing it together, we have seen Thunder Talk be able to put together a lot of comps where 1xN is able to carry as the game goes on. He has been mostly playing carries, so I think that's where I look to see if they can get back to their identity a little bit. And Bessa is not the best champ for Hoya and for Thunder Talk, just given the strengths of Hoya and what Thunder Talk wants to do. That comp just ended up not working out because once they fell behind, it didn't feel like they had enough ways to get back into the game. It was just kind of, okay, if we don't have 3 items on our AD, mid, and jungle, we're doomed. And we have no access to anything after an item or just, you know, from when the game spawns. So, yeah, it ended up being a little bit of a tough draft there for Thunder Talk. I think a little bit too much damage, not enough utility. It wasn't balanced enough for me, so maybe looking for something a little bit more balanced this next game.
So, hear me out.
Okay.
This is, you know, I took some Thunder Talk copium during the break, and for any Thunder Talk fans in the chat, maybe a little bit of relief to offer them peace of mind. Thunder Talk potentially could have taken, you know, a weak side top laner for Hoya, like the Ornn. But I think, you know, and hear me out, Thunder Talk might have said, you know what, this draft is already very strong from JDG. They're putting a lot of their best pieces already in the first game. Remember, this is a marathon, not a race, you know, where we have many more games to potentially win and they can never use these champions again. Let's not use our best champions in game 1 either. Let's just pick champions that JDG would like to use against them. And even when we lose, now they're off the board, you know, some 5D chess. And instead of picking the Ornn for game 2 that, you know, maybe they assumed was going to be very, very difficult to play out, just save the Ornn, save other tank picks for later on in the series where they're not threatened by this Nidalee, Varus, Leona Renekton combo, the Azir on top of it as well.
That was a really long-winded way of saying we just lost a red side game, guys. It's fine. You know, I feel like that's where I'd go if I was on the true Thunder Talk copium angle. Is we expect them to be on blue side for the upcoming game. Buys a ban. I think that we've really seen the bans actually be more formalized in terms of what's being taken away. Looking at the Skarner on red side, been a permanent fixture of LPL. I'm surprised we haven't just edited that one into our draft graphic yet, you know, to just put Skarner
LPL
in that
global
box.
ban.
Yeah.
No one is ever going to let the Skarner go through.
So that's one, but maybe opening up the Jace. That's been a really big pick for Satab. Actually, has been playing it mostly in the mid lane. Also, Rumble being taken away. You have options to first pick that one. And my eye's actually going to be on the bot lane pool, something that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about, but 1xN and Pays both made the All-Pro list. I think both ADs have actually been playing really well for their respective teams, and we did see 3 ADs taken off the board there with the Corki mids, so potential for that pool to get narrowed up as the series goes on. I know that was a big note for Pays, especially in his first year on Gen G, that he had some champions that he was stronger on than others. Ezreal being one of them, and Ezreal was taken off the board, and I expect the Kalista ban to continue as well from TT, as that is a champion that Pays should really never get his hands on as long as that champ's in the meta.
Yeah. Now, other AD carries I'm going to be looking at to see if Thunder Talk or JDG want to snipe them from themselves. Ashe, Jinx potentially. I would love to see the return of LeBron Pays, aka the Ziggs lock-in, if he gets his hands on it. Kog'Maw, I think, is one of the few champions that only Pays has played in the entirety of LPL. I could be wrong, but I think that was...
yeah, they had the Cog Lulu game, yeah?
Yeah, the Cog Lulu
and
game.
They didn't die. So, that went pretty well.
Yep, return of the Juggermaw comp. Going through more champion pools, I'm just trying to figure out what JDG are going to lean into next now that, you know, one of their essentially best drafts is now gone for the rest of the series. Obviously, top lane is in plenty of supply for Ala to pick from. Cassante was not used in that game, so now that's available, and there's no that's a trade that can be made. So Thunder Talk, that might be something that they actually have to decide for themselves. Like, if Cassante's available in the first round, do we want to just snipe the Cassante and guarantee that we have, like, pretty much an unanswerable top lane champion?
Potentially, Hoya's yet to play it. I frankly expect every top laner to be able to play it, but that could actually be a good pick for Thunder Talk. I think first pick Cassante is perfectly viable, especially if Ambessa and Jace are off the board. And I'm curious if JDG feels like it's worth banning a Jace on the red side, as we do see a very heavy focus on jungle bans. The divers of Vi and Nocturne taken off the board. So maybe looking to protect something like an Ashe, potentially. But a lot of first picks open. I like the Sejuani takeaway, because something that both teams have done, or I should say what Thunder Talk has done, is run the Rumble Sejuani Yone core, which I think is really strong and makes for a pretty easy first scrub fight. Beishwan's been really, really nice on the Sejuani. Just has a good read of when and where to throw his weight around. We saw him hard carry a game against Syra, but with Ambessa and Jace off the board, I really think this is a challenge to Hoya. Is a Cassante going to come out now, or is he going to look to give that one away and play his Poppy into it, which has been really nice for Thunder Talk. As on this team, the Poppy usually piloted by Hoya, not Feather, and it looks like that's going to be the play. Taking away the dive to protect the Ashe, giving away that Cassante, and then looking to find a counter later on for Thunder Talk.
That's the gamble that JDG set up now. Do they want to just guarantee the Cassante for themselves, or do they want to prioritize something else? Junglers are not necessarily champions you have to scrap for, but Shun just wanting to get his hands on something like a Xin Zhao, where you have so much skirmishing power and you have decent team fighting capabilities, especially if Thunder Talk play a lot of range. The Crescent Guard is a great answer. And then, of course, Aurora. I mean, this champion just blows up squishies when she gets to that 2-item breakpoint, and it's not a fun time for the AD carry.
This is still a really big challenge to Thunder Talk. Are you going to play Cassante or no? And they're going to keep on trying to give it. It's going to be Rumble top for Hoya. Not a big surprise here. This is something that Hoya has played to good success. 1-1. And then the Ashe Braum pairing being rounded out does make it a little bit harder on Xin. Xin, one-directional champion, going into Braum does feel really bad. for Zen. So gonna have to be a little bit more careful now if you are Shun jumping into that Ashe Braum. And of course, Rumble Braum, nice synergy there. So already some potential.
Come on.
Yeah.
There's not really set up for the Ziggs, but I would be excited.
Yeah, I wouldn't love this pick actually for JDG. Yes, it's really strong into Ashe Braum and even Rumble, but you're already over-indexing on magic damage. This actually tells me that it could be a top Aurora. I'm wondering if Thunder Talk decides to maybe even ban a Yone, a pick that I feel like they would really want in this draft, but also something that Scout could deny in mid, because a marksman or a consistent AD DPS, it is missing from the JDG comp right now, so that is something that TT could abuse as time goes on.
Uh-oh. We lost the draft graphic. Something tells me that they need to remake the draft. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a chance that the Ziggs was not intentional, or if it is, then we potentially see the return of LeBron Pays, which I would be very excited for. The Mega Inferno Bombs, the first time that we saw him play the Ziggs in the LPL, were quite immaculate, and unfortunately Ultra Prime were the recipient of multiple three-pointers from halfway across the map. Not a good time for Ultra Prime, but it was a great time for JDG enjoyers and Ziggs enjoyers. Shoutouts to Ox from the LCK. But we'll get the draft graphic back up for you guys as soon as possible. Obviously, we're just the co-stream. We're just yoinking from the clean feed.
Unofficial broadcast, not co-stream. Big difference here. Yeah,
unofficial broadcast. You know.
Big difference here, Rafa.
What I mean to say is that we are at the whims of the clean feed. So whatever the clean feed dictates, we roll with. So I am just purely guessing based on the fact that we don't have anything there. But
I have been pretty cursed too when it comes to breaks, as I had the very first day I was on, it was the very first day that we were on as a stream in Demacia Cup, and I had to fill for an hour and 20 minutes before we got into the first game, which was an immaculate fill that unfortunately was lost to time, as we didn't have the Twitch feed set to pass broadcast yet, and weren't able to stream on YouTube. But Mazel and I killed that fill, and yes, it did get very off the rails, but, you know, we did our best.
You had to fill for an hour and 20 minutes? What happened?
I know. It's been a long time since then, and these fills are even more interesting because as you're experiencing right now, it's not like we have production in our ear being like, oh yeah, we have to change a mouse, or oh yeah, we have to reboot a PC, or there's a bug that we're investigating. It is complete and utter silence, and we just have to wait.
Nothing but echoes from the dark. Just waiting from the abyss. Damn.
Well, that was deep.
I mean, well, it ain't shallow, you know. Have you ever been in an abyss before? Those things go for miles and miles.
Fortunately not. You mentioning that, it reminds me of like the graphic that you always see where it's like your greatest fear, and it's the person like 6 feet under with like their head like straight down like in the hole and they can't get out. Because that would be my greatest fear if that is truly Abyss Gaming. Unless we see differently, I'm expecting this to be a repeat of draft up until when the Ziggs is locked in. I believe Ziggs was locked in. If they had to pick a different champ, then I don't know, maybe we just call it home field advantage, or we learn about what happened later. That said, expecting the same draft up until the Ziggs, and we'll see where it goes from there. Again, I'm looking towards JDG. If they don't choose to take a consistent form of AD DPS in the likes of Yone, or maybe a few of the mid laners that we are seeing, or marksmen that we see get played mid or top, then disadvantage as the game goes on, going up against an Ashe Braum, where if they're able to interact with you, the DPS from them will be greater than whatever JDG has. So could have a couple different styles of compositions coming in here.
So if this hover gets locked in, JDG wanted a certain Yordle with magic damage, just not the Ziggs. You know, they wanted potentially this Kennen, and this would have guaranteed double AP solo lanes, and then you have mixed damage with the physical damage.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao, and now you have an open field for whatever Pays wants to play in the bot lane.
I like this pick a lot. It's 2-0 for JDG and Ale, and also into what's showing, there's nothing that can keep Kennen out. Like, oftentimes, Kennen, you're struggling against going up against something like a Lee Sin, which actually could be banned away from Beijuan here if you want to take away some displacement. But, like, when you're playing Kennen, you're scared of, like, an Alistar, Lee Sin, anything that can really keep you out from having that big R flash moment. What's being shown so far, you have a winning lane for Kennen into Rumble, and Ashe Braum, they can CC you, but it takes time, and if you're using Enchanted Crystal Arrow on Kennen, that's something that A, he can flash, or B, that's not exactly where you want to be using the tool unless you can get a pick. And Kennen, he wants to hide himself and be truly a rat in a brush so that you don't have a chance to react to that. So I really like the setup so far from JDG, and love the fact that with all the damage they have, they're going to take something like a Jhin that offers them much more control. So ability to outrange and out-interact the TT comp. I'm going to try and really play slow, and then when they cast the Rs from both Aurora and Kennen, just have a big boom shotgun team fight, and TT hopefully can't deal with that.
Yeah, and Pays is now a little bit safer in these fights because he can just sit in a crow's nest halfway across the fight screen, but a Poppy lock in for Thunder Talk. I mean, this could go to Beichuan in the jungle, and the Rumble would still go top lane. And now with, you know, decent ultimates available, like the Slicing Maelstrom from Kennen, that would be something that you could steal as the Sylas, but I feel like Thunder Talk probably want a little bit more control, ways to be able to really punish JDG for overextending with the three-man core as they want to push in forward. The Victor is locked in.
I don't like this.
Really not a fan?
No, I think that you need some sort of engager set up for the Rumble. I think the Galio ban was really smart from JDG, taking that away. Now, I like this adaptation from JDG because we are seeing a lot of Galio into the Rumble, but you don't want to play Galio into Ashe Braum. Like, that doesn't feel good. Ashe can really make your life hell, making a one-directional trip going in. But taking the Kennen, banning the Galio, I think Galio would have been something that would have brought the entire TT comp together. Instead, you don't have this like big main engager set up for the Rumble outside of an Ashar, even like Poppy, the E and the R knockup. I think that the idea is that this is something that can actually mark and keep Kennen out. So you have a numbers advantage, but now the Bard pick for missing, I loved. You're playing against immobile carries in a Braum that is going to likely be positioning with Ashe on the front line. I really, really favor JDG's draft in this one. I think it's going to be a really tough time for Thunder Talk, who I expect to get outranged and corralled by JDG, just with the comp they have so far. And they don't have great ways to deal with the Aurora and the Kennen R-keys. So I think it's going to be a really tough task for Thunder Talk in this game.
So are you saying that Thunder Talk, the only way they win is if they just gold gap them? You know, slap them with bigger wallets?
They have some positives in terms of scaling with the Victor, but like the fight for JDG, if you have Kennen R flash, there's nothing that can keep that out, unless you're gonna hit it with a Poppy's Keeper's Verdict or Poppy E out, and even that, you can flash that E animation if you are Ale, who has been really good on the Kennen. So I think that you're signing up again for losing lanes, and then just as long as JDG is on point with how we're going to use our Kennen, Aurora, and Bard R keys, because keep in mind, the Bard can be great setup, but also we have seen the Bard with that Tempered Fate have some dyssynergy with executing the fight if it's used at the wrong time. So Missing will have to be on point for that. But yeah, I really do favor JDG's draft going into this game.
You know what I'm a big fan of, Cubby? I'm a big fan
Proving
of
me wrong?
Missing. No. Well, actually, that's the second favorite. But what I'm a big fan of right now is that Missing is taking Electrocute on the Bard. I believe for playoffs, we're on patch 15.3 or 25.3. Hang on, H1.
Yeah, Electrocute got buffed.
Double Electrocute procs already making quick work of Beichuan's health bar. Thankfully for him, he did not have to flash. But yeah, if this is the third patch of the season, then Electrocute got Omega buffed.
Yeah, we are.
It is super strong, and I'm curious why teams haven't been jumping on using these keystones sooner, but I'm glad to see that JDG now taking advantage with, oh my gosh, wait, there's three, even all has.
Kennen's got it too. I actually like this from TT. I think that this is something that they should do. They're going to look for a late invade, and Sean being smart, trying to spot it here. Yeah, will do. Really well played from Sean to spot this out. Ashe Braum level 1 is very strong, but it's looking like TT, they don't want to fully commit to this. If they do, Jhin is walking over. They're just going to fully commit to Sean, try and deny his wolves.
I'm just walking over, and now Shun will be forced to retreat into his topside jungle, unless... No, Beichuan is cleaner with the smite. Smite is starting to fall on Shun already. I'm just kidding. And we're not into the objectives yet. But JDG off to a bit of a rough start in the jungle department, but, you know, that is a lot of resources invested from Thunder Talk, delaying 1xN's own lane start, just to make sure that Beichuan can have a opportunity advantage over Shun, but he's just going to immediately invade the top side jungle.
Yeah, they're going to split this map.
Yep.
It's still okay. By doing this, TT, they pick the side of the map they want to play. It was a very fast push from Pays. 1xN actually didn't miss anything because Pays did push the wave. But yeah, it does open up the chance to maybe contest, as Missing is going to go try and harass. And we'll see if 1xN is going to commit to contest this as well. But yeah, doing a nice job of stalling out Beichuan. And that Hawk shot, seeing only the Raptor down and no Xin Zhao on the top side, will alert Thunder Talk that Xin Zhao is taking camps away from Beichuan's top side. So just delaying the Poppy and making sure that the Xin can get a little bit of jungle tempo. So it answers the initial play that was attempted by TT. So I like the stall coming out from the bot lane of JDG.
Gives a little bit of love back to the jungler, as you called out, who was denied his own quadrant on the bottom side of the map, but with the split being opted into by Thunder Talk, I'm curious if Beichuan is going to try to force anything aggressive onto Pays and Missing early on in the laning phase as the wave is slowly stacking up, but doesn't look like Beichuan is going to be making his way over there anytime soon, as he's already on the red buff, just starting it up. Shun was looking at Seitab, but realized it is a big wave, and he's not going to even bother with it for now. Has the crab to go for first, which is just spawning now. Yeah. And then maybe he can look at the Victor in the mid lane.
So Victor as a champion, I always love to say Victor, he's a really, he's a scaler, but he's also a really strong laner. He's just not good at moving. So Seitab doing a nice job. He did take, it looks like Airy Scorch build, can actually really push Aurora around in that early lane phase, and Seitab is doing so. My concern with the Victor is that I think that no matter what kind of lead he gets, if Scout and Ale both press R on him, he's going to have a tough time. The scaling of this game, again, I do think that the Ashe, Victor, Braum, that core scales nicely. I'm just concerned about TT's ability to execute the fight itself.
Sure.
So I don't think that the gold, especially like in the early to mid game, is going to matter a ton for Seitab, because JDG should just have a winning fight anyway. But we'll say that Seitab, if he's able to scale up throughout the game, could be a really big headache for JDG, and this might be a nice game to go for a setup like even a second item Banshees, I think, might be really nice for Seitab to get a lot of magic resist, because that's where a lot of the damage is going to be coming from, the Kennen and the Aurora. And if Victor is able to survive that, it's a little bit less damage on the build, but he can't afford to do that, and his cooldowns are relatively low. So potential for Seitab if he goes for a safer build, and yeah, Seraphs is what he's looking at, and I think it's very warranted this game. Seraphs plus Banshees, that's a no-go, but I was hoping for Ludens plus Banshees, but I think Seraphs is going to be safe. Just needs to go damage for the other items.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. You can't go ultra defensive. I think the only times that works is when you get spoon-fed a ton of kills early, and then you use the ultra defensive build to protect your lead, but you know, that's not necessarily the case unless things change. Now, I do want to point your attention, we're 40-50 seconds away from grub spawning. The first dragon is already up for grabs. Shun is on the bottom side of the map, as both of the bot laners opted into a swap back towards the top side. This makes sense. I think both teams are now a bit more in posture and position to try and contest for the first round of grubs, especially for Thunder Talk's sake. They don't want to give over 6 grubs like they did last time, but Shun was looking for a hover on the bot side to see if Hoya overstepped his bounds here, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
I like the idea. He needs to reset, though, to be at grubs in time.
Yep.
Big thing to look out for is TPs from the bot lane. Do Hoya or Awe want to step up and answer? Hoya has the ability to sack a little bit of his health bar to try and ensure push on this bot side going into the Kennen. As 6 is very close to being dinged by Awe, he's going to get it first. And Shun being late to the party. Looks like they're going to give this. I will say Ashe Braum, like before level 6 comes in for bot laners, the pre-6 fight from Ashe Braum is really good. Just the ability to play off the slows and the winner's fight. So
sure.
I think JDG is going to respect that and take the trade. Expect for them to contest the second grubs with all those ultimates. And again, if we can layer the R keys of Scout and Ale, that's be a really winning scenario for JDG. But really paying respect to the early strength of Ashe Braum here.
Well, as you called it, objective trade. Beichuan maybe has a chance to threaten the dive on the top side. It's going to get spotted out, so JDG have a little bit of a window to see if they want to defuse the dive or at least call for reinforcements. But Pays and Missing are doing a pretty darn good job of stalling the wave crash and even getting a little bit of chip damage on a 1xN and Feather in the crash. So now the dive no longer really a healthy or a viable option, and Shun might look mid lane. Saytab, there's Between Worlds. Scout locks him up. Saytab is slowed down. Does Shun want to go for the W flash? Yes, he does, but here comes 1xN of a roam from Ash, of all people. And Beichuan now is going to flash to reposition Shun right into the middle of the lane. Shun getting slowed down by the arrows of 1xN. Even Feather joins the party, and it's first blood over to the Thunder Talk. But Missing and the curtain call from Pays, trying to find 1xN. They've got two people stacked in the front to block for 1xN. Can Pays bend it like Beckham and find 1xN with the last bullet? Not gonna happen. Thunder Talk protect their AD carry.
That was a fantastic flash coming out of Saytab. He waited for Xin Zhao to jump him, then flashed out of the Crescent guard damage to make sure that he was safe. That helped bait Shun in far enough so that Beichuan could actually make the play to follow up. Again, really want to credit Saytab for how he played that one out. And then the bot lane of TT, of course, they were topside. They had push with the Ash Braum able to rotate and help their mid laner. Great job assisting Saytab on this Victor. Want to see Thunder Talk continue to now ward and protect Victor, because Victor without flash, that's a giant, you know, blinking green light for JDG as a lane in the place where they can make plays. But a great recovery from Thunder Talk to protect their mid laner, who has been such a great performer for them in the early season, and make sure that Saytab was able to get out and actually get a kill out of that situation. Really, really well played here by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and even on the back half, the fact that 1xN does not have to burn flash in the recollapse from JDG's bot lane, trying to...
It was calculated. He knew. Yeah.
So Thunder Talk in a pretty solid position. You know, it's just a few hundred gold in advantage for them, so nothing to really run away with the game about. But, you know, first 3 grubs picked up for them. Now Thunder Talk are in a position where in the next minute and a half, maybe they'll want to set the pace for setting up the next rotation of grubs. There's no flash for Shun, no flash for Scout. Pays and Missing and Ala. I feel like we're going to see teleports from top laners join the fight for the second rotation of grubs if JDG really want to make sure that Thunder Talk don't get all 6.
Yeah, those are spawning in a minute and change here. Have seen Pays pick up a little bit of an XP advantage over 1xN. That does matter on Jhin. Of course, Missing, spending time elsewhere, able to pick up some of the chimes to catch up too. Well done. And Jhin, of course, for this... Oh, Scout, that was an interesting W. Saytab didn't aggro his R again, though, so wasn't quite able to have that follow-up on the Aurora. Scout will have TP up, but Saytab really pushing here.
This man is pushing through the turret, but the Between Worlds kills the wave and gets 1 turret shot onto Saytab. The laser ticks Scout on the back end, but he's got a teleport. So does Saytab.
Yeah.
Both mid laners going to be down ultimates for this second grub fight here, man.
That's advantage for TT, though. Between Worlds is way more valuable than Victor Ult. It's just going to be, you know, how these teams can recover. Do want to note, I think Saytab is getting kind of close to that first evolve. Does matter a lot on the Victor, being able to delete the waves with E. 1 instead of 2. And we are going to see Victor... Saytab does have the empowered teleport now available. And we'll get that off and reset. So it's going to be really aggressive. He's actually going to burn some HP for this one. I don't agree with that at all. Yeah, that's an oopsie.
Well, homie just lost a third of his HP off of a full combo from Scout.
That's an oopsie.
But, you know, we'll see if that punishes Thunder Talk for this grub fight. Hoya engaging on the Ala so that he can't teleport to the top side of the fight. It's just a 1v1, but the equalizer kind of whiffed, whereas Ala got him most of his damage, but the burn from Hoya as he overheats and sears Ala into the ground. The rest of Thunder Talk now have the advantage as they look for all 6 grubs. They already got the first one of the second rotation, and there's no answer from JDG. Thunder Talk gonna secure all 6.
It's a great timer hit by Hoya, and I love how he played that one. Notice how he didn't overheat until after the Kennen stuns were used, and flash follow with the overheat to melt the Kennen. Calculated 1v1 coming out from Hoya, as he's going to space that one. Meanwhile, Missing, he's going down.
I think Shun is going to pick himself up a Hoya, unless... No way. He sidesteps the whip, becomes light, and he's going to get burned down. Oh, baby! Hoya on the rumble. Rumble. And you can see how frustrated Shun is in the player cam feed too.
And this has been kind of the Achilles heel of JDG, is that we've seen other best of fives they've played in the group stage where they've had maps look like map 1. It's been nothing but dominance coming out of their team, but then we've had maps look like this where we haven't seen Missing on the Bard really make any plays. And then Shun, a couple of his plays have been misguided.
Oh my god, and Hoya just teleports to the top side, assists in the dive as 1xN just laid down the pain with the rain of arrows. ThunderTalk, they are just slowly coming alive in this series. And for all the ThunderTalk fans in the chat, now's the time to rise.
Yeah, again, I want to credit how Hoya played this. This is a good timer. You see Ale was burning some of his tools on the wave, including his E, which gives him bonus resistances. Yes, the R is not the best, but Hoya, ding 9, gets the overheat, flash follow after the stun goes. Well played by Hoya on the Rumble. It's been a big pick for him. Something that JDG also hasn't played. They've been playing the Kennen into this pick. They have had success with the Kennen being 2-0, but ThunderTalk turn inside, and then this one from Shun. The first 2 plays that we've seen Shun attempt, they've both led to deaths for him. And yeah, those briefcases aren't going to save you from anything. Great outplay from Hoya using the turret to get around that one, and Hoya being no flash.
I was about to say, don't tell me Hoya escapes again, but no flash, and this
dragon,
time JDG brought a lot of people to the party to make sure that this Rumble was shut down. 1xN just dodging out on that deadly flourish, where ThunderTalk are securing the second dragon of the game. I guess JDG never really got it while the 6 scrubs were being taken by ThunderTalk, and a good flash from Missing. Dodged out on that arrow from 1xN.
They couldn't trade it because Shun was too busy dying to Hoya under the tower. And
oh, you're right. That was the same time.
I mean, the death from Hoya, man, that's a good death. I'll take that for the dragon. They had both solo laners go up top. Yes, they get the kill on the Rumble. It's a mini shutdown, but I think that you'll take the dragon and the pressure of the 6 scrubs bot. Seitab was able to pick up all those plates and is going for the first brick. Feet's already secured by TT.
There's the angle. H1 lines it up. There's the CC train, and Ala is going night-night.
We haven't seen anyone but Hoya play the Poppy here for ThunderTalk, but Beishwan making it look good, and ThunderTalk in this game, the game where I was really concerned for them in this draft, the circles that the Aurora, the Kennen can bring to the table, the setup for Missing. We just haven't seen any of it. What we see is Shun have 2 attempted plays go sideways, and ThunderTalk use the strength they had early from the Ash Braum to dictate the size of the map they wanted to play, dictate first scrub, dictate a lot more. Beishwan, he's going down.
Oh, well, thankfully he has a flash, and he has the phase rush movement speed to sidestep the Fate.
Yeah.
That red buff is gonna not be his to secure, but you know what? I think it's okay. Beishwan would rather deny the shutdown gold bounty, as Hoya has enough time to himself in the top lane to take out the turret. I believe that is now 2 turrets that ThunderTalk have taken off the map.
Oh, Hoya's
really
in trouble.
Great position. Oh man, Hoya can't catch a break. They really hate this guy. Well, teleport is going to come in, and I think Hoya's only chance is to just try and turn on the afterburners onto All and see how much damage he can get. Feather is approaching. The Between Worlds barely attacks Hoya for the slow. He gets nicked, but wait a minute! Hoya still kills him with the harpoon over the wall, and Scout can't do anything to save it.
Great save by Feather. The Unbreakable actually saved Rumble from the Aurora combo, enabled Hoya to turn around, harpoon over the wall, finds the Kennen. And these attempted plays from JDG, I like the fact we're trying to play into the Rumble. It hasn't been executed that well. And Rumble with the treads, again, I think that you need to send Xin synced up with someone else to attack this pick down. Flash Xin interacts pretty well with Rumble. You pretty much get a free knockup and free setup, but now Hoya's pretty big. He's too big to deal with.
They are not stopping the pain train here, Matt. Missing is trying to use his portal out, but he just doesn't get a chance to. There's too much CC layered from ThunderTalk's jungler and support duo. They have completely taken over the map. 4,000 gold advantage. They are living it up in the red side jungle quadrant. Hang on. Hayes, I don't think, yeah, you don't want to be there. Immediately knew, hang on, that's a Poppy, and that wall is right behind me. I need to flash this immediately.
Honestly, a tough game from JDG, because something else we talked about, their lack of consistency. When have we seen Missing and Shun together, or Shun like together on this map? We haven't seen the Xin, the Bard sync up at all. And I think that's like another big part of it. You can use the Bard to try and get some fast rotations, try and make some plays, set things up. And yeah, into Hoya, shout out to Feather, great exhaust, great Unbreakable. Prevented the damage from going through onto Hoya, got the Rumble out of there. He's even got the flash from Scout on the back half. That's a giant win for Thunder Talk, who are very far up in this game. 4K and some scaling aspects to their comp as well, especially looking at that Victor Rafa. He's sitting really pretty. Satab is cruising to his items. Feather. Oh. Okay.
JDG did not want to spring the trap on just the lowly Braum. However, Shun and Missing linking up, looking for 1xN, the immediate flash. Gets 1xN out to safety. Fires back, narrow stuns Shun in his place. Beishwan now positions him back with the slam. And the Temper Fate will not save his jungler today. Missing is still on the retreat. The rest of Thunder Talk, they are taking every single punch that JDG throws at them and ends up misdirecting it back at JDG themselves.
I really don't like how JDG is playing out this grab. As okay, we're gonna have the Herald at least take that outer. I don't think that Shun should be leading the charge. I like look for these tempered fates. You like when Shun goes in and gets the flash from the Ashe, which isn't worth it going like in 1v1. Where's the tempered fate to actually try and set up the big circles coming out from Scout and Ale? You had people there mid. The tempered fates feel so late or just non-existent, and Shun is so far ahead of his team and like what they're doing. Again, a lot of desync here from JDG. That's been the concern of this team early on, is that again we see the maps like map 1 where you can't breathe on the map and JDG just win from minute 1 and don't let go. We also see maps like this where JDG kind of look like what TT did in game 1, not getting into it, except it's not like they haven't had chances in this game. It's just that every play it's been a misplay. Like we haven't really seen them hit anything.
Yeah, and I would argue it's a lot different. Thunder Talk, they just kind of got rolled over. JDG, they're kind of rolling themselves because a lot of the advantages that Thunder Talk are getting are from misplays and misexecutions from JDG.
Yes, very much agree. Like Thunder Talk gave too much in game 1, and then JDG's comp got too big. This time around, we've seen Shun actually attempt to make plays. They've just been bad. They've been punished. He's getting pretty heavily out-jungled by Beishwan in this game, who has had a really nice start to of the year. I believe he was second in the LPL All-Pro voting for jungle. Second or third, he made it on the list. I should really have that graphic up with how many times I've been able to reference it. But
yeah, I think
that series he had against BLG, I mean, Wei was terrible in that series, but he's trying to complete, complete the duo in terms of the BLG junglers from last year. He took down the guy that was replaced during the Worlds run in Wei, and now taking down Shun on this map, who has made some mistakes, and Beishwan has really punished the map because of that.
Yeah. We're almost 20 minutes into the second game of the series. 5,000 gold advantage for Thunder Talk. Otacon spawning in 30 seconds. The third dragon of the game is being secured by Beishwan. Satab is here for assistance, as so Beishwan can look for maybe someone. He punts out Ala. And they're trying to find a re-engage, making sure that JDG can't find one of their own. And Thunder Talk do a decent job of dissuading whatever JDG was looking for.
Like JDG, if you can't move the Victor, I also love what Satab's doing here. He got so excited in this game. He's just going to go second item death cap. I really like this on mid laners, because if you're able to... Yeah, it makes everything else just stronger from there. As going to get another look. Missing with... Man, those feet were so fancy that he juked himself out there.
I mean, he had to flash the arrow, but 1xN, that was the impressive Blue Suede Shoes performance we got there. Just basically kind of like microing on the spot to dodge the Temper Fate while also getting out of range of Shun's charge there. So just really, really good awareness. Now, Thunder Talk are here in position for the Otacon. The question is, do they actually just want to rip it? And
oh, they're ripping it.
They're ripping it, all right. Well, JDG, will you answer the call? Will you heed this Otacon being started up by Thunder Talk? And it looks like they're just trying to wait for pace. Overstep is welcome. He just flashes backwards. He's out of the fight. He can reposition for a Curtain's Call if he needs to. Missing, however, doesn't have that same luxury because he lost the flash in the previous exchange. Now JDG are down to support. 5 versus 4. Thunder Talk feel very confident about just taking this for themselves.
That's a great read from Hoya. And I know that we've pitched Hoya as being someone that's been, you know, a tank or a role player in this team, and that has been true, but we gotta start putting a little bit more respect on Hoya's name. His Rumble has been really good. Won the map against BLG, winning this map against JDG, and also has had a couple other carry performances. The Camille into Bin. that
Ooh,
game 5.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Hoya, I feel like, has really stepped up. Of course, all of Thunder Talk have stepped up. When you have an org that historically their average place is 12th in LPL, and then they find themselves top 4, it's going to require a pretty good performance buff. But I love this play from Hoya. They saw Zin, they see Pays in a really awkward spot, and trading flash for flash like that when you're a Rumble against a Jhin, that's worth it. Not to mention you're trading missing in half the health bar of Pays before an objective and losing nothing of value for yourself. That's a great read in the moment from Hoya. Really good play. I know it didn't look super fancy, but he got his team a free Otacon off the back of that.
I think
you'll take that every day.
That's what I was so amused with in the replay. Just like Hoya seeing like, oh, you know, maybe if Pays oversteps, and he's like checking, not expecting Pays to actually be there. And as soon as he sees him overextending, he's like, oh snap, I'm flashing in, guys, I'm going in. And Pays is like, whoa, there's a rumble behind us. How do we let this happen? And so, not necessarily a comedy of errors. It was just more like a, you know, it was amusing to me. But now Thunder Talk get to reap the rewards of it. Pays still down a flash, so very hard for him to actually step up safely to defend this tower. Good keeper's verdict by Page1. Punts away the front line. That guarantees the second tower.
TP.
Oh, TP from Ala. This could be great. Equalizer's going to split up the fight. Ala doesn't actually want to get into the fight. It seems so dangerous. The Tempered Fate now lines it up.
That's a setup.
Does he have the setup? The flash in. Slicing Maelstrom onto multiple members of Thunder Talk, and the Otacon GAs are falling. And at least for Thunder Talk's sake, they get at least one kill over, but every single GA has been expended by JDG.
And I gotta say, if that's the fight that you want as JDG, but they burned every flash they had just to stop the push and to get the Otacon respawn. So, like, that big power play you're looking for with the Flash Cannon ult, the Flash Aurora ult, it's not going to be up now for 5 minutes and to contest this upcoming Baron against a team that is very far ahead in Thunder Talk. So, yes, it's good to see JDG put together the fight that they're looking for. That's the setup you want with the Tempered Fate, buying time and taking away the tools that can prevent Kennen getting in and make sure that Aurora and Kennen can get into the fight. But you don't have the flashes now to set that up. I don't know if that's actually worth the investment coming out from JDG. If they did that play without flashes, I'd be like, that's outstanding. Like, we need to see more of that. But they don't have the ability to make that for the next few minutes. And you're getting diminishing returns when you're taking away the Otacon GAs. So even in a play that's super winning for JDG, they still find a way to not get nearly as much as they should have out of this.
This almost seems like a fight 5 minutes made too late, you know?
Yeah. I mean, again, like, it's a good between worlds, and in the lower third, it looks like we had Hoya just take out Missing. His Missing looks like the way he did winning Game 5, or playing out of Game 5 in the final. Oh, wait, no, that was On. Flashes to On's Bard in Game 5 LPL Finals. That's where we were going. I had to reference it.
Slandering the wrong support. Oh no. Well,
I mean, Missing deserves slander. All right, that's where we're at.
Oh boy. Well, the Electrocute Bard is not living up to the hype, unfortunately, for JDG.
Oh, it's electrical, all right. If you're Thunder Talk.
Oh well, you know, the Lightning is not showing up for JDG, but the Thunder is definitely for Thunder.
Dude, they took Lightning into Thunder, and Thunder, you know, when you hear Thunder and you see Lightning, that's how far away the storm is. The true storm is always with Thunder Talk. We should have known in draft, once we saw 3 electrocutes, that this was Thunder Talk favored. Imagine taking Kennen into Thunder Talk. Like, talk about being thematically countered.
I don't know, man. Pre minute 1 Cubby would argue otherwise, you know, saying, oh, you have a really good draft.
I still really like the JDG draft. I think they played it disgustingly, but that's another decision, or that's another conversation to have.
Well,
I mean, Shun and Missing, talk about 404 not found.
Oh man. Yeah, this is a tough one, but this is what we were talking about throughout the course of off season and the split, where, you know, yes, JDG will sometimes have games like Game 1 where they are in sync and the composition plays a lot to their strengths and they just roll over the team, no questions asked. But then we've gotten games like this where JDG are just looking completely confounded and they're not making the right plays at the right time, or they're just executing and, you know, kind of tripping over themselves. This is a decent temper fade from Missing. Stalls out the Baron. Maybe can Shun redeem himself? He's into the pit. 1900, 1500, but Beach1 secures it. A nice, valiant attempt from Shun to try and steal the Baron away, but Thunder Talk are victorious in this one. And now, here comes the repercussions of their actions as the rest of JDG were overextended. Beach1 leads the charge, looks for the Keeper's Verdict for the knockup and all, but Pays has the movement speed thanks to the fleet. And now JDG, they are going to be able to hold their ground for now, but against full 5 members on the side of Thunder Talk and a Baron buff on their side, I don't know how much longer this ground is going to last.
No, I think this game's pretty wrapped up. As Scout maybe looking to get 1xN. Nice snipe from Pays.
1xN got state. Okay, wait a minute. JDG. Oh,
that's 2.
Down 2 with the vertical. Okay, maybe the game's not over yet. Ala throws down the slicing maelstrom. Pops Beach1. Pays says this game is not over yet, baby, unless I say so. And he picks up a triple kill for himself.
That's 4.
Feather is locked down. Wait a minute, Matt. Maybe the game has just been saved by Pays.
I mean, heroics from Pays here, who has been really good this year. They needed someone to step up. Pays doing so. Great curtain call. 2 snipes on the back half on both 1xN and Hoya to really take the Baron away and take away the momentum of the push that TT had. Thunder Talk, they were really far ahead, but playing for a little bit too much there, getting greedy. Tried to play both top and mid. And Hoya and 1xN just not respecting Scout as, Thunder Talk were looking to be hunting Wabbits, but the Wabbit was the one hunting them. And the true hunter, Pays doing a great Elmer Fudd impression here in the back half, taking down ducks and making Hoya look like a lame duck with that shot as he takes down the raccoon in the chair. And then the true coon makes sure to lock everyone else up for the true sniper and Pays.
I was curious how long you were going to go with the Bugs Bunny references. I'm impressed. That was quite the run. Good on you, Matt.
Potentially the best replay I've ever analyzed in my life.
We'll leave that one up for debate in the chat. Spam 1 if you thought it was great. Spam 2 if you thought it was butt cheeks. Anyway, Thunder Talk.
Spam 2 if you thought it was Elmer Fudd.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this has kind of been the story of Missing Board, unfortunately.
Speaking of butt cheeks.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
H1 is walking gracefully through all of the skill shots that JDG is throwing out. He's very tanky on this Poppy. And now Thunder Talk, even though Pays pulled off a pretty heroic base defense, I don't know if he can replicate that again. Now that Thunder Talk are dealing with 1 less man from JDG into defense, inhibitors are open and exposed, and they'll be taken down shortly. And the rest of Thunder Talk, do they actually want to continue for the base siege? It looks like Ala was dealing and trying to deal on the top side of the map, push it in, but he's forced to teleport back and reset. But the rest of his teammates are getting completely annihilated. Ala comes in, Slicing Maelstrom only tags 1. The Tempered Fate is going to stall out the fight onto Feather, but the rest of Thunder Talk, they don't care. They are just pushing through, and it's just Shun and Missing really left up for the defense as he tries to flash in, but gets nothing for it. Now it's up to Ala and Missing. There's 4 health bars that are heavily damaged, but can they actually punch through and rip through before the Nexus falls?
That's
and the
game.
question is no. Thunder Talk are not letting this be a sweep. They're going to answer back, and we're tied 1-1.
Tough game from Missing there, man. And a good game from Thunder Talk. It was really the one mistake that we saw where they tried to push the Baron a little bit too fast, playing top and mid. That Pays punish, but besides that, again, the duo of Shun and Missing, we've had some concerns, and we really saw them come to fruition in that game. A little bit harder to find engages when you're Xin and Bard, and frankly, I didn't think that was necessarily their role even in that one. You can leave the engages to the Aurora, to the Ken, and try and find angles, and we just saw Shun really throwing himself in way too early in a lot of fights. We saw Missing getting caught way too often on the map. A lot of the time, really felt the lack of impact from those 2 players in this game. And unfortunately, that's been a common trend for JDG. The synergy between Shun and Missing, it hasn't been there every game. It hasn't been there every series. And we saw Thunder Talk, a team that is playing good fundamental league. We talked about this even in game 1 where they were dropping a lot. Felt like it was okay. They just ended up dropping too much. Like, don't drop the second grubs. This time, split map with Ash Braum, abusing Poppy early game. TT make good fundamental plays and some standout plays, I think, from Hoya, who should be the player of the game in this one. I think well-deserved.
Oh, yeah.
him or Beishwan, I'd give it to Hoya, though, just given the solo kill and how well he took that lead and then snowballed it in the JDG. I thought it was really, really nice.
I mean, I've been keeping my eyes locked on Hoya ever since I heard that he B1'd Camille into bin and completely dumpstered him in Game 5. That alone made me go back and rewatch the entire Thunder Talk BLG series on my own time. And man, what a treat it has been watching Hoya's. This, for us, it's an evolution because we don't really know much about Hoya, prior to this LPL split. Obviously, we're able to go back and check out that he was on Damwon Kia for a little bit of time in LCK before coming over to the LPL. And, kind of similar to Satab, these are both players that, when they debuted in the LCK, they didn't necessarily get, a ton of flair and a ton of, positive eyes on them. So, coming into the LPL, it's a chance for them to make a new name for themselves to rebrand. Obviously, Hoya has been a little bit longer than Satab. This is Satab's first split with Thunder Talk. For Hoya, I think this is his fourth or fifth split.
This is something that is so interesting. Like, it feels like, again, looking back, Thunder Talk, they've been building up to this. Like, Hoya and Beishwan, they've been here now for 2+ years. 1xN was added. He's, I think this is his third split with the team, third or fourth. And then for Feather, it's his third. So it would be 1xN's fourth because he was playing with Kiki a little bit beforehand, too. And Satab, of course, this is his debut. They've just been putting the pieces together. And this duo of Hoya and Beishwan, I've never been, like, super impressed. I said Beishwan had some games, but Hoya was the one that sometimes dragged him down. But Hoya's been a standout so far this year. He's actually been playing really well. I think he knows his role well and is making plays. And I thought we really saw it come to fruition there. I hope he gets the player of the game. It's somewhat contested between him and Beishwan, but I think it's really deserved for Hoya.
Yeah. For the rest of Thunder Talk, I mean, Satab, quiet performer once again. Just very consistent on the Victor and being able to push around Scout's Aurora. And as we get further and further into the Fearless series, once again, more very strong champions are gone from the pool, and champions that are part of really strong winning combinations for JDG are going to be fewer and fewer in between. And as we roll through the replay montage, I mean, that's
a good coach cam right there. They're hyped for the boy.
Yeah, I mean
that's actually another interesting part about BLG. Their coach, he ended up leaving and coming back. So he was there with Hoya and Beishwan at the start, worked with another team for a split and a half, and then came back to Thunder Talk and now has this group that they've been able to put together. So I know I made the NRG comparison earlier. It's not like ThinkCard and Croissant, if you're an NA fan, who were there the whole time, but a lot of familiar faces for Thunder Talk that have been around. Feels like they've been building to something and building up to this where they're legitimately contesting. They beat BLG and now contesting JDG in a best-of-5. This is not the likes of what we're used to from Thunder Talk, a team whose average finish in the LPL before this split was 13th out of 17. Now we have them contesting the top teams that we have with relatively unknown players. That's a great story that we have in the early season.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is already their best finish in a post-playoff scenario. So, I mean, Thunder Talk, we said it at the top of the pre-show. They have plenty to be proud of for the way they were able to emerge from the group stage as the first seed, especially sharing the group with BLG and besting them in a best-of-5. Now, the question is just how far can these guys go? And taking a game off of JDG in this fashion and being able to really punish the fact that, JDG hasn't been the most consistent team despite being, on paper, a super team of very strong individual players, but what we're seeing is some of these individuals are not really syncing up, and it's really causing the downfall of JDG when it matters most.
I mean, I will say that when looking at all the members of JDG, it is a super team, but maybe we didn't give them that moniker when some players are missing when it comes to their typical performances that we see from the team. You see what I did there?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Thank you. All right.
I don't think missing did, though. Anyway,
Shun
player
didn't
of the
either,
game,
so
Hoya.
Well deserved.
I mean,
all right.
Well
We're happy
deserved.
about that.
All right. That's what we were waiting for. All right. Let's wrap it up. Let's go to break. When we come back, y'all, Game 3 draft will be loading in. Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all. As you can see, my dog is waking up from a nap because he's ready for the series to kick off. Choco, get back in frame, buddy. Oh, he's just readjusting.
We got a snout. We got a snout.
Yep, there you are. Oh, it's okay. I don't know which team he's rooting for, but he's rooting for banger best of 5 all the way, I think.
Wow.
And he will only get up once we get to game 5. So,
well, he's definitely not watching the Gen G Damwon series, that's for sure. He's watching LPL, which is great.
That's right.
As are you. At home.
That's right. That's right. He's got the TV up in the background so he can check the main stream there. But for everyone else at home, if you've missed out the first 2 games, it's been back and forth and been pretty much stellar games from both teams, respectively. JDG starting off with a banger game 1 where they executed a really nice snowball composition. And it was nicely played out, super slow, but, they were very patient, and then they just eventually broke TT. But in game 2, Thunder Talk were... how should I say this, Matt? Why don't you take the reins for describing how game 2 went down?
I think it's fair. You brought up after game 1, like, what does this mean for Thunder Talk later on in the series when JDG did take a comp like that and just smoked them so hard from minute 1 for the entire game? What does it mean for this series when in game 2, like, Shun and Missing just kind of went out there and sprinted it for the rest of JDG? Like, in terms of looking at how those games went, yes, each team, it looks like they put up a stinker of the game. But I think looking on paper at the drafts, TT were making more decisions aligned with trying to find a win for me. They just dropped too much. Whereas JDG were trying to do too much, and those plays were very detrimental to the team. Shun and Missing really were responsible for why that team fell behind, with Missing, for me, not moving enough outside of the lane and actually trying to abuse the Ashe Bard, which is pretty stagnant when you are Bard and you are able to activate on the map. Whenever Missing did, he was just deactivated by Beishuan. And Shun also just deactivated everything in that game because his first 2 or 3 plays that he attempted just went completely south and totally took JDG out of the game. So we have seen this duo struggle and not sync up, and that was really the game that I think kind of defines JDG so far between games 1 and games 2 of this series. Kind of the disparity of where we've seen JDG in terms of their form in the LPL this year.
I don't know if you noticed this during game 2, but after the second failed play by Shun, where he got smoked by Hoya under the tower, for the next 5 minutes, it was everyone but Shun making plays. Everyone, like on JDG, was trying to collapse onto Hoya and make the plays by themselves. And then Shun was just collecting sideway farm. So for me, I don't want to read too much into it, but as a funny comment, I can imagine in a solo queue instance where as a jungler early game you try to make a couple plays, they both go sideways, and you just say, you know what, guys, good luck. I'm taking side lane farm because now I feel so behind after botching 2 plays. But you know what? Shun is all smiles now. The rest of JDG hopefully had some time to go in the back and say, hey guys, you know what? Game 2, that was really rough, but you know what? Shake it off. It's still a best of 5. You still have 2 games to win that can net you the series. There's still total 3 games to play. It's not over yet.
Yeah, best of 3. That said, if this were a best of 3 in terms of iterations of this roster going up against each other, it would currently be Thunder Talk 2-1 because their victory over JDG in the Demacia Cup. So we'll see if Thunder Talk can get another 2-1 here in the next 3 games in order to take down JDG as we are going throughout Fearless Draft. We're going to see some more bans actually hit the table. Curious, JDG have really changed up their ban strategy on blue side this time around, taking away the Akali and the Kai'Sa. Wondering if they might be looking for a Jace angle, one of the true power pick top laners that are still left and still up. I think they're going to force the ban here from TT.
Akali and Kai'Sa opened up by JDG. The third ban is the Cassante.
They're forcing a Jace ban.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if the Jace is banned, what can you grab as JDG in the first pick? There's no more Ashe.
Vi Nocturne. I think Vi is maybe what Thunder Talk's talking about right now. Also, I don't love the handshake on the Vi Nocturne. Well, if both are left up, there's a chance that that happens, but then you would be giving away something like Nocturne Oriana to JDG, which has been pretty successful for them so far. That said, Jace being unbanned was a big surprise for me, so curious what Hoya has up his sleeve to deal with this pick that has been really good just as a champion so far in the LPL. And uniquely with JDG, Scout is an incredible Jace player, so this is flexible for them.
Yeah, I was about to say, we don't know whether this Jace is securely in one role or the other. So Thunder Talk, if they were to try and, slam down an answer into the Jace, that could be detrimental to them, as this Jace could be flexed into the other solo lane. Now, Thunder Talk, they're going with answers or champion picks that don't necessarily have to answer the Jace. So by securing 1xSend at Misfortune, which is kind of the other champion that FaZe might have looked at in terms of like what's available in terms of stable lane 80 carries that give you priority and a lot of early power. The Zyra pick.
I like the Zyra. It's been proven to be really strong in the jungle and does dissuade some of the dive that might come out from Thunder Talk. Also, MF. Damage it's there. It's just kind of limited for me at times. Outside of the bullet time, of course, which is ridiculous damage, but can help set that up. So already some synergy showing for Thunder Talk. But still, something like a Vi, open for Shun, and we could easily see JDG try and round out their top side. If you go with something like Diego, you got to find some setups. So going to be the Ryze. I think the idea with Ryze is that you're tanky enough to deal with whatever Thunder Talk's going to throw at you with the next few picks. And it might force a choice here for Thunder Talk. Either take a support, one of the engaged supports left that does synergize well with MF. We see most of them off the board looking at Leona, Rel, also a Braum. So I think that, they had a choice. Either you drop support and face two bans coming out from JDG, or, you drop mid, the choice they are making, and open up the fact for JDG to take away two of the matchups that Scout may not want to face in the mid lane. But I like where JDG's at, and in draft fight, their comp party has a little bit of a better identity. Would love to see Thunder Talk take away. I think the Ziggs is a decent ban, but I think taking away something like a Blitzcrank might be warranted here. I guess the hook champs can kind of struggle into Zyra plants, but I feel like you need a go button support if you are missing.
You do, and I think the thing JDG is trying to avoid is full commit on diving into Zyra, which is like the Ryze can like walk up and look for a flash and then use the phase rush movement speed to disengage if he gets too far. My thoughts on where JDG were going were trying to just outrange, because the Zyra being locked in early, you have strong disengage and you have a strong zone control, but if you get outranged by, if this was like a higher damage Jace build, and then thankfully they banned the Ziggs so that FaZe can't long range interact with Thunder Talk without response, then it would have been a little bit more difficult to try and play as the Zyra if the team of JDG never really walks into you. But now I think the question comes down to Thunder Talk. What do they clean up the rest of this composition with? Because you have committal from Nautilus Engage, but you still have the option of saying, do you want to play full kite with the Zyra, or do you want to actually have goat buttons that dive alongside the Nautilus?
I'm curious what Satab goes for, because of course you have the choice about whether or not you're taking engaged support there. It does narrow up the mid pool a lot. Hoya's going to have to be on tank duty. Will be the Hui into the Ryze, so can match the wave clear, but you take some time in terms of getting online. Zyra Rakan's up. Rakan would be able to piggyback off of a Viego. You don't have the best matchup, though, in the Nautilus, who can cancel your Grand Entrance. And, oh boy, we're going to see a Senna picked up. Senna Ornn? We're going to have fasting Senna? This is interesting. I kind of like this, because it actually takes away a big pick for TT and Hoya later on. If this ends up being the play for missing, you can kind of stat check and sustain throughout this lane. So I think you have enough damage with the Ryze Jace to afford to do this. Also, the Senna buffing everyone up at the front line. That's big. You're going up against a squishy team, so health bar advantage is going to be massively in favor of JDG no matter what Hoya picks.
And suddenly the Yasuo ban makes even more sense now. No wind wall to deny a non-committal engage from Ornn. And I think that's the best thing about this pick, is that JDG have a go button that they don't have to commit to. You throw out the Call of the Forge God,
It's gotta be
and if
Scion.
it lands a knockup and it's good, then you can start looking for the resets with this Viego.
Yeah.
Now, Thunder Talk, their answer is, well, okay, they've got a meatball in this Ornn. We need to get a meatball for ourselves. And Hoya Scion, pretty darn good, you know. The Hoya Ornn is definitely the most legendary that he's been able to perform on, but I have full faith that, especially the form that Hoya has been performing in recently, he's going to do his job here.
And they can't even go for something like Malphite or Maokai top here because it would be triple magic damage. I feel like they were just forced to take the Scion. I really like, we have not seen Fasting Senna pretty much at all. I really like it in this draft. I think it's actually a great adaptation from JDG in this format. I was very taken aback by that, but I think it's the right game for it.
Yeah.
And of course, this pick is pretty heavily nerfed, but man, the ability to buff up the Jace, the Ryze, the Viego, how tanky these champions are already going to be into a pretty squishy comp for TT outside of the Scion, I think is really, really in favor of JDG. So I like this curveball a lot in draft. Was not expecting it, but think it's warranted this game and favor JDG going into this one as well. I like their last draft too. I feel like they really mis-executed it. This one should be much easier to execute. So we'll see if JDG can pull it off.
Famous last words from Mr. Samuelson. We'll see if they can actually live out the composition fantasy and execute to what it needs to be. But I want to pose a question to you, Matt, because looking at JDG's composition, a lot of the damage here can be up to disparity based on how tanky they build, right? Obviously, the Jace tank build has been, you know, the craze ever since Flandra debuted during the Demacia Cup, and now every single Jace we've run into is doing less damage and yet still just as unbearable to deal with once he starts diving our backline. Thunder Talk, for the most part, do have a fairly squishy composition. My question is, if you can't actually reach the backline, does anyone on JDG actually have the damage to deal with the Scion?
Oh yeah, they have plenty. I mean, you aren't worried about the damage from the Scion, right? You're worried about damage, obviously, from everywhere else, but MF, lower damage carry, Hui and Zyro will take time to get their damage off. I just don't think that you can break it. Like, how tanky you get as Ornn, Ryze, Jace, I don't see a way where that happens, and then if you just keep on living in the fight, you're able to find resets eventually as Viego. That's got to be the game plan for JDG, so look for them to absorb the Hui and Zyro ults that we see, and I think the level 6 for TT is going to be really important because I don't favor them as time goes on in this one, which is why I like to see them being very proactive early. You can see with Scion, you can pull off a lot of unique strats. Going to look to be a brute force split map here from TT, and we'll see if Hoya actually TPs to the top side at all, or if it's going to be an assist Beishuan on the clear angle and the dive bot.
I like how Hoya is helping do a double jungle with Beishuan. Honestly, this feels like a blast from the past. I can't remember which season it was where we had the top laner helping the jungler in the first couple of clears, but with Scion doing
They're
this,
going to dive.
this is a call to former Scion compositions and strats where the Scion would just completely sack the open lane and then look for the dive using the power of the passive. And Pays already recognizes, hey, wait a minute, I've seen this story before. They have a Scion, we're all alone. There's no Scion on the top side of the map. I wonder where he could be. And Missing did not get the memo, and he's under the turret all by himself, and I don't think Pays can really do much to bail out his support. That's first blood for Thunder Talk.
Notice how Hoya, he's not even TPing to the top side, which I'm a little bit surprised about. I feel like after that play, he could have went, they could have blocked the potential, or Pays skilled Q, so he can't be rooted, but they're just hard committed to splitting the map. And being bot lane, they take these plates faster. So Thunder Talk trying to speed up this game a little bit. Yes, Scion's getting starved out, but Missing's not getting anything bot, so the trade's okay so far for Thunder Talk, and this might continue. If they aren't able to approach the wave and actually get experience, this is a win for Thunder Talk for me.
Yeah, because remember, this is an Ornn that has to rely on support experience shared, so it's scales a little bit slower. Oh man, the re-dive setup. Beishuan clears out the entire bot side jungle. Only took one camp in the Gromp, and they're back for a 4-man dive again. Pays and Missing are like, hey guys, can we get some help here, please? Missing Still has a flash. Maybe he can outplay it. Goes for the Searing Charge. Gets the knockup down. BO5 is tanking the tower, but it ramps up, but not fast enough for ThunderTalk to be threatened. Now Shun is here. He's level 3.
Spotted.
Maybe he can answer with Pays, but there's not much CC set up for them to reliably get a reset city going. I think Shun is just going to go for the crab instead.
When is Hoya going to go top? I mean, we're down 2.5 levels now. I don't agree with, like, the overstay as much as we did. Again, I think that the onus is on TT to make plays early because I don't like what this game looks like for them as they go on. But how does Sion get to exist into the Jace now? I think that the stay for the second dive was an overstay. I guess the answer is we just swap it. So Sion's going to eat it. They're going to get their bot lane to go top. And we'll see how much Hoya can soak here. But he's going to be miles behind the Jace. I feel like this is the only option that TT has, and I don't think this is a necessarily super advantageous setup for them. As Shun, well played by him to actually get the Raptors in the top side away from BO5. Because now it means that he's going to get into his bot side that's respawning, and BO5's actually going to be pretty far behind. He has nothing to do here.
Yeah,
yeah, nice contest.
This double dive on the bot side has repercussions for ThunderTalk, not just in top lane, but also jungle tempo as well. Because Zyra, you want to be accelerated. You want to take advantage of the fact that you clear camp so fast that you can actually outpace the Viego, which is, like, Viego doesn't have a trash clear speed, but definitely nowhere near as fast as Zyra's, right? But the fact that Shun is actually up on camps, there's a window where JDG can try and skirmish ThunderTalk at the right time, just an advantage of levels if they play around Olive.
And again, Hoya's just, he's down after that wave, a full level and change. So you are a Sion, like you are, you know, signing up to be a big meatball, and it's not like they didn't get advantages with the MF not being top. This should lead to first grubs going over to ThunderTalk. If all goes to plan, it should be first 3, but I still just don't love the game state they created for themselves. I think the initial dive with Hoya was cool, but the no TP after that was the mistake for me. You just starved out your Sion too much.
But just imagine if ThunderTalk actually beat JDG with this state. The mental damage that is inflicted. Oh, that's the crazy gamble. And for that, I'm on board.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how MF gets through this comp either. Like, you're going BT. I think it has to be second or third item LDR. But of course, the MF Bloodthirster Rush and the ability to brute force smack people in the face is nice. But at the moment, grubs have spawned. Scout's going to get poked out. Realm Warp casted. Satab, good flash.
Yeah,
that should be enough. Should be enough to just secure the grubs. Scout is going for the Doinby tech where it's Ghost, which I really like actually. I think that with the Realm Warp you can still play size. You don't necessarily need the TP, and having that combat summoner is really good on Rise.
Oh yeah, I mean it's good in so many situations. It's such a versatile summoner spell. But because they forced out missing, and despite Scout being able to get Satab out of the fight and forcing him to flash, they were chunked out, and they didn't have necessarily the most advantageous posture over the grubs, so it is the first rotation going over to ThunderTalk. There's still a dragon to secure, and with Allah shoving into Hoya, Shun could look for it as long as Scout comes back to lane and gives a prio, but they're actually just going to try to force the dive on Hoya. There's not another minion wave coming for anytime soon, so Shun is just going to go for the base, assuming that Hoya will take the recall as well.
Actually, not bad. The fact that he got out is nice there. As, of course, 3 grubs did go over to ThunderTalk. I think that's really essential for the script that they need to have in this game if they want to win. But as time goes on, again, the tankiness of the Jace and the Rise throughout this game, with the Senna, Ornn behind it, the MF can't get through that. And I really think that's what inspired the draft and inspired the Senna Ornn here from JDG. It's just, we've had a couple games where there have been comps with really different power curves, right? Like game 1, JDG had the early game comp. Game 2, it was, well, JDG, their comp ended up kind of falling off as that game went on. Just how far behind
they were looking for like a mid-game wombo, right?
Yeah.
You know, one item spikes and then just press all your circle buttons.
Yeah, this time around, this is the first game that we've seen where TT is really the one on the timer. So I think onus on them, again, to make plays, and we'll see how they respond to it. As at the moment, I don't think they're far ahead enough to warrant this. I really think the magic number for TT, they need like 2 or 3K gold here by the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, and keep in mind that, yes, 1xN has a 1,000 and a couple hundred gold over FaZe. This is a fasting Senna, right? Like, it's not the Senna that's farming against the Ornn, and so it's kind of hard to really calculate how effectively far ahead ThunderTalk is with the advantage they tried to play for with all the plates going into ThunderTalk's pockets, since it was split up between multiple members instead of just one person ideally. But at least they have map control for now, and they're taking advantage of it as much as possible, securing the first 2 neutral objectives of the game. The question is, how long can they actually maintain this advantage, as now they're gonna maybe play for... It doesn't look like another dive. Missing is not level 6, so he doesn't have Call of the Forge God available, but they're just gonna try to burst this turret down, and there's not much Missing can do about it. FaZe is slowly walking up to the turret, but they're gonna try to play for it as much as possible. It's still survival for now.
Good on Feather to get out. He had to throw the hook before the Q. Sometimes that Ornn Q, it spawns terrain, can mess with you a little bit. Speaking of mess with you, Missing.
Oh, Missing's in trouble, but Scout has the realm over, and he brought Shun to the party. The Call of the Forge God doesn't get a chance to go off. Bullet time forces Shun using the Heartbreaker to reposition, but here comes Tab. Oh, he missed!
Beautiful.
Spiraling Despair, but it doesn't matter. Wait. Oh, it was a fear that he thrown out. Scout got tagged by the Spiraling Despair. My mistake, but ThunderTalk managed to go up 2-0 in that exchange.
I love how Feather played that fight on the Nautilus, and he just dinged 6, so this play is going to continue, but a TP coming in. They're really trying to defend this first brick. They're going to do so successfully, but so much burned from JDG just to save this. It's not like they're going to get first brick.
Take the turret?
And they miss out on local gold. It would still be a feat. Keep your eyes, though, on Feather. I really like how Feather played this. First off, yes, he gets rooted, but ends up finding the dredge line. That puts Missing in a really bad spot. I don't know why he E'd that way. There's no reason to go that way. And then from here, Feather playing back, waiting for his cooldowns. He's going to threaten the auto attack on the Shun. Shun flashes out. He ends up getting the auto, stepping back and finding the dredge line. That's really, really well played by Feather on the Nautilus. Playing around his cooldowns and still threatening the members of JDG. Again, important that ThunderTalk plays a clean early game. They need it in the composition that JDG has. Feather has been a standout at support for me, and someone where, if you ask me going into the day, he's been outperforming Missing heavily in the games we've seen so far. Just with how both players have been playing, I think Feather's been a big standout, and good to see him on the Nautilus. He has the more standard support pick. It needs to put the pressure down early before he can't hook into Ornn anymore, where Ornn gets too tanky. Feather making really good use of that early in TT. They're the ones blitzing the map with the early game comp. That's 6 grubs picked up. That's going to make the next few minutes of play really tough for JDG to survive in.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace for JDG is that ThunderTalk doesn't have the most apt turret split pushers in this composition, right? I mean, like, it definitely seems like 1xN is going to be the biggest benefactor of being able to walk up to these turrets with
this
support
is the first brick race,
jungle.
by the way.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they shouldn't. Wait a minute, wait. The rest of JDG are collapsing, trying to prevent first turret from falling and giving more time to Scout to secure first turret for themselves.
Well, yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised. I guess you have play here. I thought we might see an ult from 1xN just to delete it. Instead, Beichuan getting a flash down.
Flash from Shun, and wow, Beichuan didn't have flash from the prior fight, and JDG just taking advantage of that moment. Hoya has teleported to the fight. Call of the Forge God finds a 2-man knockup. Scout doesn't have TP, remember, so JDG are down to Rise for this fight, but they're trying to take the skirmish and play off of Shun resets with the Viego. But ThunderTalk do manage to secure first brick for themselves. It's another feat picked up, and I think that's all feats secured for themselves.
Yeah, and Power Boots secured moving forward here for ThunderTalk. I do like the defense there from JDG. Again, a lot invested to try and get that first brick raise. JDG at least was able to funnel Scout, who won't be able to be messed with inside lane as this game goes on. Again, the 1-3-1 for JDG, it is good. And they scale nicely. They were really able to delay ThunderTalk, just keeping them up there for a few waves. They got a lot on the map for that, so... you can see the gold lead a little bit closer now that JDG was able to answer a couple plays still. Got to believe that this dragon spawning in the next minute and funneling that into now bot outer and maybe more for ThunderTalk, that's going to be what's in the cards, and I don't think JDG have enough strength to defend that yet.
At least for now. And the gold deficit isn't too large that JDG are in a panic situation. There's been a lot of good things that ThunderTalk have done in the first 13 minutes of the game, but JDG found a decent response on the top side, picking up some kills when they could. And even though they didn't deny first brick away from TT. They're able to pick up a turret for
Hoya
themselves on bottom side, and Hoya might be in trouble here, but just gonna pop the ulti to get away. But this is the other turret that JDG might be able to pick up. Hoya steps back up, but I don't think Beitron was really in position to protect that, and now Hoya is forced to flash.
Yeah, a lot burned for no reason here on the Sion. This Sion, again, being starved out as much as he was early. Going to be really squishy. Going to be a double black cleaver setup coming out here for JDG is shunned.
Ooh, I mean, Satab throws down the Spiraling Despair, flashes the Heartbreaker, fears him as he was looking for the W, and Shun is getting completely outplayed here. Now he's down HP, but he dodges the Scourge. Satab does a couple more auto attacks. Holy camole, that was close, and Feather was there for backup, but Satab wins the 1v1 over Shun.
I mean, the fear while the stun was charging from Shun, and the sidestep was beautiful from Satab. Had a couple of nice sidesteps there. As Shun, he can't find the duel. Satab wins out on that after taking the turret. That's going to ensure the Dragon goes over to Thundertalk. There's no smite on the board, unless Missing takes it with the spell book. Instead, going to cast R, but that's a pinch.
Ram finds the knockup on the Beitron, still doesn't have flash. The bullet time is going to rip through a couple members here. Missing flashes out at the right time, but still dies anyway. Death Charge was procced long before he flashed away. Pays manages to flash and escape. And it looks like Thundertalker is still going to try to secure this dragon. Woo, that was close. Neither team had junglers available for the smite secure, but Thundertalker able to walk away with the second dragon of the game.
That's big. Again, I think that this game needs to keep on going in Thundertalk's direction, because as time goes on, not as good for them going up against JDG. The double cleaver setup really going to hurt that front line, and JDG will get too tanky in this game. We see a bit of it here. Oh, I thought we were going to get a replay of the fight. Instead, we're going to get a replay of the outplay. That's one stun miss there by Shun. Satab connects with the R. Good flash to dodge out on the execute, and then here comes the fancy feat. The fear connecting there, really nice. Shun has a nice sidestep here, avoiding the QQ from the Hui, but that's not enough. And when Satab sidesteps the second stun, nice fancy feat there from Satab to ensure that one went his way.
Meanwhile, in this play, unfortunately for Beitron, still no flash, so he's easy pickings on the Zyra, but the rest of Thundertalker are able to just break open the front line and force JDG back. They secure the dragon for themselves, and now we're at a point where Rift Herald is about to spawn in the next 15 seconds. No either neutral objectives are going to be up for a few minutes here, so it's really just top lane play. Hoya is trying to sneak through and see if he can get the jump on the Shun and Scout.
Yeah, I know the TT, they have to sack waves and try and make plays. I just think that they're sacking too much with Hoya. Like, if Hoya actually answered Scout on that top wave, they might have prevented the red buff from being taken. Meanwhile, JDG, they can't walk in here.
Missing might pay the price for that. Oh, and the E gets interrupted by the knockup from Zyra's ultimate. No Ornn available for this upcoming fight around the Rift Herald, and Scout is trying to walk and join up with the rest of JDG. Hoya is going to interrupt that for now as he used the ultimate, forcing Scout to take the Blast Cone over the wall, but he still has a Realm Warp available to join the fight if he needs to. Thundertalk starting up the Rift Herald here.
Missing has TP on spawn, so they might look off that. Missing walking in there, that was a pretty big waste. Like, and they just saw TT happen.
2,000, 1,800.
Sure about that. It's gonna be the fight after. Look at the angles that JDG has. Scout. Oh, he's gonna be focused.
Death Charge, and he's forced to flash away. Call the Forge Gods. Missing's back because he teleported right back into the fight. Thundertalk, however, forced to retreat here. Good knockup from Missing. Finds Satab. He's trying to keep himself alive with the shields. The bullet time is going to force them back. Satab still not going to live as Scout Realm Warps in. Looking for 1xN. Just needs a couple more rune play spells. And JDG, it's going to be enough. And oh boy, this is probably the most back and forth game we've had yet of the series, Matt.
Yeah, but that's a huge win for JDG. They're now up in gold. Yes, the Herald went over to Thundertalk, but between the Jace advantage and how their comp scales, this game gets really hard for Thundertalk from here. I think that's the fight that's going to end up breaking Thundertalk in the end. The angles that JDG are able to create with the Rise, the TP that came in from Missing's Ornn after he decided to, give a gift over to Thundertalk, and the stall that JDG was able to have on this Rift Herald to buy time to set this one up. I think this is the right answer from Thundertalk to go after Scout, but Missing, he was here in time. Great call the Forge God to interrupt. And then everyone on Thundertalk is flashless. No flash on Beitron, just used it after it got up. Satab had no flash here. And when the reset comes in with Viego, some of what we talked about, JDG, they're too tanky for the comp that Thundertalk has. if you buy time, Viego gets the resets, and once Viego gets a reset, the fight's over. That's exactly what we saw this time around from JDG.
Yeah, and I think you called it out correctly with 1xN. I mean, this is a misfortune that got somewhat accelerated, but it just feels so hard to actually rip through this team once the bullet time is down, because that is where a lot of your power is on this AD carry. You're not necessarily the most high output damage AD carry in terms of just like auto attacks. Obviously, you pick other champions for that, and it's just super ult reliant. Now, ThunderTalk tried and use this Rift Herald to break open the map by crashing it into the mid tier 1. Not going to kill it just yet. They try to step up and see if they can use the Void Grubs to get the last ticks of damage to knock it out.
Yeah.
It's successful for them.
Just look at the formation still. They can't touch the Jace or the Ryze in the side lanes. And no one's moving this Ryze now. He has evolved Seraphs and nearly has... Roa is almost at 7 stacks here, as we do have a TP out. So even with the Grubs not going to JDG at all...
Whoa! I don't know how that Dredge Light did not connect, but
missing.
Hayes is safe, and
Well
now
played.
the collapse from JDG. Oh, it's disaster for ThunderTalk Gaming. Look at Scout, he's on the flank, right side, throwing in rune spells and weaving them in, as the rest of ThunderTalk are forced to retreat, and the resets as Scout is threatening for another dive, just throwing out the overcharge. Maybe ThunderTalk can try and buy a little bit more time to survive under the tower, but it's still massive wins for JDG.
I mean, frankly, like, the game's over. I think that picking up this Mountain Drake, and the fact that JDG did spawn a Mountain Drake, that's huge for them. If they are able to pick all these up, because again, their comp, it's going to get too tanky. You have Senekills over the top. You have a Ryze, a pretty tanky solo laner. You have Tank Jace with the Grasp. And this Viego for Shun, he's going to have such an easy time getting resets into the comp of TT, who is really only Sion as the tank, and Sion is 3 levels behind because of how this early game went, and the choice is to really starve out the Sion. Again, I think that Sion, after the first dive bot, he has to TP top and lane. From there, you're signing up to a game where you cannot contest any sides because your top laner is too far behind. And we've seen the only play that TT has is just 5-man mid, walk and hope. That's not enough. Missing makes up for quite a few sins that we've seen from him in this series with a beautiful engage, flashing forward to make sure the Call to Forge God hits early. And ThunderTalk are going to continue to scramble. Otacon has been started. They're going to try and pull JDG to them.
I mean, they're trying to use the power of the Zyra to rip through this as fast as possible, and the rest of them
that's a
are
great
going to hold
pick.
the line. They're turning. Oh, massive 3-man knockup.
That's huge.
Spiraling Despair.
That's
it's only
huge.
on, but the bullet time rips through the front line. Big stuff for ThunderTalk. No jungler to contest. No support either to find the engage, and the rest of JDG have to concede.
Great Otacon find and a great find onto Shun, and that's really what has to happen now in these fights for ThunderTalk. Take down the Viego, make sure that he's not able to reset. ThunderTalk with the 6 grubs going to continue to stick as a stack. Hoya will be fixing the mid lane. The rest of them, though, going to pressure bot as 4. Numbers not in favor for JDG, with both mid and support being stuck in the gray screen. Will lead to Otacon and an inner. So ThunderTalk, again, I think that this game's, like, I would give JDG at this point 80-90% chance to win, but a good play from ThunderTalk to at least get themselves back in it a little bit.
I think it just goes to show that ThunderTalk are going to be so reliant on securing the Baron if they actually want to come back in this game.
That securing the Viego. They have to kill Viego. If Viego gets a reset, they can't win the fight. So the fact they got Shun, like, that is target 1 at this point.
Well, time will tell if ThunderTalk can try and execute on the very slim win conditions that they have left for themselves, whereas JDG, they're looking pretty darn good, set up for securing match point for themselves in this best of 5. We're still a couple minutes and a half away from both Baron and the 4th dragon spawning on the map. And just taking inventory here, still no second item for Beichuan, whereas the majority of JDG have had 2 items for themselves, at least in the top side 3-man core for a while, and that's why it's been so difficult for ThunderTalk to really fight them.
Here come the angles.
It's not a good look for 1xN, nowhere to go, but the Otacon GA is the only thing that is a cost expended. Spiraling Despair thrown out, slows down the fight. Maybe they can bail out Feather and not have to use his Otacon GA, but the way that this is looking, Shun might just look for the reset, and Satab is going to keep his distance.
And Hoya doesn't pressure any turrets by the bot side, so JDG just kind of nullifies a little bit of what's going on. BO5 was at least able to take some resources away from Shun, so it's not like it's not all terrible. Of course, Otacon, you get diminishing returns when you get the kills. And today I learned no souls for Viego.
Yeah, I was surprised about that too. I kind of looked at it and puzzled, thinking, is there just not a possession for Viego to claim? And then, you know, put 2 and 2 together. But it just goes to show we haven't played enough Viego with Otacon. But ThunderTalk still trying to contest in the bottom side quadrant for this red buff.
Oh,
Good smite by Beichuan.
Nice.
Nets it away from Shun. Hoya throws out the ulti, but stops just short of knocking up Missing. Maybe didn't want to fully commit. The rest of ThunderTalk, it might have been wise for them not to do so, as they don't necessarily have to force this fight. We've got a minute before Baron and the 4th dragon spawning.
I mean, when I said that this team usually has Hoya play sack side, by the way, I did not mean to sack this hard, but TT, I mean, I will say most of the turrets have been removed now, where Hoya grouping up is not as punishable. Because like, if you allow top to shove, the top can go all the way to you. It needs to be +2 or +3 until you have to respond to it, right? It's not like +1, you're losing that golden experience to the inner tower. So I actually think that all the inners pretty much being removed now kind of helps enable Hoya join his team, as we are going to see Hoya fix top. Dragon spawning in 15. We still think that this game only gets better for JDG, especially with the Mountain Soul spawning. They're going to get too tanky for ThunderTalk. But keep your eyes on Shun. He's the member that TT are looking to take down. If they can prevent Viego resets, that is the best case scenario. And I'm pretty interested as to why Shun is positioning so far up to actually so vulnerable to safe tab. Oh, that's a great engage.
Beichuan
That's a great
uses
engage.
the stasis to dodge
Wow.
the Forge God. They're split in the middle. Bullet time doesn't get that much because it was interrupted by Scout's Rise. Missing does fall, but it's a great trade. No 1xN misfortune for ThunderTalk to use, as now the resets pour in once again. JDG just steamrolling their way through another fight. And it's only at the cost of an orb, but I think JDG will take that trade any day.
I just look at the angles that JDG is able to create between the Jace approach, the Rise Realm Warp, the Call of the Forge God, and ThunderTalk is almost as frozen as we are here on the desk. They just don't know what to do, what the solution is with all this being thrown at them. They need to try and pick one side of the fight, but it's almost too hard to do against what JDG has. Especially when you're realm warping people like over a wall for terrain, so you can't even attack them. I think that's a really, really nice realm warp from Scout, and a really hard setup for ThunderTalk to deal with. So, well played by JDG. Managed to pick up back where they left off with this fight. And again, look at the approach. Like, you see 5. Look at how tough it is to deal with, especially with the Call of the Forge God. I mean, this is so good. You're finding both Satab and 1xN, combining that with empowered Shock Blast, and then you get the flashes. They can only go one way, Missing, canceling the bullet time with a little love tap. Brittle making sure that doesn't connect.
Oh, man.
And yeah, there's just no answer for ThunderTalk.
Yeah. I didn't even see that it was Missing that interrupted 1xN's bullet time channel. I just assumed it was Scouts. Anyway, well, it's not like this is the first time we've seen Missing caught out in this game.
Our man is responsible for 8 out of the 11 deaths this game for JDG. I mean, this is like truly what it looks like when a support gets to farm, you know? It's like, oh my god, I have resources. We can go in.
And then they forget when they should or should not extend in a side lane.
Yeah, they're not getting solo lane XP, you know? Also, not used to this. They aren't used to the power.
Fair enough. Well, ThunderTalk taking grace in the fact that they can get at least a kill on someone somewhat reliably throughout the game. They are down 4,000 gold against JDG, but they were able to manage to pick up the 3rd dragon for themselves, so they're on Soul Point. I don't know if they're going to actually have map control to threaten for Soul Point when it comes up in the next 3.5 minutes, as JDG seemingly are going to take away a lot of structures in the next minute.
I'll be honest, too. I don't think that Soul even matters for TT. That's how tanky the JDG's comp is just going to get. And because they've been so much better at farming the side lanes.
I mean, Scout doesn't have Flash.
He's 17, though.
He's able to just run away with Phase Rush. I mean,
yeah.
It's just so hard to lock down this Rise.
Because of, I mean, TT's been overgrouping, right? So because JDG has been better at making sure they're just picking up side lane farm, that's starting to add up. The Jace and the Rise cannot be moved. It's been that way for a while, but with the Baron, we're really seeing that, and TT continue to just lose more and more resources on the map.
Paze steps up, helps the Baron up. Minions take down the inhibitor tower in the mid lane. Walks away safely. The rest of Thunder Talk just trying to figure out where to expend their mans to defend these lanes from being pushed in. JDG Scout is still threatening the top side. Has a Realm Warp and a Ghost in case things get a little too frisky for his liking. And Thunder Talk is trying to hold on. And, you know, for their sake, the Baron buff is going to run out in the next 16 seconds, so at least the empowered siege minions are not going to do as much damage to these structures. But I'm still in the same boat with you, Matt. It's still a very, very daunting look for Thunder Talk to try and recover from this game state.
Yeah, I mean, I think like one of the lessons that you can take home, I was helping out a college team this past week. Shout out to my alma mater, Miami, who are undefeated in their conference. But we talked a lot about just thematic counters, like thematically trying to beat comps. The Senna Ornn, I think thematically really fits in this draft for just what JDG had showing and what's good for Thunder Talk. And we have had a lot of drafts in Fearless where you just get games that end up looking one-sided, where you get really severe power curves with, you know, a team being much stronger earlier than later. We've seen that a lot in this series. We've seen this a lot in Fearless, and it's a good example of what you can do with being creative in draft. It's been a long time since we've seen the Senna Ornn, but again, I think this was a great read and a great game for it. And yes, we did see JDG get pushed around early, but they understood what the comp was and that they had to sack, and now that's a lot of damage coming out from Baseline. Good catch on the Paze. Woo!
That's big. The question is, does it actually matter, though, for Thunder Talk?
Yeah.
Because there's no objectives that they can capitalize and punish on. I mean, maybe they can push for a turret, but still they have to deal with Scout on the top side. Yeah. I think that's the best play that you can hope for. Now that you don't have to deal with the Senna, you can push your vision line further into the bottom quadrant and set up for a safer Dragon Soul contest.
It's not all bad, but that still is the way that we see like Thunder Talk being able to win or come back in this game. It has to be mistakes from JDG. And good setup here from Beishuan. They saw Paze dip in the vision. I mean, the guest is pretty lucky finding both, but still, it's not like JDG, you know, able to track them with the bit of vision they had on the minions, and Beishuan able to make something happen. But that's what is going to be required to happen for Thunder Talk to be, you know, able to contest JDG in this game. It's going to require mistakes from JDG and finding picks out of the only two members that you can pick at this point, and that's going to be Senna and Viego. And Viego looking all that much harder to find because the Sterix is really going to help make sure Shun is able to survive any potential damage that could come his way. But Thunder Talk, they do have vision, and if you're able to sit in this vision and control the Zyra, it can be a really good scenario.
Yeah, and this is where the Zyra can actually thrive. If you get to an objective first, hang on, 1xn, force to cleanse, it shouldn't force it out, but takes a lot of damage, almost losing 50% HP.
This might be a hot take. I think Feather should have flash Ard Shun there. Just try and force Viego out. You had Rise showing on bot wave. I think you had to make something happen now, because now it's going to be Jace peppering you and Senna protecting you as a comp.
Oh, this is such a good choke for the Call of the Forge God. Scout has led them all up a line so that they could get knocked up like that. The bullet time is going to rip through, missing, but now they have to deal with Scout, who has Realm Warp to the bottom side of the flank. H1 throws on the ultimate, but Scout still has a stasis to buy time, and the Seraph Shield keeps him alive for the second part of the fight. Satab is trying to throw all the spells that he can in his spell book, but it's not going to be enough. Shun finds his window, flash W's for the root, and down goes Satab. Hoya, the last member standing for Thunder Talk, and JDG, their eyes are not on the dragon, their eyes are on the base.
And for all the grief I gave JDG last game with not being able to sync up, and, you know, nice to throw missing on this Ornn, where he's able to make plays, and the deaths are okay. I don't know if it's the best 1797 Ornn I've seen or the worst one, but regardless, I think that thematically JDG had a great answer to what Thunder Talk was showing, and Thunder Talk just really over-indexed on trying to make plays. They know that they can't contest these two side lanes as time goes on in this draft, but really accelerated the Doom game state that we're now in with just overstaying Scion bot and overgrouping as 5, and just didn't see TT get enough. So that said, the lack of engage on the Shun earlier on really opened up for Missing to find the angle like this, and for JDG to, again, find all the angles on the Thunder Talk. Like, look at this fight for Beishuan. It's so hard to decide, you know, how you play this one out when you have Call the Forge God going one way, you have Scout approaching from another, and his answer is actually not bad. Like, it actually helped get Rise in the end, right? Oh, I lied. Scout actually got out. Helped get one kill in the end. They were able to end up picking up the Jace, but yeah, really tough for Thunder Talk, and they're going to keep on trying here. This is the only solution they have. They have to group up as 5 and force. Get him out of the side lanes. He's missing.
Fear on a missing. Dredgeline connects, locks him down. Maybe it's enough damage. The
Scout.
knockup, not enough. Oh, Scout, Realm Ward behind them again. Holy moly, Thunder Talk just got dropped so fast. I blinked and suddenly Thunder Talk was gone. Scout's rise has been an absolute treat, and he is really showing up. Thunder Talk, oh man, JDG are able to just really destroy this composition back to back to back.
Yep.
And it's off the back of Scout just picking some of the most disgusting flanks I've seen on this rise.
Time ran out here for Thunder Talk, and JDG going to try and make time run out for Thunder Talk in this series, taking a 2-1 lead. Shout out to Scout's rise. We talked about this comp getting too tanky for Thunder Talk to deal with. Well, a Banshee, Seraph's fully stacked up, Roa Rise. He just TP'd into your backline and pretty much 1v5'd you. You couldn't do anything going golden. That full defensive build from the Rise, the damage still comes through. Level 16 was hit, and Scout ended up dinging all of Thunder Talk as he was the one to make a lightning strike on that backline. And 2-1 now secured for JDG. I will say, in their 2 wins, a little bit of a pattern here. The commitment to playing 3 lanes and having stronger solos were really instrumental in making sure that JDG made the 2 wins they had look as one-sided as they did.
Dude, Scout's rise made me lose my words, man. I'm just completely floored that he was ripping that much damage almost by himself. It was just crazy to see that he was solo realm warping by himself at that point into the backline, surrounded by all 4 people. And you would think that in other situations, this Rise is going to get punked. No, it was Scout doing the punking. I mean, Thunder Talk definitely got stomped and clapped. And I mean, you called it that you were definitely a bigger favorite of JDG's composition they drafted.
Skeptical of TT's draft. You know?
And
frankly, like, if you see an early MF, I think that's a great response into Misfortune. Taking just stuff that's way too tanky for MF to deal with. Because if you survive, like, there comes a certain point where MF just can't do the damage that you get from other ADs. So I think that the way that JDG abused that was really good. And I love the takeaway of the Ornn too, because not only is the Senna Ornn a really good thematic bot lane to go up against what Thunder Talk had, but you deny the Ornn from Hoyo. It's been a big pick for him and Thunder Talk in the series too later on in this Fearless format. So really nice from JDG.
Yeah. Well, now what's left in the tank for both teams as we move on to game 4 and match point for JDG? I mean, the Rise was something that I almost kind of forgot Scout had in his arsenal. I've been so enamored with Doinby's Rise, and ever since he brought it back in this Fearless draft meta, and just thinking that, oh yeah, only Doinby is going to, you know, go back to the Rise. But Scout has played it. This isn't his first time playing the Rise in the LPL split so far, if memory serves correctly. So the fact that he was able to reliably go back to it and put on such a monster performance, what I'm so impressed with was just the way that JDG were pulling apart Thunder Talk and just the flanks that they were picking, you know.
That was impressive. I will say that when your top laner pretty much starts the game being up 2 to 3 levels than the enemy top laner, it makes it a lot easier to, like, find side lane priority and then collapse, which is something that they were doing really well. Also absorbing what happened in mid, because when Thunder Talk show 4 or 5 mid, it enables JDG to actually get push insides and then collapse. So props to at least Pays for chilling out. I think Missing was still too far up a little bit in this one.
Sure.
It's really telling coming into the series that everyone's KDA on JDG was higher than 5. Shun's was 4.5, and then Missing's was 2.9. Because he's definitely been throwing his life in. I don't want to always say for the cause, because sometimes it was and wasn't for the cause. There were some beautiful engages from Missing in that game, so I don't want to take that away. But still, we're seeing... I still am not seeing the Missing that I want to see in this LPL split. He still has a lot of room to grow compared to the form we've seen from him.
And we only say this because we've seen Missing play so much better, so much more consistently in the past.
And because I'm just a hater, you know. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, when you go back to 2023, the last year where LPL as a whole seemed to be the best region on top, and were in contention for a golden road for JDG, and then of course it was all taken away by T1 of the LCK. So it seemed like from that point on, you know, that was like the golden height for JDG as a whole. And then obviously now we're seeing the aftermath of a roster rebuild where missing is the only remaining piece on this team. All the Shin, Scout, and Pace, all new to the banner of JDG. And
looks like he's protesting the fact that he's the only remaining piece so far. Anyway,
yeah, he's, you know, sometimes he's dying for no reason, and other times he's dying for a cause. And at least this fight in particular was one where it started off with him getting picked off, and you know, we all thought, oh man, well, okay, another freebie for Thunder Talk. But then he teleports back in, and he re-engages the fight with a well-timed Forge God ulti. And
yeah. His team did him a couple solids in that one, kind of forgiving the sins. This was also from missing. That was stealthy. Nice. We like plays like that from missing. And sometimes missing does come up big on the engages. So that's what we want to see more of. But still, I think that for JDG, like this comp for me, once they won that first Rift fight where missing did have the grief and then came back, after that, this game was in favor of JDG and still not as clean in terms of cleaning it up as it could have been. We still did see Shun and Paze get picked at a couple different points in this game. So I think still a little bit of room to grow and room to prevent some error from JDG. And I say that only because we're not just focused on Thunder Talk here for JDG. If we win this best of 5, then we're 2 best of 5s away from going to that first stand tournament, which is the true goal for all the teams competing here. So I think if JDG wants to be considered as a favorite for that, still need to clean some parts of their gameplay up. But I did really like this draft and approach from JDG, and it did really, in the end, help them secure a win, because we did see them get to the point of the game where it felt like no matter what Thunder Talk threw at them, or no matter how many picks they could find, it just did not matter.
Yeah, and then when JDG are able to kind of, I don't want to say like force 5-on-5 team fights, but when they're forcing fights where it's down to mechanical outplays and individual star power, then this is where JDG is, you know, thriving, right? You know, the fact that Scout was super far ahead, the fact that Olive was super far ahead, and they were dealing enough damage to threaten backliners, but also durable enough that they can't just be completely one-shot once they enter into a fight. I don't know how if JDG can replicate that again in Game 4, or if necessary, Game 5. But for Thunder Talk, I think the conversation now becomes, okay, guys, remind yourselves of what happened in Game 2 and what went well, and try and remove the fact that you need JDG to mess up a couple times in order for you to get those advantages. As player of the game does go over to Scout. I mean, the flanks that he was finding was just so crazy. Like, they didn't even seem like, you know, clean flanks, but he was such a big distraction for Thunder Talk.
They were
the
pretty
rest
clean
of JDG
flanks.
Yeah,
that was pretty deserved here for Scout. I thought Scout had an outstanding game. Pretty hard to argue against that one, as Scout created all the angles, got all the side lane pressure, and then some people forget how much damage Rise does when you get level 16 and you're able to, you know,
what I
really
meant to
pump the
say
damage.
is that they weren't like, you know, standard flanks.
They
They
were
were very
sneaky.
creative. Yeah, they were sneaky and creative.
This one especially,
Yeah,
going
this
over
one
the
was
terrain,
sick.
this was so sick from Scout. Did end up having to flash in to execute 1xN. If he was able to hit the EQ over the wall and then flash afterwards, I think that's one way it could have been maxed more. Even this, like sneaking into the brush, Scout was just a menace this game. I really like the angles and the realm warps that he took, and even living through this one, I thought that he was going to go down. Not the case. Yeah, I mean, great game from Scout. He is old school Rise player for sure, and I think when Scout's able to play sides and funnel himself, that has always been a good scenario for Scout. Thinking back to his Yone, outstanding Silas and Akali player, the Azir, Scout's really good at, and the Rise as well. The way that he was able to get a lead on himself and then push that one forward. Very impressive this game from him and JDG.
Yeah, I think the solo laners for JDG are definitely showing up when they need to in this series so far. Paze hasn't always had the opportunity to be in a position where he can clutch up, because I think that when the team is so far behind, there's not much an AD carry can do unless you're playing something like, you know, a Jinx or a Zeri, right? But shout outs to All and Scout for putting in the work necessary, and now JDG finding themselves at match point here.
And hey, on the Jhin, he stepped up and got a quad, and now it's been a game of Jhin into a game of Senna. I feel like he's due for a hyper carry game where Pays is. We know Pays is a little bit better for that, and of course in the Fearless format, can't take the supportive champs again. So we'll see if that opens things up. A potential Pays angle as JDG looks to wrap things up here in 4.
Yep, things like Jinx, Kaisa still open for the picking. So we're gonna find out as we take a break. When we come back, game 4 draft will be on your screen. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for Game 4, where it is match point for JDG. This is a roster that was put together during the offseason with missing the only remaining piece after what was probably one of the most successful rosters that the LPL has seen in quite some time over the past couple of years, having reaching the heights of almost a golden road in 2023. Now, you know, a lot of those parts on different teams now. JDG, they have I mean, that was the most polite way I could say it, you know.
I mean, they lost Knight, and then they started losing, you know. Funny how that works, but yeah, at least that was step one, right? But
yep, that's how it always begins. But for JDG, picking up Ala, picking up Shun, picking up Scout, picking up Pays, all joining up with missing the remaining member of this roster, it has the potential and the ceiling to be one of the best teams here in the LPL. The consistency has been something that we've needed from them, but, you know, this Game 3 is another showing of when things are cleaned up, for the most part, they can get the job done. Yeah,
and I gotta say, like, with JDG, we have seen them, it feels like, incrementally improving throughout this early season. Going to 5 against a Moham ONG is not what you want, but the 5-game series against Weibo was a legitimate banger that they ended up pulling out thanks to some heroics from Pays in Game 5, and at least in this series, to go 3-1 against ThunderTalk, a team where I feel like other teams are putting respect on their name, and deservedly so. We've seen some decent fundamental gameplay come out from ThunderTalk. They got a little bit too creative and in their bag that time around, but it was good to see JDG reach into their own bag a little bit, pull out the Senna Orange, deny a pick that's big for Hoya in a game where I think that really thematically fits what their comp already wanted to do. And we saw how tough that game got for ThunderTalk later on, because MF just does not have nearly enough, like, no shot of having enough damage to deal with the Rise and the Jace and Senna Ornn over the top. So I did really like that pivot, that 4-5 from JDG. Thought they played out that map very well. And now we're going to have to see if they can play out this game 4 really well, or if we get some of the Jekyll and Hyde that we've seen from JDG so far in this early season. I think it would be really nice to see them have a nice consistent map here, especially if it did come from Shun and Missing, the two players who I feel like have really struggled in this early season.
Not to mention, it would line up perfectly with Cubby's prediction of a 3-1 JDG victory over ThunderTalk.
You know, I will ignore the fact that I mispredicted the first 2 drafts, but it's fine. We had a good read in that last one, so I appreciate you trying to hype me up there, Rafa. But yeah, it does feel like we're approaching a 3-1 JDG. I think the one consistent factor that we've seen among the first 3 games of Fearless is that the 2 games where we have seen JDG play self-sufficient solo laners, they've gotten leads, and those leads have been too big for ThunderTalk to answer. So would like to see them continue to invest into that. And shout out to Ale, who I don't think he got the Renekton player of the game, but he is having a really solid series. I even thought that, yes, he got solo out by the Rumble that Hoya had in Game 2, but I still feel like he played decent, did his best. It was more like Shun and Missing that really made the game hard for the rest of the teams. So we'll see if Ale can continue to play well. No, it really wasn't. Yeah, there was a few question marks on the map there for JDG, but hey, they were answered in this one, and we'll see if they can be answered yet again in Game 4. As of course, TT lost the last game, so they will select the blue side, and actually banning out the Blitzcrank. That's quite interesting to me. I'm wondering if they want to play like a Jinx Lulu comp, something that we have really seen TT index towards, and something that is contested between 1xN and Pays.
Yeah. Especially the Jinx, because that's a hyper carry that's both on 1xN and Pays' kind of top of priority lists if you want to play a game
Jinx.
and a composition that is more indexed towards playing through bot lane and letting the bot lane have the keys to the kingdom. And the Lulu first pick just might be the answer, considering that Jinx may not be the only hyper carry that both teams have an option for. There is a Kog'Maw that's on the table for Pays, and so maybe they think, yeah, we take the Jinx, but they can still take Kog'Maw Lulu. So by denying the ideal support pairing for a hyper carry, this puts ThunderTalk in a better position for the draft.
I mean, not just that, but also you have other options to pair up with the Lulu, like Azeri, as well, which, like, into Vi might actually be a little bit better than the Jinx, depending on the piece. Like, Azeri can be a little bit more self-sufficient in that area. So I'm curious what kind of answer we get from Missing, because Nautilus is the hook champ that's gone. Blitzcrank was banned. Thresh is not great in the Lulu. You just kind of get stat checked, and Polymorph can play around it. So we're going to have to find a different way to beat it. wondering if we could see something like a Kate Lux come out from Pays and Missing, or if it ends up being that Ziggs where I know that you've joked a lot about seeing LeBron Pays, but whatever it is, we'll see the answer later on.
The other thing I like about Ziggs being locked in with the Vi is that you have a guaranteed Mega Inferno Bomb set up, because the Vi ultimate is going to lock down the target, and so you can get the maximum amount of damage from a Ziggs chucking a 3-pointer from across the map. But they're not going to lock in the Ziggs just yet. But by locking in this Yone, it guarantees something for who I imagine should be Scout's Yone. And you already alluded to how powerful this champion can be in his hands, but good call on the Zeri. That's a great way to answer Vi, because if she ults you, well, you skate past the wall, and suddenly your Vi is taking a longer trip than she intended.
Might see an Akali here for Satab if he wants to match the Yone. You have Akali and Silas available as a couple of the better answers. We have usually seen this be paired up with a
The coach is
Sejuani,
hyping him up for it.
Yeah, Satab's Akali, it's been fantastic. So that will be the pick. In terms of the Xayah hover, maybe that was a little bit of a prediction of what Pays might go for. The thing is that we need magic damage in the comp for JDG. TT's not they're squishy enough where you can maybe get away with it, but with Hoya having blind and mostly playing tanks, I still think that taking something like a Ziggs would be warranted, or even something like a Maokai here. I would like Maokai actually a lot in this draft. You have an R key to try and attack the Zeri Lulu again from range, follow up with the Vi. It brings the magic damage that your comp is missing at the moment, and you are way too tanky for Akali to deal with as this game goes on. So if you can have other people deal with the Zeri Lulu and just be a menace and really keep Akali busy, I think it's a nice thematic pick for JDG.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing, too, that's just always super valuable on a Maokai is you have a point-and-click route with the W, and it will follow wherever the champion goes. And for something like, obviously, the Zeri, you want to have the double up just in case the Vi ultimate is not always available. But it's also a way for dealing with the Akali, who is another very frisky and mobile champion that can be very hard to lock down with just skill shot or static CC. But now that you have two forms of point-and-click lockdown, that gives JDG more tools to try and handle some of these more annoying champions to deal with in these fights.
No jungler showing yet for TT. I think the Wukong taking away one of the tank busting junglers is a good call. Another pick to potentially protect the Vi coming out now. Vi is a really high priority pick actually to get into game 4, so that is going to feel pretty good for Shun. As Beishwan, actually targeting Hoya here. He has played the Mordekaiser. That's a pretty positive matchup into the Maokai, so I like that deny. It would have over-indexed them a little bit on magic damage, but being able to remove one of the members of the fight is sometimes really nice for something like Zeri Lulu.
Yeah.
If you're looking to get pressured. But yeah, the magic damage AD is available. Both the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs taken off the board. We could be relegated now to what was being hovered earlier. It could just be a Xayah Rakan coming in late here. But I do really like the Lulu into Rakan matchup. I'm kind of wondering what Pays is going to end up with. But it feels like he has to pick either Kate or Xayah here, I feel like, are the options. Okay, Karma. We can wait.
You know, what are the odds that this Karma is guaranteed support?
I think it's pretty high. You're running Enchantress plus tank top. I do think the Karma it's pretty good here, and you have a way to actually play for push into the Zeri Lulu now. So
sure.
I think it sets up more for the Kate coming out from Pays, but they just want to... They have options. They can save that for later. Meanwhile, we are talking about jungle picks being narrowed up quite a bit. It's going to be a Beishwan Pantheon. We have seen Pantheon's support with the Heartsteel be played a lot, but in LPL, that thing is in the jungle. We're going Shojin. We're going Sundered Sky, Cleaver. We're playing to fight, and that's what Beishwan's looking to do this game.
Yeah, and Shun has played his fair share of Pantheon jungle. I think Tien was the first one to bring it out in the LPL as a jungle pick, and we were all astonished and kind of marveling to see that, hey, Pantheon got a lot of love slowly over multiple patches, and finally it's at a state where, yeah, he's not, a Vi or a Wukong in terms of, priority junglers that you want to secure for them yourselves, but when the other options are eliminated, Pantheon suddenly becomes really strong in the landscape where all the other champions are gone. And the way that JDG have wrapped up their composition, it's not the Kate Lux, but it is the Kate with the Karma, so this gives them a little bit of long range to somewhat safely follow up on the heavy dive that JDG have in their top 3-man core.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that Kate's gonna have a tough game because you've got Akali and Pantheon that can both get Galio into the backline, and then you have a Zeri Lulu to at least try and make sure that you're able to follow up if you're 1xN. I think that Kate's going to have a really difficult time this game, so really important that JDG is able to get a lead bot early, and we'll see if it ends up being a 2v2 matchup or if we get a lane swap, which I do think is a little bit beneficial for Thunder Talk in this case, because I don't think you want to face the Kate Karma level 1. That's going to be really tough as Zeri Lulu. You get super outranged early on. So let's see if either team can get some scouting wards and predict the lane matchup, because if you're JDG, I think very strongly you want the 2v2, and if you're Thunder Talk, you do not want that at all. So level 1 potentially going to matter a lot, and the level 1 is really bad for Thunder Talk. So let's see if JDG can do a good job of making sure that they're able to properly scout where Thunder Talk is and get the right lane assignment for them.
This is match point for JDG. Win this game, and all your troubles for this series are over. You get to move on to the upper bracket final, where you get to await the winner of Anyone's Legend and Ninjas in Pajamas, which is going to be the best of 5 that will play right after this. If you guys didn't know, we actually have 2 best of 5s playing tonight. Long broadcast, and shout out to our shout out to our producer Chippy, who is in for the long haul tonight. 07 soldier, as JDG answering the invade from Thunder Talk as they go onto the top side of the map looking for vision. They get some vision of themselves on the bottom side of the map in this red quadrant. So exchanged wards in both red quadrants of the jungle. Still questioning where each team is going to start.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri Lulu are deploying mid. I think that they have to walk top here. As Pays and Missing, they don't have enough time to get top off the swap, and that will be the case. So this, for me, is advantage TT early on, because they are going to be able to have at least the 2v1. Yes, the 2v1, you know, it's better bot, but opting out of this matchup, I think, is very important if you are Thunder Talk, because you need to get at least a little something going for this Zeri Lulu before you can face the Kate Karma level 1. You see how strong that Karma level 1 is.
Yeah.
As Missing playing this, I will say, a strength of Missing as a player, I do think that Missing like lanes decently well and is actually pretty good at playing the Enchantresses. Like historically, the Lulu, the Karma, when he was playing with, I believe it was Hope even, like way back when, was pretty good.
Pre-ruler.
Yeah, like pre-ruler. I thought this was a strength of Missing, so this is a little bit of comfort for him. I know that I've been a little bit hard and somewhat rightfully so on Missing the series, but potential for a good setup going into this one.
Yeah. Well, JDG have taken the opposite side of the map into Thunder Talk, where Pays is getting solo XP laning by himself, whereas 1xN and Feather are splitting the experience on the top side of the map, and Shun is just full clearing the entire bot side jungle. Will probably retreat back into his blue side. Shun, or H1 I should say, is answering on the top side, full clearing JDG's own red quadrant jungle. And there's no one that's catching the waves on the top side of the map, so there's neither team that is in danger of having a player of theirs getting dove this early on, so it's just an exchange of multiple blades.
Big thing from this is going to be always going to lose his TP. Poya walked up and doesn't have a shop, or is always going to base and TP, so we'll be TP advantage top. Potentially, but overall, this is somewhat necessary if you are TT going into the Kate Karma lane. Again, the first couple levels, that's so dire for just this lane in general. Like the Kate Karma double outranges you. It's really tough to play, and it's still going to be hard, but it does get a little bit easier now that they at least have a base and actually have base advantage against Pays and Missing, so they're not really starved out too bad here. 1xN did miss cannon, so that feels bad.
-1 in the chat. Unlucky for 1xN.
Also, Awe did walk back, so still preserves the TP advantage later on.
That's not too bad. Well, we're a couple of minutes away from dragon spawning, and then, you know, another minute added on for the first rotation of grub spawning. A little curious to see which teams really feel strong about taking grubs early on. I kind of favor JDG, since you have so many ways to lock down priority targets here. And I don't know if 1xN and Feather really want to, or at least 1xN doesn't want to rotate for a first rotation of grubs, whereas if you bring a Kate over, maybe that becomes even more convincing for JDG to secure it.
I know we usually see the bot lane swap top. I actually wouldn't hate this game if the Kate Karma went mid, and then you just get to poke a little bit before Grubs. If that's the case,
control mid,
then,
right?
Yeah, if that's the case, then I do favor the JDG Grub setup. But the lockdown, yes, the Maokai plus Yone, if you do get 6, can be really nice for lockdown against what TT has, but I'd be pretty scared of a Kali 6-2 plus Galio. Pantheon, that point click stun can be quite valuable. So
sure.
Easy backline access for TT. I think if it's an even health bar fight, could be close. That said...
Uh-oh. Hoya's in trouble. Good flash, maybe. Wow, it's actually enough to distance himself since JDG have no more tools to close the distance.
Yeah, you can see Hoya, he actually just as punched forward, but because he caught Vi, that E actually moved him back a bit, and then he flashed out while CCing the Vi. Very well played by Hoya. We have seen his Galio already in the LPL split. He's good at utilizing the E, which for me is the biggest mechanical skill expression you can have on this champion. It was very sound in that game, even though they did drop the game for Thunder Talk. So good to see Hoya showing some of that in this one, going up against JDG.
Top laner now down a flash. We'll see if that impacts Thunder Talk's setup or challenge at the Grubs. Coming up in the next 30 seconds here, we got Shun taking a base, or actually just canceling the base. Beichuan moving himself towards the top side of the map. We'll probably get a chance to clear out his Gromp before he looks to move. 1xN and Feather, though, are already moving in position to support this.
Pays is still bot as Grub spawns. This really surprises me. I mean, this is JDG signing up to not fighting the first Grubs and instead just getting another plate on the Pays and the Dragon. Vi does rip through the Dragon with the denting blows, but I think that they view the level 6s at the top side of Thunder Talk and are a little bit scared. So they're actually going to opt in for the swap and take that trade. I think it's okay for JDG. Again, my concern this game is that if Kate Karma are not just crazy far ahead, I think it's really tough for them to play into the Panth, Galio, and Akali that will be in their backline. So JDG maybe realizing that, doing all they can to make sure that Pays has a good early game, and that BF Sword Kate doing some serious work on the bot lane turret as they play for first break.
Yeah, that just might be the play for JDG, where they're trying to accelerate Pays' first item spike as fast as possible, and then going back to what you predicted, moving Pays and missing into the mid lane, where now you just have full control of the mid wave. Hang on. Satab. Not in trouble. I thought for some reason Beichuan was a Shun. That's my bad. But Scout using the Fate Seal to escape what could have been certain death. All was trying to punt Feather into the turret, but neither of the two champions took aggro, so they're totally fine. And Hoya is trying to hold on to this bot turret as long as possible. But with the range advantage that Pays has on this Caitlyn, I don't think this turret is going to last long.
has 6. If Pantheon ults in, though, you get a free trap as the Caitlyn. So I think it's a little bit scary if that happens, as 2 more tower shots. That tower, no Grubs, so they won't be able to stick around and get the bleed, but you gotta imagine one more wave and that thing is gone. I actually really want to see Beichuan attack mid. Scout went Hex Drinker, and with Pantheon, the point and click, you guarantee that you can get the flip from Akali to land, and Satab already has an ult advantage. So I think a revisit very much warranted from TT mid. Instead, though, they're actually going to TP bot. Beichuan, yeah, here comes the ult. They're doing everything they can to stop the turret.
Well, Hoya launches forward. They already got the flash out of missing, but the lockdown is great, and the traps are not enough to stop Beichuan and Hoya. First blood goes over to Thunder Talk.
I mean, again, if you are playing Pays, you can prep the trap at Pantheon's feet when he lands. I didn't see the trap come out from Pays, and instead it's just missing. Burn both. Some still goes down. No 6 for missing. Meanwhile, 7s for Hoya and Beichuan. So Thunder Talk make that first blood look easy.
Yeah, and I think it's just because Hoya stepped up, right? Once you step up, Pays is forced to step backwards, and I don't know what the range is on Caitlyn traps, but it might have just been that Pays didn't feel safe enough to try and ward off Beichuan's entrance.
It's about your auto range, is what we're looking at, as we do see a nice Q from Pays that's going to prevent the base, kill some of the tempo of Hoya, and should net first brick on this wave. So it was a good defense to at least delay it one time for Thunder Talk. Buys Darius some time. We do see a reset did come in from 1xN, looking like it's going to be a Yuntal's rush for 1xN. We still going to have to see if Pays ends up going for that one as well. Pays going to let the tower kill off. Okay. It wouldn't matter if he didn't touch this wave, but going to take this wave too. Pays going to be really, really, really rich, though, after taking this tower. As
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of money.
Yeah, tactfully letting the turret execute every last minion, denying as much gold and XP as possible. And 1xN is not going to have the same chance to take a turret of his own, since the teleport is coming in. Missing is going to support Ala on the defense of this turret. Shun, nowhere near, as he's pathing towards the bottom side of the map. Beichuan supporting on the top side, just in case things got a little frisky. But second rotation to Grubs actually spawning in the next minute. I'm curious, now that JDG have gotten a Yuntal completed for Pays, if he's going to join and try and contest for the second rotation.
It's still a little bit of time to scale up on that item, of course, but actually opting to not go for the Collector this time around as Pays, instead focusing a little bit more on the crit, the frontline duty. We'll say Kate, especially late game, those headshots do hit very hard. A lot of the times people now think of Kate as, hey, we get Collector, we're strong then. And if we stay ahead of the game, then we hit IE first. Like, you know, we can be really strong early on. But if you go for the Yuntals into IE, if we do end up seeing that from the Kate, I mean, those headshots, again, do very significant damage for Pays. So definitely a little bit more of a traditional carry setup on a champ that is played for a lot of early game priority, and we'll see if Pays can continue to keep the pressure up, because so far the focus on making sure that he is alone and doing work on the turrets has been good. But this is where we might see a fight. Second Grubs have spawn. JDG has group. Satab is not really spotted.
Waiting for a target other than missing to walk up so that he could threaten an assassination. A flash from Ala follows with a twisted advance, punts him backward, but Shun can't get in range before Satab flashes over the wall. Scout with the re-engage, Fate sealed, hits 2 members, and he's dealing a decent amount of work, but here comes Hoya Zero's entrance. It splits up the fight. Shun is completely in deep waters, forced to flash over the Baron wall. All now in trouble, but Beichuan forced to flash away as well, and Pays is just ripping them apart with these headshots. Oh, but the ace in the hole is not going to find Beichuan before he escapes with the Grand Starfall. Somehow, ThunderTalk only managed to lose 1 member in the trade, but JDG winning the fight and netting 2 of the 6 Grubs.
Yeah, I have to watch that one back, honestly. I got a little bit lost, because 1xN, I saw Shun miss a Q on him, and I thought Zeri would be okay and able to pilot the fight from there. But maybe it was the item differential that came through, because Pays just did so much more damage. I don't know if it was that or the setup, but first fight does go JDG's way, and they prevent the 6 Grubs. It is 4-2, so 1 Grub might will spawn, but frankly, I needed a second look at this one, because I don't mind the idea from Ale to get the Akali. If you get Akali first, I think that's nice for JDG. And the opening's good. Beichuan goes in a little bit early. They weren't able to get Scout. I think if the point-and-click pant stun could have connected on Scout, that would have been big. Instead, Scout was able to get a lot of work done and got out. And I guess the front line of Shun Ale, too tanky for this Harry Lulu to deal with at the moment. Satab wasn't super effective in that fight either, because he spent a lot of his spells running instead of killing. So a nice engage from Ale. I think that was very much warranted and set up JDG for success in that fight.
Yeah, definitely looked funky for the first flash, but just because he lost vision of Satab in the brush, but still managed to force the fight that JDG wanted. And I think for the ThunderTalk, it just goes to show that this is where the power discrepancy of the 80 carries at this early on in the stage really tends to show, because Zeri didn't really feel like she was pumping that much damage, whereas Pays, unaffected and unimpacted whatsoever, was just really putting the threat down. And I know we've memed about, like, Caitlyn power troughs in the past, and a shout out to Cyanide for the famous desk bit all those years ago. If you don't know, you should look that up. That's a fantastic
That's an old school reference there. That's a bit of a reach.
Dude, I can't even quote it because I would not do it justice, man. You just got to go look it up. It's pure cinema. But, you know, Pays is trying to rewrite the script on how weak Caitlyn is during the mid-game, and just trying to make use of the advantage that JDG really set up Pays for in the early stage.
Yeah. I mean, my big concern this game, I really like that Maokai pick from Ale, because if he just makes it his job to sit on Akali to distract Akali, there's no way Satab can do anything to the Maokai. And if, as Akali, we're spending our time dealing with the Maokai, it means we're not in the backline executing the Karma, executing the Caitlyn. So Satab, he did a nice job of trying to hide himself on the approach on the control ward, but needs to do a better job in the next fight if TT want to have the ideal setup for themselves. Because I think the plan is to make the backline so busy, you can't focus on the Zeri Lulu that's going to be peppering you following up on that. So Satab being stuck in terms of what he was able to do in that fight. Again, I think the big part of why JDG was able to come out on top of that one. And now we'll see if that can continue, because we have a quiet part on the map at the moment. So JDG going to be able to kind of just pick up some farm and keep on scaling, something that I think is really good for JDG. Outside the Zeri Lulu, I very much favor the scaling of JDG, and I think overall favor the scaling of JDG because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quiet at the moment since Rift Herald's not spawning for another minute and a half. Dragon under 3 minutes. JDG just playing it slow and playing with the advantage of this Kate Karma mid, where they get guaranteed shove, and it gives them the opportunity to move with Shun into the jungle of Thundertalk, try and push that vision line further, and it just gives them even more control and setting up for these future objectives coming up. The rest of Thundertalk, their advantage, and it's going to be really on them to try and find picks where JDG are overextended. Thankfully for them, they've got 2 global tools in Beichuan's Pantheon ultimate and Hoya's ultimate as well on the Galio, but still on Thundertalk to force the engages. And for JDG,
yeah,
it seems like they have decent ways of disengaging the fight.
That's where I like the Malachi pick, because I don't think that you can use those tools to go into that, and why I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't seen Thundertalk attack the Yone. Like, we saw them bleed out Scout's ultimate. It wasn't revisited. That's the side lane that you have to attack, and Pantheon, really nice in the Yone. I mean, the point and click's really valuable. You can also sometimes play around with catching the R if you don't want the Yone to run away. If you W on top of Yone, they're still able to catch the R at the right angle and make sure that he can't get the full distance from that. So I thought that would have been the game plan for Thundertalk in the dead time, but we have just kind of seen the handshake of picking up these things, and as long as Scout's able to keep on farming, he did take the pit stop for the Hex Drinker before the Bork, so his spike is delayed. Again, a spike that I thought could be punished by Beichuan and TT, but they failed to do so, and I think it's kind of allowing Scout to get away with a little bit of murder here.
Yeah. Because once that Bork finishes, then it just seems like Yone becomes even more unbearable to deal with if you are Thundertalk. There's a couple moments where I saw Beichuan drifting over towards the top side of the map and fading for a potential collapse on the Scout, but it seems like they didn't want to pull the trigger on that. Rift Herald was spawning very soon, and so they are just saving cooldowns now for this fight. They're on full vision since JDG already took that crab. 5,000 HP on the Rift Herald. Shun is walking around the other Baron side wall. Is in range, can't threaten to steal. The eye is right before them. 2,000 HP. Teleport is coming in. Shun goes in. He steals the Rift Herald. And now they're going to turn the fight on to Satab, who tries to go in. Gets annihilated by the Fate Sealed. Grand Store falls into the backline, but Beichuan gets stopped by the traps. Can he achieve even more? But there's no damage coming out from 1xN because they can't safely step up. Missing flashes forward, looks for the root on a 1xN. He's willing to give his life as 1xN finds one on to Scout, but they still trade it back. JDG rolling over Thundertalk.
That was the fight that Thundertalk wanted. They got Akali unspotted in the backline, got the Galio ult in there. The response from JDG was fantastic. The turn onto the Akali made it so Satab, really the stud of Thundertalk, for me the overperformer with 1xN, the newest addition, and why Thundertalk are here. He was completely shut down in the fight. Pays was allowed to free fire. Also, the trap onto the Pantheon, we talked about that earlier, but stopping any sort of re-engage from TT. This was beautifully played by JDG as a crew. Take another look. Yes, Satab was able to sneak in, wasn't spotted, but after the steal from Shun, this is a decent start to the fight, right? Like, you're on pace, but no. A one-shot from onto Satab. Second part of a Kaliar was never even able to be used. Meanwhile, well, we get back into the game, and missing is in the gray screen. Dragon still being taken. Health bar is a little bit low. Not sure if they can recall, but a beautiful fight from JDG in that one. They completely shut down the Akali, and the Caitlyn, with how far ahead she is, was able to out DPS, utilize, or be of more use than the Zeri. Really, really well played by JDG. That turn onto the Akali was beautiful.
Yeah. You're going to see in the lower third here that Missing was trying to get some vision down and just stepped too far into the jungle, but back to live. JDG are going to try to contest Thundertalk on this third dragon spawn. Boy has taken way too much damage, not going to live to see the light of day. I'm flying! Shun dies. 1xN is able to pop him, and the rest of JDG are now on the back foot. All throws out the ultimate, tries to buy some space for the rest of JDG to retreat. Scout takes up a lot of damage on the HP bar as well, but Thundertalk still in prime position to contest for this dragon.
No, they can't.
Now it's up to him to step up. Oh, he might have stepped too far forward. He goes for the leap, the stun, but the trap stops him in his place. Gets the headshot. Pays is totally fine, working with 50% HP, and he's still strong enough to force Thundertalk off the dragon.
And the health bar is too low from ThunderTalk. I was surprised about the rain gauge on the Pays, but the Glitter Lance almost opened up enough space to get Beishwan in there. Wasn't able to immediately follow up with the stun because of the control ward in the brush. So JDG, a little bit of a sloppier fight. I know we talked about how well the last fight was played by them. Here we have to see a couple of the tools from ThunderTalk be really valuable. Importantly, the polymorph from Feather on Deshaun. It prevented the cease and desist from being used entirely as he was stuck being a little bunny rabbit hopping around. And that enabled TT to at least get a little something from himself. Still lose out on the objective, and that is going to be soul point for JDG. And a Hextech soul at that, too, can be very oppressive. But taking another look, and Hoya went down so fast, so early. That Justice Punch trying to get him out was actually caught by Shun, but the Polymorph made sure that Satab caught him in the end. And the follow-up, Alway just being pretty far in. Really nice. Shuriken flip from Satab ended up getting him out of the Fate Sealed from Scout. So he was able to get out. And then, yeah, here, again, because that control word's in there, Beishwan couldn't immediately follow up with the jump. That might have been important because that could have been enough space to maybe even get Hoya involved and CC Pays and get the kill. 1XM was also chunked out during that. So control word kind of an MVP there in the back half of that play.
Yeah.
As we return, Otacons at half. And JDG are looking to not contest. Who's going to get gold on the Scout and on the Pays. Okay.
Yeah, Scout taking out the tier 2. Ala was already picking up the top wave and just answering. Looks like he's going to go for a base. And the rest of ThunderTalk committing to the Otacon secure it. But JDG are saying, okay, sure, you can take that objective. We're going to take 2 turrets, open up the map even further. And how much are ThunderTalk going to actually make use of the Otacon GAs that they've netted for themselves, because they are down 4,000 gold and staring down a Caitlyn that is Omega fed at this point. 2.5 items. Uh-oh. Okay, pace is fine. Things got a little dicey there. You know, cleanse, no flash for the Caitlyn. If H1 got in range, but unfortunately he lost his flash in the prior fight as well, so no way to punish.
I like the fact that you highlight that. I think they just send it on the Pays. Use the Otacon buff, punish the fact that Caitlyn's no sums. Like, if Beishwan literally R's under the turret and like they were going to use that to go after Pays, I would have been a fan of it. Just try and attack them while they have no sums. That said, I think Pays appropriately going to take a reset here. Always here to cover mid. So the siege is on, but we'll see how much ThunderTalk can get. Doesn't look like much. And Maokai brings great wave clear. So no real option here. But again, focus should be onto Pays. If ThunderTalk can find this Caitlyn while there's no flash, no cleanse, to keep in mind only a Shirelius here on the Karma, it would be a huge win for ThunderTalk.
Scout is trying to pick up this wave as the rest of ThunderTalk were maybe thinking about a dive. The rest of JDG just walking through the jungle. Ala is pushing forward, being the dedicated face checker, or the bush checker, I should say. That's the same thing. That's the things you got to do on the Maokai. No tier 2 boots, but that's okay. He's got 2 tank items in the Fimbulwinter and the Unending Despair, which is pretty standard for tanks these days. And all you need to be an effective tank fighting Menace is Scout picking up one last wave. They're going to force the dive. H1 goes in with the stun. Satab, I don't think he really wants to extend this as JDG now look for the collapse. And there's Otacon GAs are going to be expended, but ThunderTalk really need to find something in this fight. But they're over-indexing forward. They find a kill onto Scout, but the GAs are getting popped, and there's not much gas left in the tank here for ThunderTalk. They got 1 kill out of it. I don't know if that was worth.
Yeah, I mean, they gave over 800 gold and the Otacon buff for it, so I'd say not even close to being worth. We did see, at least with the Panth point and click, how you're able to, line up with Akali and try and find the Yone, but it almost feels like this is all too late, and the focus was onto the Yone and not onto the Caitlyn. Pays doing a nice job of staying back, trying to hide himself from the globals, keeping himself really safe, and then, of course, this was an overextension. Otacon's about to expire, so ThunderTalk is trying to get any sort of value they can get out of it, but yeah, this fight is all JDG. Again, a lot of tools used before Pays enters the fight, and that's exactly what you want if you're a Sunless AD carry, because he was able to pick up some solid gold, and guess what? Flash, cleanse, back up, and now Pays is going to be that much stronger and that much harder to get to in the backline.
Yep. And just picking up that third item, the rapid fire cannon, so Caitlyn has even more range to play with, being able to pepper in some empowered headshots or even press the advantage if JDG want to continue sieging onto the base of ThunderTalk in the future. 40 seconds before Dragon Soul spawns for JDG. the window has closed for Thunder Talk to really punish Pays unless he steps way out of bounds. And if I'm going to be honest, Matt, I think JDG are one fight away from netting themselves a series victory over Thunder Talk. They're already at match point, and this would put themselves one step closer to grand finals and one step closer to potentially representing LPL at the first stand tournament.
And again, we've seen Hoya really starve himself out this game to try and group. I don't agree with it quite as much. You have the TP, you have the ult, and JDG being able to respect it, and now having Alda be this big on the Maokai. I don't know how you can actually find and break Pays in a comp where I thought the Panth, Akali, Galio combo would be pretty good at getting back there. Is okay, we're just sending it. TP's coming in.
Pays. I mean, they got the cleanse out of Pays, but he still has a flash.
He's got to run for the hills.
With a flank.
Hoya's dead. Yeah.
Oh, no.
That was his only way out.
Turn off the camera, and he tried to ult out, but he flashes over the wall.
Can they get Dragon?
JDG members, maybe.
They're going in.
Thunder Talk gonna just all in and try to bail him out and look for it. Pays is the target, but Scout's got his back as Satab doesn't have a way to reach him unless... Oh, I saw the vision. He was looking for it, but Pays picks himself up a triple kill, and the rest of Thunder Talk, they're completely scattered, and they're fumbling the bag. 1xN is doing the best that he can with the state that he's been given with, but it's just not enough. JDG 5-for-1 ace, and the Dragon Soul goes to them as well, and I think this is pretty much written in stone.
I gotta be honest, I've never seen a Yone peel for his AD carry the way that Scout's been able to do it the last couple fights, just finding Satab. Some really impressive fights coming out of Scout just to make sure that Pays is safe from the Akali. It was a decent idea at the start when Hoya TP'd in, but Hoya needs to follow up and go immediately. Because by allowing JDG to collapse on him, TT were so far away they couldn't respond. Instead of burning the Dragon, they try and go for the fight. Beishwan again ults onto the trap, and then this from Scout, the Q3 to find the knockup into the R, buys Pays the space to flash out with the Karma-empowered Q as well to make sure that there was no chance that he could get found. I saw the vision as well from Satab, but unfortunately he died before that second part of the ult could go off and find Pays, and he was still too healthy to even survive that. So I think that TT, if they had tools to try and sync up on this Caitlyn, they just haven't been able to use all of them at the same time, and now it's too late in the game where the front line, this Maokai is so damn big and so hard for them to deal with, and this Akali is just really falling off, especially with this build. It's a one-shot build, and if you don't find the one-shot, well, we see how valuable Satab is in some of these fights. So it feels like some of the magic, at least in the upper bracket here for Thunder Talk, it's over. They're going to have a second life in the tournament, but today didn't exactly go the way they wanted to, and I gotta say for JDG, each time we see them hit the Rift, they look a little bit better, just that much better, and that's gonna be really big if they want to have a chance of making first stand. Yeah.
Regardless, after this series, JDG are gonna take a hard look at that second game and just, you know, have a long talk and figure out, hey guys, we need to really coordinate our jungle and support, you know, synergy to make sure we're always on the same page. Pays, no summoner spells. Beishwan is going to send it. And I like the idea, but this is something that should have been done maybe 5-10 minutes earlier. Satab now trying to find himself in the fight, but Pays is completely taken out as he's forced out. Wait a minute! Missing is traded for Beishwan. And Satab is somehow still alive, but Shun finds the Q flash, and Scout still has a collapse of his own. Finds the fight, looks for all the damage slicing through with the swords, and Pays is still alive and healthy to contribute over the wall with a nice ace in the hole. JDG get another 5-for-1 ace, and it's into the game, and the series is over. JDG will take it 3-1.
Alda and Scout doing overtime, peeling for Pays this game, and it was a beautiful looking thing for JDG, as JDG continued to get on the right track as the LPL season continues, and managed to put a little bit more respect on Thunder Talk's name than BLG did as they find the 3-1 victory.
Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, no magic upset like they did finding over BLG in the 3-2 victory, but I think for Thunder Talk, this is a good chance for them to take a step back and start thinking about some of the own weaknesses that they haven't really been exposed by other teams, especially during their group stage play at the start of the split. They still have another life going into the lower bracket. They will be facing I think the winner of IG Top Esports, or it might be the winner of BLG Weibo. I would have to double check.
It's
BLG
Weibo. Yeah.
So there is a potential, depending on how that BLG Weibo gaming series goes, there might be a rematch in the cards if BLG bounce back. But Thunder Talk gonna have some time to figure things out, whereas for JDG, they move on to the upper bracket. They still have 2 lives to play with, and they'll be awaiting the victor from the Ninjas in Pajamas and Anyone's Legend series.
Which is right after this, by the way. Running starts. We'll be hopping into that one very quickly.
Yep.
For anyone that's tuning in. But yeah, for JDG, 2 lives and 2 best-of-5 victories away from a potential first stand appearance. And I gotta say, I keep on putting the pieces together. I do really like the pivots they made in draft for games 3 and 4. That Senna Ornn was fantastic. And I think that's something that a lot of teams have to think about in this Fearless best-of-5 meta. You need a game where you're going to bust out Enchantresses. There's just not enough tank supports to go around to like make it for the entire series. So a Kate Karma setup, being able to execute that with a Maokai top, that was a really good pairing and a good scenario for JDG. And even having the Senna Ornn, you get to threaten that now for the rest of the playoffs. The fact that could come out. Again, really good comp to use that in when you have the Viego and 2 strong, tanky soul laners that need to set up like the Jason Rise. I love that draft from JDG in Game 3. So, yes, Game 2 was a bit of a stinker, but I think that JDG still showed a lot of positives that they can now threaten the rest of the bracket with as they move forward in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and for JDG fans awaiting to see how well this team comes together, I think when we first talked about their mishaps in Demacia Cup, you know, we tried to ease fans' expectations and say, hey, listen, this is the first time these 4 members are coming together on a roster in this group. You know, yes, super teams always have the prestigiousness of having star individual talent and players that can play at such a high ceiling. But I think we've seen in history of League of Legends esports that super teams are not always meant to, you know, just sync up so well at the beginning, because you have conflicting ideologies about the game, you have conflicting ways about how players want to move on the map, or what resources they're willing to give up, or willing to or not willing to give up, I should say. And it's always a long journey, you know. I'm very much in the camp that super teams need time to actually come together, and not, you know, the way where people think, oh, if you put these 5 players together and they're all super good, then they should just, you know, glue together and everything's, you know, hunky-dory. No, like, things take time.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with JDG getting 1-2-3 Cancun in Demacia Cup, and I think we're seeing that with JDG slowly bring things together here as games continue to look a little bit better for them, and that was a nice one. You can see the damage that Pays was able to put down that game. Those traps, that Caitlyn, it was indeed on point. I think it's a pretty easy player of the game for me, handing that one off to Pays, even though I do want to give Scout an honorable mention for how well that he peeled and played those fights. Really tough to do against an Akali as Ione, but those R's and Q3s were finding Satab and shutting down what has been a monster pick for Satab so far this series.
Low-key, I would say that
Get Scout Pog? Okay.
No, hang on. I would be okay with Pays getting Pog, but I think Scout should get MVP of the series.
I would go with Ale, or Ala, but that's just me.
I mean, Ala was damn consistent throughout the entire series.
Yeah.
But I think in the moments that, like, every game that, like, there needed to be something done, Scout was there to help make that moment. Obviously, Ala had the very huge Renekton play in Game 1, and it still was, you know, useful and impactful on the Kennen in Game 2, even though his jungler and support chucked the game for them. I think Game 3, Ala was just gifted a free lane because they sacked so many waves on the Sion, so Jace got super propelled ahead. But for me in that game, like, Scout was super crazy on the rise and was the one, like, forcing all the flanks, and I still think that in the overall series arc, he was still useful in Game 1. I don't know. That's just kind of like my argument, the fact that Scout was going from super carry rise and then peeling Yone. Like, that's not a adaptation you see a lot of players make.
No, I think that's a good shout, and the Rise game, he did go pretty Super Saiyan, so yeah, I mean, regardless, if we're, you know, talking about who we thought the player of the series was for JDG, I think that's a good sign, right? It shows that JDG has some good things going for them, and we can ignore the fact that we definitely aren't bringing up Shun or Missing in that conversation, because those are where the issues are. But hey, It did get better throughout the series, and it will get better, hopefully, as LPL continues and these guys continue to get reps under their belt.
You know what? Yeah. The one thing I can at least say to Shun's benefit is that he's still a damn good Nidalee player. You know?
Yes, he is. That's true. The Vi was fine too, so he did his job that game. But yeah.
Yeah. He found a couple Q flashes that were really good. You know, but if he locks in Nidalee, I have no concerns whatsoever.
It's a dub.
That's a guaranteed dub. You know, or
nice.
At least it will not be Shun's fault that game. But I do genuinely hope that Shun and Missing are able to level up the consistency together, because it really does seem like the last missing piece of what makes this JDG team go from pretty good to one of the best in the league.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team, when it was put together, people looked at this and was like, this squad should be able to threaten BLG for potential championships in the LPL. And it does feel like JDG are getting closer and closer to what it would take to take down the top dogs in the LPL, whether that's, I mean, at the moment, it's not BLG. It's I would say, probably the winner of the next best of 5. As I would probably have them favored in the JDG coming up. So pretty excited to have it upcoming banger here as we have the back-to-back best of 5 night in the LPL.
For anyone that is staying up through both best of 5s, you're a trooper, and I appreciate you, and I love you, and that one of them is already in the call with us, aka our producer Chippy, who is manning both nights, but or both games, I should say. And okay, player of the game,
that's an easy
was
one.
Pays. Yeah, that was expected. I don't know if we're gonna get a MVP series graphic either. Question mark.
I don't know. We'll see. Regardless, nice game here from Pays. I mean, from minute 1, he was absolutely just kind of blistering, smoking people. And I will say that the swap from Thunder Talk was necessary to get the Zeri Lulu out of that lane. But Pays, of course, having the prio turret to hit in bot lane, getting first brick at, I mean, pre-14, and walking out, I think it was a 930 Untoss. That's pretty impressive if you are Caitlyn. Because that thing also, you got to stack the thing up a little bit. You're going to stack it even faster. It's kind of like what happens when you get Roa early. So yeah, really nice to see Pays.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Pays for the positioning he had in fights, but also shout out to his team for doing such an immaculate job of peeling. They made Pays' life so much easier in this game to thrive on the Caitlyn and still finding ways to contribute in these fights, even when he was not in auto attack range. So once again, congratulations to JDG for moving on to the upper bracket. For Thunder Talk fans, do not despair. There's still a chance in the lower bracket, as we'll find out what lies in store for their fate on their potential rematch against BLG or their matchup against Weibo, depending on how that series plays out. I think that match will be on Tuesday? Question mark. Well, we'll see. Anyway, we're going to do a caster swap because me and Cubby are checked out for the night, and we're sending in our next caster rotation for Anyone's Legend versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Is that all you've got to say?
Welcome back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we head on to our second best of 5 of the day, kicking off the playoffs for Split 1. And it's time for the really heavy-hitting matchup. I'm sorry, Thunder Talk fans, but we've got NiP taking on AL here on the other side of the upper bracket. I'm Slayer, your play-by-play, going to be taking you through alongside the illustrious Rude Dude on the other side of the sunrise compared to me. How you doing, my friend? Hyped that we cover both the Pacific and the Atlantic right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling very illustrious. I love that word. Actually, as we're joining and looking forward to this incredible series between our Demacia Cup winners and NiP, a team that, again, was not expected to be up in this top side of the bracket. Much like anyone's legend, to be honest with you, I think, coming into the season.
Yeah, right. And then now we've got just so much extra stakes here when we talk about where these two teams ended with the regular season, even individualistically. But before we jump a little too far ahead, Rudude, I do want to get our just initial reactions to the series we just watched here between Thunder Talk and JDG.
Yeah.
With the unfortunate magic, the golden road looking a little bit more dulled here for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I for one, am not too surprised. I did have JDG 3-0ing. Honestly, after game number 2, and I looked at the scoreboard, and it was like 14-1, 14-1 at some point for Thunder Talk. Yep. I was like, now hold on one second, maybe something's going to go awry. But they kind of righted the ship, put themselves in a good spot, and it was nice to see Pays popping off again, to be honest.
Yeah, picked up that last Gate Player of the Game award, if you missed it, with a deathless Caitlyn performance. I was torn as the Thunder Talk guy on the LPL this split. I covered every one of their matches except this one, so you can blame the scheduling behind the unofficial LPL English broadcast for their loss, obviously. But all jokes aside, was a little happy that we got out of there in 4 games because I am an NAPST gamer, which means this series we're on is starting at 2 a.m. I might see the sun come up the way we think this series might go. But let's move on forward here and talk about this matchup just a bit more. Ninjas in Pajamas taking on the Anyone's Legend side. And I think the conversations around these two matchups, Rudu, needs to start, end, in the middle, whatever you want to, with the Doinby versus Tarzan matchup that has just so much historical stake to it.
Yeah, I mean, these two players played on an LNG roster, rather, back in 2022, where the expectation was that they would be a team that would make it easily to Worlds, right? And, you know, would have been a contender for that title. And they got knocked out versus, you know, a V5 rookie, you know, twice it was rookie, I believe, knocking out this LNG roster, destroying Doinby in that playoff series. But with these two players that used to play on the same team together, they're now playing against each other in this series. Granted, they're not in the same roles, right? It's or mid versus jungle, but this two as a duo were supposed to be a second coming of the LPL and making sure that they were, you know, a truly powerhouse organization. And it flubbed, it failed. Since then, you know, they split apart, they've been on different teams, and getting to see these two play against one another for the first time since that disbanding is definitely going to be an interesting storyline to try and follow.
Yeah, we got the Doinby dad buff return here, the Tarzan. This guy gets above every team he jumps from LPL to LPL, it feels like. But, you know, a lot of conversations around why Doinby and Tarzan didn't work. It was a really interesting thing to hear as kind of a newer LPL guy. Rudu, I'm curious your opinion, you know, how different these two kind of want to operate, especially that early game between like mid lane style and jungle style for Tarzan and Doinby that we will see in the series, obviously, like you mentioned, just on opposite sides.
Yeah, I mean, and shout out to Kelsey and Mazel for this, because obviously those are sort of indoctrinated into the LPL. But the ideas that they were sort of pushing for me was that Doinby, definitely a more volatile laner, I think is the polite way of putting it. Likes to play nice and risky, quite fast as well, where Tarzan tends to be one of these players that just plays a little bit slower, likes to be farmed up before they take those fights. It comes with that each playstyle come with their advantages, and despite the fact that on paper these two, you know, Doinby a player that loves to play for his jungler, and Tarzan a very mechanically sound player, on paper they might work well together. Actually thinking about it, and when they actually got put together, there was just this small disparity between, okay, well, one of my mid lane is really solid in the early game and loves to try and make it volatile, where Tarzan just likes that little bit more time, and putting those two pieces together didn't actually quite fit the way that they'd anticipated. So that was the sort of reasoning that I think those two didn't quite work well together. And obviously playing against one another, it'll be a question of who's got that better early game, or whether the better early game that we typically tout Doinby for having is going to be important enough, and whether that could be the difference.
Yeah, the puzzle pieces didn't really mesh, or you could say the Lego pieces didn't click together, maybe. Yes, the ginger guy's holding a carrot. That's exactly why it's on my desk.
Perfect.
But, you mentioned their other now counterparts in that mid-jungle duo. Let's start to meet them and all the rosters as we continue to set up this one. Starting with anyone's legend roster here. Going from top to bot per usual. Flandre on the top side. Tarzan, like we mentioned so many times in the jungle. Shanks, his new mid lane partner, who's looked very, very impressive in their split so far. And Hope and Kyle round out the bottom lane here. And Rudu, we were talking a lot about this heading up into this matchup. With the rest of the roster, it really feels like not only just anyone's legend, but even both our teams are kind of like Frankenstein pieces of LPL past rosters.
Yeah, we've got this Anyone's Legends team that's got sort of components of a previous World Elite roster from 2023 that have now pulled in little bits of pieces from the rest of the LPL to form, the good bits of that former World Elite roster are now part of a greater wholesome piece on this AL side, where we're now looking at a team that came out of a very stacked group but came out of it as the first seed, and how that Shanks Hope core has proven to be, very solid as a set of carries, are now looking with better pieces around them what their ceiling really is, because they've already won Demacia Cup, which, people can argue the validity of what that gives you,
right.
But they've taken a title already, and now they're in the upper bracket. They've managed to come out on top of their group as well. So there's a real question, I think, for how high the AL ceiling is, and a series versus NiP is the great place to start testing that.
If you've been checking on some of the LPL English faithful, their Twitter brackets they've made, a lot of people think AL aren't going to be in just a Demacia Cup Grand Final, but we won't get too ahead of ourselves because we also have the other roster to introduce. Ninjas in Pajamas in their newest iteration here from top to bottom. Once more, we've got Shanji in the top lane. Aki rounds out the jungle spot. Doinby, as always, in the mid lane. Leave and PP God to round out this squad. Another squad not with that WE Frankenstein pieces put together, Root Dude, but another LPL staple team that we know and love in this region.
Yeah, I mean, this is again a core from a previous roster iteration. It was an OMG roster back in 2022. Shanji, Aki, PP God have seemingly come back together, reformed on this NiP organization again, now with carries this time that are incredibly highly sought after, right? Doinby on his return from a sort of 2-year hiatus. Leave, a player who's, I think, gone through a real redemption arc in this split so far. Coming off of an EDG roster that was really, really struggling, and the question marks around how well Leave would be able to perform certainly were present, but coming into this series and coming into this split, he's definitely been able to put some of those questions aside.
Yeah, part of my heart really wishes we could see more time with Leave and Wink. I still think Wink is a good piece of the ADG squad, but we got him with PP God. They've looked impressive nonetheless. But to round back to the LPL split MVP himself, Doinby. Everybody likes to talk about the rise, and obviously it's had an effect. You've seen Knight and Scout rocket now in multiple games. You got to see Scout play for a win in that last series if you missed it, but. Rude, we got to talk about this man's builds. Let's throw this thing up here. I mean, this guy, the way it's been touted to me, he might be playing on Ultimate Bravery in still games.
So this is a great example
Look at this.
of not just champions that he's pulling into the mid lane, things like Lee Sin, Pantheon. There are some flexibility in those picks, not typically flexibility into the mid lane, it's worth saying. And, just the chaos that he brings through these builds. It's never cookie cutter, it's always specific to the matchup and specific to who he's playing against. And the fact that you've got a player that can just say, yeah, I can pull out Pantheon here, or, oh, actually, Lee Sin mid looks really good this game, and then it does, and it works. The power that provides you is really can be quite underrated, and I think is something that in best of fives, in fearless best of fives no less, is very, very powerful. We've already seen, and Cubby was talking about this in the last series, that sometimes in a Fearless draft, you just end up with one comp being able to run away from the other just because of the styles of them, and that, okay, well, actually, this comp just beats this comp, and in Fearless, we've kind of pigeonholed ourselves. Having a player who can play such a wide variety of picks is too powerful.
So much variety. It's a little mind-boggling to me that I look at that graphic and the most normal-looking build is his Rise. Like that,
yeah.
That is just a real head-scratcher. But as much as we're going to hype up Doinby here, we need to make sure we give flowers to the AL mid laner. I think this is the most impressive Shanks has looked in the LPL so far in that Group A. This guy has been a monster, and particularly what impresses me, especially we're talking about what we saw in the last matchup, Satab. We've got ourselves another mid-lane melee maestro to land some alliteration here, Rude Dude.
No, yeah, you're exactly right. And the power that Shanks has shown again so far this split has come from his dive nature and his ability to get down and dirty, make sure that fights are happening in a way that favors AL, but also makes it so that whoever the AD carry is that he's playing against is having a bad time, and that shared champion pool in the middle, the Silas, the Akali, the Aurora, I think are, well, I mean that we know are going to be 2 picks, 3 picks that are going to be looked at in this best of 5,
sure.
Whether it's through bans, whether it's through them getting picked. In the second phase, potentially those bans can come through, but it's 2 champions that can alter a game, can warp how a game is played, and should be things that both of these sides either need to be looking to take away from one another, be cognizant of in their bans. There's a whole range of ways that this can alter how the draft plays out, but the idea is that we're not going to get 5 games of Corki versus Azir or similar type champions, which I think is a blessing to everybody.
It's a blessing to me. Listen, you can flame me all you want, control mage players at home. I know there's a lot of meta picks, but there is nothing more fun than watching, the Akali, the awesome Akali gameplay, the Silases that we saw from Shanks in some of these matchups. I think he played a LeBlanc game that I think we have on highlight tape where he went, hey, wow, this is the magic of live television right here, folks. Here it is, where he goes like 11-0-5 in this series against WE. It's so fun to watch mid laners who don't have to worry about my problem as an AD carry player of just having to space the whole time. They don't care about that. They're here to throw hands.
No, exactly. They're down to get one job done, and if they manage it, brilliant, right? And that game is a great example. And here again, Shanks, we're playing Akali this time, so it's another one of those backline threat, assassin-style champions that is going to make Leave's life relatively difficult this game. And I think that for this series is actually going to prove to be really important. Shank's a player who, coming into this split, was, I would say, expected to be mid-range as a mid laner. His output for this series that he's played so far has been far and away above that. Has been a standout performer on this AL roster. And, when you're surrounded by Tarzan, Flandre, who had incredible Demacia Cups, Shanks, I think, went a little bit under the radar. In this split, though, in the first 3 best of 5s we've seen from him, has leveled up his play once again.
I'm right there with you, Rude Dude. I think this top side for AL is just so powerful and why they've had so much success. But we got to make sure to always throw love to the role that gets slept on the most and flamed the most in your solo queue games at home. Support has been a big staple for both of these sides, but everybody here, especially on the LPL English broadcast, has been raving about Kyle so far this split.
No, exactly. And I, for one, don't share the same hype that we're seeing from a lot of the broadcast. And I think that Kyle is a really good support, but the rumors throwing around and the wording that we're using is like just hands down the best support in the league. I picked this series versus top esports in particular to go back and have a little look at, and whilst there are good bits, there's nothing standout. Now, as a support player, there's always the question of, okay, am I doing more than just engaging, making calls, making the map movements and that macro-oriented style, which obviously we can't attest to, we don't get the proxy of, but what we see from Kyle is genuinely consistent engages, and I think that when we see him on these Leona, these Nautilus-style champions, you know what you're getting, and it is access to that backline, for better or for worse, and in a lot of these clips you can see he's dying in them, but the power is that he's dying for his AD carry, and that he's dying to make sure that the enemy AD carry actually goes down. And that's the power that a good support will give you. I think that in this series versus top, where he's up against decent opposition, he didn't have the greatest series, and this is where I think Shanks actually really popped off in this best of 5. But up against tough competition, I'm looking to see Kyle make that statement to me specifically that actually I've been sleeping on him.
Yeah, you've got fighting words out here, so we'll see if Kyle throws down nonetheless. And the interesting wrinkle, though, just talking about these supports in general, is the fact that we've seen recently, especially when we talk about Fearless, Rude, as powerful as engage supports are for now with the lane swap meta, for now, if you're not updated on those incoming league patches, there has been spots where enchanters have had to play big roles. How much do you envision we might see an enchanter pick here, like a popular Renata pick from not just Kyle, but even PP God?
I mean, so PP God and Kyle, I think, have both already played Seraphine in the regular season. Typically, they're pairing it with Ashe, and there is a very high possibility that we get enchanters. The way that supports end up getting played out, and especially in Fearless, I'm expecting this series to go to 5 games, not to speak for you, Slayer.
We're on the same front. We're united front right now, Rudu. At least on that. We'll see about the other parts.
This is a great time to remind people, in case nobody noticed or nobody knew, the LPL broadcast did recognize Doinby for his efforts in this split. He won MVP for the regular season. So Doinby here receiving his award for regular season MVP. Congratulations. I think that there may have been some different thoughts on the unofficial English broadcast, and we'll get a little bit of those out to you a little bit later. But there are, worth recognizing Doinby on his first playoff stage. He gets his MVP.
I think I'm gonna spoil a little bit of the thoughts here at home, the LPL English home. Might be the jungler on the other side of this matchup that a lot of people are pulling for here. So you got the history, Rude Dude, but you even got maybe, even if you think it's Doinby, I think it's a comfortable argument to make that him and Tarzan were 1-2, and it's just so poetic for their history and the matchup we have ahead of us.
Yeah, and I mean, even the LPL broadcast themselves, right? I think that they had Tarzan as that top 1 jungler especially, and he was pulling MVP votes as well. So it's really quite entertaining, the idea that these two players that played together previously, we haven't seen them both playing at the same time since that failed LNG roster, and now they get to go up against each other in this playoffs. Granted, it's upper bracket, so there is that little bit of safety net should they fail, but the power of these two, the first best of 5 that they get that's in playoffs format, is against one another. It couldn't be better written.
Could not be better written indeed. Still wait a bit of time to get those walkouts. Got to bring out the hardware for Doinby, so we get a bit of extra time here. But Rude, I think one of the most integral things to talk about that we're going to constantly rehash, and for good measure, I really want to pick your brain on what you're expecting Fearless-wise. The first question I'll throw your way, what lane do you think we're going to see most impacted by this Fearless format? Because we're obviously united on a 5-game stretch, which makes Fearless just such a big topic.
Yeah, and usually, or not usually actually, I think that mid lane can be one of those roles that is so frequently affected by mid lane. With these two players specifically, I think it's just going to make drafts even more interesting. We already highlighted that with our champion pool, but just by the nature of how many champions can be played in this position, it's bot lane. There's only a handful of AD carries that are cream of the crop, and you start to slowly push your way down the pecking order quite quickly in a best of 5, because Kalista is getting banned every single game. You then run through your sort of Ashe Varus utility style marksman, and you normally see the AD carries in pairs as well. So if you see Corki, you see Ezreal. If you see Ezreal first, you see Kai'Sa, and that, the way that these sort of triangles or duos end up forming in the bot lane specifically will be quite interesting to monitor. And we're starting to see as well a bit of a return to hyper carries also. So Zeri's getting a little bit of resurgence. Jinx has been popping up throughout the entirety of this split. And for specifically our bot lanes, they have been very aggressive as well. Leave and PP God especially have been constantly looking for 2v2 kills.
Constantly, indeed. That Kalista you pointed out, I think, it might be, an obvious point to make here because it's just so high pick ban rate in the LPL, but especially, I'm glad you pointed out there with this NiP bottom lane. We're getting the walkouts here. Rude, I don't know how you've approached this. I was hyped up that we'd see some cool old age LPL walkouts where we're hitting cool emotes and stuff. We haven't gotten that, so I have taken it upon myself to fit check every single team so far. I don't know how your approach has been. I will say the coolest matchup, if we're talking fit check wise, folks, if you missed it, OMG, they were wearing those like cream orange onesies. Those were sick. And then they were playing Ultra Prime, who wore the like royal purple. What a color matchup that was. We don't get that today, though. It's the classic black versus white.
No, and I think that honestly, when you get garish orange versus purple as well, maybe we need a little bit of a break from that. But
that's a fair point.
So
it's really
I'm more than happy for an OMG UP once in a split if we'd have seen them at playoffs, and I know for a fact that those would have been the types of teams that would have come out, pulled off some more stage-like walkouts, let's say. These are very run-of-the-mill so far, and I think that for the first round of upper bracket, we can maybe expect that. For finals, for your fight for first stand, I'm hoping that there's something a little more spicy on the way.
Yeah, spicy indeed. We get a little less spicy for our side selection to side, by the way. Interesting little format wrinkle that'll make everybody aware if you missed the TT-JDG series. If you got used to those cool 1v1s on Howling Abyss, they're really fun, right? Yeah, they're out the window. We're coin flipping for who gets side selection in game number 1. I'm actually curious if we've done it yet. I guess we'll have to see once we get into draft, because whoever won that coin flip, dude, they're going blue side. Come on.
Yeah, 100%. It's just the way that it goes. Now, for all of you 1v1 fans out there as well, worth remembering that 1v1s are not completely excluded from this series. If we do go to 5 games, we decide side select through a 1 versus 1, so that's going to be really fun.
And look at this. We got our awesome predictions from not just us on the desk, not even just our production, not even just all of the unofficial LPL English broadcast team. You, if you join the Discord with that QR code, can throw them up in. Rude, man, looks like we're going to be playing a 1v1 tonight if we're going off these predictions. That's a lot of 3-2s.
Yeah, this is a series that I know for a fact people have high expectations for. I think what this broadcast team has done really well is adapt expectations, right? Coming into this split, we've already highlighted it, that these two teams were not expected to be upper bracket. However, having seen their performances in their group stage, there are some people that are saying this could very well be our grand final playoff once again. I say once again, but this series could be played once again. In the grand final, these are two teams that are playing at the very top of their game. If they can continue that, we expect 5 games between the two of them, and we expect them to play against each other again and again in these really important type style games.
Yeah, shout out to Cubby there. You saw he had the 3-1 for AL. Is currently, I believe, the only person sitting on a perfect prediction so far, as he had the 3-1 for JDG. This guy, he can predict the LPL real well, but he'll never predict the Chicago Bears Super Bowl, unfortunately. So he gets 1 win, I guess, as we start the draft off here, rude dude.
Hitting hard.
I had to get one in.
You have to, especially when he's not here to defend himself as well.
Exactly.
Perfect time.
All right.
But draft started as expected.
NiP.
Callista, they're gone.
Yeah, Callista. And NiP's on the blue side, so you got to think that they won that coin toss. But I'm glad you pointed out the formalities of draft at this point. We got to get rid of a Callista. We got to get rid of a red side Skarner, Rumble taken away, and that Jace, even nerfed on the tank-ish build, still a high priority ban.
Yeah, and then, what is this final ban going to be? There's an element of red side jail that you have with Skarner, and yeah, Ambessa's still open. Okay, so immediately, NiP, Sean G, congratulations, buddy. You get a bruiser, you get somebody that can go diving. Already starts off this dive style composition for NiP.
Yep.
Ambessa does really well if there's a friend. NiP have locked in Ambessa already. Vi priority goes quite high as well when you've got somebody to dive with, so maybe we just get to see a super early lock-in. And these guys have they drafted off screen? What is happening?
Yeah,
we're
flying through. Oh man, we're gonna go to Rise game 1. This guy's not messing around. He's picking it first phase. On the other side, though, we do see a pretty classic LPL comp, even with that Renekton coming together here. Anyone's Legend leaning into that sort of like poke distance style comp with the Nidalee and the Corki, which could go mid or bot, but still going to solidify that composition around the Croc.
Yeah, and Flandre as well on the Renekton will be a focal point for the early game. So all of a sudden, yeah, I mean, you say that, Slayer, you say that. However, what we're going to do is lane swap. So let's remember where we are, first of all. Who comes out on top of this lane swap could be really important, or will be really important, obviously. But when you've got 2 bruisers as well, the offset for what happens in the late game is a lot greater, right? If you lock in Ornn and he goes behind in a lane swap, you're still getting Ornn in a team fight. You lock in Renekton, you lock in Ambessa, and they go behind in a lane swap, all of a sudden their lane when they return to standard is really difficult and they can get ran over. Important to note that I do find this top matchup for AL very favorable. You also have to pair that with the fact that you have a Nidalee who is very likely going to sit in that top lane or sit by the Renekton to make those stuns happen.
We are banning out a lot of the bot side champions now, though. Interesting to see that AL learned from the success of JDG, knowing that Senna worked really well with the Ryze Viego comp, so I'm glad we're paying attention to the series before. But the bottom lane, it's really going to be a question here, Rooted. I'm curious where you think both these comps are going to go. AL, though, they see that Varus you were talking about wide open. They're going to lock that one in, likely just to create even more range here for anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and the beauty of going for a DPS mid laner and taking Varus is that you can go for poke Varus. So this gives Hope a little bit of time now to also join that poke. Corki, regardless of how he builds out poke anyway, just by nature of his rockets. So that is going to be something that AL now can use. They can play at that range. NiP deciding to double down on the fact that they've already got dive and they got to go in with it. The Braum priority is going crazy right now for anyone's Legend if they want that, just a little bit of disengage, something to stand in front of them. But instead, Kael, a little bit more on brand, straight in on the rel, game number 1. And this suggests again that you've got some 2v2 capabilities. I would love to see these format in standard lanes.
Yes, please.
It probably won't happen just because you want to deny as much of that Renekton Nidalee as possible.
Yeah. But now we can set the stage here for, win expectations of both these squads. On the NiP side, right, I only have to direct you, Rudu, to one champion because whenever you lock this champion in, your entire comp plays around them. Aki resets. That's all. Yeah.
As soon as we get some form of Viego going on, we're looking good, right? That's the goal, at least, for NiP, is to make sure that they've got Aki some form of kill in a team fight. And looking at the damage that they've built up, or the CC that they've got as well, Nautilus Hook into front-loaded MF Burst into Ryze Root, they have got the tools to actually take one target down at the start of the fight. And looking at the composition that anyone's Legend have drafted, they're going to have to be very cognizant of how far back they play, because if one of them gets hooked, they are all going to get torn asunder. They do not have a real front line. Renekton is going to be their best bet, and for that reason, I wouldn't be surprised to see Flandre opt into a relatively tanky build. And, I say that as far as Renekton goes, that means you go for things like Sterax and Death's Dance, not Randuin's Omen. But you can very well expect to see a pick for NiP means that they're going to come out on top. If anyone's Legend can either play back and be calm about how they take these team fight approaches, or if they begin to snowball, because they've got Renekton, Nidalee, Rel, they have got tools in the early game to make things happen.
They do indeed, but let's soak in the LPL Jayos. There are a few things, folks, that will shut up casters that like to talk for a living. That is one of them. You could tell the fans at the home arena WE, arena that a couple of these players we highlighted have called their home in the past, are ready for what we're previewing as a potential grand finals first bout. And we're already getting aggressive here in this early game, which does bring a sad face to myself and Rude Dude, because it does mean we're likely not going to get this Shanji and Bessa into the Flandre Renekton in that powerful bottom lane so far. But hey, maybe NiP will match this swap and we'll just get it in the Australian way, swap the two lanes.
Yeah, and then, we'll see if there's a potential gank opportunity down on the bot side when you've got the Renekton down in bot lane instead. And it looks like, in fairness, that's not going to happen. Looking quickly at Keystones and Runes as well, we have got Scorch and Comet for Hope. So it's definitely going to be Poke Varus, and as soon as those lanes start to standardize once again, expect that the Varus is going to look quite aggressively with a few trades with the Hail of Arrows. But it is just going to be the map splitting up for the time being, so you'll see anyone's Legend take complete control over the bot side. Shanji looking to find his way in for some sort of XP. Was successful, so you can see just a little purple bar below the character portrait managed to find a little bit of experience there in the solo lane, which is quite good for him. Gold typically for anyone's legend in this situation is to deny not just gold, but XP from the Ambassador as well.
It's an interesting strategy from both squads. We do see that AL commit to a style I've seen from BLG, where they let the mid lane, top laner come mid to protect and allow that push to come through. Shanji is really just getting as aggressive as he can. Buddy, this is not your side of the map, all right? You gotta measure your expectations, because he might just find himself getting dove here. Level 2 ticked over for Flandre, Tarzan, and the bottom lane.
PP
and
got
oh
on his
boy,
way.
only a matter of time. Good call out though, Rudu. Nautilus is here to try and protect, but he can't get to Shanji. Tries to desperately flash back towards his support. The Ignite ticks over. Kyle juggles the aggro perfectly. And AL strike first for first blood, and they might go in for seconds here.
5 seconds, go
PP
again.
God is all alone. Shanji does have teleport. He's going to challenge to get back up, and that should assuage the dive. But AL, man, they look as aggressive as ever. Potentially posturing. They're going for Shanji again. Get the crash down through the aggro, though. Not juggle as well. Flandre's going to go down first. Flashes galore out. It's a disaster as AL going for seconds, and they bit off way more than they could chew.
A 2-for-0 down on the bot side. Shanji spear nearly getting taken down there. Piercing arrow. Shield keeps him alive. And NiP execute very well in the 2 versus 4 underneath their turret. PP God just walking around, CCing as many people as possible. Shanji, the difference between level 1 and level 2 clearly proving to be enough as well in the back half, as they find not just experience from the kills, but gold from them as well. And all this time that Tarzan has spent down on the bot side trying to clear away Flandre, see that Arki has found some good experience as well. So full clear the top side, able to come down now and secure a couple of his second respawn on camps as well. Advantage in the jungle as well for NiP. And let's take another look at how the second iteration of the dive comes down. PP God wailing on Flandre to begin with, and just unfortunately not enough HP. Early Ignite goes down for PP God. Shanji ticks level 2 from minions dying around him, and it just means that there's not enough damage, not enough ability really for this early game AL roster to try and thrive. And they come out worse for wear. Worth noticing though that the gold disparity from off the back of this is in PP God's pocket. So that 200 gold lead that you see is in the supports.
However, you know, this really just wrecks a lot of this lane swap going forward here between Shanji and Flandre. The effects of that dive are really going to rear their ugly head as the series goes on. Flandre right on record there, tries to desperately set up to get this XP, but Shanji's just going to be in such a more comfortable spot. You can see he's already been able to pick up a couple of CS as a wave crashing into him, and he's got more items on him after a reset. Flandre now taking his without teleport.
Yeah, and that's going to make, again, this top matchup just that much more difficult when we start to see those lanes begin to stabilize out, when they start to return to what we expect and what we anticipate. And already, I mean, this is just the bully Shanji show.
Oh my God.
He's not unfamiliar with this. I mean, Arki's level 5. That is not an easy dive either, so this guy's just able to walk it out. Lovely stuff.
That picks up that entire wave. Exactly what we talked about. Shanji's going to be put in a much more premier position. And we don't have any take-v-take matchups, so it's even more imperative top laners can get further ahead in this one. As we see AL try and shift towards the mid lane to threaten Doinby. Can't touch this guy on his rise, but they will continue pushing up, likely to play for those first 3 sets of grubs, where they do hold a man advantage for now, but we're looking at a 4v4 with no top lane TPs.
Oh, and I mean, looking at the gold already so far and what's been spent, we have, you know, basically just starter items. We've got a load of tiers as well. There's a Cull, there's a Dark Seal, Ruby Crystal. Nobody's particularly strong, and it looks like it's just the early game power of a Misfortune and the push that they were able to acquire up on that top side. The hook lands.
Line down for PP God. Just doing a bit of zoning here, buying time for Aki, who's just going to take down that grub. Final one. First 3 grubs for NiP. First step towards those feats of monster slaying. And as they're only one more away here from feats of warfare as well, Rudu, so in prime position for a boot upgrade.
Yeah, they're looking good, to be honest, for this early game. Looking at how the compositions pan out later on, again, if NiP can find the pick, their composition is going to excel. They have a really solid reset composition with this Viego, and they've got really good pick as well, I think, with the MF, with the Rise, the Nautilus as well. Isolating one target shouldn't be difficult, but AL, I think if they can get to a point in the late game where they are at least neutral, or they can look to be set up on objectives, they're going to have insane poke. And looking at, again, the front line for NiP, they don't have a whole lot of that. They've got a lot of damage and a lot of ability to take one target down, but ability to stand and deliver damage, not so much.
Oh, all right, that's bullet time already out from Leave. They got a Realm Warp behind for Doinby, but doesn't cut off Tarzan. They're instead going to turn, as you always see, towards the support. Heartbreaker down for Aki. He tries to chase down Kyle, who is running the wrong way towards Sunday here. That is not his own turret. It's going to get Aki even more accelerated, just what the doctor ordered for that NFP comp, like you were talking about, Rude Dude. Feats of Warfare secured.
And they're going to be more than happy with that one. Getting a kill onto Doinby, who'd been, for the most part, just quite happy, sitting, farming, chilling in the mid lane, but now getting a little bit of extra injection into this Rise, a champion that we know is going to be a threat in the late game. Doinby on his return, and the big series for NiP was against this IG side that, up against Rookie, again, a stable matchup of the LPL, a storied one at that. The player that took him out of the LNG playoff run, when he played against Rookie again, played his Rise and just bullied out Rookie. Bullied that matchup completely, and Doinby Rise was synonymous as far as champion and player combos go. There's a reason for it. Giving him gold on this pick is a bad idea.
Terrible idea indeed. Starting to look forward, though. Here are some of those big items coming across. BF Sword done for Leave, but it's important to remember on the AL side, with this poke Varus, they are going to spike a little bit quicker compared towards that NF and MF in right on cue. A classic Chains of Corruption cleanse check, so that's going to be a key summoner off Leave, with everybody's eyes starting to shift towards that dragon.
Yeah, we've got about 90 seconds before second set of Grubs respawn, so this is now your window to look to play for that Mountain Dragon. The thing is, for AL, yes, they take down the cleanse, but they also now don't really have that great an engage. Kyle is still level 5. You don't have Chain of Corruption either, so actually starting a fight as anyone's legend becomes pretty difficult. And NiP, they've recognized this. They've said, actually, we've got this early game lead, and as small as it may be, we feel it's enough to leverage a dragon. Aki moves on in, finds himself that quick kill, and again, this is Aki who's going to be ahead of the curve, because Tarzan spent so long down in that bot side trying to dive, failing the second time, and allowing Aki just a lot of time to constantly farm up. Full clearing after full clear. He's now 4 camps to the good over Tarzan, and with that extra assist as well, we're very happy with where the Viego's position is in this game.
Rude, if that description you just laid down, I would have expected you to be talking about Tarzan and Aki swapped, right? I thought you'd be telling me Tarzan's been power farming to get a big lead here. Aki was trying to get some plays going early, but really stark difference to how we hyped up these junglers. But it's so imperative to remember the Nidalee is the one falling behind. That is a real problem spot for anyone's legend as this game goes on.
Yeah, and I think that it's such a skill check champion anyway that you have to land your spears to be useful for the most part, and at a certain stage you're going to just anticipate Tarzan will be able to do that. If you get that poke set up properly, it will not become as big an issue. It becomes a problem when you go into Cougar form and start trying to hop around in the mixer really of NiP. And as well for these two mid laners who we sort of addressed as being very much in your face, down and dirty, scrappy kind of players. Shanks has got Corki, Doinby's got Rise, and for game number 1, it's almost against what we'd anticipated.
Yep. Rub's going to be jumped on here by Tarzan. Did have some pretty good mid-prio. They are leaving Doinby to do exactly what you point out, Rude Dude. Continue to push his farm lead here. Stack up towards Aroa. Will grab Monster Slaying spot number 1 here for anyone's legend, so they do stall out that at the very least. But still really not enough to sort of make up this early game deficit. AL, they have to continue to be proactive in this phase, especially with those two you're seeing on your screen now, Tarzan and Hope on that Varus and Nidalee.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen the Nidalee plus hard CC combo fully executed just yet. We seem to finally have been returned to some sort of normality in our lanes, as Shanji finding a good trade versus Flandre.
He's a full level up here. He's really holding on to the public execution, maybe waiting for Dominus to be thrown out by Flandre, but I know everyone fears the Croc when he has Dominus. I didn't think of a health lead. I thought Shanji might go for the killer blow, but wants to still play reserved.
Favorite game of top lane is ulti chicken. Who's going to burn first, right? And just decide. Actually, we're all inning now, because until then, it's just very non-committal trades. And then the second you press R, it's like, oh, fine, I'll press R as well. Okay, we're going all in now. And you can see the wave is really good for Shanji as well. That wave is slowly crashing into his turret. Means that NiP have got an opportunity to either gank the Renekton or, you know, really make Flandre feel uncomfortable, even more so than he already is from those trades.
Come on, guys. We gotta do more. We gotta do more Ultimate Chicken. You're not playing Ornn versus Cassante. This is Renekton and Bessa. We gotta start having a bit more fun. But I guess
especially when there's no objectives, right? Like,
yeah,
Drake
right?
wasn't up for 2.5 minutes. We've just taken grubs.
What
is there on the map to fight for?
Yeah, your TPs will be up in time to play for those objectives. Let's start seeing some
Just
brawl,
flip it.
No, they're not going to flip it here. It doesn't even seem like either. We see that NiP kind of backed off the top side seeing the reset, but Shanji does get a win here, crashing in that wave. He'll get a cleaner reset. Maybe be able to grab up that first item as well. Yeah, grabs the Eclipse. So that's a pretty big power point, along with the Sundered Sky and the Roa. NiP, they aren't super powerful yet with how much scaling they're leaning into, but the fact that they're matching legendary item for legendary item into the AL comp continues to show promise in this game.
Yeah, and Leave just finished Cull also, so going back to base, we'll be able to finish off that Bloodthirster and probably get a little bit more as well. Bloodthirster as well versus a poke composition just works so nicely. You absorb the poke, you find a minion wave, and then the poke is gone. It is just a really nice synergy for Misfortune. So Leave, you know, a little bit of an advantage in that AD carry matchup as well. Worth mentioning, you know, we're at that point now.
It's all blue on the gold right now.
Cleanse is back up. Yeah, it is.
Cleanse back up. That's a good call. Is start to see some preliminary warding going down for both sides. Looking to play for this second dragon. Still waiting for that Kyle big-time rel engage we saw in some of the clips we highlighted earlier. And he has to be really the main engage point. I know you pointed out the Braum could have been a good pick here, but he has to be the one to set up for these Tarzan spears, and we're still just waiting for it to happen. The time is ticking minute by minute.
Drake spawned 10 seconds time. Looks like for the most part AL using those opportunities that they found from mid lane, the Varus giving you such decent wave player and typically going to get prio. It's actually AL with the majority of control down the bot side as PP God missed by the chain of corruption.
Yeah, that's a big CC point. It's already off the board again. Dredgeline not going to land for PP God. Shank's going to use the Valkyrie to get a bit more space. Drake going to reset here.
Reminder that this is how AL want to play their composition. They have poke, they have range. They want to be chipping away at these objectives prior to the fight happening. NiP, they want to fight.
They want all in, and they're looking for it. Both teleports coming through. Kyle going to go in with a two-man on top of Aki and Doiby. The bullet time going to shred their backline, though. Leave gets a complete value out of the Misfortune ultimate, and it's going to wreck the fight. They lose Aki, doesn't get the reset, and Flandre with his dominance pop is running for the backline, but he has to be the hope here for AL with his AD carry off to the side. Loses the dominance, and now the chase down comes across. Shanji sees a target, but it's Doiby to flash forward, find the Rune Prism to lock him through, and find the fourth kill of the fight as NiP get the first big win of this series.
They get themselves 4 kills in favor of 2. Shanji also moves into this bot turret. The 3 grubs going to help him try to take this down. And NiP continue their early game dominance over this match. AL, they flubbed a dive at level 2, and they haven't looked the same since. NiP, with their slow, methodical approach to getting into this fight, find themselves with the advantage, and Leave positions in a way so he's away from Kyle, opens up on the bullet time so there's nobody there to interrupt him. Yeah, he'll take a couple of auto attacks from a poke Varus, but who cares? This is poke Varus, and he's able to force double flashes as well onto him to take him out. Flandre gets chased out in the back of this, and it's so rare that in a full-on 5v5 or even in like a shorter skirmish of 4v5 that you get full value from Misfortune ulti, but Leave was able to make it work.
It's a great point to make there, Rudu. It's something we're going to have to watch as this goes on, because one of the reasons why we might have seen that before Misfortune is if it's not Kyle, you're relying on what? A Chains of Corruption hitting or a Renekton stun to interrupt these bullet times. Is Hope going to hit the Chains of Corruption onto Shanji, actually, to make sure Public Execution doesn't find it, but it's PP God who's hunting him down. Flashes through the root. Is there enough damage? Surely with the Dredge line, they'll find it. Doinby gets the kill. Depth charge to find a second on a Kyle. NiP are running this game one. No fear in their hearts, and they find another pair of kills for another big win.
NiP wanted to scrap, and scrap they will. They find another 3 in the mid lane. Tier 1 turret now at their beckoning as they take down the Rift Herald just prior to this. Summon it up to secure this as a formality. And NiP are running away with this mid game.
They didn't even use bullet time. Leave had that in the bag this entire time. If you have a misfortune comp that's winning without that ultimate, you are in a bad spot, no matter who's playing on the other side.
It's looking really good right now for this NiP roster, and that 5v5, the skirmish nature of this composition is coming in fully fledged. And all credit to Hope, because he sidesteps, flashes, does everything that he can, but at the end of the day, he's just a Varus, and we're looking at the rest of the composition. They don't have enough to keep him safe. Kyle's engage or attempt to disengage is just a little bit slow as Hope. Like, really
so
good
much.
sidestep and dodging out. You can't dodge Flash Nautilus auto attack, unfortunately. Kyle gets rooted by Doinby, so he can't do the damage and can't provide the CC that could have kept his AD carry alive. And at that point, it's already too late. We talked about the resets coming through for Aki. Well, in that fight, it didn't even matter. Yes, they found the first kill, but it was already over. The NiP squad are now looking to run through this top side. They've got 1 turret remaining on the outer sweep, so all attention has been turned up toward this top lane. They've got 90 seconds before Dragon spawns. That gives you a bit of a timer for how long you'd expect them to spend on this top side. And when you're so far ahead, you don't want to be giving anything to the enemy team. So Drake, this tier 1 turret, they should be looking for both.
Should be looking for both. They might look for the knockout blow here, as this game already feels NiP win 5s. I mean, they're up a ton of gold, and the poke setup composition AL want to play for, it's just so hard to execute now, especially when you see some of these items coming through to buy more time, right? You got a tankier Viego, you're getting tankier on Shanji, and Doinby already has that Seraph's already completed for that big shield. You're just not going to have enough damage right now if you're AL to burn through and get enough HP off of NiP before they're in your face.
And especially as well, you know, small thing typically, but Locket being finished for your support, it's going to be really valuable for PP God this game. It's so easy to determine when that big ticket damage is going to come through. I see Varus charging Q on a triple blight stacked marksman. I'm probably going to channel Locket at that point, right? Oh, a big spear is going to come through. Let me lock it. It's so easy to find value with this item already finished for PP God. And we're looking at this Drake, the Atacon spawning pretty much in tandem with it as well, both down on this bot side. Don't expect the Atacon to be as immediately off-rip as maybe the Drake will be, but NiP will find complete control over this bot side jungle. They gave the tier 1 top, or rather didn't find the tier 1 top, so happy to make a little bit of a sacrifice there. But the good thing is once this Drake's gone down, they can probably just return their attention to it and take it out as well.
They can take everything. They can take everything on this map, and AL, they just don't have item breakpoints right now to answer except for Hope, but those are those cheap lethality items. And I'm live to you guys. This doesn't even have the more Amana done, so there's not even that big power spike. But Rudu, how about the fact, obviously a matchup with AL versus NiP. We're hyping up Tarzan, we're hyping up Doinby, but on the NiP side especially, it's been those sum of everybody's parts that's been showing out so much. We'll have to hold that conversation. Those shakes, you didn't tell off the turret, he finally gets it down. He will teleport back out to at least get something for AL, and we can focus back talking about how it's everybody but Doinby that's really doing all the heavy work for NiP right now.
I mean, we say that. Doinby is 8 out of 10 kill participation, second most on his team. He's where he needs to be, and as well, he's very, very fed in this game. So, whilst he hasn't proven to be, or hasn't stood out so far this game,
he hasn't had to have that moment yet, right?
Yeah, he hasn't, but he is doing a lot of work. I think that's just the nature of the composition that NiP have drafted. Is, you know, they're playing 5v5s, and in a 5v5, what I want from Rise. Oh, Hope.
Oh, all right, Hope. Yeah, just pack it up, head back to base. That's 75%.
This guy doesn't
HP.
have a Bloodthirster, so that's the problem. He has to recall.
Varus Bloodthirster coming to a solo queue game. Can't blame me.
I've been known to take that item. I've been known. Either way, though,
support player.
we're talking about Doinby not having the impact in these fights, maybe, but he's just taken 2 turrets in the side lane, uncontested, whilst NiP are still also starting up the Atacon. And you're quite right, now Doinby TPing down into this Atacon pit is the sum of the parts for NiP. And as much as this game started off with one wrong dive, it very quickly turned into a very good dive that NiP were able to capitalize on. Now with the Atacon going down, AL feel obliged to try and stop it.
And look how dark it is. They just now get vision on Atacon before it's going down, but a huge depth charge comes through for BB-God, and Shanji's just putting all of them in the meat grinder. Immediately eviscerates run. Doinby's gonna pick off Kyle on the backside as well. NiP are doing no wrong right now to kick off this best of 5.
And they may lose their mid-tier 1, but they're going to find such a big fight around that Atacon. They now have that faux death ready. They're looking to storm down the bot side. Aki's chasing Hope.
Oh, flashes to make sure the stun goes through. Aki has a killer instinct. Great flashback from Hope, though. He dodges the main Heartbreaker damage, but he's just not enough to deal with Aki right now. Maybe I spoke too soon. 1 auto, the differential between Hope going down and an Otacon reset. We don't even get the shutdown glory rooted.
So double summoners burnt by the Varus, though. It gives him 200 gold, which, you know, you can argue the value of, but what NiP can look to do with the remainder of this Atacon buff might be a little bit too scary, to be completely honest with you. They've got now, you know, a couple of minutes where they can step forward quite aggressively without too much fear for going down. And like you say, Hope, you know, gets hit by the majority of things. The important thing is that he flashes out of Heartbreaker and he's able to buy enough time with that flash to turn the damage back around. Really good play on the Varus as well. He's resetting his blight stacks and making sure that he's constantly getting rotations of his Q and his E. Kyle looking for PP-God.
Oh, PP-God interrupts the crash down from Kaio, sets up the bullet time so well. We hyped up both of these supports. Kyle's been impressive, but in game 1, it's all PP-God and NiP as they're just picking them up like shooting fish in a barrel. Hope's HP bar eviscerated without those 2 summoners.
He has no flash, has no barrier, and he just gets minced by the Ambassador, and Shanji not finished here.
Shanji, he's going out for Tarzan. This guy knows that this team is too far ahead. There's nothing AL can do, not only because they're down so much gold root, but their comp just isn't designed to deal with the amount of haymakers that NiP are throwing their way. Shanji still has the Otacon revive. He wants to use it to the fullest extent, with it topping off in about 10 seconds. But it's Ninjas in Pajamas breaking the base open before we even crest 25 minutes.
Wow, 2 turrets falling inside the AL base before Baron has even gone down. And, you know, the saving grace is that Flandre is able to take a tier 1 turret in the bot lane. Like, if that's the cope that we have for AL right now, this game is really in a, yeah, it's really not in a good spot at all. You know, Corky's hit 2 items, great. Varus has hit 2 items, you know, that sounds good on paper, but I'm stacking that up against the 3 items that we're seeing for Doinby. A fully stacked Dark Seal, a trio of incredibly defensive items for Arise that also just so happen to boost his DPS as
Level
well.
16 as well already for Doinby. You got the 3 damage items through for Leave. This game is done. We're waiting for one big team fight from NiP. The poke just doesn't matter anymore for AL. They've got nothing to do but wait for NiP to come and claim what is theirs. PP-God flashing to find the first big root, but it's the root prism into the bullet time. Doinby sets up his AD carry well, and it's just all bets are off. What a start to our series. NiP come out and punch AL straight in the mouth to take a 1-0 lead.
And PP-God, see hero, kill hero. He spots NiP, an opportunity to take a fight, and he takes it.
Nexus turret's going down. Just a formality. What a start to our series. The quickest game of our day belongs to Ninjas in Pajamas as they go 1-up.
And the snowball was so impressive this game, and it came from a missed dive from AL. As soon as they lost out on that dive, they lose 2 members. Everywhere on NiP is just slightly accelerated, and they were able to leverage that so well. And the second that PP-God was out on the map, this guy was everywhere, was just hooking left, right, and center, constantly finding exactly what he needed to. And that's the beauty of Nautilus, right? Is that when you're ahead, you can kind of hook anybody and you get away with it typically. The good thing for PP God this game is we talked about it in draft. Who's standing up and tanking that hook from anyone's legend?
Nobody.
It needed to be a 3-item Renekton, and we never got to 2-item Renekton, let alone 3.
Yeah, we didn't have a true tank either. I mean, you could claim Rel, but support income, Rude, you know better than anybody. You're not going to be tanky enough in time, especially the way you fall behind. We talked about it, though, right? We both believe this could be a grand finals preview. It's so poetic that one mistake was enough for NiP to blow this whole game open.
And what's even worse as well for AL is that mistake happened sort of 3 minutes in, and you're just kind of like, okay. There were probably more things that we could have done this game, but even so, you know, you look at how that game ended up playing out. NiP were ruthless with their approach, right? They were just meticulous with the way that they sort of dismantled the Anyone's Legend draft as well. And, you know, they took one good fight around a dragon after that, and they were able to once again push that snowball a little further down the hill. And before AL knew it, the game was really just over. It's so infrequent that you'll see games end without a Baron going down, but NiP, they had that snowball, they had that power, and they found it really well.
Really well indeed. I need to make sure everybody at home understands the gravity of what we just saw here. Do you know how big of a lead you have to get to overshadow a Doinby Rise performance? Like, I know he played like perfect, but I'm still going to reiterate the fact that like this was the most snooze fest Rise game of his career, maybe, with how the rest of the team was playing.
Yeah. Again, like, no disrespect to Doinby because he did everything he was supposed to, but the pieces around him, the sum of those parts, were just on another level, and they were absolutely where they needed to be. They found enough sort of movements around the map as well to facilitate Doinby. You know, taking 2 turrets on your own top side without really anything happening, it is truly impressive again, and it sort of speaks to what the team can buy for you by way of space. And for, again, playoffs, this is our first opportunity to see cross groups and see that sort of group to group strength that we may or may not have anticipated existed. And honestly, personally, I was expecting the NiP group to have maybe been a bit of a weaker one, the way that I've seen IG perform. I didn't know how good NiP were going to be coming up against AL, other teams from other groups, but slamming game number 1 is a very good benchmark to put down.
And you can see what we've been talking about here. We're going to keep alluding to it. As nice as the gemstone of Doinby is for NiP, the sum of the parts have to step up in a matchup like this. Shanji in such a premier spot with this Ambessa, got the lead surviving that dive and was playing like all bets were off. And then PP God, like you mentioned. Rude, I don't know where your head's at with the player of the game, but I know the Rise scoreline was perfect from Doinby. We might get the vote to him just because, but in my mind, it should be Shanji or PP God. Those two that made AL make the big mistake in the early game.
Yeah, and I think that PP God really is the person for me that I would be looking to give my pog to.
Support love, you know, I'm with you.
Yeah, I think it's so rare that you get to see supports dictate that, but this game was so tricky from that very early level because of PP God. And yes, don't get me wrong, Shanji played very well on that top side and was able to sort of offset some of the early issues that he found from that dive, but even still, it was the Nautilus constantly looking for these engages, and you know the replays are playing for a good reason, and every single time it's PP God starting the fight, it's then Shanji joining afterwards, another one, right?
Look at this depth charge. Oh
the target selection as well, the skill ceiling of pressing R on the correct target, on any target rather, not high, but the cognizance of which target always being correct, not as easy.
You have convinced me, Rude Dude, an 80 carry player of all people, that we should be giving this one over to PP God. So let's hope we get it and piss off the great Kelsey Moser, who has been a PP God hater. All the PP God haters, where are you at right now? Because game 1, this guy might be the best support in the LPL. They're hiding.
They're hiding, bro. They're scared. And I mean, again, we talked about this in the game, but any time that your MF gets to stand and channel bullet time is a testament to either being very far ahead or a testament to the enemy composition not having all the tools that it needs. And
or
you know,
both.
like, yeah, well, maybe both. Porque no los dos, right? If you've got an MF taken on 4 as well, that kind of speaks to it. They had a really good little window there, and I think, again, credit to Leave for, you have to imagine, calling, actually, Misfortune looks pretty good here.
Yeah, did look pretty good. Let's see who gets to shine, though, with our player of the game pick here. We're pulling for good old-fashioned PP God. Still, though, want to reiterate, it's big for NiP that we are talking about either Shanji or PP God being that MVP pick, because the team that's going to come away out on top in this matchup, as big as Tarzan has been, you know, slotted as the first jungler out of the LPL in the regular season split, and then Doinby, the regular split MVP. Whoever the rest of some of those parts show up is going to really decide this matchup. And NiP, their pieces, their Frankenstein arm, leg, whatever part you want to throw together, really showed out first here. As I've never had to wait this long for the MVP. I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat right here.
You're being teased.
As much as these guys are way more dapper than I'm ever going to show up to one of these broadcasts, unfortunately, I got to see who this MVP pick is.
Yeah, well, I mean, NiP, I think even, you know, if they give it to Doinby for whatever reason, right, they can be very happy with how this series has started. Obviously, now the challenge gets a little bit more difficult. They're going to be playing Red Side next game, so
Yep.
Shocker, right? That's going to make things a little bit more difficult. But I do think that NiP, with this such a sort of commanding game number 1 opener, they might well be looking to steamroll that and maybe channel some momentum as well.
Oh, here we go. Let's give away that good old pog. Oh, dude, go. Dude, all right. You can flame me all you want at home. Like, I know the stat line's great. I know it's Doinby Rise, but, dude, this guy just got to coast and press QWE the entire game, man. This was, we've been robbed, Rue, dude.
Yeah, well, either, like I say, I kind of, there's the element of, not necessarily bias, but Doinby Riseness, let's say.
That's a good way to put it.
A way that it gives you a bit of a leeway toward giving him MVP more so than anything. And yeah, like I say, I don't think Doinby did anything wrong this game. I just don't think he was the driving force for why they won, which is typically where I like to place a player of the game vote. But you can see, right, he's doing all of the stuff that kind of needs to be done on a Rise, and you know, finding 2v, don't call that 2v1, but doing a lot of the damage onto the back line as well is more important.
Without a doubt. So Doinby going to take another Player of the Game award. Your regular split MVP picks up right where he left off from the split heading into the playoffs. We are going to be heading into a short break soon, but first we got to show some love to many of you at home and maybe hype up how you could help out the unofficial LPL English broadcast we've got here. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show you're watching now. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the very broadcast you're watching, but a huge bulk of it is to pay people like myself and Rudu, the on-air talent, and the content creators we see behind the scenes, like Patty, who's been taking money out of their own pocket to set up these awesome interviews. Speaking of those interviews, if you subscribe to our Coffee linked in the chat below, you can unlock perks like early access to the content we make and the ability to ask those interview questions to some of your favorite players in the LPL. Such a unique on-site interview experience that we all get here and you guys can participate in. But for anybody that's at home watching in the chat, subscribing to the YouTube, subscribing to the Coffee, we appreciate you. You are what are making us tick. You are the heart and soul of this broadcast. It's going to keep on trucking through here, folks. We got through game 1 in lightning time, but we could have 4 more games on tap. Anyone's Legend going to have that side selection after we get off the break that's coming. We'll see if they can even up the series or if we're just NiP all day, every day. We'll see you in a few. Back in action here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we bring you the latter half of two best-of-5s from the upper bracket here. A big tied matchup between Ninjas in Pajamas versus anyone's legend that did not live up to some of the hype we brought in Game 1, Rue, dude.
No, I mean, it was a stomp. Long story short, if you missed it, NiP closed out the game in 26 minutes. They didn't need Baron. Anyone's Legend got, I think, 3 or 4 kills throughout the entire game. And NiP were off to the races from the get-go. So, you know, we'd built up this big story that hopefully this was going to be a really close best-of-5, and it might yet still be that. But game number 1 was not a close game. And after we've seen some genuinely very close back-and-forth series throughout LPL so far, when we saw 2 top-seeded teams coming against one another, we were expecting the same thing. So far, we've not had that. Yeah,
and for the Doinby versus Tarzan hype, right? It was a great point you made during the game that I thought was really intriguing. You know, hype up Doinby as an aggressive mid laner that wants to play for lane really early on. Tarzan, power farming guy who's going to scale up and be a threat. It was actually the opposite of those kind of strategies from the two in Game 1, even if we did get the patented Doinby rise out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Tarzan spent a lot of time down on the bot dive that ended up being a little bit worse for AL than they might have liked. And for the most part, Doinby pressed E and Q on minions for the first 15 to 20 minutes. Did a lot of right-clicking turrets as we moved a little bit later on, but then emerged into the team fights. Very, very strong and really quite the solid Rise. No expectations that it would be anything else, but he had a very solid performance all the same. And for NiP game number 1, they'll be looking for more of the same in game number 2. It was a very solid game for them. I think that they managed to find a way to play the draft versus AL, and they knew exactly what they were looking for. Obviously, we're in Fearless, so they're not going to get that opportunity to give PP God Nautilus again to have that same run back of styles. And fortunately for AL, they're not going to have the same opportunity either.
New champion's going to come out for that game 2. Well, like we kind of talked about a bit here, Rude, new territory for both of these teams, because as dominating as the regular seasons were, there were a lot of questions about how the validity of their group, right? Neither of them had to deal with like a big Weibo team, no 2-time champions in either of these groups to deal with, and we're starting to maybe see how built they are for these big Titan v Titan matchups based off of their group performances.
I think that the IG NiP series, having been played at the start of the split, made me a little cautious for what NiP would look like in the playoffs, because they got the difficult series out of the way and they really swept aside IG without too many difficulties, and that's an IG super team that sort of came together, that NiP beat, and that we maybe weren't expecting for NiP to be able to beat on paper. But it's good to see that despite the fact that they came out of their group as first seed, maybe they had a good start and then kind of got to coast through the rest of it. They've been now able to find at least a first game versus AL, and that those expectations for how good these teams are, and when we're talking about the groups finally coming together, that the NiP actually they've got the chops to take it versus most teams.
And, on the flip side here for Anyone's Legend, right? Their group, we talked about, sported teams like LGD, who has a very, promising young roster, but still very early stages, and WE, really a team that felt kind of flat. So we're seeing how they look in new territory, especially considering that they haven't dropped a game 1 yet in their time in the LPL. So really a good test here for Anyone's Legend fans, guys like Flandre, Tarzan, the head of this roster, to see how they respond to a loss that they're not really used to, even if we're talking back to Demacia Cup.
Yeah, they, your Demacia Cup champions, I think they lost like maybe 2-3 games throughout the entire tournament. So taking a loss in this first game won't be something that they're unfamiliar with, but will definitely be something that they haven't got as much experience with as some other teams so far in this split. And now they've got to try and bounce back. They've got blue side now. They should be looking at ways in which they can utilize that. What first pick are they going to try to play for, and make the most of that first pick, because that really came through for NiP as well, right? Shanji was first picked Ambessa, lane swapped into a bot dive where he died at level 1 and still did the most damage in the game.
Yep. Ended up getting his revenge on the other dive. I'm looking to see, I want to see Tarzan and Shanks back to their more comfortable spots as we do head into that draft, right? Let's get a melee champion out here for Shanks. Let's get Tarzan on one of those power farming picks that he likes to play alongside Shanks. Just get back to comfortability if you are AL on that blue side. But so far, band's staying pretty similar. We still see Nocturne, Aurora, Callista, Jace. Those 4 champions in particular were taken away in that game 1 draft as well.
Yeah, and I think that this final ban will tell you a lot about what AL might look for. So Rumble, Skarner are both still things.
Whoa. This is the first time Skarner's gone unbanned on red side. Is this not just an immediate slam?
So it could be, but what is... Yeah, so also left open is Rumble. That's been left open. Also, we've still got Zyra, which is a typical pick into Skarner as well. The Skarner goes in and just kind of get minced up by all of the plants as well. This is... I'll use quote marks here. This is nerfed Skarner, in quotes, because the Skarner champion is still very, very strong regardless. And yeah, they're sort of... NiP... recognizing, actually, we've got Zyra open for this reason. If you want the Skarner, you can take it. But we know that this matchup is very good for the Zyra, so we're kind of happy with that.
What a gutsy call. I mean, we're making history right now by the fact that everyone's adverse to the champion that's just been blind banned on red side. And now AL, even despite all your great points, Rue, dude,
they're obligated.
Like they're obligated. They're like, we can't pass up on this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Skarner gets played typically, well, not typically, exactly once per series, and, you know, most frequently it's 0 times, actually, because it just hits the ban table always. And maybe we will now see why Skarner is so frequently banned. The CC that this champion has, a 3-man suppression, is not something that's typically balanced, and the ability as well to 1 versus 1 the majority of AD carries, we will soon see is definitely quite a problem. AL as well.
Picks. Just real quickly, back to back.
They could all be B1.
Yeah, they got Rumble, Skarner, and Ashe all on the same team. But what's intriguing, going back to the jungle points we've been making, Rue, dude, again, it feels like Tarzan style. I'd expect him to be on the Zyra and Aki on the Skarner, but it's just opposite day right now.
Yeah, and I think that Arky as well has had a bit of a glow up also in this split. Another one of those players that coming in a little bit like Shanks almost, that we were expecting sort of middle of the pack, probably upper middle area of junglers in this case, but has stood toe-to-toe already with some very, very highly touted junglers. And again, against Tarzan, again, game number 1 didn't have a standout performance for Arky, but was doing what he needed to, was absolutely along for the ride, and was a willing participant in those fights as well.
Yeah, and there, hey, going back to what you called out about these supports and the enchanters, good respect then there from NiP. They're going to take away that Seraphine that both Kyle and PP God like. Just going to likely take away some of these top lane answers if you're AL. Try and limit, even if you're going to get lane swapped into this Rumble, try to limit the tougher 1v1 matchups whenever that happens, or if that happens in our meta.
Yeah, and I mean, typically you would see a Galio ban here as well from AL that has sort of risen as an attempted counter pick to the Rumble, but at the minute, I'm looking at the amount of magic damage already. Maybe they don't want to take the Galio as NiP specifically, and you don't have the best champion to try and facilitate that. I think that PP God on the Leona looked great in Engage on game number 1, so maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of that, but could be one of those setups for the Galio as well. NiP this time, though, they're the ones playing with range, and if AL sort of have anything to say about that, it should be that they should be looking to engage also. They've got Rumble ulti, they've got Tarzan to try and go in, and they've got an Ashe ulti as well to attempt to engage those fights. What NiP need now are one of those frontliners, right? We saw it missing notably from AL's composition in game number 1. Somebody to stand in front, absorb the damage, and Udyr fits that brief to a T.
Yeah, right there. Azir being hovered, I feel like this is just such a good spot for Shanks to play a melee aggressive. I know there's a Zyra, right? And that's a problem. There's an Ezreal that's hard to get to, but I feel like you want somebody to follow this Skarner, and like a Kali, Silas, those are good picks, but they're going to go to establish some extra range back there with the Azir alongside this Ashe.
Yeah, I don't hate this for Shanks, to be honest. And you know, Shanks' Azir as well is something that has been relatively as well highly touted from last year as well. So good to see that we get a little bit now of team fight from AL as well. Game number 1, their draft very much centered around poking and trying to prod people out prior to these objectives, but this team fight that they've got already is going to go crazy, and they do have that 5v5 build and capability.
Renata gets through, still locked in here, and this is the fun part, folks. You are on red side if you're NiP. You don't like being on red side with how powerful blue is for these teams, but you get the R5 Doinby picks, and we get the Lee Sin mid. Bust out the ultimate bravery here, Rude Dude. I don't know what the hell this guy's going to build.
Yeah, so he will build Merc Treads, most notably, versus CC of Skarner plus double AP solo laners and Ashe and Renata. So Merc Treads for one, but you know the rest of the build probably has a Stride Breaker in there, but you know, trying to predict the rest of it, we'll wait and see. Played it into an Azir last time round as well, if I'm recalling correctly. So it is a specific answer to the Azir that Doinby likes to pull out. And now we'll get to see whether or not he was a fluke in the last series, or whether he's just, you know, specifically well-versed with the Lee Sin versus Azir.
And the Lee Sin here is, you know, turn nameplates off, you know, take away the fact that it's Doinby. is a really intriguing pick with the rest of this comp, right? With the peel that you get, the sort of, playback style of this Zyra Ezreal. The Lee Sin is a weird puzzle piece to try and jam in there.
Yeah, this is a risky pick for Doinby specifically, because there's a world where we see some very anti-synergy properties happen of Skarner has channeled ulti, he connects on ulti, but then Lee Sin kicks and pulls all 3 members to either danger or safety. There's quite a lot of volatility and expression in how the Lee Sin can be played versus the Skarner and what that does for a team. I think that overall I personally am a big fan of the AL's team fight nature in their composition, and as we bring into the game, we should be looking at the NiP side being a little bit more cognizant of their range this time around.
Getting the look at Doinby. Gotta let him ring in. All right, we got on the tail end, but we're going to let him soak in every time. That's the LPL staple, which you get. Doinby on the Lee Sin, going to have to be pretty focal compared to the rest of his comp. But for the first time in this split, really since Demacia Cup, this region gets to look at somebody else playing the Skarner. And just how amazing is it, Rude, dude, that it's Tarzan, the top jungler from the regular season split, on this pick.
Yeah, this is. It's nice that we're getting to see the most OP champion that we've had so far in season 25 finally get to be pulled out. This is it's vibes of like season 3, season 4 Cassidy, where this champion just didn't get through.
Oh, that was such a disgusting time. I can't believe you reminded me of that.
Like it was just permanent red side ban, and it was always taken away. So. Tarzan, starting out strong. We're looking at lane swaps as well, but this time it's been matched. It looks like Australia lanes are going to be our standard. And take a look at Arky here, actually moving his way up to the top side to try and protect some of those camps. Also joined by Shanji, who is in this top lane, or rather top side of the jungle. So, curious as to whether or not Shanji is going to move his way down to that bot side, or if they're going to attempt to try a very early gank here.
Oh, wow. PP God picking off right where he left off with the Nautilus. Everybody's flashing for Kyle, and it's not going to matter. NiP just has something different in the water right now. Right as aggressive as they were in game 1, they find first blood 2 games in a row.
And then Shanji TPs into the bot lane. He's going to be, a wave and a half down in terms of experience, but that gives now the top side advantage over to NiP, and you can see how cautious Tarzan has to be. This is the time for Arky to move in and try and invade on that top side. Instead, the Zyra decides to head back down toward the bot side. We'll clear out the blue, the Gromp as well, but for the time being, a little bit of a glimpse at how long it's been since Skarner was played. It was in 2024, so not the longest time since. But, the champion that had been on everybody's red side ban list has finally made it through.
Yeah, I can't read a lot of what they threw up in that graphic, but I understood the 2024 enough to be right there with you, Rudu. But, again, it's NiP in these early windows already causing dysfunction for anyone's legend. You pointed out how Tarzan had to be cautious, slow down his clear. The bottom lane on that top side, NiP gets the lead, and most importantly, with Shanji picking up that kill, now he can just survive so much longer into this Flandre Rumble, even if he had solo time in that bottom side.
And I do want to point out as well that the onus is on NiP to make things happen as we, start off this early game, right? The late game of an Azir Renata duo alone is enough to put the fear of this game into NiP. And I think that moving through NiP starting this game out quite strong is a good sign. They need to continue that though if they are looking to take this game win, because as the game gets later they are going to struggle. The Azir can largely match the range that is given to NiP, and Azir as well will be able to get through Shanji, will be able to take down PP God. The tools that we criticize typically teams for not building that tank shred, it's there for AL this time, and they're going to be able to just sit back, relax, and try to scale is their name of this game.
They're doing exactly what you ordered, Dr. Rudu. They're just playing aggressive across the Rift. Aki, he got double scuttle. He steals away a blue buff, all because of PP God and the NiP bottom lane's lead. This Ninjas in Pajamas roster is just understanding the assignment right now. Maybe give him the blueprint on how to beat AL. gotta just get in their face right off the rip.
Yeah, so, you know, the next stage, I suppose, is trying to secure some of those neutral objectives, and Grubs spawn in a minute and a little bit. We've got Drake spawning in 16 seconds, so it may just be a bit of a slower start to those neutral objectives, because typically you will see teams swap their bot lanes back after the Grubs have been taken, so anticipate that on this top side there'll be a little bit of pressure put down. I say that as Leave and PP God are attempting to recall. Hope is going to stop it, and we'll see that Shanji allows the recall for Leave if they wanted it, but sticking around on this top side. Not going to have an opportunity to recall before those Grubs at this point.
Oh, Leave, Leave, come on, PP God was playing valiant support, man. He was blocking the volley, he canceled the recall, and then just going to the brush. Classic AD carry player there. But this is what I was already alluding to, right, Rude? Shanji already has MR. He's got the tier down. This lane already feels rough for Flandre, and we're only 5 minutes in.
Now, it is worth saying as well that Flandre hadn't based just yet, so had been in lane for quite a while. So we're sitting on just that Doran's ring, where, as you alluded to, Shanji's picked up a null magic mantle, has that tier already stacking up. And as we now see the pan back out onto the map from the bot lane specifically. Doesn't want to miss out on this experience, I guess. Maybe looking to sync up with his bot lane for when they recall, because Grubs have already been started. So if Hope and Kael reset at the same time Flandre does, they can swap lanes, and the bot lane of AL can be around the dragon as well.
Good call out there to try and play the neutral game, but they're not going to be able to get all of the Grubs. NiP feel much stronger now. They're trying to push the issue. Last Grub not being taken as Leave and Hope get into a rare marksman 1v1, and Leave is winning it. Hope has to flash back towards his turret, but now Leave is stuck and left with Kael and Tarzan, who are just going to bop him on down. Leave went for the hero play, and like so many AD carries in your solo queue games, he gets caught being way too far forward.
Yep, I'm not sure whether that was engaged by just eeing over the wall onto Hope, but his team were not ready to respond. Shanji as well gets a couple of plates down on this bot side, but Flandre teleported into that top lane. So in the end, it's a 2-for-1 trade of the Grubs, but also Leave does go down. Not the worst scenario for NiP, but AL will definitely feel quite favorable with how this all started. Yeah, Leave just hops on over, and when he ease over, his team are there to support, but PP God and Aki prioritize taking the Grub over trying to defend that choke. It allows Kael and Tarzan in, and the reason they have to give that up is because Shanks has to move from mid lane first, and Flandre teleported in. So if they commit to trying to fight that 3v3 on the choke, they're just going to get closed in on and lose more than they would have given anyway.
Hey, you lane swap haters out there. Listen, we got the standard lanes. Just don't look at the clock and don't look at the levels. We're back in the bottom lane. Woo!
That's a win, right? That's what we can all try and cheer for. That eventually we reached standard. I mean, it's better than game number one. Game one, we never actually got standard lanes, and we ended up seeing bot lane end up laning mid when we returned to top laners to top lane. Even with this, relative amount of chaos through the early game and a slight misstep from NiP, they still have that gold lead, and it largely sits in the top lane as well. Shanji quite happy in this 1 versus 1. Flandre's teleport up to the top side didn't yield him nearly the rewards that he was hoping for, and now Shanji on this Udyr, yeah, exactly, very, very much free in this 1v1, let's say.
Allows Aki to just do what a Zyra wants to do best, and we're going to continue pushing this style switch that Aki is the one farming camps, getting a ton of experience lead, and it's Tarzan that is kind of lost looking for these proactive plays. He does have the Impale available, that big Skarner ultimate, but doesn't really have the vision or the control to step up for this dragon, and with Doinby swinging over, they are going to secure it. Asher going to go down, going to go between the uprights. That's a field goal, not what you want if you are AL. Down goes Stranglethorns. Doinby going to fly in, force Kyle to flash, but he chases him, gets the Warthog flash kick. Doinby does it for his son's birthday. Happy birthday, kid. I just found a solo bolo for my squad.
And that is a Drake plus kill now for NiP. Once again, pushing the pace of this game. It's what they need to do, Shanji.
Flandre already puts down the Rumble ult. No more damage left to the tank. Gonna have to flash away from Shanji as this top lane matchup goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, not ideal for Flandre. Unfortunately, there's nobody on the top side to help Shanji go for a dive here. But AL starting to struggle a little bit on the map. NiP, so far so good. A kill for Aki in this instance as Tarzan now looking for lead, no cleanse.
He does have flash and will have to commit it, so respect given over to that ult. It's going to be big summoner off leave going forward for any grub fights that's going to come up.
Yep, just means now that every time he presses E, he has to know where everybody is on the map, or that he's going to be, safe enough to press E with the support of his team. No summoner spells on an Ezreal is a big win because he's such a slippery champion anyway. If he's got the flash as well, and it's that extra added disgrace that you hate to play against. But also looking at the items, the experience, importantly as well, lead actually quite far ahead. About half a level, I say quite far, half a level up over Hope. Definitely something that he should be happy about. And for the time being, NiP, they've got that early game advantage. Want to see them look to translate that. We're seeing bases start to come through from leave, so that moving up to this set of grubs should be their focus. But again, AL are just here first. We saw what being there first did for NiP around the dragon. AL currently take one away, deny that stack on the feet. And I think that's all they were after.
Yeah, it's just so weird to see this Skarner that we hyped up. I mean, has not been played yet in 2025. We're talking LPL splits. And we're seeing Ixtal impacts away from fights. Just allowing AL more space. As we get a replay back at the first big fight of this game, where NiP re-secured that lead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit rude to do it like this with the observing, but sending Kyle back to his doom with the kick flash. Good to see as well. I mean, I don't expect anything less at this stage, but the kick flash mechanics are there as well. As we move through this game also, kicking Tarzan through people could very well be a big source of damage for Doinby.
Flandre going to use the Rumble ult to cut down the wave, but it wasn't in time. The dive's still going to come through.
Oh,
Astro's
no!
going to land onto PP-Gon.
The plants!
The plants were taking up the turret aggro. Dive secured, another kill for NiP. That one for Feats of Warfare.
Yes, Shanji also teleported out so that he didn't end up going down to the collapse of anyone's legend. Another kill for Aki, this Zyra, 2-0 in this game. The answer to the Skarner, the reason it got let through on this blue side. It's not a B1 Skarner. You look at this draft, you're thinking, okay, well, Rumble somehow got let through, but, they got Skarner. No. Skarner got let through, and it was so that this Zyra could prosper.
Exactly.
Aki so far ahead in experience, ahead in kills, and now, with that Liandry's finished, is going to start being very, very active in these team fights.
This matchup was marketed as Tarzan versus Doinby for the first time. And while we have got some big Doinby moments, right? The nice flash kick we saw, the Rise game was perfect to earn him a player of the game. It's Tarzan that's really struggling to find form we know him for, and Aki is taking full advantage of it.
He is, and then for the first time, really, this feels like Aki sort of making the plays off of his own back, I'll say, or at the very least being the one that directly is rewarded. In game number one,
right.
He was very much along for the ride, a couple of assists on the Viego, but nothing particularly stand out. And at the minute, 2-0 on the Zyra has been, now 20 CS up, so a 5-camp lead to the Zyra is making these plays happen off of his own back, which is an improvement, especially from where Aki was just last year.
Oh, Arcade Shift goes through as he gets stunned. Leave is going to be safe. That's a key. Ashe ultimate down for this dragon that spawns in 20 seconds. As AL try to grapple control of that river. Are going to... Ooh. I got confused.
They're on the same team, Slayer.
Same team! That's my champion too, man. I can't get confused on Ezreal mechanics right now.
Well, I can tell you, and this isn't an Ezreal mechanic, if I fire a skill shot at my teammate, it doesn't actually typically impact them, unless it's in Renata E, which is conveniently in this game as well. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I got a lot of learning to do. We see Aki easily taking care of this dragon, and we gotta keep talking about Aki.
Tarzan's
Hold on. Tarzan does not go after the dragon. He wants lead, knows that doesn't have that E up. They're going to try and lock up PP God here with the slows from Hope, but it's Tarzan to go for his big first move, and boy, was it a big one. Flash impale on to leave. There's no way in hell he survives. Ton of ultimates used here for AL, but they're still trying to push the tempo here with no Rumble ultimate. They're slowing up Doinby, but Lee Sin is slippery as ever, even if he is playing in the mid lane. Yeah,
that was personal. Leave got flashed on by Tarzan, ulted by Tarzan, then ulted by Shanks, then ulted by Flandre, then ulted by Kyle, I believe, or is that still up? Either way, 3 at the very minimum ultis committed by anyone's legend just to take down Leave. And, you know, they got the Ezreal. Fair play to them, but they lost out on the Dragon, and it's a big pickup as well for NiP, now 2-0 in that aspect. Tarzan flashes over the route as well, straight on top of an equalizer, straight on top of an Azir shuffling it back. There was really no way that Leaf can get out of that.
4 ultimates used. Yeah, good call there, Rude, dude. So it does get them the kill they want, but NiP come back out on the map as aggressive as ever, just really making it a point to force Tarzan into uncomfortable spots, even just trying to farm his camps.
And again, for Tarzan, this is a almost very important year for him as well. Came from a Weibo roster where he could have very easily become a franchise player at Weibo. Decided, in fact, that wasn't for him after just one split. Joining this Anyone's Legend roster, Mazel marking him as sort of an LPL mercenary, just going around collecting these teams and making sure that they succeed. But in this series so far versus Arky, hasn't had that standout just yet. Yes, found a pick onto leave, but committed flash and ulti to do so, and is struggling in these matches versus Arky at the minute.
And we have to continue to point it out here, as big of a pick as Carter can be, NiP might have just drafted a formula to beat it, especially with Aki ahead. It is so difficult to run into a Fed Zyra, to try and find an Ezreal, one of the slippiest AD carries in the game. You got a Lee Sin for Doinby that you're going to always find on flanks. Who's left as your target, Rude, dude, for these big Skarner grab-ups?
I mean, the unfortunate thing is that the targets are Aki and Leave, right? You talked about it being difficult, but it doesn't stop them from being the target. It just means that Tarzan's job is that much harder, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to find success with those Skarner ultis. Again, to sort of address some concerns for AL, I do like their composition as we get later into this game. We've got Hope, we've got Shanks, 2 very, very scary carries as we move into the mid to the late game. But NiP so far have set up around this top side, around this Herald, and my concerns for the NiP late game, I'm not here yet.
Nope, not even close. Herald battling with a plant there, but the engagement come through on the PP God. They're going for Tarzan, gets the impale, but he's locked up by the Strangle Thorns, but he survives through it all. PP God gonna go down first. Doinby gets caught out by Shanks of all people, who throws him back into his team, and there's the install impact we needed from Tarzan. He survives and sets his team up for success. The first real big fight win for AL all day long.
Yes, a double kill for Hope as well, who goes untouched in that team fight. The threat and onto the backline from Doinby, completely non-existent, as the kick not getting the effect that you want from this Lee Sin. Shanji not being that presence in the front line that completely runs roughshod over AL. And Anyone's Legend, they're able to find a very solid fight. Again, the 5v5s for Anyone's Legend will be favoured for them as we get later into this game. But if they're able to start making sure that they're getting these wins earlier on, they'll be more than happy, and they should continue to take these 5v5s.
Starting to become real clear that NiP, as aggressive as they were, especially trying to get Flandre behind, they may have left a sleeping giant in Shanks like you're talking about. Has had such a stellar split. But let's look back at this fight and learn one key rule, ladies and gentlemen. You don't engage onto a Skarner.
No, unfortunately not. And they were looking to sort of, I guess, DPS check to say, okay, well, as long as we can take down Tarzan, this is probably fine. But Doinby, again, completely non-factor. Shanji ran in. I don't think stunned anybody. He got stunned into a wall and was dead by the time he came out. So is definitely struggling to find as much effect on that Udyr as we might have seen. But Doinby now fancy Shanks down on this turret.
They heard me. They recognized that they did not prioritize putting Shanks in a tough spot, but he's able to dive out. He's able to avoid the dive out onto him under that tier 1 turret. Drops the Herald in a bit of a panic here. It's going to start a juggle for position around this third Drake. NiP have the stacking.
Yeah, this is a good angle for Tarzan to get in. This is a do-or-die fight for NiP. If they lose here, the game falls completely out of their control, but if they can wrestle some of it back, they may still have a chance. They're 2 Drakes to 0 at the minute, securing Soul Point. Again, gives them a slight win condition, a offset to the late game team fight. And NiP, they started it up.
They got the plants. Zyra can really burn through this. Noemi gonna take the turn on the backside, join the fight.
There
Equalizer down. Tarzan goes in, only finds PP God. Arrow does lock up Doinby for the time being, but AL have to come off the back of their engages. Tarzan to flash, find another impale onto PP God with the Renata ult as well. Forces Shanji off the front line, and AL can do exactly what they do best. Front to back and fly in with Shanks' Sand Soldiers. The back of NiP has been broken.
It's a brutal combo. The Skarner and Arta duo, Kyle and Tarzan, are linking in these team fights so efficiently. They pull one target in, and the second they're impaled, they then get hit by the hostile takeover. They cannot contribute to these team fights, and NiP have no response to this AL team fight. The 5v5 is just favored for them. They had a job to push the early game, and they failed.
Tarzan's sweet revenge on the Skarner. He was heralded in this early game, wasn't allowed to farm his camps, didn't know what lane to cover, but he recognized what matters most, Rudu. You pointed out the team fight. It's once again Tarzan starting and finishing the equation with that classic impale.
And you can see here Leave trying to sort of pepper from afar, and Aki trying to get in position to maybe try and snipe away a Drake steal. But they go flash for flash between the junglers. And again, look at what Doinby's able to do in this team fight. He's sat here, kick up and ready. He's just protecting Leave, who doesn't do enough damage at this point anyway. So his job rendered neutered, really, just completely inefficient in these team fights. And the Lee Sin mid, as much as it's a great answer to the Azir maybe in a laning phase, but for what we've seen in these team fights and what we've seen for the Lee Sin playmaking potential, we've got one kick flash onto Kyle. That's it.
And we talked about it from draft, right? As cool as it is of being a Doinby Lee Sin pick, a pick that he's known for, and you mentioned with the Azir especially, it just does not fit the style NiP drafted for.
A composition that looked to want to play at range. They had a couple of nice beefy tanks in Shanji and PP God as well to attempt to do that, but then, you know, maybe feeling that they didn't have the ability to make plays. They weren't really sure how they were going to go about that, but Doinby, looking in this Lee Sin, is now going to feel the consequences of his actions as he looks to take this tier 2 turret.
He'll knock it down as Mini Wave goes away. Flandre gets a ton of damage through. Doinby gonna kick to create some space. Ward hop to safety, but Flandre wants to chase him. Flash for flash they go. Doinby waiting on cooldowns as Flandre chases him through, but it's a snipe from halfway across the map. Thank you, Hope, courtesy of Flandre.
And Shanks now 2v1ing on this top side. Notice that he's got the support of Kyle also. Atakan buff at their back. Tarzan going in, just going to try and zone off NiP. If they don't get this tier 2 top, it's worth noticing we can look at the bot side as well. Flandre's getting gold regardless. This is a secured play for AL. They are going to get gold from a turret. Whether it's top or bot is what is important, and AL, they have to commit a little bit more into the top side to bait in NiP, but it opens up this bot side.
Still so much time on this revive. Tarzan on this Skarner, so tanky already. Why not just throw caution to the wind here? We'll see if they go for it as another ultimate from NiP committed just to thin out the wave. That's Strangle Thorns and True Shot Barrage down for minions.
And they're looking to see about this top lane tier 2. Mid tier 2's already gone down. Now Shanks can move his way over. NiP have committed so heavily to defending this, and Tarzan, yeah, just with this buff, even if he steps forward, even if he goes down, it's 200 gold, but it's not the end of the world. AL, 4 members strong on this top side with TP.
Third time's the charm. It's a saying for a reason. Ash Arrow, ooh, good ramp stance there from Shanji, is going to neutralize it. Solar Flare doesn't hit Tarzan for a stun, so he impales Shanji and serves him up like dinner. Stew at the dinner table. Doinby teleports in just a bit too late. He has to shift back towards his teammates. And AL claim another turret and more. They've really just strangleholded this game too.
And again, looking at the impact that Doinby has in this game, he teleports in, kicks Tarzan away after his team has already died, and again, we're really struggling to find reason that this Lee Sin should have been taken. Does find this tier 2 down on the bot side, and you know, you think maybe he's able to get away, has a pink in his inventory, but it's a really good arrow from Hope. Calculating the pathing, the timing, the trajectory, all of it going in, and Flandre just... Ooh.
For a matchup of historical ramifications, as man, I was about to mention Tarzan. Really low HP getting chased down. Shanji teleports in. Now they're just going all into Flandre with PP God Flash Zenith Blade. So it's not Tarzan that gets picked off. It could be Flandre. Big heal comes across with Kael, and I spoke too soon. They both end up getting out of dodge.
Yeah, I mean, there's Riftmaker on Flandre, who's got just a little bit of durability there, but also, look at who's flashing in. It's PP God Shanji, your 2 tanks. There's not the damage there to really take out a Rumble. And yes, you know, it's Bloodsong Leona, right? So maybe there's a little bit more, but even still, there's just not enough in the tank to take out what we would have liked, what would have been a quick pickup.
Guess they do get the flash out of Tarzan. With both those summoners off of PP God, it's just going to make NiP's next 5 minutes even more harsh because he is the real engage tool. Even with the Doinby Lee Sin kick, right? You drafted this comp for PP God's Leona to try and start these fights. Without flash, it's just, you're just neutered.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the damage as we move later, we already highlighted, right, that we'll favor the AL composition. Azir and Ashe are going to handily DPS check an Ezreal and a Zyra. But Doinby on this Lee Sin doesn't really do too much damage. The Shanji PP God duo as well is there for CC or frontline. And again, looking at the frontline the AL have, well, it's just the premium S tier tank of Season 25. It is the most OP champion that we've had in this season that NiP decided to let through.
Had a 100% ban rate until now. And even when we pointed out, and fairly, that NiP drafted what could be the Skarner breaker, it's just not enough for this champion, especially Tarzan, who I am very happy to see bucked off a rusty game 1. As much as we love Doinby here, you know, the LPL split MVP, there are 2 sides to every historical battle. And I'm glad that in the present day, we're seeing Tarzan get his get back on the Skarner.
Yeah, and you know, important, again, a reminder for people that missed the top of the show, Tarzan and Doinby, a little bit of a rivalry. They were part of an LNG roster that was supposed to, you know, go to Worlds and do great things back in 2022. Completely flubbed, failed their way out of both playoffs and the regional qualifiers, didn't even make it to Worlds as a duo. Since then, there hasn't been a time when they've both played in the LPL off of Doinby, taking a little bit of a break to spend time with his family. But first time that they get to match up against each other, Doinby gets player of the game in game number 1. Game number 2, Tarzan gets the most overpowered champion and is the reason that they're starting and winning these fights.
On cue, here comes Tarzan barreling in. Ixtal's impact. See the equalizer come through as well, and cuts off any escape for PP God. Doinby trying to find a 1v1 with Shanks, but he just doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the juice, the sauce to tangle, wherever you want to phrase it. Doinby's on the back foot now. Aki flashes to safety, but the burn gets him, and NiP are just scattered to the wayside. There's nothing for Doinby to do but get chased down by Tarzan, who gets the impale. He sighted him out and knocked him down. Tarzan may have floundered in game 1, but he's stepping up big to try and force a 1-1 bout. AL versus NiP.
It's a 4-0, and Leave dies as well. Hope goes forward, flashes in and finds the ace. Another Game Slayer. No Baron needed. NiP now absolutely in shambles.
Game 1, NiP domination. Game 2, AL bounce back. And that's just tantalizing when you think about 3 potential more games coming your way. Just as expected, a 1-1 split to start it off, and game 2 marked by 2 big words: Tarzan's revenge.
A Scott on a diff, maybe, in game number 2, and a lesson to everybody out there. You ban this champion, and you should maybe continue to do so for good reason. Tarzan, though, putting on a very good performance. You highlighted this brilliantly in-game, that he was marked, he was pushed out of his jungle, he was out-farmed in the early game. The Zyra did her job for the early stages of this match. And, you know, NiP, they picked the Zyra specifically to answer the Skarner, knowing this is what they were planning for. Their plan was a success. Their execution was a failing. They weren't able to find the win in this game, and they weren't able to translate Arki's advantage into particularly anything. And Tarzan, like a wall, just sort of stood there, took the brunt of what he had to take, and then gave it back, but just way, way harder.
Yeah, and like you talked about right off the rip, why you don't want to pick that Skarner, but this is the Anyone's Legends team that I was expecting come to play, and the unsung hero that definitely deserves a lot of praise here, kind of in a similar vein to how Doinby's rise was. Shanks just took what was given to him, right? Free farm waves, get to those big item breakpoints, and when they needed him most, hit the Shreeman shuffles of destiny.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about mid lane and AD carry, it feels like so frequently, is that they can be, so frequently maybe playmakers, maybe not, depending on the champion they have, but what you need from them in every game is damage. And Shanks this time round, I mean, Hope as well, it's worth saying, we're both absolutely on top of their game. A solid performance from Hope as he's finding arrows to start off fights, to secure kills for Flandre as well down bot side. But Shanks, like you say, again, not on the mid lane pool that we've seen from him so far, but playing exceptionally well. We've known Shanks is here for a very long time, and getting that pick specifically for him has been a very big win. And for AL now, they've cashed in their Skarner game. They got themselves a win off the back of it. And again, going into Game 3 of Fearless, that frees up a ban for AL, weirdly enough, because they're going to be the team on red side.
Yeah, I can't wait to, when we get the post game, to throw up this draft again so you all can soak in how AL ended up with 3 arguable B1 picks in their first 3 picks here. But to loop back, dude, to the conversation, one of the conversations we have at the top, right? The Frankenstein formation of both these teams. Game 1, the former OMG guys, Shanji, Aki had a big game. PP God, we thought should have been the player of the game. This time on the flip side, those former WE boys you point out, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle on a big Renata pick, also performing as they needed him to.
Yeah, and I think that the duo, and maybe they didn't realize this when they drafted it, maybe they did, the Impale and the Hostile Takeover as a duo was so lethal, because you can't cleanse suppression, so you have to buy a QSS, which nobody ever wants to do because it's just 1,300 gold that you don't build into a useful item particularly. And then, you get taken into the Impale, you then can't move because you're CC'd by Hostile Takeover as well. And NiP, they really didn't have too much of an answer. And I think that, looking at how much damage was done by both sets of players, you can see the Doinby 4.5k Lee Sin getting out damaged by Kyle on Renata support that's a disaster.
That's your LPL regular season split MVP right there. So. We asked the question, right? NiP group didn't seem so strong. Doinby could play these like Lee Sin mid Pantheon picks, get away with it, but the big dogs like AL will not let you get away with it. And Doinby learned the hard way.
No, and I mean it's definitely a testament that versus Rookie, he pulled this out, got away with it, versus Shanks pulled this out, and there's a lot of other pieces that go into that. That's very
same mid lane champion, by the way, right? Because both his ears.
Exactly. Very sort of one-dimensional to look at it that way, but Doinby definitely having a much more difficult time of things. And even in this fight where I thought, he didn't really have such a great kick, he's kicking Flandre into ultimately nowhere, is the way it turns out.
Yeah. It's the space bought by that combo. I'm glad you pointed it out. Maybe we'll see it come out more often, the Renata Skarner, because it works, because it also answers one of the problems of picking Renata, right, is that whenever you pick an enchanter, you're sacrificing a potential frontline and engage. A question that Skarner answers twofold, but I still always go back to the fact that how the hell did Skarner get through in a series like this?
Yeah, unfortunately, only NiP can answer that question for us, and they kind of answered it for us by getting owned by it, to be honest with you, right? Like, they led it through. Oh, we've got this mischievous counter pick that we're going to absolutely destroy you with. Actually, no, you've locked in Zyra and then Lee Sin mid, who is just going to get absolutely rolled. And, we've still got Skarner, so we win.
Yeah, who's really the fool here, right?
Yeah,
the fool be fooled in this one as we look back at some of these highlights. Something you said really just going to stick out to me, dude. No Baron, Come on, man. I'm a play-by-play. All I want to do is Ooga Booga Yellow over Baron plays, and I've been robbed of it for 2 games.
Where are our flips? Where are our steals?
Yeah,
Why isn't Aki
come on.
flashing in on Zyra to try and save the game? You know, how are they supposed to throw if they don't go to Baron?
Yeah,
the
I guess that's
Atacans
what
have been way too controlled.
This is what happens when we're out of our piss poor West region. Here, dude.
Is this
We're
what
used
Good
to
League
these
of Legends
flips.
looks like?
Yeah, what?
Am I-
We're not flipping buffs that we should just easily take. What's going on?
Interesting. Maybe you know what? Maybe Slayer. These teams are good at League of Legends, and the upper bracket of the LPL might have some decent teams. Thoughts?
You know, I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
I don't think
we'll let the
there's
council
any-
deliberate.
Yeah, there definitely isn't like a whole world's rap sheet that would say support that thought. But let's wrap our brains around who you think this MVP pick's gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be Shanks. I think it should be Shanks. Thoughts?
I can see Shanks. I
Tarzan.
can also see Tarzan. To be honest, you know, there's again this element of
yeah. I mean, I forgot.
you give him the most OP champion, he does OP things, and yeah. Well, hey, you know what, Slayer? Our narratives that they're getting pushed this game.
Yeah, right?
Our
Hey.
MVPs, Tarzan, Doinby, lovely stuff.
Yeah, we may believe that one of those player of the games was fraudulent, but we won't talk about that because
This
on
one was
those
fine.
on those resumes we keep referencing, Rude Dude, right? All it's going to show up is Game 1, MVP Doinby, Game 2, MVP Tarzan. What does the rest of the series look like?
Maybe MVP Tarzan / Doinby. We'll have to wait and see, because they, according to the LPL broadcast, are the difference makers for their teams. And I mean, this Skarner was absolutely lethal. There's no two ways about it. I think your good call for Shanks here is highlighted in that replay there as he's flashing forward into the face of an Ezreal and a Zyra and getting away with it largely, just because of how far ahead they ended up being. But can be quite happy with the position that they found themselves in. And I mean, that is Tarzan's revenge right there as he slams the Doinby into the wall. Instant impale as well.
Instant impale, breaks open and steals away a Game 2 win. And just like we expected and, well, really hoped here, folks, our opening 2 games of the series split 1 apiece. Now we take 20 champions off the board and we go to a good old-fashioned best of 3 to see who's going to move on in that upper bracket. We'll come back live with you all for game number 3 after a short break to see who's going to find the next edge in this Titan v Titan matchup. We'll see you soon. Our potential grand finals preview has not disappointed so far here, folks. A split between our two squads, 1-1, and Rude Dude, maybe the only complaint you can have is that both games kind of turn into blowouts.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've had 2 games, neither of which have exceeded 30 minutes, which in the LPL has been atypical for this split, and I think that globally as well has been rather atypical. Even still, the idea that these two teams are consistently just throwing Hail Marys at one another bodes well. The way that these series, in my experience, tends to go is the higher the stakes get, so the second a team hits match point, everybody starts to make things a lot more quiet, let's say. It's less aggressive, it's less of a blowout, and those breaking points start to get hit later and later. And we're building up for what could be a Game 5 15-minute first blood, which is where this game and this series seems to be heading, in my in my view of how a series in a best of 5 typically can go. With Anyone's Legend bouncing back successfully off of game number 1, where they got absolutely steamrolled, they steamroll back in Game 2.
And what's most promising for AL about that, Rude Dude, is that we still had an early game that started the same way, right? NiP, Game 1, had that successful response to the dive, never looked back. This time, we saw AL be able to calm down and play their style of comp well, despite falling down early once more.
Yeah, and I think that one of the points that you just brought up to me actually in the green room that I'm actually going to be really intrigued by is in group stage, Doinby was playing these off-the-wall picks, getting away with it, not really getting punished, and not struggling in these best of 5s. But Game 2 versus AL pulls out Lee Sin mid, does less damage than the enemy support, and that's now going to be an indicator, or this game is going to be rather an indicator of what that does to Doinby. Is this now a signal to lock in and think, okay, maybe Lee Sin's not the pick here, or a way of him going and shrugging off the bad news? Oh well, happens. I'm still going to keep playing these crazy things.
Still got his Pantheon winning in the wings, right? I'd assume we're going to get the Pantheon at some point in the series because it's such a good pick in so many roles, but maybe not in the mid lane. Do get to see NiP likely back on that blue side. I'm curious where you think we might see some prioritization of picks, because like we called out from the AL draft last game, they got away with 3 quality B1 picks in one draft. So we lose all those to the Fearless format.
Yeah, I think this is where you're looking at Vi maybe. My question is always what AD carries are available. I think we've lost 5 AD carries from 2 games because we had a Corki Varus game picked.
Yep.
So things like a Vi versus Xayah trade maybe could happen.
Kalista still up on the board if it gets through.
If Kalista gets through, then NiP needs to be reported. That's the terminology we can use, right? NiP, because I mean they let Skarner through. They're probably the team that lets Kalista through as well. But I think that the Kalista is something to keep our eye on as well.
Head into the draft here. Maybe we'll see AL do a little bit of a gift. We'll handshake it. All right, NiP, you gave us a Skarner win. We'll give you a Kalista win. How about it? Well, a little bit more treacherous, considering it would put NiP on to match point here. But we're still looking out for, especially on the AL side, right? We haven't got Tarzan MVP performance on the Skarner, right? But as good as he is, I think a lot of people could have a really good game on Skarner with how overpowered he is. We haven't gotten the typical Tarzan power farming jungler. We still are waiting on that Shanks melee maestro pick as well. So AL, I like the fact that they have a lot of their stylistic picks still in the bag for this series.
Yeah, and I mean this was again off the back of a mid lane champion pool segment that we set up to begin with, where we were expecting it to be bloody mid lane matchups where melee versus melee the majority of times, but so far Shanks has played, and I promised actually, I said to people, we will not be seeing Corki versus Azir, and I kept my promise. However, Shanks has played Corki and Azir, so he's trying, okay, he's going for the snooze fest so far, but I think that shows the versatility that he now has as a player, and again that development that we are seeing from pieces of rosters that had been previously not as successful.
Not as successful indeed. See which team can come away with a more successful draft in our eyes. Curious, you talked about the start of the show, Rude Dude, right? with Fearless format, once you get later in here, like 3, 4, 5 games, it can be as simple as just drafting a stylistic draft that's simple to execute, and that's all you really got to do with how many champions are taken off the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, I mean, red side bans that you wouldn't have expected to see in Season 25 are Senna and Pantheon.
No more Skarner.
But Skarner's not here. It's fair game at this point. So, again, I'm not sure what's happened over in LPL scrims, but Senna this weekend has immediately skyrocketed, it almost looks like. And, you know, Senna lanes now, I mean, that opens up a whole plethora of bot lane champions that you can begin to look to take as well. Aurora dropped from the ban list, so that's going to be the first pick taken. Cassante, a champion that teams have very frequently looked for. And yeah, it just going through time and time again. Dive already picked up for AL, the Kai'Sa signifying that quite significantly. So I think taking away things like a Xin Zhao or a Vi would be very powerful for NiP here if they did want to take jungle. Alternatively, they can match top lane as well, and you know, match the bot laners also. They are going to get pinched in this second phase by locking in this Wukong, so one of those two roles is going to get pinched out in the second set of bans.
And in Fearless format, it's really harsh to swallow a pinch pool in the bottom lane. Nonetheless, man, they're just going to leave bottom lane as a whole potentially up here. So the Poppy will get locked in. It is important to point out that in the LPL, we have seen at points Wukong top and jungle and Poppy top and jungle. So NiP are holding some flexibility so far in their early draft.
Yeah, I mean, I have, you know, Wukong top wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility, but versus a Cassante, I'm not certain how that plays out. And you know, I'm looking at the Poppy already. Typically, you like to see that when you take that when you see big dive coming through. I think this is a preemptive Poppy pick from NiP. But what this now does is give AL the opportunity to pivot their composition. They've locked in the Victor, which is a lot more sit back and relax as far as mid laners go. So Shanks again keeping his feet clean, let's say, keeping them out of water. And now there's an opportunity for something to be a little bit more passive from Tarzan. Again, maybe more into that power farm up style as opposed to your Vi, your Jarvan that is just going to jump in sort of no holds bar and go crazy. And
gotta give you credit, Rue, dude. Vi ban going to be coming out like you were expecting.
The next one might be Xin Zhao. I'm going to keep it a stack.
Yeah, it could be a good spot. Enchanter is going to be the bans away here on the side, and Caitlyn. So, yeah, you can really see that AL are establishing that they want to make sure they can, one, be the better scaling composition, and two, be the comp that doesn't have to deal with rough lanes here. As you get your credit there, Rude, dude. You get your color caster points. Xin Zhao and Vi taken away. But I really am worried about Hope's Kai'Sa because, again, problem we saw with NiP last game, right? The Lee Sin was in a weird spot with the rest of their comp. Kai'Sa now looks to be in a weird spot compared to the rest of anyone's Legends build.
Yeah, so the Kai'Sa's sort of fortunate in that she can transition to poke as well. Obviously dives very well, just period. It is going to be able to dive, that is without a doubt. But can also just transition to being a poke champion as well as we get into the late stages of this game, and that's what Kai'Sa build path does typically anyway. So Hope has that opportunity, and I kind of like the idea that they've sort of doubled down on this and they've taken dive but not dashy dive almost, right? Volley Bear ulti isn't going to get immuned by Poppy W. Cassante, again, even though there's these weird interactions, I think that Poppy and Cassante, or rather Cassante and Volley Bear have favorable bad interactions versus Poppy W, if that makes sense. So Volley Bear Q counts as one of those dashes, but you still get stun onto Poppy. The Cassante W, yes, you channel Unstoppable and you do the damage, but you do get knocked up as well. So there's like, it's weird coding and weird interaction with Poppy, but it's favorable for those champions versus what you normally see.
We're just getting weird in this game 3.
We are getting very weird.
We talked about how, like, when you get later into a Fearless best of 5, a big thing to do is just get a cohesive comp. And right now, we are just mixing and matching on, like, both sides. There's a Smolder in a game with a Poppy and a Wukong and a Bard, and there's a Kai'Sa in a game with a Victor, a Cassante, and a Blitzcrank. Like,
so
wow,
once again, right, let's take a look at what these comps do. NiP team fight exceptionally well. They've got the front line there with the Poppy. They've also got really solid engage. Bard plus Wukong as a duo is going to be lethal, and I fear for Shanks in this game because he's going to get targeted with that Tempered Fate time and time again, and that gives the backline access to Arki, to Shanji, to Doinby that they're so going to look for. AL as well, what do? Well, actually, they've got a decent amount of poke, actually, with Victor lasers, that's decently well ranged. The Kaiser W as well, we know, is scarily well ranged. And they've got that little bit of pick as well with the Blitzcrank. So starting fights for both of these teams theoretically should be quite easy. For NiP, though, they live and die by Kyle. This is going to be the Bard Tempered Fate to set things up is going to be, for AL, it's just a struggle on the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank starts fights, and if the Blitzcrank hits the right target, it's good. If the Blitzcrank hits the Poppy, might be bad.
Blitzcrank is one of the most feast or famine champions in the game, and it's a simple way to study it, right? You're hitting your hooks on the people who need to get hooked. Blitzcrank feels like a champion that makes enemy teams unplayable. You're not finding hooks. You're a glorified melee minion that got a couple big robotic arms thrown onto him, right? So
okay, a small AoE silence, like really small, you know, like
really small. Targeted knock-up onto a frontliner that like doesn't really care. Like that's it.
What this does give for AL is a decent 2 versus 2. Now Bard is in a weird position where he is ranged, but also an engaged champion. So you think of the powers that a Leona and a Nautilus give you, but with the HP and the damage of a Seraphine more so than anything else, right? Like, there are definite problems if you get hooked. However, PP God can bully Kyle if those hooks go wide.
Funky drafts on both sides here. It feels like both comps are trying to build a bridge across the 3 phases of the game, right? You've got early game oriented champions on both sides, with the fact you got a Poppy, a Bard, a Blitzcrank, even a Volibear I would consider. Then you've got your sort of like mid-game power spike champions. You come across with Volibear again, Aurora, Wukong, really powerful. And then your big scalers are even in this one. Leave if this game goes late. It's a Smolder. We all know the story on Smolder. And a Victor, arcane buffed Victor of all things, is just a menace in that later game. It's really going to test the cohesion and macro of these two teams more than really any point of this series.
Yeah, and I think that this is the game where both of these teams have a similar agenda, right? Smolder wants to get to 225, Victor wants to get to 400. So that they want to stack up and they want to be relatively chill about it. And both of these teams really could be looking to team fight, right? Like I'm looking at potential split push opportunities. Victor and Aurora, again, not great in the side lane. Cassante, Poppy, neither one of those takes turrets particularly quickly. So it is going to be 5 versus 5, whereas in previous games there's been this discrete range discrepancy. As Kyle is definitely taking the brunt of damage. They're looking to fight for level 2, but he's already half HP.
Rude, we did soak something in that we've been blessed with. We're not lane swapping.
True.
We're straight up normal.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I would like to think that at level 2 this becomes favorable for anyone's legend. However, they got so poked out and bullied from level 1.
Oh! There you go, Caster Curse. Even in the LPL English broadcast, that is leaves flash down. Effective hooks, 1 for 1 in the Kyle department.
Well, yeah, exactly. This is one of those where you look at hooks connected, we're on 0, but if they have value, then you'll absolutely take it. Now Tarzan immediately down to this bot side, skipping camps, Q flash. I mean, Leave now has to be so careful. You can see it doesn't have any vision in that tri-brush, but the idea that the Volibear could be there is enough for him to back away. And looking at the pace of these clears as well, Arki is quite a bit further ahead than Tarzan, finishing up his Krugs just now to be down on that bot side, whereas we're just seeing now Tarzan begin that blue buff.
Going to be a big thing to track as well. I know there's a lot of knockups and like hook-based champions. for Leave to deal with, but teleport on Smolder. We'll have to revisit that point here as Aki does snuff out Tarzan trying to hover this bottom lane. Volibear, like we talked about, though, so much more damage in this early phase. Aki has to eat a heal coming from his support as Kyle tries to look for a knockup, but the double stun does come through for PP God. Kyle gonna throw down the hook. Plasma stacks on top of Leave. Does the Volibear get the big shield in time? Yes, that's first blood. Leave goes down. AO claimed the first big kill, but now it's flashes galore. Hope trying to create distance. Aki one auto away, goes back in, finds 2 kills next to PP God, who's gonna get it all done on his own. Bard gameplay, baby. Feats of warfare for ninjas in pajamas. And here comes the anticlimactic ruin. Oh, Shanks is not gonna get it. It's a portal out. Bard gameplay supremacy.
And when all's said and done, PP God, the one that stands strong. A 3 for 2 down on that bot side, and the waves as well favourable for NiP. The roam there from Shanks is good to pick up that wave, and it means that Hope doesn't have to do a super long trek back down to the bot side to catch a already thinned out wave. But this fight, again, so close and so 3 versus 3, you know, getting that good stuff early on. This is the beauty of not lane swapping here, Slayer. A beautiful hook from Kyle takes lead, and I think if that hits PP God, this is just a wipe for NiP, right? It's so much easier to take that fight with the Smolder not getting checked. But, you know, fortunately enough for NiP, they have the power of a Wukong earlier on. They have the power of a Bard as well, one of those skirmish champions that, like we say, got the damage of a Seraphine. So early on, you're definitely not going to be snuffing your nose at it at all.
So much carnage on that bot side. Really might slow down the rest of this early game.
So now they've got the difficulty of trying to swap back as well, which can be quite a tricky timing to try and find. Hope went mid lane to try and catch a wave so that he wasn't like completely shunned out of the game through experience. But trying to get Shanks back to that mid lane where he's not got the opportunity to push out a wave, again, can be quite difficult. If I'm AL right now, I'd like to push this wave in mid, teleport Shanks back into the mid lane, and then transition my bot lane back bot. But I mean, Aki's protecting that, and they're TPing back to bot lane, which can have stack their stack.
Tarzan's flying back in, going for PP God. There's a lot of key flashes off everybody, but it's just the magical portal of the Bard that saves him again. Really intrigued to see if we keep this sort of, I guess we're coming out of it because Leave and Shakes are the 2 big scalers, so handshaking a farm lane would have been really intriguing, but Doinby's looking for blood here with the Between Worlds. Hope, remember Summonerless, but the hook comes through onto PP God from the hero of the last fight to the victim of the next, courtesy of Kyle.
And that's one of those where you're just a little bit too tunneled, trying to find the stun onto Hope. This Kai'Sa, oh, so low on HP, surely I can take it down. And then you get hooked under the turret, and you've forgotten you're playing against a Blitzcrank, and you end up going to the grey screen. So another nice quick pickup for anyone's legend. And when that was a big commitment from specifically NiP into the mid lane, it gives Shanks this time now to get a plate down on the bot side to continue the farm and continue to scale on up. Don't have the stacks of where Victor is at. Usually you've got the little numbers on the portrait, but even still, Shanks probably about at first evolution already with that 62 CS. As long as you've got like a couple of cannon minions in there, you've reached E-Evolve, and that's when you start to feel really happy as Victor. You can just clear waves for free, not really feel any pressure in any lane, and then are happy to continue scaling from there.
Big point here for Aki, grabs that Cyclone. This is where start to see some of those matchups we're hyping up with all the different phases of power spikes. Wukong can kind of match Tarzan on this Volibear once he gets that ultimate, so be a lot more powerful on those gank paths. But how about this last game change here for Tarzan? Really just making it a priority to play these engage first, skirmish heavy champions. And his Volibear, not disappointing after the Skarner game.
No, and I mean, it really couldn't have gone any better for us, Slayer, because we were highlighting that this is such a grudge match between Doinby and Tarzan. They were on this roster that was supposed to make Worlds, supposed to do great things back in 2022. It failed, didn't even make it to the international event that they were supposed to, and haven't played in the LPL on opposite rosters since. There hasn't been a matchup between these two players since that fabled failure. Now Doinby versus Tarzan. Split games in game 1 and game 2, so we are 1 for 1 on the scoreline, and our 2 players of the game, those very 2 same rivals, those 2 players, Doinby and Tarzan.
But for Doinby, in a rough spot here with this Aurora. Down serious amount of CS scores. The CC came through to distract me on the leave. Another good hook like you called out. Doesn't have to expend the flash though, but still very, very hurt. As another wave should come crashing in. They've swung over Shanji as well. Just a lot of resources by NiP committed to protecting from these Blitzcrank hooks.
Yeah, at least going to sip some cocoa and get a little bit of HP back from that. Currently sat at just about 70 stacks on the Smolder, so you know, making okay pace, but is nowhere near that late game Smolder or the turnover to the Execute, or you know, about midway through his progress to having a little bit better wave clear as well. Worth remembering as well some changes that came through to Smolder on 25.2. So looking at the build path for Leave, we may see an Essence Reaver and an Infinity Edge in a more crit-focused build path. Since Smolder Q can now crit, I had to bait my breath there to see if the hook would connect. But you can go for more crit-focused builds for Smolder, which adds to his scaling even more.
Amplifies it by a ton. Good call out to look out for on that build path is you start to see Shanks liking his matchup more and more into this Aurora, especially now that that evolution came across. AL feel comfortable really just spreading the map out.
Yeah, and I mean with the Kai'Sa at static shiv already, she's going to have permanent priority through that mid lane, which gives a lot of tools to AL through the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes or so before that Smolder reaches Essence Reaver, reaches that 125 stack breakpoint where you can start to match that wave play. It gives the Kai'Sa now a lot of time to move around on the map, and especially as Kai'Sa, your impact globally is a lot greater as well. You push in the mid wave, you can start to walk out, and you don't have to make your way all the way into the lane to have that insert that impact. Killer Instinct can help out from afar, and it's going to be a tool that I'd like to see AL try to leverage. Get a push in mid lane, let's look towards a side lane, try and take out Doinby, try and take out Shanji, because we've got Grubs in 20 seconds, Drake in a minute and 20. Unlikely that that's going to have presented itself, but what it does mean is we're probably going to get AL able to at least establish some sort of prior around whichever objective they deem fit.
Yeah. Maybe that's the fold in the draft that we just didn't see for AL with all the other interesting pieces when we talk about the 3 phases of the game, is playing that map spread out. Because more and more I think about it, Flandre is just going to get to that classic Corner Cassante where you're just too tanky to deal with. KL and Hope can be one hook away from a kill at any point, but what a double stun for PP. Unfortunately for him, Tarzan flies out from off screen to make sure that even with his heroic bar play, he does fall. PP God down. Doinby committing the Between Worlds does force Tarzan to Stormbringer out, but he turns the head on to Aki. Does have the Trickster, which unfortunately for Kyle was the one that he ends up hooking. Shanks going in now next. We're just stopping ultimate after ultimate, but not finding any success. Just lower and lower health bars. Flandre now looking for 1v1 against Shanji that he's been building up for all this early game. But top laners with that ultimate chicken, like you call it, Rude Dude, not committing either just yet. Shanks still holding on to the all-out. Has the Topolo Strike Q3 if he wants it, but Shanji's just going to poke him out with the Poppy passive, and we settle down with only 1 kill falling somehow.
But NiP with the prio on River, it means that Shanji feels comfortable trying to take that fight versus Flandre. I think if it was just an out-and-out 1v1, Flandre might have fancied it. But NiP stole away one of the grubs to begin with. They're going to look to take the other 2 as well. So 6 grubs coming through for NiP, the most likely outcome of this position. Not without AL looking to find their own response though, attempting to find the Drake down on that bot side. So it's a bit of a classic here, 2 Drakes for 6 grubs. One of those classic trades that you are used to seeing as Shanks. I mean, just getting bullied away from that top tier 1 turret. A teleport in from Flandre as well.
They're both chasing the Monster Slayer stacks really heavily. We're going to go 2 for 2. NiP obviously have the Feats of Warfare in their hand thanks to the aforementioned PP God. So this next Rift Herald is the big fight to look for, and item-wise, favor AL a bit here with the fact that Kai'Sa's a bit more accelerated for Hope. Sundered Sky is done for Tarzan. But Shanks is definitely itemizing Rude Dude to play for the long con with that Sarah.
Yeah, I'm actually on the other side of this coin for right now. I like that. So the Kai'Sa build here is going for Rage Blade second. This longsword will get sold. It's just to give Q evolve as Flandre. I mean, he's Cassante. He's probably fine. You know, Aki should just poke him out and then probably walk away.
We don't even need the copy pasta for this.
Yeah, so Hope here picks up a longsword to get Q evolve. Again, at a certain stage, that's going to get sold once he's hit Rage Blade and probably level 12, if my breakpoints are correct. But I actually really like the idea of Trinity Force Wukong. We've got a Ludens specifically for Doinby as well versus the slow stacking of a current Archangels into Seraphs. That the power curve for NiP currently just a little bit more favorable for them.
Rome's matching across the board here, PP and Kyle. The two focal points, it feels like, of this game with how engage first these comps are designed around their supports. No grubs to really play for just yet. Herald's still a bit of ways away, so a calm on the Rift, but no matter how relaxed everybody is, it's one Tempered Fate or one hook between these two that'll start breaking out the fisticuffs.
Yeah, the issue is, I think, especially for Kyle, is obviously hooking, we've already seen it, Tricksters is a problem. Hooking Bard as well, if they don't get the immediate one-shot. Portals can be quite disastrous to try and follow people through. And if you're hooking Shanji as well, right, like, it's just never a good time. So there's a lot of question marks that we're going to need to see Kyle answer, and for AL in this year, he's been a really solid source of engage. But again, my concerns coming into this were he's been great versus weaker supports, versus supports that have shown their own merit. Haven't seen that same strength, and in game number 2 certainly struggled quite a bit. So now on the Blitzcrank with a decided playmaking opportunity, I'm curious to see how that ends up going.
It'd be interesting to see the push and pull here. You're already getting a good view of with first turret being such a pivotal part for those feats, especially for NiP. Doinby commits the teleport down there to cover a turret, which does give Shanks and Flandre good teleport timers for that Rift Herald. So they're going to cover this bottom lane turret well and should have a lot of control for Herald just with map presence alone.
Tempted to take this little grabber down on the bot side, find it. But now we're hitting, I mean, we've seen Smolder now hit that 140 spike. Shanks, I mean, with no ulti, probably ends up losing to Poppy in the long run, but it is going to be the long run before that ends up happening. But as you quite rightly highlighted, it's Rift Herald which is going to be the next port of call for both of these two teams. I think that the beauty for NiP is they can stand to give the Rift Herald if it gives them first brick, because they've already got that feat of warfare. So opportunity for them to give this Rift Herald and try to make a play on the other side of the map, where AL know that they've got to take this if they're trying to hit that benchmark of Ds.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot for AL because they have to rush this Herald to make sure they don't give feats of monster slaying, but that's going to give Doinby first turret, so they're going to get the Herald, but they're still going to give away those boot upgrades. There's no way to match.
And I think that's honestly a fine trade for AL to take. Yeah. I mean, the power of feats is something that has been sort of, I will say, overblown. It's not a be-all and end-all if you end up losing out on feats of strength. But what this Rift Herald is going to do for AL is actually probably give them a turret somewhere else, and it more so gives them the choice of where they take that turret. Now, this does again require them to be at a little bit of parity, at least being relatively strong with one another. Relative to one another, excuse me, and they have now just hit that checkpoint. So Hope goes back to base, sells the longsword, picks up the Ginsu's Rage Blade, is now a 2-item Kai'Sa. You know, you talked about the items favoring one way or the other. Currently, I'm on Hope's side. He's got 2 items, he's got himself quite the amount of experience and quite a few items to go with it, so it's certainly looking pretty good for the time being.
And all this is just so much more magnified, not only because this is our 3rd game, right, with a 1-1 score line, but Rudy, we're in new territory for this matchup specifically because nobody's taken an early game lead and run away with it. We are as even keel as this series could possibly get.
Again, it goes back to the idea that we sort of highlighted, I think, sort of earlier on into this game, where both of these teams have a similar agenda of trying to 5v5, where previously it was, ooh, one of us is going to try and poke, the other's going to try and skirmish, and this time round, overarching theme is that they both do the same sort of thing. Hook goes wide, and that's the cue to engage.
Tempered Fate goes wide, though, for PP God, so their Keel puts down. He flashes out to safety, in the wind of the arcane ultimate from the Victor. Flandre gonna force another flash out of Doinby over the wall. Kyle lands a hook, but it's onto the Wukong. Melee pops the Cyclone, goes for shakes of all people. This Victor is cornered. Down he goes. There's an all-out on the backside from Flandre. He's gonna trade PP Gun. Killer Instinct back across for Hope. And he's starting to cook here. Flashing forward, gets more plasma, stacks down, and wipes the fight. AL bides their time and get themselves a key spot in a do-or-die game 3.
A double for Flandre, a double for Hope, and the Kaiser comes up huge. Those 2 items pay dividends in the team fight. Drake will be secured. Herald goes down. Tier 1 on the menu as well. And just like that, Slayer, it was so close, so tense, so almost impossible to separate these 2 teams. But one team fight does the job, and Hope takes 2 turrets in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah. 2 knocked down. Dragon as well. That's sole point for anyone's legend. And that might have just been one fight to seal it. And it's been a series where one big moment, even if there have been blowouts of game 1 and 2, have defined your winner and the outcome.
We'll look at how all of this starts, and it's the standard almost of just, okay, well, we'll put some non-committal engage down onto your tank, which then responds and makes NiP go, hold on, we'll just engage onto your backline. But yes, they take down the Victor. Unfortunately, at this stage in the game, that's not the priority target. Hope is able to go crazy in the back of this fight. Flandre is also a menace on the Cassante, goes all out and starts turning people over.
Did I just see one guy clapping after that fight win for Hale? The other,
the rest of the coaches are like, no, not yet. Until the game's won, until the series is over. Serious faces, okay?
Yeah, they're about as locked in as Hope is. Who is, you know, gonna go, like you called out, for what I've seen to be the most traditional Kai'Sa build. Looks like, actually, I don't think that will be the Nashers, but it is still gonna grab.
It is.
Oh, it is. Okay, still. I'm missing the recurve bow. But that's
so
like.
This is W evolve. So with this plus amp tone from Ginsu's, this actually gives W evolve before you have Nash's 2.
Big evolves. You got Shakes evolving up on his side of the kit. Hope as well. Gonna be the power play damage dealers. Just always gonna lean on that Kyle hook though to really start them off. That's where NiP need to find their ways in. We haven't heard Doinby's name with that Between Worlds. Like to see them sync up with PP God, Aki, and Doinby. Those ultimates together, they need to find a fight win here because the game is starting to slip out of NiP's control.
And you are starting to see as well just a small disparity in the amount of gold items are costing and sort of making those breakpoints a little more tricky to come by. So Ludens is just a little bit more expensive as far as those Lost Chapter items go.
Kyle over the wall. That's just those portals. They really relax us. But
so 2 items hit for the Victor, importantly, versus 1.5, 1 on components for Doinby, and 3 items hit for Hope. He's hit that Nash's, triple evolve, all 3 Kai'Sa evolves ready to go. And, you know, we were talking about the slight lack of synergy. He's already that potent champion at this stage, has complete prio in the mid lane, will be able to make his way down to this bot side as well. And at this stage in the game as well, Kai'Sa will just melt through neutrals.
What does NiP really do here? They don't have a side lane threat, and Shanji is matched perfectly by Flandre. They have to start committing ults just for vision, which is never a good sign. Leave cannot call on Faithful Mom right now, and they're completely blacked out of the pit here. And Tarzan's just pushing the tempo. NiP are getting pushed around the playground.
So that's already 1 mid wave that's been lost by NiP. Nobody went to collect that first one. Hope probably going to push in a second mid wave here. And I think the AL recognized that, unfortunately, starting it up is a little bit too risky. They're in the driver's seat right now.
Right.
The way that they lose this game is by looking for a random flip at the Atacon, for example. So just take their time, bide it a little bit more, and make sure that when they do look to start up the objective, they've got complete control. And I think, in fairness, it should be about Kyle trying to walk forward, try and find a fight. If you can partner up with Tarzan, should be in a pretty good position to, you know, land the Volibear stun into hooking them in. And then, you know, from here, Hope, Shanks at this stage, they've got the damage to get through really anybody. And if Shanji's not present, they definitely do.
Rudy, we already learned that our West region brains are used to the flips that these LPL teams will not give away. Important stack track to do here. believe is nearly at that execute break hold for the Smolder. Really the big fleeting hope here for NiP is the Smolder getting to a big point and still finding that chain ultimate engage. But here comes anyone's legend. Kyle comfortable just hooking Shanji, is going to get locked up by the gravity well. Tarzan trying to fly in on the side. And NiP are still just backpedaling constantly.
And just off the back of that, they burn TP from leave. It's so good because now Shanji's going to go back to base. He's probably going to TP back in if we end up seeing this. But what we can see from AL once again is they have control of the river, so they have the opportunity to walk back up, push mid, get back out. And now Hope, you know, he's pushed in a mid wave. Who's catching that? Nobody, but there's a deep TP actually coming. Shanji's behind them.
Shanji looking for the big Keeper's Verdict to try and give NiP a man advantage. They're going to slam on top of Vlandre, lock him up. Tempered Fate on to 3. Shanji survives. Redemption does not get the heals. Between Worlds down, but where's the rest of the damage? Where's the big kaboom from NiP? They commit all these ultimates to just back off once again.
Those are massive team fight tools down for NiP. Only the Cyclone still ready for Aki. And now if they try to take this fight around the Atakan, they don't have the tools to do it. Dragon, this is Soul, by the way.
This is Soul, yeah.
For AL.
Exactly. They're just pulling NiP apart by the seams. They have to deal with so many big issues. They can't give Soul, but they can't fight without the ultimates. There's the Cyclone. They do Keeper's Verdict out. Shakes as well, but Hope just gets to kite back and turn this fight on its head. Killer Instinct, the namesake of the Kaisa ultimate, showing true in not only practicality, but themes as well. AL have awoken, and what a beast they've turned into. Ace, Soul, everything to anyone's legend.
And they get 5 members off the back of it as well. They will take Soul. They will work their way towards the Baron. And for the first time in this series, Slayer, the big purple worm may well go down. It will be completely uncontested. There will be no throws around it yet. And AL are awoken.
This is the back-breaking game here. 1-1. We've talked so much about Tarzan and Doinby, and asked who on the rest of these teams is going to show up big. We've had PP God maybe an answer, Aki potentially, but now it's anyone's legend, Hope.
And you know the really disastrous thing about that fight is that for the most part it was 4v5. Shanks got sent out of that fight by the Poppy ultimate and didn't really have anything to say until he ended up walking into the bot lane duo. But AL absolutely steamrolling right now. Hope picking up a Horizon focus so that he can continue to be this long-range nuisance and then turn into just a nuclear missile when he finds his target.
And why worry about that AD Kaisa like lack of damage for the diving when you're just this far ahead? It just doesn't matter. And NiP are gonna have to start getting desperate. Was that hooked through the Tempered Fate, Gaio? Maybe showed off some new Blitzcrank tech. The portal not gonna save Shanji. Keeper's Verdict down is gonna send Vlandre sky high, and Kaio's far too deep. So one pick over to NiP here with the arcane powered ultimate. Looking to find a target, but it's NiP that do come away with the man advantage, and Atakan's still here.
Yeah, okay, it's really tricky to try and do this in the face of the poke. This Kaisa you can see taking Shanji low, the lasers, the Ocean Soul, the Tarzan flank.
Here it comes. Shanji looking to be the engager. NiP grouping up shoulder to shoulder, looking for the turn. Vlandre's far too low again. Is it another opening for NiP? Found by Doinby. They find the root as well. It's Hope knocked down. Chaos thrown to the wind along with Caution. AL had everything. They had Baron. They had Ocean Soul. But NiP will not relent out of nowhere. They found themselves 4 kills at the most critical juncture.
Poke is temporary, but stacks are forever as Leave is executing AL in these team fights. They just absorb so much pressure in that team fight. They've secured the Atakan now, and that was against an Ocean Soul. Kyle, with an overstep, he takes the Bard Portal through, throws his life away, and that opens up for NiP to take this 5 versus 4. And I use those numbers sparingly because if we look at how this fight goes down, it's 5 different 1 versus 1s. Vlandre goes in, then they find Hope, then they find Shanks, and AL are just mis-executing. They were so far ahead, but NiP out-execute them.
This has been a series marked by so few mistakes from either of these teams. You can think to maybe the dive from AL onto Shanji being the only other one. But now they've just opened up the floodgates here and allowed NiP to gain back confidence, and they're just mowing through them one at a time. They're just forcing 1v1 after 1v1. Kyle falls again. How much more can NiP push for with the Otacon revive?
And without the Blitzcrank, all forms of pick, all forms of engage are off the table for anyone's legend. Leave has that Infinity Edge finished up as well, so 3 items Smolder, 75% crit strike. He's got a Vamp Scepter on top to keep himself nice and healthy. The fake death still live for another minute, and AL want more.
Why not? Take more turrets. You get a revive if you drop, so just start dropping AL members like flies. Down goes Flandra. Here's a revive through Cyclone up here for Aki. Doesn't matter if he drops. He's got himself another revive. Tarzan's flash ulting to find more of these revives, but Leave with his own execute is turning heads. Tarzan knocked down. They do send Leave back to the fountain, but NiP have already claimed more and more kills, more turrets, and it's a kill on the Hope again. Shanji, caution to the wind once more. Finds clutch kills and levels this game. NiP are back in front.
What even is an Ocean Soul? Shanji just flashes on top of an AD carry, takes out Hope once again. Now my concern is that using summoner spells there may not be the best time. Elder Drake spawns in 1 minute and 20 seconds. We are 30 minutes, not even, into this game, and we've already got such a game-breaking buff about to enter the Rift. A great fight once again. Poppy is having so much value in these team fights as they knock away the secondary front line. Shanks and Hope can't step up to 5 members wearing fake death, and without Tarzan in front, there's not enough there for AL to find a fight. Hope, again, max DPSing at this point onto Shanji, but the Poppy is just fortunately tanky enough. And as soon as the angle's right, Shanji spots it, flashes in, happy to sacrifice not even his own life, but his Atacon life.
I'm so impressed how NiP have recognized with Hope's build for this poke-oriented play. If they get rid of Shanji, which they made it a point to with these Keeper's Verdicts, it's hard for AL to churn out enough damage to deal with NiP. And something we're going to have to watch for as this game evolves. But as you alluded to, we're in such a privileged position with the game evened out. Elder is up in 10 seconds. Baron is less than a minute behind that. It's time to decide this game with one big fight, and maybe it's AL looking for it as Kyle gets a hook, but it's onto the Poppy. Tempered Fate locks up both top laners, so the ultimate's not going to find big engage like we've expected from these supports so far. Everyone settles back down.
And these little fights should be favoring AL. They're the team with Ocean Soul, don't forget. Time now for Hope to poke. Every time that W's off cooldown, should be looking to find some extra chip damage, but Shanji's going very aggressive.
Wall is starting to shatter. They're trying to form in this mid lane. Another hook down, lands onto the Trickster as Shanji does send out Shanks once more, and at least Flandre off to the side on the flank, but he's able to create enough space here. NiP are trying to stay as grouped up as possible, protect their carries from KL's hooks, but man, is Leave's damage really starting to shine through here.
Playing off of rapid fire procs here, waiting for that to come back up, and then Q chunking somebody for about a quarter of their HP. Time and time again, you can poke through the minions as well. Leave having a blinder of a game.
5k damage just in this last little skirmish alone from Leave. He is out producing an Ocean Soul onto 5 members right now. Maybe the Ocean Soul has swayed the control back towards AL. They take a portal back to safety, and Elder is up, waiting for somebody to step up and challenge it.
This is not an objective that you can just rip. You will take enough chip damage. Shanji
going in on his own, very, very tanky on the Poppy. Doesn't get stunned up by the gravity well. Aki takes the Blast Cone over to hide in the pit. This is some 007 mastery from Aki. Doesn't look like AL are going to take the bait here. They're going to try and get away with a reset. Both teams going to handshake a reset after all of that, Rudude.
So a couple of ultis were burned, right? Tempered Fate was down. In Between Worlds not quite ready for NiP, so this favors them if they're able to get away. Flandre is recalling on a pink, so, you know, a little bit of just awkward timing had he been interrupted there. Now NiP able to re-establish themselves, begin to take control. We've got Baron live as well on the top side, so the tentative nature around the Drake has now created this splitting of the map.
Oh, they got Aki, but it's the Trickster again. That could have been the hook to seal the game here. But they've been tricked by the Wukong. KL gonna wait for that cooldown to come back up, and now, Rujin, we really get to learn where these teams' priorities lie. And even with Baron up, it seems like both squads want to go for Elder. It's Ninjas in Pajamas starting it up. They've got the pit on Darkness. It's AL that has to walk in.
They knocked out
They
Tarzan.
send out Tarzan, so just turn and burn down the Elder. AL, they're gonna have to run away. The Greybeard Dragon's buff is given over for NiP, and now they're looking to hunt here. PB God flashing out of the Gravity Well. They're trying to slow up Shanks, who does flash away from Temper Fate, but there is the knock up into the wall. Flandra has to burn another clutch flash. Summoner after summoner dropping for anyone's legend.
But all 5 members get out. What is the price that they pay, though? The Elder's already down. And trying to contest Baron versus an Elder versus a Smolder who can poke you. Aurora, who's got the damage over the wall as well. It's not going to be easy. All eyes on Tarzan. He is the reason that AL won game number 2. It's the reason that they've had so much success through game number 3. And for the time being, NiP recognize that. No Tempered Fate means their turn isn't good enough. They don't want to leave it up to a 50-50. And they know that they win a fight. They've got the Elder. They've got double execute with Leave, who is currently at over 400 stacks on the Smolder. They take their time. They reset, get all 5 members back out. And now, attention again, back to the Baron.
Baron under about half HP when it's spotted out by AL. They're going to have to fly in. It's going to have to be a hero from Tarzan, potentially your MVP, as he gets Brunson going into the pit, and it's a secured Baron by Leave of all people, and now NiP can fly high, looking for the X Factor in this game. Shanks thrown to the wall. He goes down first. The rest of AL scattered to the wayside. Baron and Elder both in the hands of NiP as they look to steal this game 3.
NiP has to go now. They don't have time for a reset. The Elder wears off in a minute. And their mid laner that they're playing against is dead. The wave clear is gone. NiP need to steam through the base.
NiP looks like they were looking from the outside in. They lost Ocean Soul, had no control over this game, and now they are a couple Nexus turrets away from being on match point. Who's going to step up to find the big final fight? Mom breaks across first. Huge damage onto Hope from this Smolder, who's just way too big to deal with. This is Leave's game, and he's leaving with a win. Hope flies into the cover. Instinct gets completely popped. There goes down the Kaisa. Complete pandemonium in game 3. AL throw away a win. NiP steal it and go on to match point.
The Ninjas in Pajamas wrestle victory from the jaws of defeat and send themselves to 2-1 in this series. A game they had no right winning up against an ocean-souled AL that were destroying them in teamfight after teamfight. But one misstep, one magical journey too far, KL gives his life around the dragon. Then a beautiful 5 versus 4 team fight from NiP wrests control back of the game. They find the Elder, they find the Baron, and Shanji, with some immensely clutch poppy ults, seals the game.
We kind of alluded to it during the game, dude, right? That game 1, there was like one early game dive mistake. Yeah, these are mistakes, but these are small things that don't really completely throw you out of a game. This is the first game all series long where we can confidently say, man, AL shot themselves in the foot.
And again, it's so tricky because it's come down to one very small thing that they mis-execute on. And in fairness, NiP played, I think that, that 5v4 turnaround on the bot side around Atacon was the turning point, without doubt. AL had Ocean Soul and were more than like way further ahead of the game than they should have been, and should never really have lost from that spot. But the way NiP played it out, they were able to just barely isolate targets enough, and AL, they unfortunately didn't give themselves that full engage. They were trying to pincer and come in at such tight angles that those timings have to be perfect. If you're going to collapse, you have to collapse together. Unfortunately, one side went in a little bit too soon. NiP recognized that. They found that fight. They were able to go further and further and just barely claw their way back in. And in a split second, they were in the driver's seat.
The resiliency shining through for NiP. We talked about how AL answered their first game 1 loss of the split well. NiP, they've brought their own resiliency to the table. And to go back to one of the big points we're talking about, as big as this series is about Tarzan and Doinby, you can't win it alone with those 2 players solo. You need big-time plays for big-time players. No bigger in this one than, like you point out, I want to give Shanji credit, but this Smolder from Leave, my word.
Yeah, I mean, we got to that 3-item breakpoint. He hit Infinity Edge, the rapid fire cannon as well. There's very few champions that'll advocate for it on, but Smolder absolutely earning his dues with the rapid fire there. Chunking with Q every time it's up, and they were playing around that cooldown of rapid fire cannon like it was an objective in its own right, protecting the president. And then as soon as he's got rapid fire, 5 people just merge forward, and then they Q somebody, they walk back as well, wait for that timing, and then just the way they're playing around Leave is really good to see, because again, Leave, a player who came from an EDG roster that was very, very struggling, he's sort of the only shining spot. And now on a team where he's getting those facilitated like this, it's really, really good to see.
Really good to see. Biggest smile put on the NiP fans is right down below. They go up 2-1 in this one.
Look at that gold
I mean,
graph.
look, yeah, exactly. Look at the gold graph. Look at Lee's damage. I mean, he does more damage than 3 of his teammates' totals combined here between Aki, Doinby, and I'm cheating a little bit with PP God's damage, but the point is still the same.
Yeah, I mean, and you're getting close to like the whole team combined as well, right? Which is the scary part. Damage percentages off the charts. We're in the 40% here, which is absolutely incredible. So you really can't have any complaints. Yeah, 45% of his team's damage.
Oh my god!
All off of the Smolder, and again for AL. This feels so rough because Hope was full build in that game, and full build Kaisers, you very rarely end up losing games. It's such a feel-good champ to have that power on. But Leave was just dancing on the right sides in the majority of those back-end team fights. And again, this wasn't a game that Leave was, crystal clean on throughout. He, got flashed on, got taken down. AL were winning. They had the Ocean Soul, right? But it all comes down to this fight, I believe, that they're going to show on screen, where maybe the next one, in fact. But Kyle just takes one portal too many.
This is the one where we thought the game was over for AL, right? This is where they secure Ocean Soul. Hope goes crazy. I was calling the game over here. So many people would call the game over here, but yeah, here's the big mistake, like you're hyping up, Rudy.
Kyle's already dead at this point, and then it's just Flandre going a little bit too far forward. NiP, I mean, they play it beautifully, where they collapse onto one target, then another, and Tarzan not quite able to get in, and then they're actually using Magical Journey aggressively. That, again, PP God, man, has played the 2 wins that they've had. PP God has been exceptional in both, and we were talking about, the storylines for this series, the sum of their parts, this re-envisioned OMG roster back from 2022 of Shanji, Aki, and PP God. They're playing together. Shanji and PP God, the facilitation of this series, of this game in particular, has been incredible.
And up against guys that have been touted as much better players, right? It's been a quiet series from a guy like Flandre, who came as a pretty hyped top laner for this Anyone's Legends roster. We started this show by talking about Kyle as maybe the best support right now in the LPL, and unequivocally, I'm with you. PP God has been better in 2 of the 3 games. It is the difference maker, even with us having a big Rise Doinby game, a Skarner masterclass out of Tarzan. Those are going to be influential parts, but it's who out of the other 8 want to step up to win. And I'm so glad to see emotion out of these squads after you could tell NiP knew that was a game stolen.
That exactly. It really was. AL had complete control over it, and NiP, these are the hallmarks of your great teams. It's what separates them, right? It separates the good and the great, the teams that win games that they shouldn't, right? And NiP shouldn't have won that game, yet they did. That is the quintessential great team feeling, where you were down an Ocean Soul, you're getting absolutely bullied, there's a 3-item Kai'Sa while your Smolder sat on components of a rapid fire, and you're in the lows, you're feeling very, very sad about your chances in the game, but all of a sudden, one fight turns it around. You could make an argument for a fair few people on NiP this game. I think that Leave a valued member of this roster. I think Shanji had some incredible ultis that set him up to be able to do this much damage, and I think PP God as well had some clutch Tempered Fates, had some really solid bindings as well, more importantly. It's so difficult to spot that in like in the instance that they're happening, because you get so many clutch Qs. But PP God for me, again, another stellar performance.
I'm with you, except for the fact that the damage share was just ludicrous out of this.
Yeah, it was.
Smolder. Nearly 50% for leave. I mean, look at that Q. like bro,
Half HP?
What are we talking about? Half HP? Game's over. So Leave picks up the first Player of the Game award to a player in this matchup not named Tarzan or Doinb. Could it be the performance that gets NiP over the hump, moves them on to the upper bracket finals, already up against JDG? There's only really one way to answer that, folks. And it's going to have to be on the other side of a break. I'm sorry to hype you up and tease you, but we're going to take another short break here and go to what could be our final match of the night. Game 4. What do you got in the tank, anyone's legend? We're going to find out after a short few. Welcome, LPL faithful, to uncharted territory. For the first time in 2025, anyone's legend, including Demacia Cup, are on the brink of elimination. They have never stared down a 2-something deficit until now, and it's NiP that put them there. And to recap, Rudude, this could have been all different if anyone's legend had the control they did in that Game 3.
We could have very easily been coming into this game going, and it's another game that is just a complete stomp. Yeah, this one took a little bit longer, but AL, they were, I think for the first 15 minutes, both of these teams very even, very stable, and then anyone's legend had been quietly accruing those dragons. It all fell apart for NiP, where they lost Ocean Soul, and they lost a fight off the back of that. But again, crucial sort of split-second decision-making costing AL. Kael goes through a portal, barred magical journey that he shouldn't have done, creates a 5 versus 4. Anyone's legend try to pincer on that 5v4. They lose even though they've got Ocean Soul. And NiP, again, brilliant mechanics, brilliant team fighting from them. Gets them a win overall in game number 3. A position that they shouldn't have been in, but a position that we find it in nonetheless.
And now we get to see what they're really made of in that scenario. Likely going to have that blue side available to them, but it's worth mentioning. We're 4 games into full Fearless, which means 2 things. 1, we have some really big LPL staple champions off the board, Rudu, that I'll let you elaborate on. And 2, I want to see some simplistic, cohesive comps with so many champions off the board.
Yeah, again, like to hit the simple, cohesive composition point, you talked about the Kai'Sa feeling a little bit out of pocket in this composition, and it felt that as we got later into the game. Kai'Sa really is at her core a dive champion, and without that dive partnering with her, it felt like there was a little bit of a struggle as we did end up getting into that super late game, right? Full items Kai'Sa shouldn't be struggling that hard to lose a game or to find any sort of success in a game. However, that was the situation that they found themselves in. We are now in a position as well where, in case you missed it, game number 2, we got Skarner locked in on R2, or rather B2, excuse me. So it got through 2 different sets of people deciding to pick it. And we are now, I think, Kalista, Nocturne, and Jace are still like the trio that are getting consistently banned. But we've lost things like Aurora, Cassante. There's been a plethora of AD carries taken away once again. We saw double AD carry in game number 1 for AL, so they were already gonna. We're already like 9 or 7 AD carries deep in 3 games. So we're going to struggle a little bit picking up the right ones, but we have still got hyper carries, which I think is quite important. We may well turn back to the beginning of last year, where it was Jinx Aphelios quite consistently. We've still got Xayah open, Zeri still open. So I mean, there's plenty of marksmen that are still there to go around, and I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw a Twitch at some point. That champion has seen a little bit of a resurgence with Axiom Arcanist as well. So there are plenty of tools, plenty of marksmen still ready, and I think that the AD pool, whilst pinched, we've still got enough picks to go for the long distance.
If you want to get crazy, there's also, you talk about supports. I was a big fan of Billy Gaming's game 3 draft, where they went Twitch Elise, so the Elise support's very popular. I really like the Twitch next to it to play as aggressive as possible. Haven't seen either of these teams lean that much into the early game. I feel like it's been a lot of like mid-game power spiking comps with like some early game echelon champions, so we'll have to see as we do get set for this game 4 draft. And I wonder which one of those constantly banned champions might come off of the ban list here with the strategy really developing, right? Look out for Kalista, look out for Jace. I think Nocturne's been taken away almost the entire time. Those are some pretty integral champions with names like Cassante, Ashe, Skarner, Rumble, all off the board by this point.
I mean, the thing is as well is that you can now begin to ban the much lower down prized champions, but if at this stage they've become sort of higher priority, then maybe they do earn themselves a spot on the ban list, right? So Pantheon remains on that ban list as well. He's been a champion that's been sort of re-emerging and made his way onto that ban pool. There are 3 other quintessential bans that have made their way in, so now it is just anyone's guess. Maybe Senna hits the ban table once again for AL if they fancy that, because that was a pick that they went to.
There's the Vi taken away. What does the final ban look like? Senna is a really good shot there, Rudude, because we've seen that on the new patch after the last weakish of scrims. Senna has been really potent, but Sejuani's going to be the last ban, so Senna could be the B1 here as you see all those champions pinched from Fearless below.
I mean, I think we probably just look to jungle to keep it as safe as possible. And I
call.
like this trait. It's probably going to be Jarvan that gets responded with here. But taking Jarvan blind can be quite tricky. It means that you can pick champions that can get out of your Cataclysm, for example. But Xin Zhao taken early on, it gives Tarzan early game aggression, right? It gives him playmaking opportunities. And on the Skarner, when they won their game, that was what we saw Tarzan do really well, was him just look for those fights, look for the plays that were going to be favorable for the team, and, you know, win out on top of those.
Well, not many enchanters taken away, right? The Seraphim's been banned in spots. We saw the Renata in Game 2's win for AL, but besides that, a lot of enchanters open. I don't hate here just going Jinx Lulu for Hope and Kyle.
Yeah. The issue is you're doing this into a Jax who you already see is going to be, you know, dodging your auto attacks, for lack of a better word. So, you know, you are pigeonholing yourself a little bit there, but they take the Jinx Lulu regardless. Ooh. And yeah, there we go, Aphelios. So that rematch, you know, from last year that we talked about, it's back again. Jinx versus Aphelios. You know, time is a circle, right? That's the saying. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And we're right back to where we were a couple of years ago with these two marksmen going head to head. Now, I do much favor a Jinx specifically when you've got a Lulu in your back pocket. The Enchanter nature, obviously, just going to be so powerful. And I think that the power of push as well in the early game goes the way of Jinx just because you've got those rockets. So Eye's going to be on Hope to decide how they dictate the laning phase. And I think as well for Kyle, back on an Enchanter, an opportunity for him to redeem himself from game number 3.
Here's a big spot here. This Galio ban. I'm going to try and cook here a little bit. They're throwing down the Galio ban because I think we're finally going to get Shanks on one of his melee AP champions he really likes. I think Galio's a really good answer into his Akali. They banned the Sylas. You play the Akali into an immobile Aphelios. It could really work. I know it doesn't work with the scaling bottom lane, but you need that X Factor dive champion.
No. I mean, that's a 2v2 duo that you don't want to try and go up against, right? Xin Zhao Akali, like, what mage are you taking into the mid lane? I mean, the answer is you're probably not. This is like Doinby Scion time technology, right? If they lock Akali, so you're probably looking to take jungle here as NiP, unless I'm missing something. It could be Jack's jungle in fairness for Arki, which. They could have taken jungle already. I was surprised to see that AL didn't pinch that jungle pool significantly more, but I would have really liked to see them leave counter pick for Doinby specifically, and they may yet have still done this. This Karma can go top lane. This Jax can go jungle.
The Shy, anybody? Are we getting the Shy the Shy Karma? Ooh. We already saw it once.
That was an awful Karma game, though.
It was so bad. I mean, it happened. I have to recant it happened, but I would like to not speak about it. But we've locked in Karma with the Rakan already put in, so this conversation has to be had. I gotta think we're gonna pick up Shanks Akali here. I really want to see it. They get the Gnar for the team fighting. I feel like you want an extra bit of burst here. Talia provides a bit more safety in those fights, but it's not bad.
No, I mean,
a couple of dashes.
Versus Rakan and Jax, right? Like this is a really solid pickup. The point and click as well on Seismic Shove because you've got knock up from Xin Zhao. Whatever is taken for NiP here, whichever of these champions ends up going mid lane, it is going to struggle. And, you know, there's now this toss-up for who's playing what and where because there's so much flexibility. The Maokai gets locked in, so we still don't even know. Maokai can go top or jungle. The Karma can go top or mid. And I think the only champion that can go mid is Karma, and then there's that flexibility between Jax and Maokai.
I wonder how much the Gnar pick has, you know, swayed where this Jax has gone, right? Because Jax can be a bit rough into that mini Gnar, not really establishing enough of a farm lane. So you pick the Maokai that kind of just sacks it and plays for the later phase. Putting the Jax in a spot where he can farm comfortably to be a later threat.
I mean, honestly, I would have preferred these two be swapped. I think that the Gnar is going to have a better time of things in the lane versus a Maokai for sure, which is only going to give Flandre a slightly better chance at being a carry in this game. And one of the things that we have seen from Flandre is his ability to play split push on the Gnar specifically. So would not be in any way surprised to see this Gnar become a bit of a nightmare as we move later on into this game. But once again, we're in this position where these two teams, for the most part, want to play team fight, where you've got Jinx and Talia as stable backline carries on one side, you've got Anar as a little bit of a split push as well for anyone's legend, and then you've just got Jinx Lulu. The ability to team fight there doesn't need to be said with double enchanter, or rather with the single enchanter, but with the Aphelios on one side, Karma as well. You do have enchanter plus hyper carry, so plenty of tools on both sides. Again, could very easily go either way.
On the flip side here for NiP, it is a intriguing death ball composition here. Low range outside the Aphelios, leaning on the shields of the Karma, and a very, very NiP style composition as we soak in the Gyos one more time. Could be the final time we hear that tonight. If NiP have anything to say about it, we've had unsung and expected heroes at points in this series. Doinby's rise did not disappoint. Tarzan got a Skarner game that went absolutely crazy. But we've had step-ups from PP God, leave in that player of the game performance last time round. Still waiting, though, to hear the name of guys like Flandra, guys like Hope, maybe on this Jinx pick. There is so much at stake here. Tension is just palpable by now, Rude Dude.
And you know, those Gyos, they get more and more emotional. It feels like as closer we get to a game number 5. AL here looking to send us to that game number 5, to have an elected representative for that 1 versus 1. A reminder is if we do get to that game 5, side select is determined by a 1 versus 1, and you know, on the back of a game 5, having already played 4 matches, like that is. It's a whole load of pressure, as we do see Australia lanes this time, so it's, you know, bot laners against bot laners, but they're in the top lane.
Rude Dude.
Yeah, I just noticed it.
Why am I being forced to watch a Grasp of Aphelios? Can you? I can't make sense of it.
Leave wants HP. That's as good as I can tell you, I'm afraid.
Riot, what have we done with the Resolve tree, man?
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
One of the small things as well that I didn't point out, but that I saw in our mid lane champion pool graphic or rather the build graphic specifically for Doinby, was every single game had Resolve.
Yep.
And he was not playing Resolve champions.
Nope.
But, you know, Leave here opting for the Grasp, so we'll see how much HP that ends up netting him. I mean, without a doubt, this means that the scaling aspect of which of these AD carries goes off is definitely Hope. Lethal Tempo versus Grasp in a late game situation, there's no contest, but Leave should be looking to leverage a bit of an early game advantage here by using the Grasp.
AL going to have a pretty good window here early to open up the game for Tarzan to do what I've kind of waited for him to do, which is kind of be able to farm comfortably like he is accustomed to doing. You've got double range in that top side with the Lulu and the Jinx. Should have a pretty good job pushing in on that side. And the flip side, you already mentioned it, this Gnar into the Maokai is easy living for Flandre.
What I do think is going to happen as well is we're probably not going to see a highlight reel Doinby game. And that's not for any reason other than that he's playing Karma, which is an enchanter,
exactly. Right?
We've been hyping this up as a grudge match between 2 players that failed on an LNG roster of 2022. And in this game, it's not going to be the redemption arc for Doinby that maybe he'd have hoped for. He is putting a lot of faith into Leave and Arky, because we look at the damage from NiP. Well, top doesn't really do damage. Mid, not a lot. You know, Karma does have some base damages, and if it goes Malignance, maybe.
Yeah, depending on build.
PP God, yeah, again, support, not expecting it. So we're looking pretty much exclusively at Leave. Arky is going to be on, you know, slightly reduced income just because he's jungling, not typically given the same resources as laners. And from that point, you know, you're thinking, well, if it's just on the Aphelios, how good are AL's tools to kill said Aphelios? Well, we take a look at that. Their dive, honestly, could be better. You've got Xin Zhao and you've got Gnar. They're the 2 that are really going to look to get into that back line. So they may just have to operate in a 5v5 and just front to back it and hope that their carry, you know, in Hope, can get through the front line faster than the Aphelios gets through that.
That's exactly what you want, the spot you want to be in as the Jinx in any of these scenarios, right? You feel virtually pretty comfortable, where you can just front to back pretty seamlessly. And Rudy, the more I soak in these drafts, I just feel like AL is in such a much more superior position. Talk about how easy it is for really Hope's Jinx to play going forward. It's hard outside of this Rakan to threaten, and there's not a lot of follow-through damage past that. You see the barrier come out of Leave. And then the Crescent Guard from Zinzao, this Gnar, and the Talia are going to buy so much space. This could be just an easy living game for Hope, and I don't know how NiP really solve it.
Yeah, I think that the way they solve it is by denying that first kill. Or, obviously, by killing the Jinx, right? They've got two options also. If they kill the Jinx, then their problems are assuaged, if anything, and they're not as important. But killing that Jinx is easier said than done. Once again, worth remembering that it's not going to be particularly easy. And on the flip side, if they can deny that first reset, Hope is going to be looking to get the kill on the front line first of all, and then start to run the team fight. So Shanji, just being high HP, getting supported by Karma Shields, could end up being enough of a deterrent and enough of a front line to stop Hope from ever getting to run through.
That's always the unsung part of Karma, right? Her face value is, a support that is pretty poke-oriented, can have somewhat big damage outputs at certain points of the game, but what makes Karma certainly annoying ever since we got away from the oppressive Karma mid of past patches is those shields. So we might have a first fight potentially breaking out here. Tarzan pretty farmed up, but there's a teleport flank coming through as Aki's going to get a double counter-strike stun. Shanks is over here first, trying to create space with a seismic shove. Aki going to have to quit the flash here. Root going to come across for lead, going to set up PP God for the grand entrance. They're going all in for Tarzan, but he flashes himself back to safety. The blast cone will not save him from the ignite. Doinby, of all people, claims first blood for NiP. The fight is far from done just yet as Sanji gets seismic shoved right back into the waiting arms of Shakes. Doinby with the big tether will not find a route onto Hope as Flandre goes Meganar. Ultimate throws Leave onto the wall but does not get the stun, and now he has to expend another key flash. It's flashes galore. It's a flashes fire sail with another blinking health bars. Sanji uses his passive to get a huge heal. He's going to survive. Hope commits his flash to get away from Doinby, who's trying to find a big mantra Q, but nobody's low enough and it's going to whiff. Another flash from Shakes. I think we've burned every goddamn flash we have, but finally AL strike for the feats of warfare. 3 kills as they win our first big skirmish.
It's the massive tension fight in the top side, everybody giving all that they have to a 5v5 for Grubs that, in fairness, went to NiP. Aki decided to not be a part of that extended trade and decided to take down all 3 Grubs instead. He sold his team out to get the objective. And with the Jax there, again, could have probably gone an entirely different direction. A great flash to start from Aki so he doesn't get caught up on the Unraveled Earth, gets CC'd out and taken down. And finally, Mantra Q gets in and there's an auto wove in there by Doinby, which takes the kill onto Tarzan. And then we just get this slow chase. We're 1-0 up so far, and that's all that NiP are able to get. Aki, if you'd have just been here, just some sort of a presence could have been such a difference maker. They could have turned to the Herald or to the Grubs afterwards. And Flandre, again, using his flash to get away. Leave, buying time with his HP, flashes out as well. And PP God flashes out as well. Hope almost falls to Doinby, flashes out as well. And again, great dodge from Shanks here as he dodges out on Mantra Q. Would have definitely been the difference in saving his flash for Mantra Q as well. Like, the ego that takes is incredible.
Oh, back in live. We nearly have our Mega Death Rocket steal, but Aki secures the dragon. Can they get out though? Shanks, seismic shove. They land on a leave. Choppers are down. This Aphelios as good as dead. Jinx gets excited. Hope's gonna pick up a huge double kill as AL continue to roll in the early phase.
Yeah, getting in was easy. Getting out was much more difficult. Hope finds 2, and AL starting to snowball this game. It's akin to game number 1 and akin to game number 2 where the game just gets taken away from whoever it is that is losing. Not quite the same stalemate that we found in game 3. Hope getting 2 kills there. He was sat on Berserker Boots, sat on a longsword, not really feeling too great, but Shanks has just got the prime cut off. He lays the Unraveled Earth across that Tri-Brush, flicks back Leave, and decides that is the person we're going to take down. PP God there tries to get off of the Unraveled Earth before Qing or before Wing over the wall. Unfortunately wasn't successful in that.
Oh boy, here we go. We're waiting for the Flandre outplay moments. Yeah. Highly touted top laner for AL, and he was gifted a matchup with a Maokai top, and that's why you don't disrespect AL Flandre.
And, I mean, look at all the damage that Flandre's built. No wonder he's winning the 1v1, right? I mean, just Merc Treads on their own are just far too powerful versus a Maokai, and which is the start of that slander, you know, the back half makes sense. There's so much CC from a Maokai that Merc Treads just really do great work. Surprising to me that Shanti was able to go down there, or is even looking for a fight in the first place. He was down a level at the start of that, shouldn't really ever be looking to take a fight, especially, I guess, versus Meganar as well, or just disrespecting.
This is a weird spot for Shanji to ever be in. And the more this game evolves, I just feel like NiP have put themselves in such a tough corner. The draft was questionable with even the lane assignments, and now I already don't know where they fight back from this point. Hope is so far ahead.
All of their scaling comes down to the Aphelios, right? But the Aphelios hasn't gone for scaling, right? Exactly. That's my exact point, is it's not gone for that scaling choice in room, not gone for that lethal tempo, or even PTA Conqueror, something like that may be a little bit more on par for what we see from Aphelios usually. Has gone for this grasp to be ahead in the early game, to now be down 20 CS, and with the Serrated Dirk in your inventory, you know, cool, good luck building into probably Youmu's, it looks like here, because there's a spare longsword in there, which builds, you know, not into Collector, not into anything that you typically see from an Aphelios, and if it's
look at the item difference alone, I like, between Hope and Leave right now, is mind-boggling.
Yeah. And if you put all of your eggs into this scaling Aphelios basket, why on earth would the Aphelios opt for poke ulti-bot Aphelios, you know?
I wish I could answer that question for you, Rudy. I am coming up with more and more questions for NiP as this game goes on. Positioning, draft, runes. This is a disappointing spot to play from. Up 2-1, and it might just get worse. So, well, thank God that's a Maokai top.
That one cloth armor is, you know, shaking right now. Yeah, I mean, he's doing great work. Can't doubt him for it. Teleport will go straight back out into that top side, and Shanji, don't think he's going to get up to full HP off the back of this, but it's going to have enough to defend the turret from losing another plate.
Next set of grubs, easily gobbled up by Tarzan, who can really just relax and path pretty easily in.
My thing is, and I think we've already addressed this, is NiP are giving this up because they're behind. But we don't think there's ever a point where they get back to being ahead without working some serious miracles.
They need to get aggressive going for pick plays. It's the only thing. They need to lean into this Karma and Rakan from Doyen being PP God, roaming together, and they need Shanji, but it's just impossible for him to come off these side lanes into Flandre's Gnar. We are only 12.5 minutes in, and I already hear silver scrapes in my head.
Yeah, I do as well. You know, NiP have been in this position already in this series where the game has looked like they shouldn't win, and they found a way to come back out on top. So I can't count them out 100% just yet. It's worth saying as well that Doinby is, you know, 120 CS at, you know, 12, 13 minutes in, versus his counterpart in Shanks, who's, you know, struggling a little bit in that farm department and denying Lee's reset once again here. This guy's been sat on Serrated Dirk plus Longsword for the last probably 5 minutes or so. He's got to walk so far back to base before he can actually find a reset. That's destroying his tempo. It means that AL can walk down to this bot side. They'll probably take the dragon. They'll probably take that turret as well.
Off the dive onto Flandre, he does go Mega, gets a huge health boost, gonna throw Shanji into the wall. He needs to be the one to tank up this turret aggro. Doinby takes it though to nowhere. Aki's got it next. He didn't think he was gonna have the turret aggro, and gifts a trade kill back on the dive.
Flandre, you could see there elation on his face as soon as he finds that trade kill. Should have been a 3 versus 0 easy dive for the NiP top side, but unfortunately just a little bit of a flop there on that top side. Aki starts walking forward, hitting the minions. There's no Realm Warp to blame this time, and I mean, for AL, just consistent wins across the map. They find a 1-for-1. They don't lose their top turret. They get the dragon. They get the bot turret. It's just everything going well for them.
Everything going right. And we just, all the storylines we talked about have just fallen so flat by this point. The Doinby Karma in an elimination match, still just head scratching. Tarzan really just comfortably farming away, right? He's got himself a multiple camp lead, and he's fighting PP God, going for such aggressive warding in complete fog on the wrong side of the map. I mean, Flandre is just going to try and burn through him. Doinby is here, like you pointed out, to get out. But you can already see the desperation for NiP as we continue to ask the question, what can they really even do from this spot?
And this is as well, you know, Youmu's Aphelios has been picked up. Double longsword as well suggests we're going Collector next as well. So Leave, you know, looking more for maybe one-shot combos with his ulti. Not impossible, it's worth saying. And, you know, with the way that Aphelios scales with his stats, instead of putting points into skills, you put points into stats. Probably got E-maxed out by now as Arki goes for Flandre once again.
2 levels down to this Gnar. Shanji isn't even close. And here's the point to make here, right? Even punishing a Gnar as Doinby has to flash away from another great size which of his Shanks is, no matter how far you put Gnar behind, he ultimately is just an ult bot, right? He doesn't need to be super fed. There's just so many resources for Ninjas in Pajamas into keeping Flandre at bay, but he's not the problem.
I mean, they're committing so much for this bot lane tier 1 turret and
toying
try
with
to kill Flandre.
He's 1 versus 4 and he does not care. Yeah, he's going to get caught here by the quickness knockup. Should finally fall down, but it's going to cost him so much more gold on the flip side.
Rocket.
A complete head-scratching game.
Rocket!
Oh, you called it! Hope even finds the trade again. This is a bewildering game from NiP.
And AL probably quite happy with the way that this last set of plays have gone. Leave now the focus under the turret, just barely able to get out from under the tier 1 turret. The Weaver's Wall not quite separating him off enough. Able to hold on to his summoner spells that time around. But AL, we didn't see what they got on the top side, but it was 2 turrets. They take the tier 1. They've committed to the tier 2 as well. Flandre, happy to give his life there for that. Arguments can be made for whether he could have lived, but even still, managing to find a kill for Hope, you could probably argue is worthwhile.
I mean, this is like when everyone was hyping up that in the Brazil World Cup, that Germany and Brazil were going to play each other, and then Germany just won 7-1, and it wasn't even close. Like, we're in elimination point for NiP. The first time AL have ever been in that spot, and it's fallen completely.
Yeah, and with Rift Herald at their back as well, you would expect that they'll be able to take down this mid-tier 1 without really any contest. Drake, you know, spawns in a couple of minutes' time. That's going to be the next focus, and for, you know, a little bit of a change as well, Atakan spawns up on the top side this time round. This is a replay of that bot kill for NiP.
We're going to see the rocket.
You know, he's toying here, baiting in Flandre, who burns his flash to try and get out, gets knocked up by PP God, and from there, the chain CC is good enough. And then it's Hope's rocket from downtown under the mid-tier 1 turret. Really smart thing to do on Jinx, just back away from vision so the enemy doesn't know that it's coming. Does it from the safety of his tier 1, and now, I mean, tier 1 turret mid lane has already fallen. Arki getting focused out.
Tarzan jumping all the way through that turret, rocket to go wide this time, but NiP look completely scared on the Rift. They're bleeding and out of every facet right now.
I mean, we're 18 minutes in, and they've taken all but 1 turret that is not inside the base of NiP. That never happens.
Never.
And the kill score's 8-3. It's not, like, completely astronomically over in that capacity. We've seen, you know, games where we've still got tier 2 turrets up, but we're, you know, 15-1, 14-1. This time round, AL have just been moving around the map, and NiP have been, honestly, showing AL where they can and can't go with overcommits time and time again.
We need something from you, Ninjas in Pajamas. A pick that isn't on someone named Flandre, but even when they go for Shanks, finally, who was all alone on a side lane, Weaver swallows himself to safety, and look how many members NiP brought up there. They've brought 4 more for 1 guy again.
Fortunately, they have got Doinby mid lane this time, so the wave clear is going to be present, and the bot wave not quite pushed enough in. By the time that set of minions reaches the turret, you'd like to think that NiP will be backed, will be ready to try and take that defense on the tier 2. But it looks like they're sending Leave up to the top side, probably going to try and take that tier 1 turret in exchange for a tier 2.
And Doinby, look who's fat. He's been spotted out by Tarzan again. He's just jumping in, hopping through base at 90 minutes. There's no scared aura out of AL right now, playing like they've got no cares in the world. Inhibitor turret broken down in the background. Shanji's getting poked down by Shanks and Flandra, and that tier 2 turret is not going to save you, buddy. He's running the wrong way through the map. Inhibitor's going to drop next. Hope is on Jinx. He's going to be able to get excited and move to another turret. This is a disaster of a game from NiP when they could have taken the series.
We're going to Silver Scrapes at this point. Leave taking two turrets in the top side is... it's cool. Unfortunately, I doubt that it's going to be enough. Hope is going to be so rich once he gets to go back to base here. Shanji is still alive. Grab those roses, buddy. Yeah, this might be the only way that you can see any sort of help from happening. As Tarzan now finding Aki again.
This is not your jungle, Aki. It has been rented by AL LLC. As Tarzan grabs himself another kill. These jungle camps are all his, and it really feels like we are one fight away from the most famous song in League of Legends history.
7,000 gold to the good here. I mean, they can take Drake. They can also not take Drake. Soul is not going to be a thing in this game. From here, the game plays itself for AL. They take this Drake. They transition all of their vision up to the top side where Atakan has already spawned. And we get to see a little glimpse once again at how all of this is already broken down. Tarzan feels more than comfortable jumping in, knowing he's got just a little bit of support from Kyle. If he goes too far forward, it's not a problem for him to just walk back, get an ulti, make himself nice and happy. Hope 2.5 items on this Jinx. I don't foresee there being nearly as many issues with throwing in this game as we saw from them in game number 1. But like I say, from here, the game is just super straightforward. You've got pushing wave bot, pushing wave mid, Atakan on this top side. With Voracious at your back, game can very easily end here when they take this down. Mainly just a question of making sure that they get all the resources they need and everybody up to that top side, Ship Sharp Shapish, so that they can be on the ball with the way they close this game out.
BP God's going to get some wards down, but I don't think you get out of this one, my friend. He's going to desperately try and get to Shanji. The quickness is through, but there's a big wall in your way, PP God. He's going to go down next, and yeah, that Otacon is going to be for free. And Rude Dude, I have a very hard-hitting question for you.
What's that?
What's more disappointing, this game 4 or the removal of Hextech chests?
It has to be Hextech chests. Any game where I get to see any game where I get to see Doinby and Tarzan up against one another is still a good game, and I mean it just adds to their story of one another, to be honest. You know, so I mean AL from here, again, like we've said, the game ends itself. It should be relatively straightforward to break open this top inhibitor when you've got 3 inhibs down. Again, the game is a formality.
The game is a formality. I know I joke about it all the time, but I've never been more serious in my casting career. Taking this Nexus for AL has never been more of a formality. The last fight going to break out. I expect anyone's legend to just dive under this turret. They've got the Otacon revive. Even if they really throw away some of these kills, they don't lose their bounties. Just a matter of when the waves get up to the turret.
Yeah, Shanks is just toying with them, right? It's just half HP Doinby in his base. Issue 4 AL right now is that bot wave got heavily pushed out. So NiP were able to push that bot wave in quite significantly, so they're not going to get pressure from those super minions for quite a while.
Here we go, the last stand of NiP. They do have Tarzan very low. He pops the Crescent Guard to block a ton, if not all of the damage out of NiP. He's going to go back in. They've got Hope's reset, and he's just chopping down a tree with ease, swinging that axe in the form of a minigun with Jinx's kit. Inhibitor to fall. Nexus turret's next to go. Flandra does have a pretty low HP bar. Doinby does start to hit like a bit of a truck. But with the Otacon revive, like I've talked about, just die. There's no point to reset. You reset quicker by throwing yourself into the literal NiP fountain if you want to. Here comes another minion wave. They're going to try for another Nexus turret. And it's just painful to watch NiP try and keep themselves in this game. There's the quickness down. They're going to get Tarzan on his first reset. If the turret falls, they can get Hope through as well, but he's already back to base, and the easiest reset for AL all game long finally comes across.
I mean, you know, you say job done for NiP. They don't lose the game. That's the job that they've succeeded in so far, but they're so far away from having really any chance in this game. We talked about the fact that we don't really favor their scaling with this lethality of Aphelios. They don't have a lot of damage outside of their marksman, who's gone for a build that is not geared toward being able to be that late game hyper carry. You're looking at this massive ulti. It may be a massive Infernal ulti, can seal the deal, but again, you're doing that in the face of Lulu, in the face of a Gnar with a Sterax at this stage, Seraph's on Shanks, and you are the only damage. Aki has 2 items on this Jax, but every time he goes anywhere near a fight, he gets polymorphed and dies.
I'm watching Doinb like using his entire mana pool to deal with double super minions. Like this is depressing, man.
And these inhibitors, the sooner they respawn, the sooner they get taken again. AL there immediately for the take. So one wave is going to come out without having doubled up super minions, but the next wave that spawns, you would like to think, is going to have the exact same thing. So 6 super minions going to begin streaming into the base, and AL begin their final assault on the Nexus.
Weaver's wall down to cut off the fountain, cut off the safety of NiP, and we're just going to wait for Hope to get his first kill, break open the Jinx reset, break open the big Game 5 that we've all been looking forward to since about 10 minutes into this one. A disappointing show for NiP, soon to come to a conclusion. As we bring another wave through that Nexus turret, bound to fall. Good flash away from Hope as PPCon can be the real only engaged to lock him up. They do get the Lulu, but here comes the Gatling gun known as Jinx to terrorize Arcane in the League of Legends Summoner's Rift, this time to the tune of Hope. The final kills being collected, and here it is, folks. Just as advertised, Anyone's Legend, NiP are going the distance. Bring on Silver Scrapes, bring on Game 5.
And in what it was the most convincing game so far of this series, which is strange to say because games 1 and game 2 were both also stomps. Anyone's Legend even us up. We're going to game 5, and I called it like game 2, game 3, that we are looking at a very tense game 5 situation that we're building towards. The majority of the talent team predicted this would go to 5 games. We both are on either side of a 5-game prediction. And NiP, they put themselves in a hole, and then they started burying themselves as well. That feels like the first game that a team lost as opposed to the other team won. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes crystal clear sense.
Yeah.
That take is more clear than water in the Alps for you Evian drinkers. I mean, that's how clear that take is. Here's the silver lining here, folks. We can't get a more boring game than that for game 5.
That's true. We can't have a game where we sort of look at it and go, you've lost already. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move into the next one. I mean, game 5, I mean, they're always brimmed with tension anyway. And, we are day 1 of playoffs, right? So there are so many more series to play. This time, either this time next week or this time next week tomorrow, would be grand finals, right? Like, we're just speed running playoffs. We just go for it one weekend. Bish, bash, bosh, thank you. And that is, there's so much league already that still needs to be played between these top teams that at some point we were going to get a stinker. Game number 4, hey, just so happened to be.
Just so happened to be. It just sucks for like all the hype up we had for game 4.
The momentum of this series, yeah.
Man, this is the first time Anyone's Legend has been put against the ropes all year long. Like in all of these best of 5s they played, through Demacia Cup, through the gauntlet of a regular season split that the LPL is in its new format with Fearless. And they get to, I think they could have won that game with one hand. I definitely hope could have. Let me tell you that.
He didn't need his cue, right? Or he just, click,
he
click. That was all he was after.
Rude, he had enough time to like move his mouse down and
click
the Q and with one hand. Yeah.
Didn't need to aim his skill shots. That would have been. Nope. I mean, it was unnecessary how far ahead they were. I mean, there were a couple of nice skill shots as well. We got to see. Let's take a look at this. That is. I mean, it's what I expected, to be honest. Doinb, hold on. No, he was 118 damage behind his mid lane counterpart. It was close.
Oh, it's close. Yeah, these post-game stats are just cementing what we already knew. So let's start building for that game 5, Rudu, by factoring in as much of a snooze as this game 4 was. We did lose a lot of those key champions we talk about for Fearless format out of this snooze fest.
Yes, so I mean, the Jinx Aphelios trade came through. We also lost Maokai. I think Gnar would have been a really big pick.
Jax.
Yeah, Jax not being on the board as well, and we're very slowly starting to get toward the end of the engaged supports that we've actually got left. Rakan now off the table is something to bear note to. So we may be looking at things like, you know, Thresh starting to make a bit of a resurgence, maybe something that can look for an engage like that. Braum is still out there, which you know, very good for disengaging. Maybe we just see Braum Renata and Renata's already taken off as well.
Taric,
So
I mean, we've seen a Taric already in the LPL. Didn't go well.
No, but it's there and could be picked
and was
up,
a game 5.
True.
Who knows? Maybe don't take a page out of Allen's book, or as we called him in that game, off. Yeah. Taric. There are still those big enchanters. Seraphine's still a pretty contested pick between these two supports. And then, yeah, you go to 80 carries, right? I mean, you have, like, I don't think Kalista makes it through.
Here.
Zeri's here. Kalista, I don't think makes it through the bans. Like, somebody's going to ban Kalista. When do Tristana. I'd like to see one of these guys. Like, you have a lot of those 80 melee mids open.
Ziggs.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see where Ziggs lands. Like, if we could, maybe the one the Blade Bros comes out. Like, Yone could be a big pick. We're gonna get a little freaky though with this draft. Let me tell you, that's what happens.
I'm down for a Ziggs Yone draft. That's what I'd be there for. We completely take away any form of agency from our bot laners and decide mid lane. This is your time.
Just turn our bottom lanes into victims of the might of a Yone mid. Like, you still have a Kali too. Maybe you start seeing some of these assassins come out. We can really theory craft this all day long, and I'm gonna be completely transparent. We were just building up to see when the MVP this game would come. I mean, how do you even pick an MVP? Do you just give it to Hope because he hit a couple clutch rockets?
Yeah, maybe. You know, this will be the game where we're like. This will be the game where they give it to somebody who, you know, makes still 0 sense. And, you know, we'll have to try. Oh, how did Flandre get this? You know, he did the most damage and had a decent damage share, but he was the one person that died a lot. So, you know, we'll keep our eyes out. I think you can probably make an argument for the majority of people in this game just because this game was largely won by NiP losing.
All right, let's see.
Such a silly statement to say.
It's like rolling a dice to see what number it lands on. All right, they do give it a Hope. Okay. Yeah, so Deathless Jinx performance, high KP, high damage gold ratio, probably the stats, and everyone likes to give a Jinx a win when she is on the winning side of the coin. So we now have both of our 80 carries in this matchup grabbing MVPs alongside our 2 MVP caliber players. Tarzan grabbing game 2 and Doinby grabbing game 1, but Rude Dude, here we are starting to build the hype, man. Let's set the stage for what this game 5 means.
We need now for the upper bracket to have its final cemented, right? JDG found a win at the top of the day, so whoever wins here goes on to play JDG. The loser drops down into that lower bracket, and you know, has to battle up against, you know, some massive names in the lower bracket of the LPL. So a loss here is genuinely could very well be your swift way out of the bracket as well, right? Even though these two teams come in as your first seed, highly possible that you lose here, you lose in the next series as well, just because of the caliber of the lower bracket as well, right? We've got Top, Weibo, BLG, like there are so many big names just in that lower bracket waiting to try and take you out. A loss in the next game, you don't want it.
And how tasty is it? No matter who loses here and whoever wins the lower bracket matchup into this matchup, you could see a familiar foe as Top Esports, anyone's legend, you know, group mate, is on one side of the matchup. IG on the other side of that matchup. So you could see some familiarity. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here, folks. Here is the reality. We have arrived at the first ever Game 5 Fearless in LPL history, and there's only one way to truly bring it into scope. You can already hear the song in your head. I know myself and Rude Dude can as well. Bring on Silver Scrapes, and we'll see you on the other side of that iconic song for Game 5, NiP versus AL. Welcome back once more, loyal viewers, to the unofficial LPL English broadcasts. As I'm going to repeat for the second time, we are making history. For the first time in the LPL's history, we are going to a full Fearless Game 5 in the playoff bracket between two teams, Rude, that have had their ups and downs in this series together, have star MVP caliber talent on both sides of the matchup, and could be a preview for the grand finals. How poetic we arrived here, no matter how depressing the end of the route to get here was.
We're putting Game 4 out of our minds, and we're moving into Game 5. Blinders on, completely focused on what is going to be a final game, which promises to deliver. We've highlighted already that there are so many champions banned. We will go into this game with 40 champions not even able to be picked. By the end of the first round of bans, there will be 46 champions off the table. Coming to the end, it will be 50 banned champions. There are going to be massive limitations in terms of what these teams can look to accomplish. And yet, I still expect to see some top quality League of Legends coming through from both of these sides. We've had so far a game, a stomp on either side. NiP and AL both stomped Game 1 and then Game 2 respectively. Game 3 was the most entertaining game by far, where we had AL ahead for the most part. They took Soul, but then a throw cost them the game. NiP take Baron, they take Elder, and they find the win there. Game 4 we are putting out of our minds, but the TLDR is AL evened up the series. That's all you need to know.
That's all you do.
We come to this game number 5 now with a whole host of new format implications, right? You know, Game 5 Fearless, Game 5 side select to be determined by 1 versus 1. So now you've got players who, you know, at the start of a best of 5, you can tell, okay, side select is not super important. It'd be nice to get, but it's not going to define your series. So Game 5, we've got a little bit more stakes on the line here.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. A nicer way to put it, yeah. So if you missed it, the format change from the regular split to the playoffs is basically you switch around the ways of deciding side select. In the regular season, it was the 1v1 on Howling Abyss. The rules were simple on that one. I'll explain in a second. And the coin flip was the best of 5 determined. Now we've swithed that. We saw NiP win the coin flip for Game 1, blue side, but now they're going to have to go to the 1v1. And if you're unfamiliar, Rude Dude, let the people know at home what the deciders are in that 1v1 on Howling Abyss.
So it's either 2 kills or 1 kill, depending on if the ring has been closed or not. It's 100 CS, or it's first turret going down. So there are 3 different breakpoints. You can either have kills, turrets, or CS. So, you know, there's plenty of ways to win. The way the timings work is it very frequently comes down to 1 kill, and 1 kill when the fire closes. There's been a meta evolving in the 1v1s where you will play various champions that can knock your opponents into the fire. If you've ever played a battle royale, you know, that's the type of thing that I'm talking about, where this ring just closes in and you make the map smaller and smaller and sort of force the players to fight. However, you know, this time round in 1 versus 1, you can just knock them into the fire and it tends to do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, so that Ring of Fire going to come in at 7 minutes. And I'm glad that you pointed out how different the vibe is of this 1v1, right? Because when we've seen them in the regular split, right, it kind of, I guess, it gave me a bit of a nostalgia trip back to, you know, the old days of gaming when you were younger, right? When everyone would huddle around one monitor to watch you maybe play a 1v1 against your friend, and everyone was laughing and smiling and having fun. But you can already see on the faces of both of these teams, right? It is all business. They understand the gravity of this 1v1 as we await to see who the matchup is. I know we're not going to get it, but man, if I can pull some sort of strings to make it Doin B Tarzan, I would.
That would be, oh, absolutely. Yeah, me too. Again, it's the story between those two players. We'll get into it in the game because
here we go.
Deserves the justice. So, okay, Doin B on one side. And then I believe we've got Flandre.
Is that going to be Flandre? Okay, yeah, so.
I wouldn't know. Honestly, I wouldn't know the players' faces. I'm gonna be honest. But from what I saw,
yeah.
So when they panned through the cameras and through the like the players coming back out onto stage, both Doinby and Flandre had different screens than the rest of their team. So that was my basis of this.
Right. Yeah. And it just speaks to how recognizable that guy is. Hey, good to see him in good spirits, right? If there's anybody that's going to be calm in this spot, it's going to be a guy like Doinby. I believe that it's actually, yeah, that is going to be Flandre. So Flandre versus Doinby.
Thought it was. Something was there. It was telling me. Even still, though, right, I mean, the complete atmosphere change as well, right? If you do a best of what or a 1v1 at the start of a series, people are, you know, jovial. They're happy about it, right? And they're like, oh, you know, oh, we lost side select. Oh no. I don't expect it to be the same atmosphere. Not least because of the stakes of this game 5, but also because you've played 4 games before this. So they've played 4 games of League before this already. They now have to completely alter the game that they're playing, because this is effectively a different game where you're playing 1v1 versus somebody.
Yeah.
And you know, you have to think about what that means for you as a player, and what this implication of winning or losing this is for your team.
All right, here we go. The 1v1 draft. New territory, as we've talked about so many times. Doinby versus Flandre. The two big-time veterans on either of these rosters. It definitely feels like. I'm glad that we got Corki banned. I'd like to see a Renekton banned, just because those are the 2 champions I've seen way too many times in these 1v1s. I pray we don't get a range versus melee matchup. We might, because of the stakes, like you've talked about, Rude, but it's just such a snooze fest, even if it is before a best of 5.
Okay.
Oh,
Renekton on one side. No way. I wonder what Flandre's going to play.
Yeah,
Poppy.
I mean,
Poppy could be good. We'll see. When the ring closes, you give them the keeper's verdict and the little boosh out. Oh, no way!
Oh, we can mirror because it's game 5?
Yeah, it's blind pick as well. So
blind pick.
Yeah.
Go Zed versus Zed. Pay homage. Nah, I'm kidding.
The old school. Flandre's still deliberating.
You know, this would be a first for me, at least, Rude, in my casting career.
Wow.
Yeah, it's locked in. I have never casted mirrored champions going against each other.
Oh, my first LPL 1v1 was Draven versus Draven. So
okay.
That got taken very early. However, I'm, you know, the Renekton versus Renekton matchup. I mean, in game 5, I think it's almost fitting that they would play the same champion. However, I would like to think that the top laner has more experience on the Renekton than the mid laner.
That's a safe bet.
Hey, safe bet you would think. I'm not certain of how true it is, but you know, that's what I think.
If there were any mid laner that you could give the wild card effect to on champions, I mean, we could throw up the graphic if you guys don't believe us. But this guy's already played Lee Sin mid. If somebody's going to play
Showmaker, like that's those are your 2 choices you're looking at. I mean, that, or we can get really off the wall and I can start going to LTA South if you want, and we can throw players in there. But that's give me Grethfar for one of these, and we'll see what happens. But the idea that you get Renekton versus Renekton, I mean, we'll keep our eyes on how this matchup goes. Any differentiation in items as well? Okay, 1 shield, 1 blade.
Double D blade for Doinby, looking for a bit extra health. With the D shield for Flandre, so it gets the bit of extra.
But also refillable versus potions.
True.
So
Flandre, recognizing that 1 kill doesn't decide it, right? And maybe more comfortable going for resets. Obviously, they're both taking barrier ignite.
Yeah, you want access to the wave early so that you can build your Fury to start trading more effectively, and they're not wasting any time.
Slicing and dicing in between each other, but Doinby does get the Cole the Meek into a pretty big queue. They're just going all hands off the rip, and Flandre is sent to the wayside. If anybody had flash, that's a kill, but boy, is he happy he took refillable now.
Well, I mean, he's just going to recall. There's no way he can stay under the turret, even through barrier. I mean, the way that Ruthless Predator works as well, it kills off barrier, so it's effectively useless if you time it incorrectly. Doinby already coming out on top in this matchup will force at least an early plating down, and you know, he's absolutely fine in this 1v1 at the minute. What does Flandre go back and buy? The answer is literally nothing. He had refillable,
refillable.
Yeah, exactly, but he's coming out, he's not even full HP, he goes back in, he's lower on experience.
Lower on Fury, too, as well. Doinby's just been autoing those minions. He's already got it sacked up pretty well. turret, those plates are very deceitful on Howling Abyss. You can really mow through them. So Flandre is already in just the toughest spot. His only advantage is, for now, he has Ignite over Doinby.
Okay. I mean, as much of an advantage as that is, I think the experience is going to prove to be even more, and he dodges out on the Q there as well. So just these small things really solid and going very well for Doinby at the minute. And I love that we're just toggling the gold to see when Doinby is going to go back to base. Typically, you know, judging by Summoner's Rift rules, you crash a wave, you base so you don't miss experience. This is a decent sized wave if Doinby wants to go for a recall after this. But also, with the amount of chip damage he got down onto that turret off of the first trade, wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility for him to win a 1v1 pre-fire and then take the turret off the back of that.
True. Or we might just be waiting for him to get Dominus first, because he's got the XP advantage. He takes over to Dominus. Unfortunately, Flandre is very secure under his turret for now, so Doinby won't push to go too aggressive, and yeah, now has enough gold to really make this hurt in the matchup. Flandre going to try and cancel. Maybe did that a bit accidentally with the slice and dice. Is going to go in. He's got Dominus himself as well. Rage Bar stacked up pretty comfortably. Ignite is up for both of these champions. Doinby is going to get dropped over his head, but luckily gets a really big healing pad. And does get the ult out of Flandre. It should tick away unless he really wants to dive this, but he won't.
Okay, so this gives Flandre an opportunity to go back to base now and recall. I think they're both just going to match resets, which, you know, is favorable for Doinby. Flandre wants to force this issue, so he's going to push the wave under the turret, try to get a small advantage back by denying a little bit of experience. So despite the worries of the early game, Flandre has largely evened this up. Needs to recall though. There's so much gold on both of these two players that if they don't spend it, you know, that's going to be a big detriment to Flandre. Doinby able to get out, and he's going to try and channel for stop here.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, this is really big.
Item advantage. He has the phase and kindle gem by this point, so why not keep pushing the tempo? Both Conquerors procs coming across, but yeah, that really felt like the moment where Flandre could just wait out for the death ring and play with the items evened out, and now he's back exactly where he started, just farming under his turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's really big, and this is sort of a great example of why stopping recalls can prove to be so important. And
the double
that goes from not just, you know, this Aram, but also in Summoner's Rift as well. A little bit of an example of what the power of stopping recalls can do for you. Doinby can even look to force this under the turret, find another recall, right, if he wants to. If he doesn't think like he can get these turret plates, he's actually stepping up very aggressively, stunning under the turret. And when you've got such an item advantage, you should be.
We are not far away from the Ring of Death, so Flandre really needs to get the reset through if he wants it. But remember, this turret gets shredded really easily, so he's got to be really careful, or he's going to lose this 1v1 in the most anticlimactic way. And once again, he just can't reset Drew Dude.
Yeah, you can't risk it, right? The idea that he just loses so much and that the turret just falls. He could lose the 1v1 off of a recall, which is not something that you typically see, but it's entirely possible. Doinby doing his work, just continually pushing these waves in, and we'll see once again. Is this going to be a cancel? Yep, has to be for Flandre.
All right, so now Doinby, okay, guys, you got to stop baiting me with these recalls, all right? We need to remove B keys from both of these keyboards. All right, they're going to handshake to reset after all that and try and get to first. I don't want to say it finally, please. Okay, Flandre resets. He's going to have Eclipse for the Ring of Fire.
Okay, so I was curious whether Doinby was going to go for first turret or whether he was just going to channel his recall. Channels recall, Eclipse already picked up. Let's see, can we get plated steel caps as well? No. Bramble Vest, though, is a big pickup. So some healing mitigation coming through by way of grievous wounds. There's no way that Flandre can trade efficiently without auto-attacking, so grievous wounds a must is definitely going to be applied. And that obviously goes very favorably for Doinby as he can reduce the healing from Call the Meek, the passive heal regen that Dominus gives you as well. Very big pickup for him.
So I know the Bramble Vest is a big thing for Doinby, obviously giving him an advantage, but with these two different legendary items, do you like the Eclipse or Black Cleaver more here?
Black Cleaver is going to be better for your all-ins. Eclipse is going to give Flandre the advantage in these short order trades, but you can see he's not really looking for them. You want to look to use the shield from Eclipse and then get out, so kind of halfway there, halfway not. It's really tricky because we're 20 CS away. That's 4 waves, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
Ring's already closing, so...
Yep. Farm not going to be a thing. Turret not going to really be a factor. It's all coming down to one kill. How poetic for the stakes of this 1v1. Not compared to any we've seen in the LPL split so far. There's not enough minions for Doinby to get to the 100 CS. And keep your eye on the map as you watch the Ring of Fire soon to come in and engulf Howling Abyss. Both players will try and desperately get one reset off the board. Oh, here it is. This recall is a little risky. Ooh,
Doinby gets
fire on the tail.
Plated steel caps as well come through. Looks like Flandra's going to be
Flandra.
chasing his way out. Able to make it out, but Berserker boots picked up for Flandra.
Whoa.
Interesting. So not opting into the steel caps here. So 3 waves needed. And I don't think that 3rd wave is really going to be able to come through. We're not going to get to see a battle to the death between these 2 top laners. And the question really becomes, when do you look to take that fight? The sooner the better, I think. If you're Doinby, get that Black Cleaver started and force Flandra into a tricky spot.
He's got the level advantage. Here's the Dominus pop. Doinby feeling a lot more healthy. Big Q comes across for Flandra for his first heal, but Doinby's just holding all of his cooldowns, and he's going to find the kill.
Hold on,
no way! Dude, Flandra rescues it from complete peril. Side select to anyone's legend.
The Eclipse shield comes back up. He's able to get 2 procs in one fight and finds the win for AL. Incredible. Doinby just ahead the entire 1v1. And then
That's a tilter, man.
at the final fight, loses.
Maybe it's not a tilter for Doinby. He seems like he's... I can't tell if he's in
Oh.
shock or laughing this one off. I guess we're gonna find out when we get into Game 5, huh?
That was like a clap of, okay, let's lock back in. Let's think about how we're going to play this game.
Right.
Obviously, blue side for AL, no Nadoi. They're going to take blue side here quite happily. And with that, you begin to think how many champions have been lost, what's been taken off the board. Again, Senna, one of these champions that has weirdly shot back up in literally just today. We've seen a couple of bans thrown towards it. We've seen it picked in the previous series, so maybe that's something that we're going to get in this game. So many AD carries off the table, though, that you're just really worried about leaving it until 3rd pick in general. If you get it to that 2nd round of bans as well, it can be such a thin pool that's left to be picked from.
I mean, it's thin pools across the board. I know we've harped on it a lot, but
it's time for Ziggione. That's what we're talking. Let's put some ADs mid lane. Let's put some mages bot lane. There's plenty of them left.
yeah, I mean, we can still get a Hui too if you want to go down there with someone that isn't Ziggs. It still works somewhat well. As an NA guy, I got to watch a lot of Brand get thrown in the bottom lane. I don't think any LPL. I don't think LPL ever wants to do Brand Nami, but it's a bit of a cheeky tech.
We could do Mel. We could do Syndra as well. Like, there are lots of...
Mel, yeah. Mel's enabled. Like, I feel like all these teams in the playoffs so far are just handshaking that nobody's playing it, I guess. We had it hovered once in this series, but not locked in.
I mean, there's so many,
Look at
so
that
many mages
stretch.
still available. He's ready.
What is that stretching? Is that stretching anything? You know what?
Probably.
I don't think that's...
It's probably stretching something. I don't know what, but leave, he knows. He's there for a reason.
Oh, yeah, I'm not an exercise scientist. I'm a caster for a reason. So
not
I'm
an
not
exercise scientist.
I'm not gonna dive. I'm not
Just
gonna
game
dive
5
into
sentences. That's all it is.
Listen, man. It
Has
is
the sun come up yet?
I could look. Should I even look? I don't
What
even
time
want
is
to
it?
look.
What time is it
6
for you right now?
a.m. Oh yeah, it's light
6:18
outside.
AM.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's light
nice.
outside. Yeah, there's light.
We've been going all the way through the evening, and Slayers saw the dawn of a new day.
Dawn of a new day. Yep. Oh, the things we
Thank you
do
to
for the
AL.
game we love. Yeah, thanks AL. No, thanks NiP, man. What was that game 4 was the reason we're here.
That's true. That's true. Well, even still, you signed yourself up for this.
I did.
And I think
I'm happy
5
to
games,
be here, by the way. Let me just
exactly.
say that.
Yeah. Expectation was that this series would go to 5 games. We have made it to game number 5, and absolutely nobody is surprised, right? We're all sat here, shocked Pikachu emoji. Nadoi, we've made it to that pivotal stage now, and we have to think about the stakes again for these 2 teams, really, for what it actually means. If you lose here, you go down to the lower bracket, you play up against a potential of BLG, IG, Top, Weibo, massive names from the LPL waiting in the lower bracket for you. If you lose this game, you win, you go to the upper finals, and your chances at making it to that grand final become so much easier. A loss here puts you in a real run of a lower bracket, whereas if you win here and then lose a little bit later, you're just in lower finals. It's not as nearly as much league to be played.
Yeah, and you could dodge a lot more of those big bads from the LPL. We know as well, right? Like you might dodge out on like a BLG, a Weibo, a top esports who kind of look to be getting into form in their final series up against LGD. Like that combo of teams, like you're not going to run into any of those guys. Even if you do get knocked down into that lower bracket, and the stakes as well for this marquee matchup we've been hyping up, right? Like this is like for such bragging rights between Tarzan and Doinby. While they've kind of settled into a bit of a backseat in these last couple of games, they had their pivotal moments in Game 1 and Game 2, and there's no bigger time for either of them to show up to write themselves in the history books as taking down a former ally, a former teammate, a former friend. But here we go, folks. The final draft of the night here. Kalista still going to be off the board, not a pick. What is going to be left up here for AL to grab with that B1?
Destroying the AD carry champion pool at this point. So you've still got things like Xerys, things like Twitch. Zaya's still open as well if you're looking to play an AD carry. Obviously, we've got Ziggs, and I think that's probably your safest blue 1 pick if you're looking for something to go down into that bot lane, and might be something that NiP consider taking off the board. But we have to hit our quota, right? Pantheon, Jace, Nocturne, Kalista need to be banned, and they have been as such. Now AL with the big question, what do they take? Are they looking to steal away one of those few remaining AD carries? Is there a jungler that they still want to try and pick up? Is there a top laner that we've forgotten about that is just going to absolutely run the rift? I think for AL, the question so far is just securing that bot lane stability. And yeah, Ziggs, it just seemed to fit the brief the most.
We're going to keep seeing this. This first phase, it is paramount that you get your bottom lane selected here. I think you're griefing this Game 5 if you do not have your bottom lane locked up or have a really, really big pocket pick in mind that you don't think will get banned away in that second phase. The Jhin was a name that we didn't mention, so that one's going to be locked in here for leave, but that definitely telegraphs a specific type of comp you have to play when you play with a Jhin.
Yeah, so you're looking for damage in the top side for the most part, right? Like, Jhin is one of these champions, has an incredible laning phase, has an incredible 6 items, but in terms of damage, as you broach that mid-game, it's not quite there. His power comes from the CC and the setup that your team provide. I love the Alistar here, and I think it's something that they should take. Whenever you pick Ziggs, you're looking to pair that up with Engage. You don't want an Enchanter alongside a Ziggs. It's not a pairing that works. But if you take away the Alistar, it takes away some form of Engage for Kyle. It means that he now is going to have to delve that little bit deeper into his back pocket to try and find an Engage champion that can set up for the rest of the squad.
I wonder if you might just take the best available. Like at a certain point, we talk about like sports drafts, right? Just sometimes you take best available in tight spots here. Why not get the Sejuani for Tarzan? Give him that engage duty. And Ziggs Braum does not look that bad, but they're going to take a risk here. This is AL prioritizing mid-jungle as their focal point of their comp, and they're willing to give away that pretty prized Braum on the ban. But what a mid-lane matchup we have, Rude, dude.
This is, again, top of the show that we performed was the idea that these two mid laners would be going fisticuffs head-to-head with melee mid matchups. We've been sorely disappointed for 4 games. Game 5, we get Akali versus Yone. We get to see these two mid laners duke it out in the mid lane. And for AL specifically, and for Shanks, a player who, coming into this split, we were a little bit on edge about, had a decent run with WE, but came in as maybe an unknown quantity fitting into this AL roster, but has had an incredible season. Now he's got Tarzan, whose champion literally is picked to help Yone.
Yep.
These two together are going to look to work in tandem as a duo to destroy Doinby and destroy this NiP run.
Now time to just chop down more of those champion pools. Junglers being targeted by AL into Aki. I really just think this is a Braum ban still. I think, all right, I think they leave it up. I know it's a Ziggs in the bottom lane,
as well.
but yeah, Brand's a good one. Take away those AP junglers. But I am shocked that Braum gets through.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky to advocate for not Braum as AL. Because we know that NiP aren't taking it, right? Like, they've already locked in the Alistar. And I think that AL, if they just take the Braum, look to try and, make sure that the game is nice and slow, then they're probably going to be absolutely fine. using that Braum and using Sejuani Braum as a duo as well is so powerful
so
as well.
power.
So
yeah.
That's a lot of things to attempt to consider as NiP, because they take away some really powerful support pick in the Elise and the Camille as well, taking out that top side. So suggest that they're looking for a specific pick in that top lane. A blind Olaf for Shanji. So we will see quite what they're cooking up, because you have to imagine this Olaf might be a flex as well.
It could
like,
be,
if this
yeah.
gets destroyed in the top matchup, Aki might just take it jungle, and then you give Shanji a little bit more power.
I like the identity they're creating, though, with NiP. You mentioned it when we saw the Jhin locked in. You have to have a bunch of topside damage, so you now have it in those solo lanes. And Olaf and Jhin pair really well together with how your CC on Jhin can set up Olaf to run through with that Ragnarok. Shen could be the blind here into top, but I also wouldn't assuage a support pick here alongside the Ziggs. And what a pick this would be for Flandre in this game 5.
We're going to know what if it's a flex pick or if it's just going to be support Shen locked on in. So I was worried about that Shen going into the top lane, I'll be honest, but I'm happier with it being support. It's a unique support pick that you're going to be able to bust out. It's these game 5s that, you have to pull out the deep pockets. Kyle decides that Shen is the pick of choice, and it doubles down on what is already a very dive-oriented composition. My concern is that NiP don't really care that you've got a dive composition. The Jhin theoretically should be so far back that he can't get dove on, and then the rest of the team, they're going forward as well. So it is full head-to-head 5v5, just utter carnage, right? Like, these are two death balls that should be looking to ram their foreheads into one another. And then you've got on the flip side, Hope and Leave, who are going to be in absolutely no man's land for the majority of this game, because they're playing at such high ranges that they should never really get engaged on, but if they do, they're going to die in a second. So we are going to get scrappy, we are going to get ferocious in the fights. But what that means, and what I've so frequently seen in these best of 5s, is the first 10-15 minutes, Slayer, we're going to see nothing. They're just going to be snoozing, they're going to be chilling, they'll be trading objectives, because these are the types of compositions where you get a lead and that lead snowballs very quickly.
The only thing that could speed this game up is both these jungle champions are early game oriented, right? You have like unique Zac gank paths, Sejuani, especially with 2 melee solo lanes, can be pretty effective in CC setup. So my eyes are really drifting towards Tarzan on this Sejuani. We haven't seen him play a bunch of his power farming, carry-oriented champions in this series, right? His best game was a Skarner game. His potential game or series-saving game could be this Sejuani. So look towards those junglers to maybe speed this up. But I'm with you, Rude Dude. It's about just stat-checking fights that we are going to get in this game 5.
Yeah, and that volatility, the explosive nature of these team fights where you've got 8 melee champions across the board, getting that lead early on can prove to be so very effective.
And here we go. One final time. Soak in the Jayos. The perfect way to bring us into a game 5 in LPL fashion. Rudu, those were the loudest of the entire night.
Yep, I told you, man, as the games progress, the Jayos get louder and louder, and Kyle already spotting out some early movements from NiP.
Gonna land a big taunt there onto PP God. We talked about how slow the pace of the game could be, and the first level 1 skirmish we get is in this game of all places. Flash off of PP God, that's gonna take away a lot of agency for NiP.
And no Hex Flash rather for PP God, a champion who's already typically very weak at level 1, now has even less capability at looking to lane. AL, they want to match this bot lane. You can see the Ziggs, they were trying to track where the bot lane was headed to. They've now seen them recall and kind of have to guess. There's not a lot of deep vision placed down. Hope is sat in that mid lane at the minute. And are they sending Shanks off to the side lane to be the effective bot laner?
Looks like it. Wow, this is a new wrinkle to the lane swap meta. You rarely see this. He's gonna get cut off from the wave as well. I wonder what spell he ticked over level 1. Maybe like starting E just to get up in melee range for the XP, but he's going to lose it on at least 2 of those melee minions. Maybe got it on the last one.
No, he got it on all 3. And looking at his level there, he's actually halfway through level 1 already. So managed to find experience. Doinby, not quite having the same fate, but less of his minions have died. So maybe a range creep has been lost or so. But AL with a complete iteration or new iteration on this lane swap where they just put their duo lane mid, bully out the Akali for the start, so it's a rare lane swap where you're looking to protect your mid laner.
They've left Hope alone.
Oh no,
PP got swinging over. What is going on? Hope is alone. Where did Kyle go? He just gave up first blood. Flash secured. Doinby doesn't get it, but it's PP God. What the hell's going on in the jungle? Kyle has knocked out Aki. This is chaos.
Okay,
oh my God, it
I was
doesn't stop
wrong.
here. It doesn't stop here. Another 80 carry is locked in for one hell of a time. Shanks gets his revenge on the leave. So both marksmen have dropped. Kyle is stuck in enemy jungle, but he's going to kill Aki through the Zac passive. No, he gets a big heal and Kyle is cornered. He has to watch his tasty treat of a kill fly into the rear view mirror. And they're going to give this one over to Doinby. No, BB God takes another kill. This is a 2-0 Alistair.
Get the ult! Large Rod! Large Rod! Now, PP God, full AP Alistair. This is your time.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
I get why he took the first kill, but that one?
for the record, I don't think he meant to take either.
Yeah.
Which is very unfortunate, but the fact that the Alistair comes away with both of those kills definitely feels pretty rough. First time we've seen a Shen support for 2 years. Last one was Ming to pull that out from an RNG roster. And Shanji also sacrificed quite a bit to try and walk up there to pick up the kill onto Kyle, who, you know, has been an absolute sociopath this game. Decided to abandon his bot laner so that they would die, or they ended up dying to the Doinby PP God. Bullied Arky out on blue buff, then went to try and kill him 1 versus 4, was unfortunately unsuccessful. And now I assume we'll return to the quote-unquote normality where the relative lanes will be up against one another and supports are at the mercy of wherever they decide to go.
Yeah, XP is a delicacy for these two. They're just run around and be nuisances.
Normally the rule is get level 3, try to roam. Not this game.
Nah, not this series, man. Which, while it definitely got weird in Game 4, at least this isn't boring weird right now.
No, this is a good weird. I said at the start, yeah, we're gonna see nothing happen for the first 15 minutes, and I couldn't be happier to be more wrong.
I'm right with you. Do finally see supports return to their lanes, and PP God's already back to throwing hands. He's got 2 kills. He has no fear in the world. Leave the crit shot, not enough. But Kyle having to back off once more.
Okay, I mean, no junglers on this top side to threaten Hope, fortunately. So Aki, you know, not going to be in position for that just yet. And I think Aki has finally finished his full clear, 5 minutes into the game. It was very disrupted, so we sort of looked at the issues that PP got of getting the kills, and then you've obviously got the response where they were able to find a kill for Shanks onto leave. But importantly, Tarzan is so far ahead of Arky because he's already finished probably his 2nd full clear now as he takes that Gromp. And Arky only just finished that first one.
Oh, here comes Aki with the elastic slingshot jump. But Kyle is here to protect Shanks, make it a 2v2. Does get the bounce back with the minions. Todd's going to land onto Doinby. Doesn't have to flash up.
Bot lane's here.
Be able to walk out with PP God swinging over. Yep, man advantage for NiP. Going to save Doinby for now.
And again, for Doinby, this isn't just a best of 5 about the upper bracket. This is about crushing an old... Yeah, crushing an old foe almost. Yes, they were allies, but they were a duo on a team that was supposed to achieve such greatness back in 2022. They failed at that. They were a team that was supposed to make Worlds. They got knocked out by a V5 roster twice in the regional gauntlet and in the playoffs. And Tarzan as well in this game number 5 has that very same thing to prove, that he wasn't the problem, that he's actually one of these legacy players, 2 players who the LPL have deemed, you know, front runners for the MVP. Doinby getting the MVP, but Tarzan very close behind him. It's been such a close series already, and now Kyle in trouble as he engages.
Yeah, PP God doesn't have Unbreakable Will. This Alistar's only level 4. Glacial Prison gonna sink through for Tarzan, but PP God flashes out. He might have left Leave, though, to the wayside. He's caught between the wall and a very, very angry boar. Here comes the two fights where everybody runs through each other, but it's Shanji of all people. Secure feats of warfare. Down goes Flandra as well. Shanji now gets jumped on by all of AL, but look how much space he's buying before he finally drops. NiP secure feats of warfare and go 2 for 1 in our first skirmish.
And it's BP God who found all 3 kills from the feat of warfare. There's a bonus one picked up for Shanji thrown in there, but this Alistar is hungry for blood and finding it in these team fights as well. Swifty Boots picked up for PP God, and he's the one that got engaged on to begin with. Level 4 Alistar somehow tanks up 4 members of AL. A triple knockup buys him the time. And the bomb just bounces over the top of the Alistar. Just barely hope not able to cash in on that. Leave was able to get out as well. That's a complete, you know, unwritten rule that Leave should have died there. Oh, he just walks out to safety. Shanks whiffs on his ulti, but fortunately Shanji's already in a 1v3 and will go down anyway. These team fights, Slayer, I hope you're ready because they are going to get much more chaotic than that.
Yeah, that was like 25% of what we're going to get. And we already saw these top laners, these solo laners, just running past front lines to try and get towards these AD carries. These poor ADs, Hope and Leave, are just constantly going to be hounded. But speaking on, you know, Hope, Leave, these other mainstay players on these rosters besides Tarzan and Doinby. Well, it's nice to support, you know, their leaders in their endeavor to get that edge over former allies. So many of these players have never been in a big spot like this. We mentioned it. Constructed rosters from WE and OMG have passed. This is such a new level for them. A level where they need to prove they can battle with the best.
As we finally get to see our bot laners in bot lane, top laners in top lane, our mid laners in the mid lane, for the time being uncontested. You raise a great point that these teams that we defined as Doinby versus Tarzan to begin with, but has so quickly become a question of what is the rest of the team doing. Shanji now in trouble.
As Ragnarok holds it a while, eats up that taunt like cereal that I'm going to have for breakfast because the sun's already up, and runs himself right out of trouble. Ragnarok is down though, which is a pivotal piece of NiP's fights here, so I'm curious to see what AL will do on the map now, knowing that ult is off the board.
So Drake is up, second set of grubs will spawn as well in a minute's time. So there's a window to look for that dragon, but it looks like AL are set on going for 6 grubs. PP God still level 4, Kyle still level 4, looking to defend his top laner and make sure that he can get back to the wave.
PP God just wants the rarest commodity of experience here, but he's finally going to be able to get close enough. It's really critical both these supports get their ultimates. They're so valuable to their entire kits. But we're seeing top laners throw ultimates down. Flandre popping the
mid lane as
world
well.
ender there. And mid laners are dueling it out on the picture. What a flash by Doinby over the Glacial Prison as Shanks goes over with the Q3. And both of them walk away to their safety. Aki jumping in. Has that Zac passive so he can play a lot more aggressive. But it's just a tank fight. It's wet noodles until Shanji shows up. KL over the wall, gets himself to safety. Surely this should be NiP securing grubs, but they want more. They want blood. Aki slips from his grasp, maybe a potential kill, and everybody trots on away.
Okay, so grubs now spawned, looking at important cooldowns that teams might like for this. Neither mid laner has their ulti, but Doinby has no flash. Shanks does. Maybe that's a tool that they can use to find a beneficial fight. PP God has finally ticked over from level 4. The benefit that that gives him is, you know, an extra 200 or 20 damage rather on his Q. Not the greatest thing, but Doinby shows up top lane. Flandre maybe the focus here, but with no ulti. Nikali very much not a threat. Grubs up on the table. Remember, AL looking for 6. NiP looking to just get 3.
Trading, jockeying these positions on the grubs here. Tarzan maybe just trying to take one so he can get mites and keep a monster slaying stack away. It's going to be a smite fight for it. First one picked up by NiP. Aki grabs that one. Tarzan going to step back up. Should be able to grab the second. Big top from KL onto PP God. The Alistar does not have the ult. Here comes the current call on the backside. Our first big fight breaking out in the do or die game 5. Aki still holding strong near the grubs. They have Shanji pinned. Remember, his Ragnarok is down. Flandre doesn't have World Ender, but he doesn't need it because Shanks is here to end in the fight himself. Down goes Shanji, Aki to fall next. AL bite back when they need it most.
Anyone's Legend come alive in the top side and find 3 for themselves. The Grubs go down as well. 5-1 on that. They're not finished yet. Doinby stuck on the turret. He has ulti.
Has the Shroud as well. That's enough to assuage the dive. Doinby takes a big lick-o out of a Hope Bomb with that Loons completed, but keeps his turn and his own livelihood safe.
And again, these two teams with such chaotic team fights, just diving past one another.
Oh, Tarzan snipes Doinby, and Shanks knocks down a double! The revenge on the cusp of Tarzan! Clutch after play!
The turret will fall as well. The second satchel comes up for Hope will be the second that turret falls. Tarzan lines it up, and Shanks knocks down Doinby.
We've been talking about it. Tarzan has had Doinby's number in a couple spots, but Shanks isn't done. Going after Shanji. Quietly, Shanks has become an absolute giga Chad. 4-0-3 on this Yone. He's the biggest problem on the Rift right now.
This is a replay of the Grubs fight on the top side of all of this. So, really, a 4v5 for this fight. Curtain Call does nothing. So the Jhin does nothing. And AL, they have Hope there, who's constantly just pumping damage out with these bouncing bombs. The Satchel, the Minefield doing a lot of work. Able to take out Arki, and then Tarzan just lines it up, sets up Shanks. It's beautiful. It's clinical from Tarzan. And you can see in a game 5,
now they're celebrating.
Now there's something to celebrate about.
The mid-jungle duo, these picks were massive on that blue side. We talked about bottom lane, supports that need to be locked in to secure with the Fearless champ pool, but no, AL said, we want Tarzan and Shanks on this Yone Sejuani, and boy, are they not disappointing as Shanks looking for his 5th victim. There's nothing Shanji can do. Kills him all alone. Aki jumps in, but I don't think you want this smoke, booger. You're going to get thrown around by the Yone blades. Goes into the Q3, forces out the bounce from Aki, but here comes Tarzan.
Shanks it!
Lethal Prison off the flash. Tarzan's playing at another level right now.
He is a monster, single-handedly lining up kill after kill, and NiP have got no response. AL are 5k to the good. Shanks is unstoppable in these team fights, and there is no answer for NiP.
NiP are scrambling to find something, asking on their MVP Doinby, who's been quiet compared to Shanks. This Akali needs to show up, but this game is slipping out of their hands. This entire series could be defined by one more big fight at this rate.
Look at the stats from this game alone. Doinby was just down 2 levels, 1-1 and 3. Shanks, 2 levels up on this lane matchup. Solo kills 1. Decides, actually, I'll take a 3-level lead now. Goes for Aki afterwards, and Aki knows immediately that he's bitten off more than he can chew. Tarzan comes in, and the prediction cues forward, channels the ulti before the flash comes through, and it's poetry in motion.
Elation from the coaching staff. AL went from throwing away a game 3 to being on the precipice of an upper bracket spot secured. And now all eyes have to turn to Ninjas in Pajamas, Rude Dude. How do they climb back with this comp they designed all around this Doinby Akali and Shanji's Olaf as the main damage dealers?
I mean, the issue is that you have to fight your way out from this position. There's no way of
100%.
Slowing down the scaling, but they're fighting up against double level disadvantage in double solo lanes. There's just no chance that they win those fights, barring again miracle execution, and at this point AL flubbing these team fights. And for AL as well, the story for this organization is really quite poetic as well. This was a team that won Demacia Cup. There were people saying, it was just Demacia Cup. It doesn't have that same impact. They then beat Top again. We got a rematch of the Demacia Cup finals in their group, and then the story starts to turn around. People start to take them seriously. In a best of 5 up against NiP as well, where they're down at match point. They have to battle twice up against it, and now they find themselves in that second game. And they're coming out on top to secure themselves a spot in the winners finals, an organization that has seen such a glow up in 2025. just need such to put the final needle in the haystack to try and get them across the line.
Securing a dragon, they are one Monster Slayer feat away from a boots upgrade. They've got 5 grubs, a whole lot of gold, and like you called out, there's just so much agency for AL. They could inflict their will upon NiP over and over again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that you won't frequently get too much of a check on, but there are 26 roses for AL. Have you seen how many NiP have?
All I know is I'm betting it's single digit.
It's one. A single rose for the whole of NiP. So all of that adaptive force, that experience that we're talking about, is just so far behind for NiP. Every conceivable metric they are down in.
And we're in even more rare territory. Do you know how often Voracious Octagon has been in LPL games? Nearly 100%. But no, in this spot, after how bloody of an early game we've got, we get a rare Ruinous Octagon, which I think, is even more powerful when you're ahead with the bonuses and gifts.
I mean, I don't know about I think the game-ending power that comes from it, but this game, Ruinous Octagon is going to give even more roses, right? It's going to accelerate that experience advantage even further. And, you know, I think that pushing that lead, no doubt, is going to become even easier. Shanks.
Tarzan, he's pushing it. PP got on his own, up against the 2 big damage dealers. Here comes Doinby. What can he do? What can the LPL split MVP do as he watches his team crumble? Beef served up on the menu. PP goes down, but Tarzan's looking for more here. Big Inferno Bomb. Leave is forced down. Doinby desperately trying to do everything he can, but he perfectly executes back out to safety. NiP are crumbling to the might of anyone's legend.
Flandre fancies another one. Flash burn from Leave. Now Aki goes in.
Oh, he's knocked out of his elastic slingshot. Perfect call by Tarzan. They force him into the passive, but it's just another free kill given over. Curtain call be damned. Shanji's trying desperately to find 1 kill. He picks up Hope. He's got the Ragnarok stack. Flandre is running out of World Ender stacks. Kyle is very low. Shanji's running them all down, but he can't commit and find any of the kills.
TP.
But he might just be gifted one. Shakes his TPing in, looking for Leave. Tarzan on the backside as well. It's pandemonium in the mid lane. Everybody's on top of each other, but somehow it's ninjas in pajamas coming out on top. They've got no ults. They've got no reason to be in this game, but they're finding clutch kills to keep it close.
And the shutdown goes to the Alistair. It is a catastrophe for NiP.
How?
They find the kill. They shut down the Yone, this 6-0 phenom in the mid lane. But it goes to the Alistair, the 4th kill of the game, that gets picked up by the cow. It's just the worst place for it to go, and it tops off what is already a very difficult game for NiP. Aki starts this off by burning Hope's flash. Again, a miracle given the game state. But Tarzan and Shanks, this duo have been inseparable in this game, and no wonder they have found so much success together in this split and in this series as well. Shanks destroying Doinby, breaking his ankles in the 1v1, and Aki goes in here to try and defend his turret, but Tarzan once again getting the better of another jungler, finding just the unbelievable stop. It's very simple. Arctic Assault, but does it. Drops aggro, gets in, gets out, and then a breath of life for this NiP side as Shanji channels Ragnarok burns, double flashes, goes crazy. And then a second redemption story as well for NiP as Shanks TP's in and AL try to bail him out, but they don't have the damage, they don't have the durability after such a big engage to be able to do it. And 961 gold goes straight into the Alistair's back pocket.
Oh man, we're gonna look back on this series we're doing. While it wasn't on purpose, gotta wonder, is this game more competitive if even a half of those kills are on to anyone else on this team?
I mean, you know, you can't argue that 961 gold in a Jin's pocket, in an Akali's pocket, would be more useful than in the Alistair's pocket. I mean, there are 4 assists for Leave, there are 4 kills for PP God. Some way, somehow, those metrics are the wrong way around.
Yeah, Shanji, Doinby, and Leave all have 4 assists right now. But who cares about that?
Goodbye.
It's Tarzan back with Doinby's number rent-free in his head as he sets up Shanks for another masterful kill.
2-0-7. Tarzan is having a blinding performance, the only member of his team to have not gone down. They will turn toward the ruinous Atacon for probably the first time that they've seen in the LPL this split. Shanji happy to take a tier 1 turret down on the bot side, but AL will be happy to take another set of roses, another neutral objective, and just, again, so much experience ready for them here. Look at that. They started on like 39 after this Atacon. Let's see what they finish on.
They're 70 at this point. My word.
Yeah.
They do lose a dragon on the backside and that tier 1 turret like you talked about, but these are just pennies on the dollar that is the lead that anyone's Legends have. It really feels like one more big fight win will break it open, and NiP know it. They're getting desperate. They're going for man advantage stack plays, but the Shenol will keep Shake safe. Kyle shows up, double teleport coming back. Shanji gonna pop the Ragnarok, but he has to run out to safety. Watch his health bar just melt. That teleport was a one-way mission to a gray screen.
And where were the rest of the team? Shanji's engaging that TP. The call is, we have to fight our way out. But the second it gets a little bit dicey, he gets abandoned. Nothing from the rest of NiP to be done, and they lose out on their top laner. Really, the shining star of those team fights that was giving them the best opportunity to do anything is now gone. 20 seconds before he respawns, and then a 10-second walk back out to the top side.
Oh,
another ult from Tarzan!
Look who he gets again! It's Doinby who burns through the might of Hope's Inferno Bomb! Tarzan isn't anyone's legend no more! He is the legend of this series!
Top tier 2 will fall. Tier 3's under siege now and up against a Ziggs. You never want to be staring down the barrel of all of that poke. Shanji's back, but to what avail?
Here we go. Aki once again knocked out of the elastic slingshot. Tarzan continues to stay locked in as Shanks finds Leave through the barrels of Olaf and Zac. Down goes Leave, and the hopes of NiP crumbling second by second.
Down goes Leave, down goes the AD carry, down goes the inhibitor turret in the top side. Mercifully almost, AL decides to leave the inhibitor up. If I'm NiP, I let that fall to the minions that are there. NiP now in dire straits, and anyone's legend looking to secure themselves the first match versus JDG in the winners bracket. What a match that'll be if we end up getting it, because these two teams have been going head to head.
And that matchup seems cemented due to the way this team is playing.
And what does Leave even do here? I mean, the answer is not channel his ulti in the face of Shanks, but then you're leaving your Zac out on a platter to just get churned up. There's so few correct plays to make when you're down 8,000 gold. Even if you make all the right plays, and even if at this point AL makes some of the wrong ones, you will still just lose.
AL have been questioned ever since they got out of Demacia Cup. Was this team good enough to be in a similar grand final spot in the LPL split? Then it was, were they good enough based off their group to continue performing? Well, Tarzan says, hell yeah, the way he's playing. Glacial Prison onto Shanji. He's trying to run through all of NiP, and here's their last-ditch effort, desperately trying to find shutdowns to keep this game alive, but they're going on to Kyle. That's not the target you want. They'll turn their attention back over and pick off Hope as well, but Shanks is staying up, gets the Fate Seal down, doesn't find the kills yet though. How is Shanji still up with Aki? They're desperately trying to juggle, but Tarzan chases Shanji down, forces Aki into the passive, but he's not coming out on the right side. Great screen for Aki. It's only the MVP Doinby left up, and Tarzan is on the hunt. Arctic Pursuit over the wall, wants to find the final kill against his former ally, but he can't chase him down just yet, but it doesn't matter because AL have won another big fight.
And they're going to get the inhibitor in the top side, probably off of these minions. The inhibitor turret maybe in the mid lane as well, going to be their prize. All told though, Slayer, I mean, as NiP, that fight went pretty well.
Yeah.
Doinby's going to save the inhibitor as well. They found 3 kills. And importantly, PP God got none of them. So, there's a brief, a small glimmer, a flicker almost in the darkness of hope that NiP might be able to take this fight. Shanji, again, I feel like he's having a really solid performance, knowing exactly what his job is, and it's Doinby. Focuses out Hope, tries to get the Ziggs in, despite the super cone, is actually able to find the Ziggs on the backside. Like, that's just the power of Akali. Shanji's doing great
Whoa.
work taking out Shanks. Leaves already dead.
Oh no, Leaves already dead. PP God next. Right when NiP were starting to find some kills, they give up their bottom lane, and Doiby might be next. KO not going to find the taunt, but Tarzan's hunting for him. He's seeing red. All he wants is Doiby's head on a platter. But Shanks can't get close enough. They turn their attention towards Aki. Does not have the passive, but the spirit form of Yone won't get the kill for Shanks. They're just going to take more inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, and Shanji is defending this bot tier too, but his inhibitors are under fire. They're going to take mid lane. They will take top lane as well. And AL, they've been biding their time with these inhibitors, waiting for the opportune moment, and they deem it now. Picture in picture is again Tarzan weaving an ulti past PP God to take down Leave. Again, you know, this series we've painted as the picture of Doinby versus Tarzan. Who was the issue, maybe? Who on this LNG roster from 2-3 years ago was the reason things went wrong? But in this series specifically, Tarzan is coming out head and shoulders above of not just Arky, but Doinby as well.
Coming off of game losses, Tarzan now twice in a row has been a different animal. The Skarner pick was a gift, but he made it look as powerful as possible. And this Sejuani performance, it's hard to describe how much the Tarzan is creating on the map here. But AL still have yet to find that killer blow. They've gotten so close. It feels inevitable, but we're still somehow in this game, and Rujude somehow going to reach a 30-minute mark, it feels like.
Yeah, and you know, this game, I mean, it's just about dotting the I's, crossing the T's for anyone's legend at this point. You know, making sure that they don't end up with a catastrophic throw. They look for another engage.
And it's on the PP God. Valiantly will try and give his life to protect his teammates. Aki's going to fly in, though. The visual person locks up PP God. He is able to get out. There's some big knockups from Aki. The Curse Call does what feels like negative damage, and Shane, that was a TP in from Shanji, and his health bar just got deleted. And now Tarzan can go for it all. They're teleporting the base. Anyone's legend wants the killer blow, and Shanks is going to find it on the lead. It's only Doinby, the split MVP, left to watch his base fall in ruins. It took the full distance, but anyone's legends are going to the upper bracket finals to face JDG.
A best of 5 that will have anyone's legend questioning why it took them so damn long. A game 5 that will have them questioning how did it ever get to this point. And a best of 5 that NiP will be questioning, you know, how did this look so good? What happened to put us in this position? Anyone's legend with the class and caliber of Tarzan came out in this game 5. It's hands down, the MVP, for sure.
Hands down.
But
Without
I mean,
a doubt.
the pieces as well, incredible. I think that AL, you know, came together in that game 5 and in a skirmish-oriented composition like what we got there. Both of these two teams picking scrappy 5v5 team fights kind of needed to happen.
Definitely needed to happen, and you know, I don't mean to rub salt in the wound here for NiP fans, but even looking broader than just Game 5, this series was in their hands. It was gifted to them. They got a Game 3 win when we weren't expecting it, with such a lead for AL. They were on match point, but the Game 4 was such a flop, and it's hard not to look back, Rudude, and see the mistakes NiP made to find themselves in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they will have a lot to learn from, right? And I think that this has been a really good litmus test for NiP as well, speaking to the quality of their group, right? The reason they were top seed was they beat Invictus Gaming, right? This super team roster that has been drafted by IG was bested by this NiP roster. And, you know, the MVP of the regular season in Doinby was neutered in this series. Tarzan had his number from the start of that game, especially to the end. But even in their wins, it never felt like it was the Doinby show. Yes, he won a great player of the game in Game 1, which we kind of both said maybe was a bit of a robbery from PP God. You know, Game 2, he's got Leave, or the second win is Leave dominating on a Smolder. And then, of course, we, you know, round out this game where Doinby is just not really having the impact that he needs to.
Yeah, a rare out of form look here for Doinby. And we talked about the draft of Game 4, put him in a pretty precarious situation as well, right? Like, how much could you really ask him to do with this karma? But we definitely settled and answered one of the big questions we wanted to ask here. It wasn't in every game of this series, but the biggest wins for AL, Game 2 and Game 5, Tarzan was just the man on a mission on the Rift.
Absolutely. I mean, that Sejuani was something else. It was carved of different gravy, honestly. Just absolutely insane performance. Stopping engages from Arki, sniping Leave with Sejuls, sniping Doinby with Sejuls. There was so many, and it never felt like there was that one that goes wide, which almost is like a rite of passage in a Sejuani game, where you like queue forward, you with your ulti, and you're like, okay, well that's going to happen probably once per game. No, not just was he hitting every single one, but he's predicting flashes as well. Like underneath the bot tier 1 turret, queues forward, predicts Arki flash, takes him down with the ulti. Like just at every given moment was so locked in, it was a heat-seeking missile.
The heat-seeking missile that AL hopped on to ride to where they are now. Our updated bracket has an upper bracket final between JDG and Anyone's Legend. What a matchup that's going to be.
Yeah.
One of those two teams you see will be in the grand finals way before anyone else sniffs it.
Yeah, and I mean that already just such a highlight of what is to come for the bracket. I think the next, so honestly tomorrow as well, just that lower bracket set of games that we've got to build up to. BLG versus Weibo, Top Esports versus IG. Massive names from the LPL's history are going out, and it's in the lower bracket.
And then you potentially look at having matchups from the group stage in that next round too, right? If BLG get this win against Weibo, they get a chance at revenge from the biggest upset of the split so far against Thunder Talk. If you're IG, you get a win over Top Esports. You play Ninjas in Pajamas once more, so that will be so much more fun stakes. But let's wrap up this game number 5. Take a look at the stats, but I know I've used the phrase a lot, like it's a formality. This is the true formality because we need to roll out the red carpet for Tarzan.
Yeah, I mean, triple Arki's damage, more damage than his top laner, more damage than, everybody actually on NiP. Was far and aways doing his job, and then was also just the biggest tank that there ever done was, and able to find that as well. I mean, for Tarzan, if he doesn't get player of the game, that is an absolute robbery. Even still, the idea that this AL roster have been, underappreciated. I think if they get to the grand finals, like absolutely right, we're gonna know. Right. But I think that a game versus JDG is that final piece of the puzzle to see. Okay, now actually, where do you fall in the pecking order? Because I'm quite happy with top 2 as an answer, but whether or not it becomes top 1 is that then question.
And there's still room for growth for Anyone's Legend, right? Too. Because we keep harping on the game 3, but they should have been up 2-1 going into game 4 themselves, made a couple of mistakes. We didn't get to see big moments out of guys like Flandre that I was expecting here. It was definitely a weird road for guys like Shanks. I think Kyle, your assessment of Kyle before we got into the series kind of held up, was quiet in some of these games. So despite the fact they win this best of 5, they make it all the way back down 2-1, get the upper bracket spot. It's honestly more encouraging for me that I still think there's a lot of room for this AL team to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kyle was I think he's like a really good litmus test for supports. You have to be this good to beat Kyle, and for the most part here, PP God, I would argue, had a better series overall. To be honest, I mean, taking kills on Alistair, they can argue how much he intended to do that, how much that's just bad fortune. But I mean, in these fights, even still, you can see he's looking to do all the right things, and I think that in their wins as well, PP got much more impactful than Kyle was. And to my observation as well, would say that Kyle was probably the reason AL lost that 3rd game that they probably should have won with an Ocean Soul. And then, like you say, the idea that they lose 2 games shows that there is so much room for improvement, and honestly, the AL can improve to that point. If they get all of those, if they get Flandre better, if Kyle steps up that little bit that I'm hoping for, quite possible that it just becomes an AL domination.
Exactly. It really could end up that way. Also got to give credit to Shanks as well. I'm glad that he gave us some credit for all the pre-show analysis we talked about. This guy's a melee champion. This guy can run melee champions. Has a phenomenon level Yone game. Obviously, Tarzan enabled it, but you still got to bring the damage through, right?
Yeah, I mean, we said it in the draft, right? Like, this is Shanks, a player who, you know, got global Bandazia for half of a split and lost out on a lot of goodwill as, you know, one of these players that could go toe-to-toe with the best in the mid lane. Giving Yone to him game 5, giving Tarzan the Sejuani, and it was okay, you two are going to duo, and you're going to run this game. And that's exactly what they did. Yes, the majority of those fights were on a larger scale, but by the time the game was decided, and that's when we got to see them feel a little bit more loose, a little bit more comfortable, where Tarzan would just pop over walls, Shanks would pop over a different one, somebody would die, and there was not really ever any separating them two.
Here we go, though. Let's make sure to roll out that red carpet for Tarzan. Deserved. A Sejuani performance that any jungle player should watch and model their play after. That's how big this Game 5 Sejuani performance was. And how about his 5th MVP of the split here, 2nd of the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, and it's worthy as well, right? And it fits exactly what we were hoping that the story would be for this series, that we would have these two titans of the LPL, one of which just won their MVP, the other has been battling for years and years to bring different organizations so much success, and that they would clash head to head. And, you know, we get to see Tarzan, he won 2 MVPs today, and in Game 5, the crucial one, finds that win as well.
Finds the win and brings the most eventful day of the LPL split so far to an end. It's hard to believe that we have gone through 2 best of 5s here, 9 total games, 5 between myself and Rude Dude as we start to close out the show. But before we get out of here, we do have one very important shout out to give over here. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. You can, of course, join the coffee support crew with the link below, and we appreciate all you in chat, chatting it up, viewing. If you could subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, anything is appreciated. But Rude Dude, my man, what are your final thoughts here on one of the most eventful days in the LPL?
I mean, the thoughts on today, it's good to see that JDG are, you know, back on form, it feels like. Yes, they were in upper bracket. Yes, they've not lost a series yet, but they were dialed in, I think, today. And honestly, really just stay tuned for tomorrow, to be honest, because those are some big-ticket games.
Yeah, so tomorrow you're going to be getting BLG versus Weibo Gaming on one side and Top Esports on Invictus Gaming. Those are all straight elimination matches, so 2 of those teams are out, and we move on to top 6. But that is for tomorrow or today for me. I don't know. The sun's out. I am completely sidewindered in my sleep schedule. I could not be happier about it. It was a pleasure, my man Rude Dude, to go through this journey alongside you. Big shout out to Chippy as well, our awesome producer who made it through 9 games all on their own, by the way.
Yeah.
A round of applause to Chippy, our socials team, everyone behind the LPL English. It's been a blast to bring you this game. We'll be back tomorrow for those lower bracket matches we brought up, but until then, stay safe and take care.